Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Transmigration. Beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree in the Zenin estate, a young boy sat in quiet contemplation. Noah, now Naoya, scratched his head, still adjusting to the reality of having transmigrated into this 4-year-old body just 2 days ago. Ugh. At least I didn't get transmigrated into some random person, Naoya muttered to himself, his voice barely above a whisper. Imagine ending up in this world without knowing it's Jujutsu Kaisen and getting killed by a curse before even figuring out what's going on. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, but he quickly brushed it off. He was here now, and he had to make the most of it. His past life hadn't been anything extraordinary. Born into a wealthy family as a second-generation heir, he had attended elite schools, lived comfortably, and followed the predictable path laid out for him. It was a life devoid of excitement, a typical existence that now felt like a distant dream. But here, in this world of curses and sorcery, he had a chance to be something more. I'm the same age as Gojo Satoru, huh? Naoya muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with a mix of frustration and awe. Gojo Satoru, the man who would one day become the strongest sorcerer of the modern era. The thought alone was enough to make Naoya's chest tighten. If only I'd been transmigrated into Gojo's body instead. He cursed, letting out a heavy sigh. The idea was tempting, almost intoxicating. To wake up in the body of someone so inherently powerful, someone who could reshape the world with a flick of his wrist, it would have been a dream come true. Young master, the clan head is calling for you, a voice interrupted, cutting through Naoya's thoughts. He blinked, pulled back to reality, and turned to see a servant bowing respectfully. With a nod, he rose to his feet, brushing off the grass that clung to his clothes. At just 4 years old, Naoya had already awakened his curse technique, an achievement that sent waves through the Zenin clan. It happened a month ago, on the very day he turned 4. When Naobito, the clan head, found out that Naoya had inherited Projection Sorcery, one of the Zenin clan's most powerful techniques, his usually unreadable expression wavered for a moment, revealing a flicker of pride. Naoya made his way to the main hall, his small footsteps echoing softly against the polished wooden floors. The Zenin estate was vast and imposing, a reflection of the clan's power and prestige. As he approached the sliding doors, he took a deep breath, steeling himself for the conversation ahead. The doors slid open, revealing Naobito seated at the head of the room, a cup of sake in hand. He barely glanced at Naoya before taking a slow sip, exuding an air of absolute authority. Then, his sharp eyes locked onto him, scrutinizing him like a merchant appraising cheap goods. TCH. Naobito clicked his tongue, setting his cup down with an audible clink. So, some of you brats have finally inherited Projection Sorcery. Took you long enough. Naoya felt a flicker of irritation at the condescending tone. Yeah, old man, I just got here. How about cutting me some slack? Still, he maintained a respectful posture, his face impassive. It means I have the potential to become one of the strongest in the clan, he said steadily. He wasn't some naive brat who'd crumble under a little pressure. Naobito let out a dry chuckle. Potential. He leaned forward slightly, the scent of sake lingering in the air. That's what weaklings tell themselves before they get crushed. His smirk deepened, cold and sharp. The Zenin clan doesn't care about potential. Either you're strong or you're worthless. You think some half-baked awakening means anything? Naoya fought the urge to roll his eyes. Classic arrogant old man move, dismiss first, acknowledge later, a tactic he'd seen 1,000 times in anime. But he knew how this world worked. Strength dictated everything. He had no intention of playing the obedient heir forever, but for now, he'd play along. I understand, he said smoothly, dipping his head just enough to appear respectful without looking weak. Naobito exhaled through his nose, unimpressed. We'll see. He leaned back lazily, lifting his cup once more. If you want to be more than just another disposable brat, then prove it. Otherwise, don't waste my time. Naoya remained still, but inside, he smirked. Oh, don't worry, old man. I'll prove it. And when I do, you'll be the first to realize you underestimated me. Chapter 2, Cursed Energy. In his first week, Naoya began learning to control his cursed energy, a fundamental thing possessed by nearly everyone in this world, except for a few rare exceptions. In the original series, Itadori refined their control by watching movies while using a cursed doll, but it was 1991. The selection of decent films was limited by his standards, and more importantly, no one had even considered using TV for cursed energy training yet. Televisions were still in development, and as far as Naoya knew, the idea simply hadn't crossed anyone's mind. Time to watch movies, I guess, Naoya muttered, scratching his head. 3 weeks passed. Naoya spent most of that time lounging around, watching movies. Unlike Itadori, he didn't have access to a cursed corpse that would attack him if his cursed energy wavered. Instead, he requested something, anything, that would react to cursed energy. What they gave him was a dull, ugly knife. Useless at first glance, but when infused with cursed energy, the blade extended slightly and became sharper. It was far from ideal, but it was better than nothing. Surprisingly, the fusion of his soul with Naoya Zenin seemed to grant him a deeper, more instinctual understanding of cursed energy. His talent had significantly improved, allowing him to grasp the basics far faster than expected. Now, he could regulate his cursed energy at will. More importantly, he had reached a point where he could finally activate his cursed technique. Watching TV the whole day, huh? Nobito muttered, stroking his mustache as he listened to the servant's report. His tone was unreadable, a mixture of amusement and disappointment. The head of the Zenin clan took a slow sip of sake, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. That brat better not think he can coast by on talent alone. If he's just lazing around, I'll beat some discipline into him myself. Despite his grumbling, a part of him was intrigued. If Naoya had truly made progress despite what seemed like idleness, then perhaps there was something worth paying attention to. Tell him to come see me, Nobito ordered, setting his cup down with a decisive clink. The servant bowed before swiftly leaving to relay the message. Naoya sat cross-legged on a cushion, his gaze fixed on the sliding doors ahead. He had expected this sooner or later. A summons from a servant meant only one thing: his father wanted to see him. The doors slid open with a quiet whoosh, revealing Nobito lounging at the head of the room, a cup of sake in hand. His sharp, narrowed eyes fixated on Naoya, scrutinizing him with that usual mix of indifference and judgment. So, Nobito began, swirling the liquid in his cup, what exactly have you been doing these past 3 weeks? His voice was slow, measured, carrying that familiar slur, but Naoya could hear the underlying edge, the unspoken "don't waste my time." Naoya smirked slightly, leaning forward, resting his chin on his fist. Watching movies, he said, his tone casual, almost lazy. The silence that followed was heavy. Nobito blinked once, then exhaled through his nose, setting his cup down with a dull clink. His fingers drummed against the table, his expression unreadable. Watching movies, he repeated, as if tasting the words, rolling them around in his mind. Then, a smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. You must think you're real clever, huh, boy? Naoya's smirk widened just a fraction. I am clever. Nobito let out a quiet chuckle, though there was no warmth in it. He set his cup down with a dull clink, his sharp eyes narrowing ever so slightly. Then tell me, genius, what have you actually gained from rotting your brain in front of a screen? Naoya's fingers brushed against the dull knife at his side, a smirk playing on his lips. More than you think. Without waiting for permission, he lifted the knife and let his cursed energy flow into it. The once unimpressive blade shimmered, elongating as its edge sharpened to a dangerous gleam. The air around it crackled subtly, a visible display of control. Nobito's eyes flickered, not with surprise, but with interest. He leaned forward slightly, watching as Naoya effortlessly adjusted the flow of cursed energy, making the blade shift in size at will. The precision wasn't something a beginner should have achieved in just 3 weeks. For the briefest moment, there was a glimmer of shock in Nobito's expression. Then, just as quickly, it was gone. He exhaled slowly, running a hand through his beard. Humph, he muttered, feigning indifference. So, you did learn something useful. Naoya twirled the enhanced knife between his fingers before releasing his cursed energy, returning it to its dull state. He met Nobito's gaze, unbothered. Told you. Nobito studied him in silence for a moment before smirking. Not bad. He reached for his sake cup again, taking a slow sip. But don't think for a second that makes you strong. If this is all you've got, you're still nothing but a brat playing with a toy. Naoya didn't react outwardly, but internally, he scoffed. As if I'd stop here. The real training was only beginning. After Naoya left, Nobito sat in silence, lost in thought. He tapped his fingers against the table, swirling the last bit of sake in his cup. Mastering cursed energy control while watching movies, he muttered to himself, an amused yet intrigued glint in his eyes. Chapter 3, again. 3 years passed quickly. In that time, Naoya's reputation spread beyond the Jujutsu society. Whispers of a Zenin clan genius reached even those outside their inner circles. Many claimed he was the most talented Zenin of this era, a prodigy destined for greatness. Naoya had never treated training as a joke. The moment he fully grasped his cursed technique, he immediately sought out Nobito as a mentor. Nobito, though initially uninterested, agreed, on one condition. Their training sessions would only be once a week. He was too busy to commit to more. Naoya suspected otherwise. He's probably just wants to get drunk. Despite the limited training, Naobito couldn't hide his surprise. Naoya's rapid mastery of his technique was unnatural. His ability to control and manipulate cursed energy exceeded expectations. More importantly, his sheer cursed energy reserves were staggering. Naoya had his own theory. Because my soul merged with Naoya Zenin's, my spiritual level is higher. That means I have 2 to 3 times the cursed energy the original Naoya had. And he welcomed it. But he wasn't foolish. He knew raw cursed energy wasn't everything. He didn't neglect physical training either. Cursed energy could enhance strength and defense, but there were limits. Unless someone possessed an absurd amount, like Ryomen and Sukuna, who could overpower heavenly restriction users through sheer cursed energy alone, physical ability still mattered. And so, Naoya trained both body and mind. The Zenin clan's training grounds were eerily quiet, save for the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. Naoya stood across from Naobito, his breathing steady but his muscles tense. The old man looked as relaxed as ever, a half-empty bottle of sake in one hand and a bored expression on his face. "Don't tell me you're already tired," Naobito said, his voice slurred but laced with mockery. He took a swig from his ever-present sake bottle, his sharp eyes glinting with amusement. "I haven't even broken a sweat yet." Naoya didn't respond. Instead, he focused, his cursed energy flaring as he activated his technique. But his mind wandered for a moment, reflecting on the stark contrast between his past life and the one he now lived. In his past life, Naoya had never forced himself to work hard. There had been no need. His family had already planned everything for him, his education, his career, his future. He had lived comfortably, but aimlessly, drifting through life without any real purpose or drive. Back then, he hadn't cared about pushing his limits or achieving greatness. Why would he? Everything had been handed to him on a silver platter. But now, everything was different. In this world of curses and sorcery, Naoya had a goal, a burning desire to rise above the rest. He remembered the existence of Gojo Satoru, the man who would one day become the strongest sorcerer of the modern era. The thought of someone like Gojo, someone so inherently powerful, was both infuriating and motivating. He refused to settle for mediocrity. Projection Sorcery, 24 frames. The world around him seemed to slow, each movement broken down into precise, calculable steps. He dashed forward, his fist aimed squarely at Naobito's chest. But the old man was faster. "Too slow," Naobito muttered, sidestepping the attack with ease. Before Naoya could react, a sharp pain exploded in his side as Naobito's elbow connected with his ribs, sending him sprawling to the ground. Naoya gritted his teeth, pushing himself back to his feet. His ribs ached, but he refused to show it. "Again," he said, his voice firm. Naobito raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Stubborn brat," he said, taking a swig from his bottle. "Fine. Let's see how long you can keep this up." This time, Naoya didn't rush in. He studied Naobito's movements, his eyes narrowing as he looked for an opening. The old man was fast, ridiculously fast, but he wasn't infallible. Naoya feinted left, then darted right, his movements sharp and deliberate. He aimed a low kick at Naobito's legs, but the old man simply stepped over it, his expression unimpressed. "Predictable," Naobito said, his voice dripping with disdain. He countered with a swift jab, but Naoya managed to block it this time, the impact reverberating through his arms. Naoya's mind raced. He needed to think outside the box. Projection sorcery wasn't just about speed, it was about precision, about breaking down movements into frames and exploiting the gaps. He activated his technique again, the world slowing around him. This time, he didn't go for a direct attack. Instead, he circled Naobito, his movements fluid and calculated. Naobito watched him with mild interest, his sake bottle still in hand. "What's the matter? Scared to come at me?" Naoya didn't take the bait. He waited, his patience razor-thin but his focus unwavering. Then, he saw it, a slight shift in Naobito's stance, a momentary lapse in his guard. He struck. His fist shot forward, aimed at Naobito's shoulder. For a split second, it looked like it would connect. But Naobito was faster. The old man twisted out of the way, his movements almost too quick to follow. Before Naoya could react, a sharp pain exploded in his back as Naobito's foot connected with his spine, sending him crashing to the ground. Naoya groaned, his body screaming in protest as he pushed himself back to his feet. His vision blurred for a moment, but he shook it off, his determination unwavering. "Again," he said, his voice steady despite the pain. Naobito let out a dry laugh, setting his sake bottle down on the ground. "You've got guts, I'll give you that," he said, his tone almost approving. "But guts alone won't cut it in this world. You need more than just raw talent to survive." Naoya didn't respond. He simply reset his stance, his eyes locked on Naobito. The old man smirked, cracking his knuckles. "All right, brat. Let's see what you've got." Chapter 4, Gorlock. Naoya this, Naoya that. Naoya, Naoya. Gorlock Zenin slammed his fist against the tatami floor, his face twisted in frustration. Everyone keeps talking about him like he's some kind of prodigy, he spat, his chins wobbling from the force of his movements. Gorlock Zenin, the eldest son of Naobito and Naoya's older brother, was not a handsome man. At 16, he was overweight, thick-jawed, and had the kind of face that made people instinctively look away. But in his mind, he was the real heir of the Zenin clan, not some smug little brat who got lucky with talent. I need to put him in his place, Gorlock growled, gripping the folds of his third chin. Make him understand what real jujitsu is. His beady eyes scanned the room before landing on one of his servants. With a thick, stubby finger, he pointed straight at the trembling man. Hey, you. Give me an idea, how do I teach that brat a lesson? The servant stiffened, feeling his heartbeat spike. Shit. He needed to come up with something fast. Gorlock wasn't known for his patience. If he hesitated too long, he might get ordered to do something unpleasant. Or worse, get killed for no reason, as had happened to plenty of others before him. That's why I hate working in this damn clan. He cursed internally, forcing his brain to work at full speed. The servant swallowed hard before speaking. You could simply ask for a duel, he blurted out. Say you just want to test him and help point out some of his mistakes. Gorlock narrowed his eyes, considering the idea. Everyone knows how arrogant that brat is, the servant continued, trying to sound confident. I'm pretty sure he won't refuse. For a moment, there was silence. Then, a wide, greasy grin spread across Gorlock's face. Ha! Not bad. He chuckled, his stomach jiggling with the movement. That little bastard's ego won't let him back down. He leaned back, already imagining the moment he would humiliate Naoya in front of the clan. Fine. Set it up. He think he is strong just because he inherited a good technique. Naoya leaned back against the tree, the shade casting a cool contrast against the warm afternoon air. He tapped his fingers against his knee, amusement flickering in his sharp eyes. A 16-year-old challenging a 7-year-old, he mused, his smirk widening. Does the Zenin clan have no shame? The servant swallowed, hesitant. He said he only wants to tutor you and help you out, but if you don't want to participate, Master Naoya, I will. Naoya cut him off with a sharp glance. What's the grade of my so-called brother? Semi-grade 2, the servant answered quickly. But that's just on paper. He can handle a grade 2 curse without much trouble. Naoya's smirk deepened. A semi-grade 2 at 16. How laughable for so-called one of the 3 major clan in Jujutsu. That will be interesting, he murmured. The servant hesitated. So, shall I inform them that you accept? Naoya let out a small chuckle. Of course. It would be rude to keep my dear older brother waiting. Standing up, he stretched his arms before heading back inside. If he was going to entertain his older brother's challenge, he might as well put on a good show. The training grounds of the Zenin estate were packed with spectators. Elders, younger clan members, and even some servants had gathered, all curious about how this duel would unfold. After all, it wasn't every day that a 16-year-old semi-grade 2 challenged a 7-year-old. Gorlock was already in the field, arms crossed over his massive chest, his bloated figure exuding overconfidence. His smirk widened as he watched Naoya approach, his beady eyes gleaming with a mix of hatred and disdain. Took you long enough, Gorlock sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. I was starting to think you'd run away. His tone was sharp, each word laced with venom, as if he'd been waiting for this moment to unleash his pent-up frustration. Naoya merely tilted his head, amusement flickering in his sharp gaze. He took his time, his steps deliberate and unhurried, as if he were strolling through a garden rather than walking into a duel. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, almost bored. Run. From this. He gestured lazily at Gorlock, his hand sweeping up and down as if to emphasize the older boy's unimpressive physique. Then, with a dramatic shake of his head, he added, I can't believe we share the same blood. Are you sure we're related? I fail to understand how an inferior creature like you could possibly be connected to me. Could you be adopted? The crowd of onlookers, clan members, elders, and even a few servants, let out a collective gasp. Some stifled laughter, while others exchanged uneasy glances. Gorlock's face turned red, his fists clenching so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The hatred in his eyes burned brighter, but Naoya didn't flinch. If anything, his smirk only deepened. A vein bulged on Gorlock's forehead as his face contorted in rage. I will make you regret every word you say. Jumping over you might be faster than going around, Naoya interrupted, his tone completely casual. You little Cristiano McDonaldo, Naoya muttered. Gorlock blinked. What did you just say? Lionel Pepsi. Confusion replaced anger on Gorlock's face. What the hell are you talking about? Naoya sighed dramatically, shaking his head. Ah, I was just testing if your brain was as slow as your movements. Turns out, I was right. Laughter rippled through the audience, some struggling to hold back their chuckles while others openly smirked. Gorlock's cursed energy flared violently. You little. I'm going to break every bone in your body. Naoya merely smirked. That's assuming you can touch me. One of the Zenin elders raised his hand. Enough. The duel begins now. The moment the signal was given, Gorlock lunged forward, his massive frame moving with surprising speed. His fist, cloaked in cursed energy, tore through the air, aimed directly at Naoya's head. But Naoya was already gone. With effortless grace, he sidestepped, his body barely shifting as Gorlock's punch struck nothing but empty space. Before his older brother could even register what had happened, Naoya's fingers brushed against his arm, his technique activating in an instant. Gorlock's entire body froze. For a single second, he was trapped inside an animated frame, his form stiff and motionless like a paused film reel. And then... crack! Naoya's cursed energy-coated fist slammed into the frozen frame, shattering it like fragile glass. The force sent Gorlock hurtling backward, his body twisting midair before he crashed into the ground, coughing violently. Naoya exhaled, shaking his hand slightly. TCH. I barely even tried. A heavy silence fell over the field. Then, hushed murmurs broke out among the spectators. Was that the projection sorcery technique? One voice whispered in awe. It looks insanely strong. Another muttered. So the rumors were true, Naoya's hype wasn't for nothing. As Naoya turned to leave, he heard Gorlock's voice, strained, furious, and filled with desperation. I'm not done yet. Naoya paused, glancing over his shoulder. Gorlock was struggling to his feet, his body trembling from the impact, but his eyes burned with frustration and wounded pride. A smirk tugged at the corner of Naoya's lips. Oh. Still breathing. I must have gone too easy on you. I guess your body type comes with advantages too, Naoya mused, taking slow, deliberate steps toward him. Gorlock wiped the blood from his mouth and sneered. I underestimated you, but you will die here. Cursed energy flared violently around him as he activated his innate technique. The ground cracked beneath his feet, waves of energy distorting the air around him. Gorlock's body began to shift unnaturally, his bloated flesh rippling as cursed energy surged through him. Veins pulsed beneath his skin, swelling grotesquely. Naoya raised an eyebrow. Oh. Some kind of enhancement technique. My technique allows me to boost my strength, speed, and durability up to 5 times for 1 minute, Gorlock said, his tone brimming with confidence. Naoya narrowed his eyes slightly. Revealing one's hand, huh? A commonly used binding vow among Jujutsu practitioners, by divulging how their curse technique works, they can increase its effectiveness or even mislead their opponent. I was just going to humiliate you, Gorlock continued, grinning viciously, but now you forced me to kill you. You can only blame your idiocy. In an instant, he disappeared. Naoya's eyes slightly widened as he felt Gorlock's presence behind him. Gorlock had gotten a lot faster for sure. But guess who else was fast? Naoya smirked. Predictable. Just as Gorlock's massive fist came crashing down, Naoya twisted his body with perfect timing, effortlessly dodging the attack. The ground where he had stood shattered under the force, sending debris flying. Gorlock's grin widened. You can't dodge forever, brat. With his enhanced speed, he launched a relentless barrage of attacks, each one powerful enough to break bones. But Naoya moved like a ghost, weaving through the strikes with fluid precision. He's fast, at least, for someone of his shape, Naoya mused, dodging yet another punch. But he's relying too much on brute force. No refinement, no control. Just a fat fool swinging wildly. Gorlock roared in frustration, his patience wearing thin. Stop dodging and fight. Naoya's smirk deepened. If you insist. The moment Gorlock threw his next punch, Naoya sidestepped and tapped his shoulder, activating Projection Sorcery. In an instant, Gorlock was frozen within an animated frame. Naoya took a step forward, gazing at his helpless opponent with a look of sheer superiority. You still don't understand the gap between us, do you? He said, his tone laced with amusement. Without hesitation, Naoya clenched his fist, cursed energy crackling around it like static. With a single, devastating punch, he shattered the frozen frame, sending Gorlock's body hurtling across the field like a rag doll. The impact echoed through the training grounds, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. Naoya didn't spare his brother another glance. Without a word, he turned and walked away. Chapter 5, Ghost. Alone in the quiet of the estate, Naoya leaned against a tree, his sharp eyes narrowing as he analyzed his own strength. I might be at the peak of a grade 2 sorcerer in terms of raw power, but my speed is on par with the peak of grade 1. Compared to Naobito, who's faster than even the fastest special grade curses, I still have a long way to go. Gojo Satoru. The name alone was enough to make his chest tighten. The chance of me winning against him now, or even in the future, is 0%. Absolute zero. The realization was bitter, but Naoya wasn't one to delude himself. Gojo was in a league of his own, a force of nature that defied logic. And yet, the thought of being so utterly outclassed burned like a fire in his gut. I can't afford to stagnate. If I don't push myself further, I'll end up just like the original Naoya, strong but not strong enough. Maybe a little stronger, but still trapped in the same tier of power. That's not enough. Not for me. His fists clenched at his sides, cursed energy flickering around him like a storm waiting to be unleashed. I need to learn domain expansion. And I need to land at least one black flash. Without those, I'll never bridge the gap between me and the monsters of this world. Domain expansion was no simple technique, it required an unparalleled understanding of one's cursed technique and an immense reservoir of cursed energy. And black flash. It wasn't something that could be forced. It demanded precision, instinct, and a touch of madness. The next day, Naoya was taking a leisurely stroll around the Zenin estate, his mind still buzzing with plans for his next training session. The morning sun cast long shadows across the courtyard, and the air was filled with the faint hum of activity as clan members went about their duties. Naoya's body ached from the rigorous training he'd put himself through, but the pain was a reminder of his progress. He was about to turn a corner when suddenly, a strange sensation rippled through him, a cold, almost primal awareness that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. His eyes snapped forward, and there, walking casually past him, was Toji Zenin. Naoya's breath hitched, his sharp eyes widening in shock. Toji moved with an effortless grace, his towering frame exuding an aura of raw, untamed power. He didn't even glance at Naoya as he passed, as if the boy were nothing more than a shadow in his periphery. But Naoya couldn't tear his gaze away. In that moment, he understood, truly understood, why the original Naoya had been so awestruck by this man. Toji Zenin was a force of nature. A living anomaly. A being who had defied the very laws of the Jujutsu world by thriving without a shred of cursed energy. And now, with his knowledge of the future, Naoya knew something even more terrifying. At this moment, in this time, Toji Zenin was the strongest living creature. The realization sent a shiver down Naoya's spine. His mind raced as he watched Toji disappear down the corridor, the man's presence lingering like a storm cloud even after he was gone. The sheer weight of Toji's existence was overwhelming, a living testament to what raw, unbridled strength could achieve. For a moment, Naoya felt a flicker of doubt. How could I ever hope to surpass someone like him? But then, his lips curled into a faint smirk as a memory from his past life surfaced. I need to relax, he muttered to himself, shaking his head. No need to feel doubtful. Toji's just a homeless guy who didn't want to pay child support. Hell, he even killed himself to get out of it. The absurdity of the thought made him chuckle, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. The memes and jokes from his previous life had a way of putting things into perspective, even in this world of curses and sorcery. Toji might be a monster in terms of strength, but in the grand scheme of things, he was also, kind of a mess. A ridiculously powerful mess, but a mess nonetheless. Naoya's smirk widened as he straightened up, his confidence returning. Yeah, Toji's strong, but he's not invincible. And he's definitely not the kind of person I should be comparing myself to. I've got my own path to walk. With that, he turned and walked away, his mood lighter. The encounter had been a reminder of the heights he needed to reach, but it had also reinforced his resolve. Toji Zenin might be a menace to society, but Naoya was determined to become something even greater, on his own terms. Chapter 6, Simple Domain and Falling Blossom Emotion. Later that day, Naoya found Naobito lounging in his usual spot, a cup of sake in hand and a bored expression on his face. Without hesitation, Naoya strode up to him, his tone casual but laced with determination. Hey, old man. I want to learn Simple Domain and Falling Blossom Emotion. Naobito raised an eyebrow, his sharp eyes narrowing as he took a slow sip of sake. He didn't look surprised, if anything, he seemed mildly amused by Naoya's bluntness. It seems your manners are declining. Or maybe you've just gotten too comfortable around me. Naoya smirked, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Over time, he'd grown familiar with Naobito's quirks, and the old man had, in turn, developed a begrudging tolerance for Naoya's lack of formality. Whether Naobito realized it or not, he'd started to like the kid, or at the very least, found him less irritating than the rest of the clan. What can I say? You're not as scary as you think you are. Besides, I'm not here to waste your time. I'm here to get stronger. So, are you going to teach me or not? Naobito let out a low chuckle, setting his cup down with a soft clink. His expression was unreadable, but there was a glint of something, approval, perhaps, in his eyes. I heard you fought with your brother. That retard must think himself something special. So, did you gain anything from that waste of time? Who? Naoya asked, feigning ignorance. Nobito stared at him for a moment, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. Then, with a sigh, he clarified, I'm talking about Gorlock. Oh, you meant Barako Beast, Naoya chuckled, his smirk widening. My bad. Nobito's lips twitched, almost as if he were fighting back a smirk of his own. But how cruel of you, saying that about one of your sons, Naoya added, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Nobito leaned back in his seat, his sharp eyes never leaving Naoya. The faintest hint of a smirk played on his lips, though he quickly masked it with another sip of sake. Cruel, you say? Nobito replied, his voice dry and laced with amusement. If that's cruel, then what does that make you? You're the one who sent him flying across the training grounds like a rag doll. And don't think I didn't hear about the names you were calling him. Barako Beast. Really? Naoya shrugged, his smirk never wavering. What can I say? He's an easy target. Besides, if he's going to challenge a 7-year-old, he deserves a little humiliation. It's not my fault he's as sharp as a spoon. Nobito snorted, taking another sip of sake. Simple domain and falling blossom emotion, huh? Ambitious for a brat like you. Those techniques aren't exactly beginner-friendly. Good thing I'm not a beginner, then. Nobito studied him for a moment, his fingers drumming against the table. Then, with a sigh, he leaned back, his tone casual but carrying an underlying edge. Fine. But how did you find out about these techniques? I don't recall mentioning them. And I know you'd never ask anyone in the clan about anything, not even the top elders. You look down on everyone, don't you? Even me, am I right? Naoya's smirk didn't falter. If anything, it grew wider, his sharp eyes glinting with amusement. I have my ways, he responded simply, his tone cryptic but confident. Nobito's gaze narrowed, but there was a flicker of curiosity behind his sharp eyes. He didn't press further, though. If Naoya had secrets, he'd find them out eventually. For now, he was content to let the kid play his games. As Naoya turned to leave, Nobito watched him go, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. The kid was arrogant, sure, but he had the drive to back it up. And if Nobito was being honest with himself, which he rarely was, he might have even admitted that he was starting to enjoy their little exchanges. But of course, he'd never say that out loud. Meanwhile, in a different part of the Jujutsu world, 7-year-old Gojo Satoru lounged lazily on a training mat. His mentor, a stern-faced man with a clipboard in hand, stood nearby, clearly trying to maintain his composure despite Gojo's lack of interest. Gojo, did you hear about Naoya Zenin? They say he's very talented, the mentor said, his tone a mix of curiosity and exasperation. Zenin. Gojo repeated, tilting his head as if trying to recall something. The name seems familiar, where did I hear it? Are they famous, he asked, yawning loudly as if the conversation were the most boring thing in the world. The mentor's eye twitched, and a vein visibly popped on his forehead. Were you not paying attention when I was explaining the major families, he said through gritted teeth, clearly struggling to keep his temper in check. Gojo tilted his head further, a lazy grin spreading across his face. I must have zoned out. You know how it is, too much information, not enough time to nap. The mentor took a deep breath, clearly counting to 10 in his head before responding. The Zenin clan is one of the 3 great families in the Jujutsu world. They're known for their powerful curse techniques and their unique personalities. Gojo shrugged, leaning back on his hands. Sounds boring. Unless this Naoya guy can do something interesting, I don't see why I should care. The mentor sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Just try to pay attention next time, all right? You're supposed to be the future of the Jujutsu world, Gojo. You can't just ignore everything. Gojo waved a hand dismissively, his grin never fading. Yeah. Future of the Jujutsu world, blah blah blah. Can we get back to training? Or better yet, can we take a break? I'm starving. The mentor groaned, muttering something under his breath about ungrateful prodigies, as Gojo stretched out on the mat, clearly already checked out of the conversation. Chapter 7, Improvement. For years had passed in the blink of an eye, and Naoya was now 11. In that time, he had mastered both Falling Blossom Emotion and Simple Domain at a staggering pace, far faster than most sorcerers could ever hope to. He had also pushed himself relentlessly to refine his cursed energy control, striving for even the smallest improvements. But no matter how hard he trained, he couldn't escape the harsh truth of the Jujutsu world, strength was 80% innate talent. Naoya had been born with every advantage, a powerful technique, insane talent, and vast cursed energy reserves. Most sorcerers would kill for just one of those. And yet, even with all that, it still wasn't enough to stand among the strongest. In Jujutsu, your technique and natural talent decided your future. If you were born with a weak technique, good luck ever rising above grade 2. This world was brutally unfair, and no amount of effort could close the gap between someone like him and monsters like Sukuna or Gojo at their peak. Binding vows. Most sorcerers avoided them, using them sparingly, if at all, out of fear of the consequences. But Naoya saw them for what they truly were, an opportunity. A binding vow was a trade, a contract where sacrifice led to greater power. Used correctly, it could push a sorcerer far beyond their natural limits. With the help of binding vows, he developed a new application of projection sorcery. Now, he could record a fraction of his movements as cursed energy afterimages that lasted for a brief moment, 1 second. These decoys mimicked his exact movements, throwing off his opponent and forcing them to guess which one was real. The afterimages had no actual strength of their own. But Naoya didn't stop there. He made 2 additional binding vows to push his combat ability even further. The first was the vow of predatory restraint, I will not strike first in any battle. By giving up the initiative, Naoya gained a massive boost in cursed energy output and speed the moment his opponent attacked him. It fit perfectly with his philosophy, the weak strike first. However, the risk was just as great, he had to endure his opponent's first blow before counterattacking. And this vow only activated in real battles, fights where Naoya truly believed he could win. It wouldn't trigger in sparring or training, where the stakes weren't high enough. The second was the vow of temporal perfection, I will end all battles within 120 seconds. For those 2 minutes, Naoya's cursed energy reserves and physical abilities skyrocketed, allowing him to overwhelm almost anyone. But if the fight dragged on past the time limit, his cursed energy would drop to nearly 0 for 10 minutes, leaving him completely vulnerable. Like the first vow, it only activated when Naoya recognized the fight as a true threat, an opponent on his level or stronger. These vows were risky, but Naoya had never been afraid to take risks. But even with all these enhancements, Naoya wasn't satisfied. He was working on something far greater, an application of projection sorcery that would make him literally untouchable. However, it remained beyond his reach. One of the key requirements was mastering reverse curse technique, a skill that even elite sorcerers struggled to perfect. For now, it was an impossible goal. For now. Today marked the end of an era, his final training session with Naobito. The old man had made it clear, there was nothing more he could teach him. The only gap in Naoya's skill set was hand-to-hand combat, but Naobito had been too lazy to bother with it. In typical fashion, he had simply shrugged and said, you'll figure it out on your own anyway. And he wasn't wrong. Naoya stood facing Naobito in the training grounds, his hair slightly disheveled and falling over his eyes. He took a long, steady breath, his sharp gaze locking onto Naobito's. The air between them was thick with tension. 2 minutes, Naoya said calmly, lifting his hand and holding up 2 fingers. Naobito raised an eyebrow, his usual lazy smirk faltering for a moment. He grunted, clearly confused. But before he could say anything more, he felt it, Naoya's cursed energy surging with unnatural speed, a palpable wave of power that made the air around them crackle. In an instant, Naobito's demeanor shifted. He tossed aside his bottle of sake, the glass shattering against the ground as he straightened up, his sharp eyes narrowing. For the first time in a long while, Naobito looked serious. I'll give it my all in those 2 minutes, Naoya declared. Well, Naobito muttered, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Let's see what you've got. Naoya didn't respond. His expression was calm, the vow of temporal perfection had been activated, and the clock was ticking. Naobito, despite facing an 11-year-old, felt a rare flicker of caution. He wasn't one to underestimate opponents, even if they were decades younger than him. The way Naoya's cursed energy surged, the way his eyes gleamed with focus, it was enough to make Naobito tighten his guard. He knew that if he let his guard down, even for a moment, he could find himself in a bad situation. The battle between them was unique. Both wielded projection sorcery, a technique that allowed them to break down movements into frames. However, their identical techniques cancelled each other out, meaning neither could freeze the other in a frame. This meant the fight would come down to raw speed and power, who could move faster, hit harder, and outmaneuver the other. Naoya knew that Naobito was still faster than him. Even with the vow of temporal perfection amplifying his cursed energy and physical stats, Naobito's decades of experience and natural speed gave him the edge. But Naoya had a plan. If he could activate his vow of predatory restraint, he might be able to close the gap in speed, at least temporarily. If he could match Naobito's speed, he might have a chance to land a decisive blow. Naobito, for his part, was no pushover. In his 70s, he had been strong enough to be able to solo Dagon, a special grade curse, without even allowing it to open its domain expansion. Now, 16 years younger, he was even more formidable. His speed, precision, and raw power were almost at their peak, and he had no intention of letting some upstart brat, even one as talented as Naoya, get the better of him. The two stood facing each other, the air crackling with cursed energy. Naobito's usual lazy smirk was gone, replaced by a focused, almost predatory expression. Naoya, on the other hand, remained calm, his mind racing as he calculated his next move. I'll give you the first blow. Go ahead, Naoya said, his smirk widening as he spread his arms slightly, inviting the attack. Chapter 8, Kokusen. Up until now, Naoya had kept his binding vows a secret. He had hidden the improvements he'd gained from them, using them only in situations where no one could witness their full potential. But this battle was different. This was his final training session with Naobito, and he wanted to see just how far he'd come. Naobito paused, his sharp eyes narrowing as he studied Naoya. "Ah. Are you?" He stopped mid-sentence, his instincts kicking in. He knew Naoya well enough to understand that the kid never did anything without a reason. If Naoya was offering him the first strike, there was a catch. "As you wish," Naobito said, his usual lazy smirk returning. "Your face irritates me anyway. You could use a good beating." Without another word, Naobito launched himself at Naoya. He didn't hold back, this was Naoya's choice, after all. In an instant, he closed the distance between them and delivered a clean, powerful punch straight to Naoya's face. The impact was brutal. Naoya's head snapped to the side, and his body was thrown backward with enough force to slam into a nearby wall. The sound of the collision echoed through the training grounds, dust and debris scattering in the air. For a moment, it seemed like Naoya might not get up. But then, slowly, he pushed himself to his feet. His movements were deliberate, almost unnervingly calm, as he wiped the blood from his face with the back of his hand. He spat a mouthful of blood to the side, his sharp eyes gleaming with a mix of pain and determination. "This is my first time in my life getting punched in the face," Naoya said, his voice low but steady. He looked down at his hand, now smeared with blood, and smirked faintly. "I hope it will be the last time too." His blonde hair fell over his eyes, casting a shadow over his face, but the intensity in his gaze was unmistakable. Naobito didn't waste any time. He launched himself at Naoya again, his fist aimed squarely at the boy's face. But this time, something was different. Naobito's fist connected, but instead of the satisfying impact of flesh, he felt nothing. His eyes widened as he realized too late that he had punched something else. Before Naobito could react, a sharp pain exploded in his face as Naoya's foot connected with his jaw, sending him flying backward. Naoya stood tall, his expression calm but his eyes burning with intensity. "That really hurt," he said, his voice laced with a dangerous edge. "Now it's my turn." Naobito wiped the blood from his mouth, his sharp eyes narrowing as he stared at Naoya. For the first time in a long while, he looked genuinely surprised. "What was that?" he asked, his voice tinged with confusion and curiosity. "Was that an application of projection sorcery?" Naoya's smirk widened, but he didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took a step forward, his movements deliberate and calculated. The air around him seemed to crackle with cursed energy, the afterimages of his decoys flickering in and out of existence like ghosts. "You could say that," Naoya finally replied, his tone casual but carrying an underlying edge. "I've been working on a few improvements. Thought I'd test them out on you." Naobito's eyes gleamed with a mix of amusement and intrigue. He straightened up, his usual lazy smirk returning, though there was a newfound sharpness to his gaze. "Improvements, huh? You've been holding out on me, brat." Naoya shrugged, his smirk never fading. "Man, if I were you, I'd fake an injury and leave right now. As the head of the legendary Zenin clan, getting kicked by an 11-year-old, really?" Naoya taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. Naobito chuckled, though there was no warmth in it. "Well, don't get too cocky." Naoya knew he was running out of time, his vow of temporal perfection had less than 2 minutes left. So why was he wasting time talking instead of pressing the attack? The answer was simple, Naoya didn't want to win by catching Naobito off guard. Even though it was unlikely, he wanted to test his true strength against Naobito at his full power. Without another word, Naoya launched himself at Naobito, his speed amplified to its peak. The two began trading blows. Naoya's strikes were powerful, each one fueled by his immense cursed energy reserves and the physical enhancements granted by his binding vow. Naobito, despite being pushed back, met each attack with equal ferocity. For the first time, Naoya's hits were actually hurting Naobito. The old man grunted as a particularly powerful strike landed on his shoulder, forcing him to take a step back. Naoya's cursed energy was overwhelming, and his physical strength, and with the vow boosting his strength, even Naobito could feel the impact. But Naobito wasn't done yet. Naoya might have had the upper hand in cursed energy and raw strength, but Naobito had something even more important, experience. He didn't need youth or overwhelming power to win. His skill in combat was unmatched. He knew how to read his opponent, spot weaknesses, and turn the fight in his favor with nothing but technique and instinct. As Naoya kept up his assault, Naobito adjusted. He began reading Naoya's movements, countering every strike with precise, well-placed attacks. Every time Naoya thought he had an opening, Naobito was already there, blocking or slipping away like it was second nature. Even as he took blow after blow, the old man's smirk never wavered. "Damn, I really thought you were gonna be a challenge, Naobito said, his voice calm and laced with mockery despite the intensity of the fight. My bad for expecting too much. Naoya gritted his teeth, his cursed energy flaring as he pushed himself even harder. His strikes grew faster, more powerful, but Naobito continued to evade or deflect them. The old man's taunts were getting under his skin, but Naoya refused to let it show. Wow, I must really bring out the best in you, Naoya shot back, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You're never this competent, are you? You brat, Naobito growled, his usual calm slipping for the first time. He swung at Naoya, but his fist hit nothing, a mere afterimage. The real Naoya was already behind him, striking his side before darting away. TCH. For the next minute, the battle raged on with no clear winner. The training grounds were in ruins, the ground cracked and torn from the sheer force of their clashes. Cursed energy crackled in the air, each strike ringing out like rolling thunder. Naoya's afterimages flickered in rapid succession, a blur of decoys that forced Naobito to stay sharp, his senses pushed to their limit. 27 seconds left. Is this my limit? Naoya thought, his breathing heavy as he dodged another of Naobito's strikes. His body screamed in protest, exhaustion creeping in. But he couldn't stop. Not yet. 24 seconds left. If this were a real fight, I'd be dead in 20 seconds. He had pushed himself to the edge, yet it still wasn't enough. Naobito was still standing. Still smirking. Still mocking him. 19 seconds left. I refuse to die. The thought burned in his mind, fueling him. He couldn't afford to lose. Not here. Not now. His resolve sharpened, pushing him into a deep state of focus. The world around him faded, only Naobito remained. Every movement, every breath, every pulse of cursed energy became crystal clear. 17 seconds left. And then it happened. As Naoya managed to land a punch on Naobito's left hand, his cursed energy sparked black. Unleashing a black flash was no small feat. It required an almost impossible level of concentration and precision. Not even Satoru Gojo, the strongest sorcerer of the modern era, could pull it off at will. It wasn't something that happened randomly, it was the result of immense skill, focus, and combat potential. A black flash occurred when cursed energy was applied within 0.000001 seconds of a physical hit. When a sorcerer achieved this, their cursed energy would flash black, and the destructive power of their strike would be equal to a normal hit raised to the power of 2.5. It was a rare and devastating technique, one that only a handful of sorcerers had ever accomplished. Black flash. Naoya shouted as he felt the surge of power coursing through him. The impact was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Naobito, sensing the danger, quickly gathered all of his cursed energy to defend himself. His eyes widened as he realized the magnitude of the attack. He raised his arms, channeling his cursed energy into a defensive barrier, but it wasn't enough. The black flash tore through his defenses like paper, the destructive power of the strike amplified to an unimaginable degree. The force of the strike sent Naobito flying backward, his body slamming into the ground with a deafening crash. Dust and debris filled the air, and for a moment, everything was still. According to Aoi To-Do, the difference between those who had used Black Flash and those who had not was like the difference between heaven and earth. It wasn't just about raw power, it was about understanding the essence of cursed energy on a deeper level. For those who had experienced it, manipulating cursed energy became as simple and natural as breathing. It was a state of heightened awareness, a feeling of omnipotence, as if the world itself revolved around them. This state allowed the user to operate at 120% of their maximum potential, pushing them far beyond their usual limits. Is this my cursed energy? Naoya muttered, feeling the flow of his energy like never before. It was smooth, effortless, and intoxicating. He chuckled softly, a grin spreading across his face. I might get addicted to this. Naobito, meanwhile, quickly pushed himself to his feet, clutching his left arm, which was heavily bleeding from the impact of the black flash. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Naoya. Black flash, huh, he muttered under his breath. Will this brat ever stop surprising me? Before Naobito could fully recover, Naoya blurred into motion, appearing at his side in an instant. Naobito's eyes widened, too late. Naoya's foot slammed into his ribs, sending him flying backward. The sheer speed of the attack caught him off guard. Naoya was faster now, far faster than he had been just moments ago. Naoya landed gracefully, his smirk widening as he watched Naobito skid across the ground. Hey, after I win, do you need a ride to the hospital? He called out, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I mean, I won't drive you, but I'll call someone. Naobito pushed himself to his feet, his expression darkening. I haven't lost yet. Chapter 9, Twins. Naobito appeared in front of Naoya in an instant, reaching for his hand, but Naoya dodged with a sharp pivot. Without hesitation, Naobito adjusted and delivered a swift, precise kick that sent Naoya flying backward, skidding across the cracked training ground. But just as Naobito prepared to press his advantage, a sudden, searing pain shot through his side. His breath hitched, and his legs buckled as he dropped to one knee, a rare moment of vulnerability. His hand instinctively clutched his torso, fingers trembling slightly. His eyes widened in realization. At the exact moment their blows had connected, Naoya had slipped in a devastating punch to his liver. It wasn't just luck. It was precise. Intentional. And it hurt like hell. Naoya had never been able to pull off something like this against him before, but now, he was different. This was only possible because he had entered a state beyond his limits, a state known as the zone. 3 seconds left. Naobito let out a low chuckle despite the sharp pain radiating from his side. "You sneaky little," he muttered, his voice laced with both irritation and amusement. Before he could rise, Naoya appeared in front of him in an instant, faster than before, completely locked in, his focus razor-sharp. With all his might, he drove his fist straight into Naobito's face. Boom. A shockwave burst from the impact, and for a split second, sparks of black energy crackled through the air, distorting space itself. Naoya grinned, his breath heavy but his eyes gleaming with triumph. "What's wrong?" "Can't move," he taunted, watching as Naobito staggered from the sheer force of the blow. "Guess you're not the fastest anymore." His fist was still tingling with cursed energy as he shouted the words, relishing the moment. Kaisen. The sheer force of the blow was overwhelming, and Naobito's head snapped back as he was sent flying. Naoya grinned, his breath heavy but his eyes gleaming with triumph. He stood tall, his fist still tingling with the remnants of cursed energy as he watched Naobito's body crash to the ground, unconscious. 0 seconds left. Naoya's vow of temporal perfection had ended, but he didn't lose, and the fight didn't go over 120 seconds. Because of that, the binding vow didn't take all his cursed energy, it only took half, leaving him tired but not completely drained. Still, his body hurt, his muscles were sore, and his mind felt slow from exhaustion. He took a deep breath, his smirk slowly fading as the excitement of the fight wore off. Looking around at the destroyed training grounds, he could see how intense the battle had been. Without saying anything, he turned and walked to his room to rest. 1 week had passed since Naoya's fight with Naobito. Winning against the clan head had been a stroke of luck, but as Naoya often reminded himself, luck is also considered a power. The victory had solidified his reputation within the Zenin clan, and whispers of his strength and potential were spreading like wildfire. But Naoya wasn't one to rest on his laurels. He knew that luck alone wouldn't carry him to the top. Today, however, the mood in the Zenin estate was somber. News had spread that one of the high-ranking elders, Oji Zenin, the younger brother of Naobito and Naoya uncle, had welcomed twins into the world. While the birth of children was usually a cause for celebration, in the Zenin clan, twins were seen as a curse rather than a blessing. The clan believed that twins disrupted the flow of cursed energy, often resulting in one or both siblings being born with weak or no cursed energy at all. In a clan obsessed with power, tradition, and the strength of cursed techniques, twins were treated as defects. They were often cast aside, excluded, or outright abandoned, seen as lesser compared to their relatives with greater abilities. It was a harsh reality, but one that had been ingrained in the Zenin clan for generations. Naoya, however, saw things differently. He knew something the rest of the clan didn't, that in the future, these twins would play a pivotal role in the downfall of the Zenin clan. As Naoya walked toward Oji Zenin's house, he didn't bother knocking or announcing himself. He planned to walk right in without a second thought. But before he could step inside, 2 servants quickly moved to block his way. "Master Naoya, please stop," one of them said, his voice shaking a little. "Master Oji has ordered that no one is allowed to enter." The other servant forced a nervous smile and nodded. "Thank you for understanding, Master Naoya." Naoya stopped, narrowing his eyes at them. For a moment, he just stared, his expression unreadable. Then, a small smirk appeared on his face. "Oh." He chuckled, his tone light but with a hint of danger. "Is that so?" The servants exchanged worried looks. They knew Naoya wasn't someone they wanted to upset, but they also couldn't ignore Oji's orders. Before they could say anything else, Naoya moved. With a quick kick, he sent the first servant crashing to the ground. The second barely had time to react before Naoya shoved him aside with a flick of his hand. The 2 groaned in pain, but Naoya didn't even glance at them. "I don't remember asking for your opinion," he said coldly as he stepped inside. He didn't care about Oji's orders or what the servants had to say. If he wanted to enter, he would. That was how the Zenin clan worked, strength ruled everything, and Naoya wasn't about to follow anyone else's rules. But as he walked further into the house, he stopped at an unexpected sight. Oji Zenin stood in the hallway, his expression dark. His hand was already gripping the hilt of his katana. In an instant, he moved, the sharp blade pressing against Naoya's throat. The cold steel glinted in the dim light, a clear warning. Naoya, however, didn't even blink. His sharp eyes met Oji's, and his smirk only grew. He tilted his head slightly, almost as if he was enjoying the moment. "Hey there, uncle," Naoya said, his tone casual despite the blade at his neck. "You look upset. Did I walk in at a bad time?" Oji's eyes narrowed, and his grip on the katana tightened. The blade pressed slightly against Naoya's throat, a silent but clear warning. "You have no right to barge into my home, brat," he growled, his voice low and threatening. "What do you want?" Naoya's smirk didn't fade. If anything, it grew sharper. "Twins are a bad omen, Oji. Everyone knows that," he said, his tone smooth and mocking. "But hey, at least now your legacy will be twice as pathetic." Oji's face darkened with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he tried to keep his composure. Naoya's words were like daggers, stabbing at his pride and insecurities. His grip on the katana tightened until his knuckles turned white, but he didn't strike, not yet. "Damn, Oji," Naoya continued, his voice light but dripping with venom. "First, you failed to surpass Naobito, and now you can't even produce a decent heir. If I were you, I'd start thinking about killing myself." Oji's patience snapped. His face twisted with rage, and without warning, he swung his katana at Naoya. But before the blade could connect, Naoya's cursed energy flared. In an instant, Oji was frozen in place, trapped within an animated frame. His body stiffened mid-strike, his expression locked in shock and fury. Naoya didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, his smirk widening as he delivered a powerful kick to the frozen frame. Crack! The sound echoed through the room as the frame shattered, sending Oji flying backward. The force of the blow launched him through the doorway and out of the house, his body crashing into the ground outside. Dust and debris filled the air, and for a moment, everything was still. Naoya stepped over the wreckage, his expression calm but his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He barely spared Oji a glance as he walked past, his tone casual yet dripping with mockery. "Tell you what," Naoya said, his smirk never fading. "If one of them survives long enough, maybe I'll let them work under me. As a servant, of course." Chapter 10, More Improvements. As he got closer to the room where the newborns were kept, he could hear the soft sound of crying. The door was slightly open, and Naoya pushed it without hesitation. Inside, the room was dimly lit, and the air smelled of incense. A nursemaid stood next to the crib, her eyes widening in shock when she saw Naoya. "Master Naoya," she stammered, quickly bowing. "I wasn't told you would be coming." Naoya ignored her, his attention on the crib. He stepped forward, his sharp eyes narrowing as he looked down at the two babies. They were small, weak, and nothing special at first glance. "So these are the famous twins," Naoya said in a low voice, sounding like he was deep in thought. He reached out, his fingers hovering over one of the babies. The nursemaid tensed, gripping the edge of the crib, but she didn't dare to stop him. Naoya's eyes shone with a cold look as he stared at the newborns. His face was hard to read, his mind racing with ideas. "Should I kill them now?" he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. His fingers twitched slightly, like he was really thinking about it. But then, one of the babies, Mai, moved. Her tiny hand reached out, her fingers brushing against Naoya's. It was innocent, just a reflex, but it made him pause. He looked at her for a moment, his cold gaze softening just a little before turning sharp again. "Not only are they twins," Naoya said, his voice full of disappointment, "but they're also girls." "How pathetic." He pulled his hand back, smirking, though it didn't have the same sharpness as before. "Worthless," he muttered, his tone full of disgust. "The Zenin clan is really falling apart if this is what we're producing now." The nursemaid stayed quiet, her head bowed low. She didn't say a word, but her hands shook slightly as she held onto the crib. Naoya glanced at her, his sharp eyes narrowing. "Keep them alive," he ordered, his voice cold and firm. "For now, at least. I have a feeling they'll be interesting." 4 years passed quickly. Naoya Zenin, now 15 years old, stood tall at 180 centimeters, 6 feet, his presence like that of an untamed beast. Years of physical training had sharpened his body and mind as he walked through the Zenin estate. Dressed in the clan's traditional clothing, he looked strong, his eyes filled with confidence and arrogance. Over the past years, Naoya had never stopped training, and his progress was nothing short of impressive. His control over cursed energy had improved a lot. Landing a black flash in his fight with Naobito had been a key moment, helping him understand cursed energy better and control it more precisely. That experience pushed his skills to a whole new level, making his techniques sharper and more effective. Naoya had also developed a new application of his projection sorcery, a technique he called frame fracture. The concept was simple: the world moves in 24 frames, so break its rhythm, and the world breaks with it. With frame fracture, Naoya applied the 24-frame rule of projection sorcery to the environment itself, treating objects, buildings, terrain, even air currents, as actors forced to follow rigid movement paths. For example, if a boulder was rolling down a hill, its motion would be segmented into 24 discrete frames. If it deviated from its path, say, by hitting a tree, it would violate the rule and shatter explosively. The technique's collapse trigger was just by touching a point, a building, the ground, or any non-living object. Naoya could apply the 24-frame rule to it. If anything interacted with that point in a way that broke the rule, a frame fracture would occur instantly. Whether it was a person stepping on the affected ground or an object crashing into it, any violation of the rule would result in a sudden explosion or implosion. However, using this ability required a huge amount of cursed energy. He had taken inspiration from Sukuna's technique, adjusting the concept to work only on non-living objects, much like how dismantle functions within Sukuna's domain expansion. The third and final improvement he made was extending the frozen time for animate frames to 10 seconds. This meant that when he used projection sorcery on a living target, instead of freezing them for just a moment, he could hold them still for up to 10 full seconds. However, there was a serious drawback. While they were frozen, Naoya couldn't deal any direct damage to them. But that limitation didn't apply to others. If someone else attacked the frozen target, the damage would land as usual. Naoya had designed this extension mainly for conversation, so he could talk or show off with whoever was caught in the frame without them being able to move. However, the cost was extreme. Using this version of the technique consumed 20 times the cursed energy of a normal activation. "I'm going to join Jiu-Jitsu High next month," Naoya said firmly. He wasn't asking for permission, just stating a fact. His eyes locked onto Naobito's, filled with confidence and indifference. Naobito's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but he quickly covered it with his usual lazy smirk. He took a slow sip of sake, watching Naoya closely. "Jujutsu High, huh?" he said, his tone relaxed but carrying an edge. "Is it because Gojo Satoru will be joining next month too?" Naoya didn't react. He had expected that question. "Going there is a waste of time," Naobito continued, a hint of mockery in his voice. "You already know everything you need to know. And let's be honest, you can't beat Gojo Satoru. I hate to admit it, but the Gojo clan will be on top this generation. If you were born with the 10 Shadows technique, at least then you'd have a chance to compete, but now, just forget about it." Naobito's words were sharp, but they carried a bitter truth. Gojo Satoru was the first person in 400 years to inherit both the Six Eyes and the Limitless Curse technique, making him the most powerful Jujutsu sorcerer alive, even at just 15 years old. His existence alone overshadowed the Zenin clan's elite sorcerers, proving that they would never reach his level, not now nor in the future. For 300 years, the Zenin clan had been the strongest among the three great families. The Gojo and Kamo clans had their moments, sometimes one surpassing the other, but in the last generation, they were equal in power. However, with Gojo's birth, everything had changed. "I didn't come here to hear you yapping," Naoya said coldly, turning on his heel and walking away without waiting for a response. He had no interest in Naobito's lectures or doubts. He already knew everything the old man was saying. He was well aware of Gojo Satoru's overwhelming power and the near-impossible challenge he represented. Naoya had thought about it countless times. With his knowledge of the future, he could easily disrupt Gojo's growth. He could kill the star plasma vessel now, preventing Gojo's awakening during his battle with Toji. Or, when the time came, he could offer Toji more money to abandon his mission, ensuring Gojo never reached his full potential. There were countless ways Naoya could sabotage Gojo's rise, giving himself the time and opportunity to grow stronger and eventually surpass him. But he wouldn't. Not because he couldn't do it, but because Gojo was too important for the future. Naoya hated to admit it, but he wasn't sure if he would be strong enough to handle the dangers that were coming. As much as he disliked Gojo, his strength would be needed for the battles ahead. Chapter 11, Cursed Warehouse. Naoya strolled through the Zenin estate, his hands tucked into his sleeves and a bored expression on his face. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the courtyard where two tiny figures were playing, one struggling with a bakken and the other idly fiddling with a small toy. It was Maki and Mai, the so-called cursed twins of the Zenin clan. Naoya smirked. How pitiful. With a slow, deliberate pace, he approached them, his shadow looming over the two girls as he came to a stop. Mai sat on the ground, her small hands clutching a toy, while Maki stood nearby, gripping a wooden training sword. Despite her small size, Maki's posture already carried a spark of defiance, her tiny hands clenched tightly around the bakken. "Training, huh?" Naoya's voice was laced with amusement as his gaze settled on Maki. "Well, trying to, at least." Maki and Mai quickly recognized Naoya, their mean cousin, the one who always seemed to take pleasure in mocking them. Maki shot him a glare, her tiny hands tightening around the wooden sword. "Go away," she muttered. Mai barely spared him a glance, still playing with her toy. "Yeah, go away." Naoya let out a low chuckle, crouching down so he was eye level with them. Oh ho. Attitude. He tilted his head at Maki, his smirk widening. Didn't anyone tell you? No matter how much effort you put in, you'll never get strong enough. Maki's glare darkened, but she didn't say anything. Naoya, clearly enjoying himself, turned to Mai and tapped her forehead lightly. Didn't know they let crybabies into the Zenin clan. I'm not a crybaby. Mai swatted his hand away, her cheeks puffing out in annoyance. Naoya smirked. I bet you'll start crying if I just flick your forehead. Mai gasped, covering her head immediately. I won't cry, she protested, her cheeks puffing out even more. Bet you will, Naoya said, lifting a hand with his index finger poised. Mai flinched, making him chuckle. Maki stepped forward, her tiny face set in a fierce glare. Leave her alone, Naoya. Fight me instead. Naoya snorted. Fight you. He ruffled her hair roughly, making her stumble back. You're not worth the effort. Maybe in 10 years, when you can actually lift a real sword without tipping over. Maki batted his hand away, her face red with anger. TCH. I will get stronger. And then I'll kick your butt. Mai, still half hiding behind her sister, whispered, yeah, but shrank back when Naoya glanced at her. Naoya chuckled, then turned to Maki, his grin widening. Miss Future Sorcerer, what's the point of all this? He lazily pointed at her Bakken. Even if you train, you'll never get cursed energy. You know that, right? Maki's grip on her sword tightened. I don't need cursed energy. I'll get stronger anyway. Naoya blinked, then burst into laughter. Stronger? You. He wiped an imaginary tear from his eye. That's like a fish saying it'll climb a tree. How cute. Maki's face burned with anger. Shut up, Naoya. I'll show you. I'll. Before she could finish, she lunged at him, swinging her Bakken with all the strength her tiny arms could muster. Slow. Naoya effortlessly sidestepped, placing a single finger on her forehead and pushing her back lightly. She stumbled, barely keeping her footing. See. He shrugged. Too weak. Maki's nostrils flared. She gripped her sword tighter and tried again, swinging wildly. Naoya dodged with ease, yawning exaggeratedly. Mai, standing a few feet away, watched nervously. Maki, stop, you're just gonna. Before she could finish, Maki tripped on her own feet, falling flat on her face. A long silence followed. Naoya blinked down at her, then smirked. Puffed. Maki shot up, her face red with embarrassment. Don't laugh. Mai, unable to hold it in, let out a small giggle behind her hands. Naoya snorted. Man, you're really bad at this. Maki clenched her fists but said nothing. Naoya crouched down, resting his chin on his palm. Tell you what, Maki. If you ever manage to land a single hit on me, I'll admit you're strong. Maki's eyes lit up. You better remember that. Naoya chuckled, standing up. Yeah. Just don't take too long, all right? I might get old before that happens. As he walked away, he heard Maki huff in frustration while Mai sighed in relief. Naoya's smirk widened. Hey, those two are kinda fun to mess with. The next day, Naoya walked toward the Cursed Warehouse, a heavily guarded underground storage facility owned by the Zenin clan. This was where they kept their most dangerous and valuable cursed tools, locked away behind strong seals and protections. The entrance was secured with thick chains and stitch-like bindings, each one filled with cursed energy to stop anyone from entering without permission. Only those with the right key, or the strength to break through, could get inside. Naoya stopped in front of the entrance, his eyes scanning the area. The air was heavy with cursed energy, and the dim lighting made eerie shadows dance on the walls. Reaching into his sleeve, he pulled out the key, a small but detailed object that seemed to hum with power. He inserted it into the lock and turned it slowly. The chains and bindings began to unravel, making a series of metallic clicks and hissing sounds. Naoya wandered around the warehouse, scanning the countless weapons stored inside. There were cursed tools ranging from grade 4 to even special grade, but nothing seemed to catch his interest. The only reason he had come here was to see the true wealth of the Zenin clan, and he wasn't disappointed. Rows of powerful weapons, each holding deadly potential, stood as proof of the clan's status. Apparently, Toji had taken 3 special grade weapons, but Naoya didn't care. He had no interest in those tools, though one could make an argument for the inverted spear of heaven. It was a truly desirable weapon, capable of nullifying curse techniques, making it one of the most dangerous tools ever created. Just as he was about to leave, a small dagger caught his eye. It wasn't a special grade weapon, just a semi-grade one, but it had an interesting ability. The blade carried a deadly poison that could slow down an opponent, weakening them over time. It could be useful, I guess, Naoya muttered, picking it up and examining its sharp edge. Chapter 12, Jiu-Jitsu High. 1 month had passed swiftly, and now Naoya found himself walking through the grounds of Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High, one of only 2 jiu-jitsu educational institutions in Japan dedicated to fostering the next generation of jiu-jitsu sorcerers. The sister school of Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High, Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High was a sprawling campus nestled high in the mountains on the outskirts of Tokyo. Its traditional Japanese architectural style gave it the appearance of a Buddhist temple, a disguise that helped keep its true purpose hidden from the outside world. The campus was surrounded by dense forests, the towering trees further obscuring its location and adding to the sense of seclusion. As Naoya walked through the grounds, he passed by several statues of deities, shrines, and torii gates, all of which contributed to the school's serene yet mystical atmosphere. The entire property was protected by a powerful barrier maintained by Master Tingen, who resided beneath the school in the Tombs of the Star. This barrier ensured that only those with the proper authorization could enter, making the school a safe haven for sorcerers. The campus itself was expansive, featuring a variety of facilities designed to support both students and alumni. There were training grounds for honing curse techniques, courtyards for meditation and reflection, dormitories for students, and classrooms for theoretical study. The school also served as a headquarters for all alumni who had graduated and become full-fledged jiu-jitsu sorcerers. These experienced sorcerers played a crucial role in mentoring the next generation, whether as teachers or by accompanying students on missions. Even those who weren't strong enough to be considered full-fledged sorcerers had a place at Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High. Weaker sorcerers, known as windows, or those in supportive roles like assistant managers, contributed to the community in their own ways. The school was more than just a training ground, it was a hub for the jiu-jitsu community, providing mediation, general support, education, and shelter to all who needed it. Naoya entered the principal's hall, his eyes scanning the room before landing on Masamichi Yaga, the principal of Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High. Yaga was seated at the ground, his large frame hunched over as he sewed what appeared to be a doll, an ugly one, to be specific. The room was cluttered with various cursed tools and half-finished creations, a testament to Yaga's skill as a cursed corpse manipulator. Naoya didn't bother with formalities. He walked in with his usual air of arrogance, his hands tucked into his sleeves and a bored expression on his face. Yaga glanced up from his work, his eyes narrowing slightly as he took in Naoya's demeanor. "Naoya Zenin, is it?" Yaga said, his voice calm but carrying an underlying edge. He set the doll aside and leaned back in his chair, his gaze never leaving Naoya. No bow, no greeting. Having no respect, huh? Naoya smirked, unfazed by Yaga's tone. "Respect is earned, not given," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "But I'm sure you already know that." Yaga's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of irritation in his eyes. "What's the purpose for you to join Jiu-Jitsu High?" he asked, his tone direct and to the point. Naoya yawned, as if the question bored him. "To waste some time," he answered casually. Yaga raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. He wanted to hear a more thoughtful answer, something along the lines of wanting to protect the weak or uphold the balance between curses and humans, the kind of answer he had pushed Itadori to give. But Naoya wasn't Itadori. He wasn't here to play by Yaga's rules or meet his expectations. Naoya knew that Yaga wanted a specific answer, some kind of noble purpose to justify his enrollment. But he didn't care. The Zenin clan's influence had secured his place at Jiu-Jitsu High, regardless of the principal's opinion. Naoya wasn't here to prove himself to Yaga or anyone else. He was here because it suited his goals, and that was all that mattered. Yaga studied Naoya for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, with a sigh, he leaned forward and picked up the doll again. "Fine," he said, his tone resigned. "But don't think for a second that your name will protect you here. At Jiu-Jitsu High, you'll be judged by your actions, not your lineage." Naoya's smirk widened. "I wouldn't have it any other way." With that, he turned and walked out of the room, leaving Yaga to his work. The principal watched him go, a faint frown on his face. Naoya Zenin was trouble, that much was clear. But whether he would be an asset or a liability remained to be seen. As Naoya explored the school, his sharp eyes taking in every detail, he unexpectedly came across a figure lounging on a bench, playing with her phone without a care in the world. Her casual demeanor and lack of concern for her surroundings immediately caught his attention. Naoya quickly recognized her from the show, Shoko Yeri, the school's future medic and one of the few people who would eventually master reverse cursed technique. But for now, she was just a 15-year-old student, like him. Naoya smirked, his love-hate relationship with women kicking in almost instinctively. It seemed that his disdain for women was genetic, a trait he had inherited from the original Naoya Zenin. But that didn't stop him from approaching her, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Hey there," Naoya said, his voice smooth but laced with mockery. "Are you lost?" Shoko looked up from her phone, her expression calm but slightly annoyed. She said, raising an eyebrow. "Why are you not inside the kitchen?" Naoya continued, his smirk widening as he leaned slightly closer. "Isn't that where you belong?" Shoko glanced up from her phone, her eyes narrowing slightly as Naoya's sarcasm hung in the air. "Lost?" The only thing lost here is your sense of humor, she replied, her tone flat but cutting, before returning to her phone like Naoya was no more interesting than a fly buzzing around. Naoya's smirk didn't falter. If anything, Shoko's dismissal only fueled his desire to get under her skin. He crossed his arms and tilted his head. "Oh, come on," he said, his tone dripping with mock sincerity. "Don't tell me you're one of those modern women who thinks she's too good for the kitchen. What's next? Are you going to tell me you're training to be a sorcerer too?" Shoko didn't look up from her phone, but her lips twitched slightly, as if she were holding back a retort. "You look like a guy who gets mad when women breathe too loudly. But don't worry," he continued, his smirk widening. "I'm sure you'll find your place eventually. Maybe as a janitor. Or a receptionist. You've got the personality for it." Before Shoko could respond, a new voice cut through the air like a blade. "Hey there, don't you see that you're bothering her?" Naoya turned his head slightly, his eyes narrowing as he took in the newcomer. Standing tall with messy black hair that fell just past his shoulders, Suguru Geto approached with a calm but firm demeanor. His presence was steady, almost unshakable, and it immediately grated on Naoya's nerves. Naoya said, his tone casual but dripping with mockery. "And who are you?" Geto raised an eyebrow. "Suguru Geto," he said, his voice steady and measured. "And you are?" "Naoya Zenin," Naoya replied, his smirk returning. "But you can call me the guy who doesn't care about your opinion." Geto's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. He crossed his arms, his gaze never leaving Naoya's. "Well, Naoya Zenin. Do you want to take this somewhere else? Maybe have a little chat about life?" He gestured vaguely toward the courtyard, his meaning is clear. Naoya's smirk widened as he locked eyes with Geto. "You're a commoner," he said, his tone dripping with disdain. "You might have a decent technique that lets you step into this school, and that's made you think you're something special. But where did you get the confidence to challenge me? The next heir of the Zenin clan?" Geto's calm demeanor didn't waver, but his eyes narrowed slightly. "Confidence comes from knowing my own strength." Naoya's smirk turned into a grin as he rolled his shoulders, cracking his neck slightly. "Let me humble you real quick," he said, his tone casual but laced with menace. He took a step forward, his cursed energy flaring subtly, like a predator ready to pounce. But before the tension could escalate further, another voice cut in, smooth and lazy but carrying an undeniable weight. "I heard that the Zenin clan are people who pick on the weak all the time. Guess it wasn't a lie." With his white hair, piercing blue eyes, and a pair of sunglasses perched casually on his nose, Gojo Satoru stood there like he owned the place. His presence was magnetic, instantly shifting the atmosphere. He leaned against a nearby wall, his hands tucked into his pockets. "Who's dumb enough to pick on the strong?" Naoya responded, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Geto's expression soured immediately. Veins popped on his forehead as anger overtook him. "Why do both of you think I'm weak?" his cursed energy flaring up as he activated his technique. Chapter 13, War. Shoko, who had been quietly observing the whole exchange, decided she'd had enough. She stood up from the bench, slipping her phone into her pocket. "All right, I'm out," she said, her tone flat. She didn't wait for a response. With a casual wave, she turned and walked away, leaving the three boys to their impending disaster. As soon as Shoko disappeared from sight, the tension between them escalated. The air grew heavy with cursed energy as Geto's spirits solidified, their eerie forms slithering into existence. A low, guttural growl rumbled from one of them, its glowing eyes locked onto Naoya. Naoya's smirk only widened, his cursed energy flared around him. Gojo removed his sunglasses with a smirk, twirling them between his fingers. Just as the first curse lunged at Naoya, a thunderous voice shattered the moment. "What the hell are you doing, all of you?" Yaga's furious shout echoed across the courtyard like an explosion. The sheer authority in his voice sent a chill down their spines. Instantly, Geto's cursed spirits flickered out of existence, his cursed energy vanishing as if it had never been there. Naoya dropped his stance, hands casually slipping into his pockets, though his smirk remained. Gojo, without missing a beat, smoothly put his sunglasses back on as if nothing had happened. Then, as if following an unspoken rule, all three of them, almost in perfect sync, started stretching, acting as if nothing had happened. Yaga narrowed his eyes, scanning the trio with a deadpan expression. He exhaled heavily, rubbing his temples as realization sank in. "If I find even a single thing broken around here," he said, his voice dangerously calm, "you're all getting expelled. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Geto and Gojo answered in unison, their voices alarmingly obedient. Naoya, on the other hand, simply let out a long, drawn-out yawn, stretching his arms over his head. "Yeah, sure. Whatever you say, old man." Yaga's brow twitched. Naoya. Naoya lazily glanced at him. "What? I said yes, didn't I?" Gojo barely held back a laugh, while Geto sighed, already sensing that their punishment was inevitable. Yaga's eye twitched at Naoya's blatant disrespect, but he decided to let it slide, barely. He wasn't in the mood to deal with the brat's attitude. Instead, he pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling slowly. Just stay out of trouble, he muttered, already regretting letting them off so easily. As soon as Yaga turned around and walked off, Gojo grinned, nudging Geto with his elbow. Hey, wanna go play some basketball together? Geto blinked, caught off guard by the random suggestion. Basketball. Yeah, Gojo said casually, spinning his sunglasses between his fingers. It's a great way to blow off steam. Plus, I'm feeling generous today, so I'll even let you have the first shot. Geto studied him for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had barely known Gojo for more than a few minutes, yet there was something about the way he spoke, so relaxed, so confident. But behind that cocky grin, Geto could tell that Gojo wasn't just talking for fun. He was observing him, analyzing. Then it clicked. Gojo had figured out his technique. So, the six eyes really are the real deal. Sure, why not? Geto finally said, shrugging. Gojo's smirk widened. Great. But just so you know, I never lose. Geto let out a small chuckle, shaking his head. We'll see about that. Before they could take another step, a voice cut in. Can I join you too? Gojo and Geto both stopped, turning to look at Naoya, who was leaning against a nearby tree with his arms crossed. Geto raised an eyebrow, arms still crossed. You sure are shameless. Naoya smirked, completely unfazed. What? You scared I'll embarrass you? Gojo tilted his head, his grin never fading. I might be too strong for you, you know. Naoya scoffed, rolling his shoulders. TCH. If we're being honest, I'd wipe the floor with both of you. Geto sighed, already regretting agreeing to this. You're both insufferable. Gojo laughed, slinging an arm around Geto's shoulders. Come on, Geto. It'll be fun. Besides, it's not every day you get a chance to play with the great Gojo Satoru. Naoya rolled his eyes, his smirk never wavering. Great. More like overrated. Gojo's grin widened, his blue eyes glinting behind his sunglasses. Oh, come on, Zenin. Don't be jealous just because I'm the strongest. You already know that you'd lose, right? Naoya's smirk sharpened, his confidence unshaken. Nah, I'd win. Geto pinched the bridge of his nose, muttering under his breath. Why did I agree to this again? The air between them crackled with tension, the kind that made bystanders instinctively take a step back. Geto sighed again, rubbing his temples. This is gonna be a long game. With that, the three of them made their way to the court. This wasn't just basketball anymore, this was war. Chapter 14, Losing. This week has been full of exams, and only today did I finally have some free time. I wasn't sure how to write the basketball match, so please excuse the mess. As they stepped onto the court, Gojo immediately grabbed a basketball, spinning it on his finger. First to 21 wins. Losers pay for dinner for the whole month, he said with a cocky grin. Naoya smirked, cracking his knuckles. Fair enough. Geto sighed, rolling his shoulders. The game started fast, with all three pushing themselves. Gojo's six eyes gave him an unfair advantage, allowing him to react instantly. Naoya, however, was just as skilled in his own way. He relied on his natural speed, dodging and weaving past their defenses, his movements making him a tough opponent. Geto didn't have their natural advantages, but he made up for it with strength and smart plays. He used his body to block, found good openings, and threw the ball at just the right moments. Not bad, Gojo laughed as he sank a perfect three-pointer. But you guys better step up unless you want to pay for my food all month. Naoya smirked, not letting Gojo's words get to him. Instead, he focused on the game. Without cursed energy, it was a battle of pure skill and physical ability. And in that aspect, Naoya had the edge. Gojo had his six eyes, something he couldn't turn off, giving him an awareness no normal person could match. But Naoya. He was the strongest physically among the three. His speed and agility were on another level. The moment Gojo dribbled forward, Naoya moved. In an instant, he stole the ball cleanly, catching Gojo off guard. He didn't waste a second, dashing past both of them with incredible speed. Geto turned, trying to block him, but Naoya was already in the air. With a powerful leap, he dunked the ball effortlessly, the hoop shaking from the impact. Landing smoothly, he glanced at Gojo and Geto with a cocky grin. Gojo blinked, then let out a low whistle. Damn, I did not think you will be this excited for something as easy as that. Geto crossed his arms, frowning. If we let him keep running wild, we're gonna lose. Gojo smirked and cracked his neck. Alright, guess I should take this a little more seriously. The game heated up. Naoya's speed were a problem, but Gojo and Geto weren't pushovers. Gojo started using his reflexes to predict Naoya's moves better, cutting off his paths before he could speed past them. Geto, on the other hand, used smart positioning, forcing Naoya into tougher shots. Still, Naoya wasn't backing down. He dodged, spun, and slipped past them with ease, scoring another point with a quick layup. "Are you guys even trying?" he taunted, smirking. Gojo tilted his head, grinning. "Trying? Nah. I'm just making it fun. If I went all out, you'd be crying by now." The moment Gojo got the ball, he didn't hesitate. With a lazy flick of his wrist, he launched it almost the full length of the court, and it swished through the hoop effortlessly. Before Naoya could even process what just happened, Gojo tossed the ball straight at his chest, forcing him to catch it on reflex. "Here, I'll be nice. Try again. Maybe this time you won't embarrass yourself." Naoya scoffed, dribbling once as his smirk widened. "Oh. Is that so?" He stepped forward. "Don't think I didn't notice, you're struggling to keep up with me. Must be tough, relying on those eyes instead of real skill." Without another word, he shot forward, dribbling past Gojo with a burst of speed, aiming straight for the hoop. Gojo, however, was ready this time. Just as Naoya went for the layup, Gojo moved faster than expected, blocking the shot with a smug grin. "Relying on my eyes?" Gojo said. "Please, I could beat you blindfolded." Naoya landed, scowling. "TCH." Geto chuckled, taking the ball from Gojo. "Alright, enough trash talk. Let's see if you can actually score now." The next play, Geto faked a pass to Gojo, then spun around Naoya and went for a dunk of his own. The ball slammed through the hoop, making Naoya click his tongue in annoyance. "See? I can score too," Geto said with a smirk. Naoya scoffed. "Lucky shot." The score kept climbing, none of them willing to lose. The court echoed with the sound of sneakers screeching, the ball bouncing, and occasional trash talk. The game wasn't just about winning anymore, it was about pride. The game had reached a deadlock, both Gojo and Naoya stuck at 20 points, with neither willing to give an inch. The tension was thick in the air, each of them determined to score that last, game-winning point. Even Geto had managed to reach 20 points because of that, just one away from taking the win himself. Gojo wiped the sweat from his forehead. All right, I'll show you how it's done." Geto, standing off to the side, watched the two of them intently. His arms were crossed, but his expression was calm. Geto muttered, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. "I'll just wait for you to mess up." The next few moments were a whirlwind of speed, skill, and raw athleticism. Gojo moved like a shadow, his steps light and quick, his body twisting and turning with an almost unnatural precision every time Naoya shifted or lunged. Gojo was already there, ready to counter, his focus unshakable. Naoya, however, wasn't backing down, dodging and weaving with his speed and strength, making it hard for Gojo to get through. Gojo tried to make a break for the basket, weaving through Naoya's defenses, but Naoya anticipated it and blocked him. They collided mid-air, both reaching for the ball, and for a moment, the game seemed like it could go either way. But then, just as they both reached for the ball again, Geto's eyes flickered with understanding. He wasn't as flashy or as quick as Gojo or Naoya, but he knew how to wait for his moment. As both of them were momentarily distracted, Geto took a quick step forward, grabbed the ball, and, with a swift movement, made his way toward the hoop. Before either Naoya or Gojo could react, Geto launched himself into the air and made a smooth, clean shot, the ball swishing through the net. 21, Geto said coolly, landing back on his feet, a quiet satisfaction on his face. Naoya and Gojo both stared at him, stunned for a moment. Gojo was the first to break the silence, letting out a laugh. "Well, damn, looks like we both got outplayed." Naoya's smirk faltered for the first time. He clenched his jaw, glancing at the scoreboard as if refusing to believe it. Losing to Gojo would have been annoying, but at least expected. Losing to Geto? That stung. TCH. Naoya scoffed, running a hand through his hair. Gojo draped an arm over Naoya's shoulder, grinning. "It seems that you have to pay." "I have." "Do you mean we have?" Naoya shot back, shrugging Gojo's arm off with an annoyed look. Geto chuckled, crossing his arms as he watched the two of them bicker. "A deal's a deal. You two lost, so you're covering dinner. No excuses." Gojo pouted dramatically, placing a hand over his heart as if he'd been wounded. "Geto, my friend, I thought we had a bond. And here you are, siding with Naoya against me." Geto raised an eyebrow, his expression deadpan. "I'm not siding with anyone. I'm just enforcing the rules." Naoya smirked, clearly enjoying Gojo's theatrics. Gojo sighed, throwing his hands up in mock defeat. Fine. But don't expect me to hold back next time. You won't get another lucky shot." "Lucky shot? I seem to recall beating both of you fair and square." Naoya rolled his eyes, his smirk sharpening. Yeah, sure, buddy. Keep telling yourself that. Gojo grinned, slinging an arm around Geto's shoulders again. Well, let's make it official. This is now the list of who's the winner of this match. Gojo and Geto first, Naoya Zenin last. Naoya clearly knew Gojo's personality from his past life, but he still couldn't fully comprehend just how shameless this guy was, forgetting, of course, that he was pretty shameless himself. Right. Now, about that dinner, Geto said with a grin. I'm starving. Naoya let out a frustrated but amused sigh and was preparing to leave. The three of them left the court, each of them with their own unique sense of pride, but with one thing clear, there was always next time. Chapter 15, Mission. 1 month had passed in what felt like the blink of an eye, and the dynamics between the four had shifted significantly. Gojo and Geto had quickly become inseparable, their personalities complementing each other in a way that made their friendship seem almost inevitable. Naoya, who had once kept his distance, now found himself reluctantly drawn into their orbit. Despite his initial resistance. One afternoon, as the sun streamed through the windows of the school, Naoya spotted Shoko sitting at her desk, flipping through a book with her usual laid-back expression. He smirked and casually approached her, leaning against the edge of her desk. Hey, Shoko, he said, his tone light but with a hint of mischief. What's a girl like you doing in a place like this? Shoko glanced up. Studying. You know, that thing people do to actually learn something. She closed her book and tilted her head, giving him a once-over. What's your excuse for being here, Naoya? Did Gojo and Geto finally annoy you enough to seek refuge? Naoya chuckled, crossing his arms. Oh please, as if those two could ever get under my skin. I just figured I'd grace you with my presence. You're welcome, by the way. Shoko raised an eyebrow, a small smile playing on her lips. How generous of you. Should I bow or something? If you want, Naoya replied, his smirk widening. But I'll settle for something else if you know what I mean. Before Shoko could retort, Gojo's voice echoed down the hallway. Naoya. There you are. We've been looking everywhere for you. Naoya groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Speak of the devil. Gojo appeared in the doorway, his grin as wide as ever, with Geto trailing behind him, looking mildly exasperated but amused. We're heading out for food. You in? Gojo asked, leaning dramatically against the doorframe. Depends, Naoya said, glancing at Shoko with a sly grin. Is Shoko? But before he could finish, a deep voice cut through the air. You four. There's a mission for you. All heads turned to see Yaga standing at the end of the hallway, his arms crossed and his expression as stern as ever. This is urgent. Get your things and meet me in the briefing room in 10 minutes. Geto sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Guess dinner's going to have to wait. Shoko closed her book with a soft thud, standing up and slinging her bag over her shoulder. Naoya rolled his eyes. Of course it is. Gojo pushed off the doorframe, tinged with excitement. All right, mission time. Let's make this quick so we can get back to the important stuff, like food. Gojo and Geto, you're paired for this mission. You'll be exorcising curses suspected to be at least one of them is a first grade, Yaga said, his tone firm and no nonsense. Gojo yawned, stretching his arms lazily. I hope they won't be so weak. Geto leaned against the wall, his arms crossed. I needed to stock some high-level curses anyway. This works out. Yaga ignored their comments, turning to Shoko and Naoya. As for you two, Shoko, you'll head to a village near Mount Fuji. Some sorcerers were injured during a mission, and they need healing. Naoya, you'll handle a curse that's been causing trouble in the area. Don't take it lightly. Shoko nodded, her expression calm. Understood. I'll head out right away. This is going to be annoying, Naoya muttered, shoving his hands into his pockets. The three of them already knew that Shoko could use the reverse curse technique, both on herself and on others. It was one of the many reasons she was invaluable to the team. Flashback. 1 week after their first meeting, the four of them were sitting in the classroom, trash-talking each other as usual. The atmosphere was light, though the tension between Naoya and the others was still palpable. Suddenly, Naoya stood up and walked over to Shoko. So, Shoko, Naoya began, leaning casually against her desk, what's the difference between you and monkeys that can't even use jujitsu? I don't like sitting with commoners for 3 years, let alone monkeys. He shot a meaningful glance at Geto as he spoke, clearly aiming to provoke. Naoya already knew that Shoko could use the reverse curse technique from his memories of the show, but he needed a reason to not make himself suspicious when he asked Shoko to teach him about RCT later. Gojo and Geto were also curious, as they didn't want to ask about her abilities directly. It was considered rude to pry into someone's curse technique, especially since some techniques had special conditions or restrictions. It was an unwritten rule among sorcerers, unless, of course, the person was famous enough that everyone already knew their abilities, like Gojo or Naoya. Shoko, who had been playing with her Nokia phone, looked up at Naoya, her expression calm but slightly amused. Did you ever hear about the reverse curse technique? Naoya raised an eyebrow, his smirk still in place. Are you implying that you can use it? Geto and Gojo, who had been lounging nearby, suddenly looked at each other, their expressions briefly stunned. They both knew how rare and valuable the reverse curse technique was, and the fact that Shoko could use it was no small thing. Shoko shrugged, setting her phone down. It's what separates me from the, what did you call them, monkeys? Apparently. I can heal myself and others. Can you? Naoya's smirk didn't waver, but there was a flicker of irritation in his eyes. At least I'm not a commoner and a woman. Gojo burst out laughing, slapping his knee. Oh Naoya, you're really bad at comebacks, you know that. Geto shook his head, though there was a small smile on his face. You walked right into that one, Naoya. Shoko leaned back in her chair, her tone dry. Commoner or not, at least I'm useful in more ways than just swinging my fists around. Naoya crossed his arms, his smirk sharpening. The real fight is won by those strong enough to end it before they even need healing. Shoko raised an eyebrow. And yet, you'll still be crawling to me when you get your ass kicked. Gojo whistled, grinning. Damn, Naoya, I think she's got you there. Geto chuckled. You sure you want to keep digging this hole? Naoya scoffed, rolling his shoulders. Ha. As if I'd ever need help from a woman. Shoko smirked. Famous last words. Chapter 16, Mount Fuji. The next day, all four of them left to head to their respective mission destinations. The morning air was crisp, and the sun was just beginning to rise, casting a golden glow over the school grounds. Naoya and Shoko got into the car, the chauffeur starting the engine and smoothly pulling away from the school grounds. The drive to Mount Fuji was quiet at first, the hum of the car's engine filling the space between them. Naoya sat next to Shoko, his arms crossed and his usual smirk plastered across his face. After a few minutes of silence, Naoya let out an exaggerated sigh, leaning back in his seat. Sitting next to a woman is unbearable. How do you even live like this? Honestly, why don't you just off yourself? The driver, focused on the road, nearly swerved at the sudden comment. His grip tightened on the steering wheel as he stole a nervous glance in the rearview mirror, but wisely chose to stay silent. Shoko, lazily scrolling through her Nokia phone, didn't even flinch. Her tone was as dry as ever. If it's that unbearable, feel free to walk the rest of the way. Some fresh air might actually improve your personality. Naoya smirked but didn't respond. Instead, he simply stared at her. Noticing the intensity of his gaze, Shoko finally looked up from her phone. Why are you staring at me like that? Pretty sure that's painful for you. There's something interesting in your eyes, Naoya said, his voice strangely amused. Oh. And what's that? He leaned in slightly, his smirk widening. My reflection. Shoko stared at him for a long moment, her expression completely blank. Then, she let out a slow, exasperated sigh, turning her gaze toward the window. You're really good at changing the subject, I'll give you that. I thought Gojo was narcissistic enough, but it seems he's got some competition. Naoya's smirk only widened, clearly enjoying her reaction. What can I say? My aura is unmatched. Shoko rolled her eyes, her tone dry. Unmatched in arrogance, maybe. Arrogance. Please. It's called confidence. There's a difference. Shoko glanced at him sideways. Confidence doesn't require constant validation, you might want to look that up. The driver, who had been doing his best to pretend he wasn't listening, let out a barely audible sigh of relief as the tension in the car eased slightly. The rest of the drive passed in relative silence, though the occasional sarcastic remark from Naoya kept the tension alive. By the time they arrived at the village near Mount Fuji, the sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky, casting a warm golden light over the quaint houses and narrow streets. As the car came to a stop, Shoko grabbed her bag and stepped out, Naoya followed, stretching his arms and glancing around with his usual air of superiority. All right, Shoko said, slinging her bag over her shoulder. Let's get this over with. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can head back. Naoya smirked, shoving his hands into his pockets. Finally, something we agree on. As they stood waiting, Shoko reached into her bag and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. She lit one with practiced ease, taking a slow drag before exhaling a thin stream of smoke into the cool evening air. Naoya watched her for a moment. Give me one too. Shoko glanced at him. Since when do you smoke? Since now. Hand it over. You know these things will kill you, right? Oh no, did you fall in love with me? Caring about my health, really? Shoko rolled her eyes. Don't flatter yourself. I just don't want to deal with your whining if you start coughing up a lung. Naoya smirked, holding out his hand. Relax, I'm not that fragile. Besides, it's already hard enough for me to use something that a woman touched. I'm making a huge sacrifice here. Shoko ignored him, taking another drag from her cigarette as the quiet of the evening wrapped around them. The faint glow of the burning tip flickered in the dark, the only light between them as the village fell into silence. Naoya eventually broke it, his tone light but laced with curiosity. Ever tried anything stronger like drugs? Shoko exhaled a slow stream of smoke, side-eyeing him. Can't say I have. Never really thought about it. But if the chance came up, maybe. I hear it's a trip. Naoya said, people throw their whole lives away over that stuff. Makes me wonder what's so damn good about it. Don't tell me the great Naoya Zenin has been sneaking off to smoke weed or something. What if I have? Would you judge me? Not my place to judge. But I'd definitely make fun of you for it. Shoko took one last drag from her cigarette, letting the smoke linger in her lungs before exhaling. She flicked the butt away and smirked. Well, I'm a sorcerer with reverse cursed technique, so I'd be fine. Can't say the same for you, though. Oh. Naoya raised an eyebrow. RCT can fix that. Haven't tested it, Shoko admitted, stretching her arms. But theoretically, it should work. They continued chatting, the faint glow of their cigarettes had long since faded, and the village was quiet except for the occasional murmur of the villagers. Just as Shoko was about to suggest they wrap things up, a man in a black suit approached them, his expression a mix of relief and nervousness. Are you from Jiu-Jitsu High? The man asked, his voice hesitant. Naoya, who had been leaning against a nearby wall with his arms crossed, turned his gaze toward the man. His smirk was gone, replaced by a cold look. No, we're not. We're clowns who came here to make fun of people. Obviously. The man blinked, clearly taken aback by Naoya's tone. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he stammered, I am sorry, I didn't mean to. Shoko stepped forward, her calm demeanor immediately putting the men at ease. Yes, we are. Don't mind him, please. She shot Naoya a quick glare before turning back to the men with a small, reassuring smile. What do you need? The man let out a relieved breath, his shoulders relaxing slightly. Thank you. We've been waiting for you. There's something strange happening in the forest nearby. A few second-grade sorcerers went to investigate, but they haven't returned. We're worried. Shoko's expression turned serious. I'm the healer. Take me to the injured first. Of course, this way. As the men led them forward, Naoya walked alongside Shoko, hands in his pockets. You're too nice, you know that. He's probably just overreacting. And you're too much of a jerk, Shoko shot back. Someone had to be the adult here. Chapter 17, Glacial Funeral. As Naoya watched Shoko heal the injured villagers with her reverse curse technique, his eyes narrowed in thought. He knew exactly the logic behind it. Sorcerers controlled negative cursed energy, and by multiplying that energy by itself, they could create positive energy. That was the foundation of the reverse curse technique. It was a simple concept in theory, but executing it was a completely different story. Once Shoko finished tending to the villagers, Naoya stepped forward. I'm going to investigate the area. Here, take this. He reached into his bag and pulled out a knife he had taken from the Zenin clan's storage, handing it to Shoko. She raised an eyebrow, taking the knife with a small smirk. You really are a thug, walking around with a knife in your bag. You never know when you'll need to stab something, or someone. Shoko twirled the knife between her fingers, amusement flickering in her eyes. Oh. Did you fall in love with me or something? Caring about my safety now? She threw his previous line back at him with a smirk. Don't misunderstand. I just need you alive for a couple of reasons. Shoko tilted her head, her tone playful. Oh. And what reasons would those be? Let's just say you're more useful to me alive than dead. Besides, if something happened to you, people will think that I'm weak or something. By people you mean Gojo and Geto, right? TCH, don't flatter yourself. I don't care what those two think. With that, he disappeared into the shadows of the forest. Shoko watched him go, her expression unreadable for a moment before she turned her attention back to the injured sorcerers. She knelt beside them, her hands glowing faintly with the soft light of her reverse curse technique as she worked to stabilize their conditions. Meanwhile, Naoya moved through the forest with insane speed, his eyes scanning the area and his senses heightened to detect any trace of cursed energy. The dense trees and underbrush were no obstacle for him as he darted through the shadows, his movements almost too fast to follow. Every now and then, he would pause, his head tilting slightly as he focused on the faint pulses of cursed energy in the air. There's something here. The forest grew darker the deeper Naoya went, the oppressive atmosphere thickening with every step. The faint sound of rustling leaves and distant whispers filled the air, but Naoya moved through the shadows with practiced ease. Finally, he spotted it, a cursed spirit, its form twisted and grotesque, radiating pure malice. Its eyes pulsed with a sickly glow as it prowled through the forest, unaware of the predator lurking just one step beside it. Semi-grade 1, huh? The cursed spirit froze. Its head snapped toward Naoya, eyes widening in shock. But before it could react, he moved. A blur. A devastating strike. The curse let out a guttural snarl, its form flickering as it staggered back, struggling to recover. Too slow. Naoya's smirk never wavered as he delivered the final, merciless blow. The cursed spirit let out a piercing shriek before its body crumbled into nothingness, cursed energy dissipating into the night. He stood in the clearing, brushing off his hands, his smirk still firmly in place. Pathetic. Without another glance, he turned and walked back toward the village. Back at the village, Shoko had just finished healing the last of the injured sorcerers when she felt a familiar presence approaching. She looked up to see Naoya emerging from the forest, his usual smirk plastered across his face. Took you long enough. I had to make sure the area was clear. Well, did you find anything? Just a weakling. Nothing worth worrying about, Naoya said, his smirk still in place as he brushed off his hands. But before Shoko could respond, Naoya's eyes narrowed, his smirk fading as he sensed something, a sudden drop in temperature, the air growing colder with every passing second. Shoko noticed the shift in his demeanor and followed his gaze. Her eyes widened slightly as she saw it, a towering, emaciated humanoid figure with frostbitten skin and icicles growing from its body. The curse radiated an aura of despair and malice, its presence alone enough to make the surrounding air feel like the depths of winter. Kosetsu, a registered special-grade curse born from the collective fear of harsh winters, freezing to death, and the despair of isolation. It stood there, its hollow eyes fixed on Naoya and Shoko, its voice a chilling whisper that cut through the air like a blade of ice. Are you the one who killed my dog? The curse asked, its tone eerily calm but laced with an undercurrent of rage. Naoya stepped forward, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Your dog? Oh, you mean that weakling? Yeah, that was me. What are you going to do about it? Naoya, don't provoke it. Kosetsu's hollow eyes narrowed, the temperature dropping even further as icicles began to form on the trees and ground around them. You will pay for that. Naoya cracked his knuckles, big talk for a walking snowman. Let's see if you can back it up. Shoko stepped forward, her expression serious. Naoya, this isn't the time for your ego. That's a special grade curse. We need to retreat and call for backup. Naoya's smirk didn't waver, his tone dripping with arrogance. Retreat. Please. You're underestimating me too much. Before Shoko could argue, Kosetsu raised its hand, and a wave of icy wind surged toward them. Naoya moved instantly, grabbing Shoko and pulling her out of the way just as the ground where they had been standing froze over, jagged icicles erupting from the earth. Shoko stumbled slightly as Naoya set her down. Does it grip? Naoya asked, his tone casual as if they were discussing the weather. Shoko blinked, completely thrown off. What? Naoya smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief. Oh, it must grip, he continued, his hands still lingering on her waist and under it for a moment longer than necessary. Shoko's eyes narrowed as she realized exactly what he was doing. What are you? But before she could finish, Naoya cut her off, his smirk widening as he shamelessly ignored her protest. Stay back, Shoko. I'll end this soon, Naoya declared as he turned to face Kosetsu. Shoko stared at him, her expression a mix of disbelief and anger. You're unbelievable, you know that. Naoya didn't respond, his focus already shifting to the battle at hand. In an instant, he activated his projection sorcery technique, his body moving in a series of rapid motions that made him appear almost as if he were teleporting. He reappeared on the side of the curse, his fist already enchanted with cursed energy as he launched a devastating punch. But Kosetsu was fast. The curse raised its hand, and a thick wall of ice erupted from the ground, blocking Naoya's attack. The impact sent shards of ice flying in all directions, but the curse remained unharmed. Naoya landed a few feet away, his smirk returning as he brushed a shard of ice off his shoulder. Oh. You were able to react to that. Before the curse could respond, Naoya activated his projection sorcery again, appearing behind Kosetsu in an instant. His palm pressed against the curse's back, and with a sharp, mechanical click, the curse's movements were locked into a single frame, frozen in place like an animated statue. Crack! Naoya's foot lashed out, shattering the frozen frame like glass and sending the curse flying through the air. But Naoya didn't stop there. He dashed forward, his speed unmatched, closing the distance before the curse even had a chance to hit the ground. Kosetsu, even midair, reacted instantly. Its hollow eyes glowed as a surge of freezing wind erupted from its form, turning everything in its path to ice. The air around Naoya crackled with frost, the cold creeping toward him, threatening to encase him completely. But Naoya didn't flinch. Instead, he smirked. Already saw that coming. Rather than pressing forward, he shifted his stance, pressing a hand to the ground. His voice dropped to a low murmur, frame fracture. The moment the freezing air made contact with the ground, the terrain itself shifted, its normal conditions altered by Naoya's technique. The frozen air collided with the fractured frame of the ground, and in an instant, an explosion erupted, sending shards of ice and debris flying in all directions. Kosetsu was caught in the blast, its form flickering as it struggled to maintain its shape. The curse let out a guttural roar, its icy armor cracking under the force of the explosion. Naoya stood amidst the chaos, his smirk sharpening as he watched the curse struggle. Not so tough now, are you? Without giving the curse a break or any chance to recover, Naoya darted forward again. He reappeared in front of Kosetsu, his palm slamming against its chest. With a sharp click, the curse was locked into another animated frame, frozen in place. Crack! Naoya's fist shattered the frame, sending the curse flying through the air until it collided with a massive tree. The impact was so forceful that the tree itself shook, its bark splintering under the pressure. Kosetsu let out a pained groan, purple blood spilling from its mouth as it slumped against the trunk. This human is very fast. The curse muttered, its voice strained. I need to use my maximum. Kosetsu raised its hand, attempting to form a hand sign to unleash its full power. But before it could even complete the motion, Naoya was already there. His palm pressed against the curse's chest once more, locking it into another frame. But this time, Naoya didn't stop there. In less than a second, he touched the tree behind the curse, his cursed energy surging as he whispered, frame fracture. The tree, now altered by Naoya's technique, became like a ticking time bomb. Naoya's smirk widened as he pulled back his fist and delivered a devastating punch to the frozen frame of the curse. Crack! The curse's frame shattered, sending it hurtling into the tree. The moment it made contact, the tree exploded in a burst of splintered wood and cursed energy, the force of the blast sending shockwaves through the forest. Kosetsu lay heavily damaged, its form flickering as it struggled to maintain its shape. Naoya stood amidst the wreckage, his gaze lifting to the sky. A rare exhilaration pulsed through him, the thrill of victory settling deep in his chest. Defeating a special-grade curse was no small feat, but more than that, it was a testament to how far he had come. The long road he had traveled all led to this moment. And he couldn't help but revel in it. But just as Naoya was about to turn away, the curse, with its final breaths, managed to form a complicated hand sign using its remaining 7 fingers. Domain expansion, Glacial Funeral. The air around them shifted instantly, the temperature plummeting to unbearable levels. The forest faded away, replaced by a vast, frozen wasteland. Jagged ice spikes jutted out from the ground, and a blizzard raged around them, the wind howling like a chorus of the damned. The cursed energy in the air was suffocating, and the sheer weight of the domain pressed down on Naoya like a physical force. Naoya's eyes narrowed as he took in the scene, his smirk faltering for just a moment. Doing the same mistake as Nobito, really, he muttered under his breath, his tone laced with irritation. Chapter 18, Above the Limit. Naoya's cursed energy flared as he activated his simple domain. A faint, round barrier appeared around him, cancelling the guaranteed hit effect of Kosetsu's domain expansion. The cold winds and freezing air still pushed against him, but the deadly attacks of the domain no longer worked. Domain expansion is a powerful barrier technique and the highest level of Jiu-Jitsu sorcery. It creates a space filled with the user's curse technique, making their attack stronger and impossible to dodge. Naoya knew how serious this was. His simple domain was only a temporary defense, not a real solution. While it stopped the sure hit effect, it also blocked him from using his own curse technique, Projection Sorcery. And against a full domain expansion, his simple domain wouldn't hold out for long. Kosetsu, its body slowly healing with cursed energy, stared at Naoya with cold, empty eyes. This will be your funeral, the curse said in a chilling voice that echoed through its frozen domain. Raising its hand, Kosetsu activated its deadly curse technique, Frostbite Funeral. The air around Naoya crackled with ice, the temperature dropping even lower as the domain prepared to strike. His simple domain flickered under the pressure, its barrier starting to weaken. Maximum technique, Coffin of the Ice Mountain. Kosetsu roared, its voice echoing through the frozen wasteland. Naoya could feel the deadly intent behind the attack. This wasn't just any technique. This was a killing move, one that could end him if he didn't act fast. At that moment, his binding vow of temporal perfection activated automatically. This last resort ability was designed to trigger only when Naoya was in real danger or when he chose to activate it. The reason it hadn't activated earlier was simple. Naoya had been confident in his own strength, even against a special grade curse. But now, with death right in front of him, the vow took effect. Kosetsu sneered as it loomed over the frozen wasteland. You're not so tough now, human, it taunted, watching Naoya disappear beneath the crushing mass of ice. The weight of the ice pressed down on him, freezing everything in its path. The cold was unbearable, creeping into his body, threatening to rob him of movement and strength. His breathing grew ragged as he forced himself to move. I won't let it end like this. With all his remaining strength, Naoya pushed himself free, barely escaping the frozen tomb. But the damage was already done. His left leg and back were completely frozen, numb, unresponsive. If he wasn't careful, they could shatter like brittle glass. He stood there, panting, his breath coming out in sharp, white clouds. Am I going to die? Naoya murmured, his face eerily calm as he stared at the curse. How many times had he tried to unlock his domain, you may ask? Naoya had studied every book on barrier techniques, gathered every scrap of knowledge he could find, even his understanding from watching and reading the original show was not enough. He had obsessed over it, trained relentlessly, yet no matter how hard he tried, he had never been able to open his own domain. But now, standing on the brink of death, something inside him clicked. A realization. A trigger. Death. A low chuckle escaped his lips. Then, suddenly, laughter. Ha 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 ha. The sound echoed through the frozen battlefield. His eyes burned with new determination, his smirk returning despite the pain. Death can have me, when it earns me. He brought his hands together in a decisive clap, forming a hand sign. I'll do it. His mind focused. His vision sharpened. Imagine a future version of yourself, one that has surpassed every limit. Domain. Expansion. A surge of cursed energy erupted from Naoya, shaking the frozen wasteland around him. The air warped and cracked like shattered glass, bending under the force of his will as reality itself twisted to his command. For the first time, his domain formed, unstable, flickering, but unmistakably present. Time Cell Moon Palace. Then, a sudden boom rang out as the unstable energy stabilized, expanding outward into a perfect sphere. The ice beneath Naoya's feet cracked and shattered, and the surrounding landscape was overwritten. Behind him, a massive mechanical projector eye formed, its pupil glowing like a camera lens, scanning and locking its vision on Kosetsu. A golden corridor stretched endlessly in every direction, its walls adorned with intricate paintings that captured frozen warriors in eternal combat. The floor gleamed like polished marble, reflecting the golden light that now flooded the battlefield. In the middle of it all stood the giant mechanical projector eye, its gaze unblinking, always watching. It lacks refinement, but that will do for now. Naoya laughed despite the lingering instability in his domain. He knew it could falter at any moment. Two domains clashed, the stark contrast between the two was undeniable. Half of the battlefield was a frozen wasteland, and the other half gleamed with golden light. It was an odd sight for sure. The moment either domain collapsed, the victor's sure hit effect would strike instantly. Kosetsu wasted no time, summoning massive ice spikes from the ground, each one sharp enough to pierce through steel. The frozen spears shot toward Naoya in rapid succession, aiming to impale him before he could stabilize his domain further. Naoya gritted his teeth, his body still numb from the earlier attack. His left leg and back were frozen solid, barely functional, and every movement sent sharp pain through his body. All he could do was survive. He pushed off the cracking marble floor, barely dodging the first wave of spikes. One grazed his arm, leaving behind a deep, frozen wound that refused to bleed. Kosetsu smirked, its hollow eyes gleaming with malice. You are stalling, the curse rasped. It won't matter. The moment your domain breaks, you die. Naoya clicked his tongue, dodging another set of ice spikes. He could feel the strain of the clash, the pressure weighing down on his mind. But if he could hold on just a little longer, if he could force Kosetsu's domain to collapse first. The golden walls of his domain flickered, and the giant projector eye above him whirred softly, its unblinking gaze fixed on Kosetsu. Though inactive, it was watching. Naoya's lips curled into a smirk despite the pain. Keep talking, snow bitch. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm onto the ground, activating frame fracture. The curse, still unaware of Naoya's technique, instinctively stepped forward, only for the ground beneath it to explode from the impact. Using the opening, Naoya leaped high into the air, closing the distance in an instant. Despite his weakened state, the power granted by his binding vow still made him incredibly strong. He drove his fist into Kosetsu's gut, the impact sending shockwaves through its frozen body. Kosetsu snarled, its hollow eyes burning with rage. It reached out, grabbing Naoya's arm in an attempt to freeze him solid. But in that split second, Naoya activated his technique. Kosetsu's body stuttered, suddenly reduced to an animated frame. Crack! A split second later, Kosetsu was violently kicked backward, crashing into the frozen ground. The curse coughed up blood, its body trembling from the impact. Naoya, breathing heavily, locked eyes with it. A tense silence hung between them before they both charged forward. Fists flew, cursed energy clashed, and the battlefield shook under their relentless exchange. Every time Kosetsu attempted a ranged attack or used its curse technique, Naoya instantly countered by activating Projection Sorcery. Neither of them held back. This was a fight to the death. Naoya had no idea how he was still maintaining his domain. It was a miracle. His body was battered, injuries covering him from head to toe, blood dripping down his torn clothes. Yet, his domain still held. Maybe it was because he hadn't taken a direct, life-threatening hit yet. Or maybe, sheer willpower was keeping it together. Naoya spun and kicked Kosetsu hard in the face. The force sent a deep crack through his frozen leg, then, it shattered. His lower limb broke apart like fragile ice, ripped from his body. Pain shot through him, but before he could react, a golden light burst across the battlefield. His domain's sure-hit effect had activated. As Naoya collapsed to one knee, the mechanical eye in his domain whirred to life. Thin strips of film, like frames from an old movie, suddenly wrapped around Kosetsu's neck. 24 FPS rule engaged. Move, and die. The technique worked at a cellular level. Microscopic ice crystals formed inside Kosetsu's body, freezing its very cells and creating thousands of tiny cuts across its frozen form. Kosetsu's eyes widened as countless slashes appeared all over its body, slicing through flesh and bone alike. Its very existence was being torn apart, as if reality itself was rejecting it. It snarled, trying to resist. That was a mistake. A jagged wound ripped across its arm. Another split open its chest. The cursed spirit trembled, its body breaking apart piece by piece. Every forced movement only brought more destruction. Naoya watched, grinning. With a single step forward, he shoved the curse. That tiny push was all it took. The moment it moved, its body was torn apart. Blood sprayed into the air as Kosetsu's form collapsed, shredded into pieces. Time Cell Moon Palace had claimed its first victim. Chapter 19, Domain Amplification. TCH. About time. Naoya spat blood as his domain finally collapsed. His vision blurred, his body barely holding together. He turned his head slightly. Shoko stood not far away, her face frozen in shock. "How, are you alive?" she asked, genuine confusion in her voice. Naoya coughed, tasting iron. "Why the hell were you so close to the domain? Do you have zero survival instincts?" Shoko blinked, still processing what had just happened. "Shut up and heal me," Naoya muttered, his voice weaker now, his balance slipping. He felt his body giving out. Darkness crept into the edges of his vision. His knees buckled. Shoko rushed forward, reaching out to catch him. But even at death's door, Naoya refused. With the last of his strength, he twisted away, dodging Shoko's arms and letting himself hit the ground, risking further injury. $**$, Naoya, you're ridiculous. Naoya smirked faintly, even as his body collapsed. Not even on the brink of death would he fall into a woman's arms. Shoko let out a sigh, shaking her head. "You're really making me consider leaving you to die. Then do it." "Bitch," Naoya muttered weakly, before losing consciousness completely. Shoko sighed, then without hesitation, delivered a strong slam to his stomach. Naoya's eyes snapped open as he violently coughed up blood. "You. Just making sure you're still alive," Shoko said, rolling her eyes. Naoya's eyes snapped open as sunlight streamed through the windows of his dorm room at Jiu-Jitsu High. His body ached, but the worst of his injuries had clearly been treated. He sat up with a grunt, wincing as his muscles protested. The last thing he remembered was collapsing on the battlefield after defeating Kosetsu. That damn woman must have dragged him back here. The door creaked open. "Oh good, you're finally awake," Shoko said, leaning against the doorframe. "You've been out for 3 days." 3 days. Naoya scoffed, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "That's nothing. I could have woken up sooner if I wanted to." "Right. Because choosing to be unconscious is definitely how biology works." She tossed him a bottle of water. "Drink. Your body's still recovering." Naoya caught it effortlessly, twisting off the cap with one hand. "Where's Gojo and Geto?" "On a mission." Naoya, having finished the bottle of water, leaned back slightly, his gaze fixed on Shoko. "Do you have any questions? You keep staring at me." Before Shoko could respond, the door creaked open. It was none other than Principal Yaga, stepping in with a purposeful look. "We have a couple of questions for you." Naoya sighed, tossing the empty bottle aside. His irritation grew as people kept barging into his room like it was some kind of marketplace. TCH. No privacy, huh? He muttered before turning his attention to Yaga. "Fine, what do you want to know?" Yaga folded his arms, his expression serious. "How did you win? Or more precisely, how did you survive?" "You make it sound complicated," Naoya scoffed, stretching his arms behind his head. "I won because I'm stronger. Simple as that." Yaga's expression remained stern. Kosetsu was a fully realized special grade with a domain expansion. The difference between a curse with a domain and one without is like night and day. Yeah, Naoya interrupted, waving a hand dismissively. "I know. Doesn't change the fact that I crushed it. Shoko let out an audible sigh from the doorway, while Yaga remained stone-faced. That's not an answer, Naoya. We need proper details for the mission report. Naoya rolled his eyes. Fine. The snowman's domain was strong, I'll give it that. He paused, tapping the empty water bottle against his knee. I used simple domain first to buy time. When that wasn't cutting it. A cocky grin spread across his face. I just opened my own domain. Simple as that. Yaga's eyebrows nearly disappeared into his hairline. Your own domain? You've achieved domain expansion. His voice carried clear disbelief. Even Shoko looked shocked, though she'd privately suspected something like that. Still, the idea was ridiculous. Domain expansion is the peak of Jiu-Jitsu sorcery, most people die before even achieving it. Naoya just smirked, enjoying their reactions. What? Surprised? Thought I couldn't do it. He leaned back against his pillows, the picture of arrogance. Guess you underestimated me. Well, we'll continue discussing this later, Yaga sighed, turning to leave the room. His heavy footsteps echoed down the hallway as he disappeared around the corner. Shoko remained for a moment longer, studying Naoya with an unreadable expression. You really pulled it off, huh? She muttered, almost as if confirming it for herself. Naoya's smirk widened. Of course I did. Shoko shook her head slightly, that same thoughtful look still in her eyes as she turned to follow Yaga. Both of them shared the same unspoken thought as they walked away from Naoya. Naoya Zenin, with his newly awakened domain expansion, might actually be stronger than Gojo Satoru at this very moment. 1 week had passed in the blink of an eye. The morning sun streamed through the windows as Naoya stretched his fully recovered body, his eyes gleaming with determination. Now that he had mastered domain expansion, there was another powerful technique he sought to conquer: domain amplification. Domain amplification, an advanced anti-domain technique that enveloped the user in a thin layer of a domain without imbuing it with a cursed technique. This unique property allowed it to neutralize any opposing technique or domain expansion upon contact by pouring the enemy's power into that empty space. In Naoya's eyes, it was downright overpowered. Not only would it give him a way to bypass troublesome techniques like Gojo's Infinity without relying solely on his domain expansion, but it would also weaken any attacks that made contact with him. The defensive and offensive applications were immense. Just look at how Sukuna had tanked Gojo's red and blue attacks like they were almost nothing, while those same techniques would obliterate nearly anyone else in the Jujutsu world. Naoya smirked as he cracked his knuckles. This was the next step in his path to supremacy. With both domain expansion and domain amplification in his arsenal, even the so-called strongest would have to acknowledge his power. The training ground awaited. It was time to push his limits even further. Meanwhile, as Geto and Gojo strolled through the streets, Geto turned to his friend. Hey, Satoru. Did you hear the news about Naoya? Gojo stopped mid-step before chuckling. And what about it? He's mastered domain expansion. Is that so? Gojo's smile widened. Heh. Well, I suppose it was only a matter of time before I learn it too. Same for me. Geto added, a confident glint in his eyes. A moment of silence passed before Geto spoke again, a hint of curiosity in his tone. If you and Naoya fought now, who would win? Gojo tilted his head, pretending to think. Let me see. He started walking again. If Naoya used all his arsenal and domain expansion, it might be a little draining. But would you lose? Gojo tilted his head slightly, as if considering it, then flashed a grin. Nah. I'd win. Chapter 20, Test. 2 months passed quickly. During this time, Naoya had relentlessly refined his domain expansion, pushing its stability and power to new heights. More impressively, he had successfully mastered domain amplification. The strength of domain amplification scaled with the user's domain expansion. The more refined and powerful the domain, the more potent the amplification became. This was evident in the stark difference between how Sukuna used it against Gojo compared to how the disaster curses had employed it. Naoya smirked as he tested the technique, feeling the thin layer of his unimbued domain wrap around his body like a second skin. During this time, Naoya's mastery over domain expansion and the defeat of a special grade curse was spread like a wildfire in the Jujutsu society. After 2 months of intense training, Naoya finally stepped outside, walking through the familiar grounds of Jiu-Jitsu High. The cool morning air felt different, like the world had shifted just a bit. As he was walking, Geto noticed him. He paused mid-step, his usual calm expression flickering with mild surprise before settling into an amused smile. Long time no see, Naoya. You look different. Geto greeted with a calm smile as they crossed paths in the courtyard. Gojo, leaning against a nearby tree with his usual lazy grin, tilted his head. What happened? Go into hiding. Or were you out picking on people weaker than you again? Naoya didn't even react. He just stopped a few feet in front of them. You two wanna throw hands? His voice was flat, but the challenge in his words was unmistakable. A beat of silence. Then, Geto and Gojo exchanged a glance. The corners of their mouths twitched in unison. Gojo pushed off the tree with a sigh. TCH. You're gonna regret that. Geto chuckled, rolling up his sleeves. Well, this should be interesting. Naoya smirked. Yeah. For me. Geto chuckled, so, who's first? Naoya smirked. Rock, paper, scissors to decide. The three strongest sorcerers of their generation stood in a loose circle, hands raised. Rock, paper, scissors. Gojo threw scissors. Geto threw paper. Naoya threw rock. Naoya's smirk widened as he turned to Geto. Guess you're up first. Gojo leaned back against a tree, crossing his arms. Try not to embarrass yourself, Suguru. Geto shook his head with a grin. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself when it's your turn. The air between them crackled with anticipation. The test of strength was about to begin. Knowing full well that any of the three of them could easily level the school if they got serious, they agreed to relocate. A nearby forest, far from civilians, was chosen as the battleground. Gojo quickly erected a sturdy veil, blocking cursed energy from leaking out and concealing their presence from outsiders. Leaves rustled in the quiet woods. The stage was set. Naoya stepped forward, eyes locked on Geto. Geto rolled his shoulders and smiled. Finally. For a few tense seconds, they stood motionless, two predators sizing each other up. Then. Boom. The ground shattered beneath them as they launched forward at the same instant. No curse techniques, no tricks, just raw, brutal martial arts. Naoya's fist cut through the air, aiming straight for Geto's jaw. Geto twisted, barely avoiding the blow as he countered with a sharp elbow toward Naoya's ribs. Naoya blocked with his forearm, the impact sending a shockwave through the trees around them. They broke apart for half a second, then collided again. Fists and limbs blurred as they exchanged blows, each strike faster and harder than the last. Naoya feinted left before snapping a vicious roundhouse kick toward Geto's side. Geto caught his ankle and yanked, but Naoya twisted midair, breaking free and landing in a crouch before lunging back in. Gojo watched from his perch, chin resting on his hand. Huh. Not bad. Geto ducked under Naoya's next punch and drove his knee upward. Naoya barely managed to shift his weight, taking the hit on his hip instead of his stomach. He retaliated instantly, slamming his palm into Geto's chest hard enough to send him skidding back. Dirt and leaves kicked up around them as they circled again, breathing steady despite the intensity. We're equal in hand-to-hand. That sucks, Naoya thought. Are you ready, commoner? Naoya shouted, his voice dripping with arrogance. Geto responded by spreading his arms wide, shadows stretching unnaturally around him. Come at me, Zenin, he challenged, as dozens of grotesque cursed spirits began emerging from the darkness behind him, their twisted forms writhing and chittering as they materialized. One of the curses lunged forward, its grotesque maw opening wide before vomiting a torrent of swamp-like water directly at Naoya. The putrid liquid surged toward him with alarming speed, threatening to engulf him completely. Naoya's eyes flashed. Projection Sorcery. His curse technique activated instantly. The incoming swamp water froze midair, fracturing into dozens of small, animated white frames, just as Naobito had once done against Dagon's attacks. The disgusting liquid hung suspended like broken shards of glass before clattering harmlessly to the ground. Naoya didn't pause. With movement so fast it left afterimages, he launched at Geto like a bullet. The air itself seemed to scream in protest as Naoya crossed the distance between them in less than a blink. His right fist cocked back, cursed energy swirling around it in visible waves. Geto's eyes widened slightly. Even for him, the speed was borderline incomprehensible. His cursed spirits reacted instinctively, throwing up multiple layered defenses between them. A massive, armored curse materialized directly in Naoya's path, its spiked carapace gleaming. Naoya's smirk never wavered. Projection Sorcery. His fist connected with the cursed spirit's armor. For a single, frozen instant, the world seemed to stop. Then. Crack. The cursed spirit's frozen form shattered into glittering fragments as Naoya blasted through, his fist rocketing toward Geto's face with unstoppable momentum. Geto knew Naoya was fast, speed was almost the entire foundation of his technique, but seeing it firsthand was something else entirely. Even prepared, he barely managed to cross his arms in time. Boom. The impact sent shockwaves tearing through the forest, uprooting trees and sending debris flying. Geto's boots carved deep trenches in the earth as he skidded back, his arms throbbing from the force. Naoya landed lightly, already coiled for another strike. What's wrong, he taunted, can't keep up. Geto exhaled sharply, brushing dirt from his sleeves with deliberate calm. I underestimated you, Naoya. My bad. His lips curled into a dangerous smile as the air around him grew heavy with cursed energy. Should I take this seriously now? The ground trembled as two monstrous figures materialized beside him. First came Rainbow Dragon, its massive serpentine body coiling through the air with unnatural grace. The special grade curse's pearlescent white scales shimmered with prismatic light, its bulging yellow eyes locking onto Naoya with primal hunger. The dragon's mere presence warped the surrounding space, distorting colors like oil on water. Then came Kukusei-kana, her pale form flickering between the trees. The slit-mouthed woman's stitched mouth twitched beneath her blood-stained surgical mask, rusted scissors clicking open and shut in her trembling hands. Her tattered school uniform fluttered as she began whispering her haunting question, the words slithering through the air, "Am I beautiful?" Before Naoya could react, the world around him twisted. Suddenly, he was trapped inside Kukusei-kana's domain, a nightmarish, blood-stained classroom frozen in time. Cracked windows leaked a sickly red light, and desks were overturned like a crime scene paused mid-chaos. The binding vow of her cursed technique locked his limbs in place, paralyzing him. He couldn't move, not until he answered her question. Her voice echoed through the classroom, sweet and sadistic. "Am I pretty?" Naoya smirked, completely unfazed. "You're ugly." Her eyes widened in rage. "Liar." In an instant, spectral scissors as tall as doors materialized around him, their rusted blades gleaming with malice. They snapped toward him with terrifying speed. Naoya reacted quickly. A pulse of cursed energy erupted from within, domain amplification surged across his body like a second skin. The thin barrier of his unimbued domain blunted the impact of the cursed technique, weakening its lethality. Still, the scissors tore into his flesh, slicing deep into his arms and legs. Blood dripped down his limbs, but nothing was severed. Teeth clenched, eyes burning with defiance, Naoya growled. "Annoying bitch." In the blink of an eye, Naoya appeared beside Kukusei-kana, his hand outstretched, ready to deliver a devastating blow. He was going to end this in one strike. But just as his palm moved to crush her, Geto's voice rang out sharply. "I won't let you." A massive rainbow dragon surged from the shadows, roaring with power. It shot toward Naoya with blinding speed, its jaws snapping open, ready to tear him apart. The dragon's fangs sank into Naoya, but it was nothing more than an afterimage. In an instant, Naoya appeared above the dragon, his eyes cold and deadly. His palm lightly brushed the creature, and in the blink of an eye, the rainbow dragon froze. The dragon's movements halted as it became an animate frame, locked in place, unable to move for 10 seconds. The curse's power was now helpless, unable to retaliate. Naoya, deciding to end the fight quickly, vanished in a blur of motion, reappearing behind Geto with his insane speed. But before he could strike, a massive curse, resembling a grotesque worm, lunged toward him, blocking his path. "Oh, you saw that? Congrats, that's the last thing you'll ever see." With a brief chuckle, Naoya's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he powered up, the air around him crackling with the surge of his cursed energy. "I guess I need to go even faster." The ground beneath his feet shattered as he launched forward, his speed now surpassing his previous limits. His fist, wreathed in swirling cursed energy, shot straight for Geto's face. Only for Geto to suddenly dispel his curses and raise his hands in surrender. Naoya's fist stopped just inches from Geto's face, the shockwave of the halted punch kicking up dust around them. His eyes burned with confusion. "It's my loss," Geto said calmly, a faint smirk on his lips. "I don't want to sacrifice my curses for this battle." Naoya's expression darkened. "TCH, running away." Geto shrugged. "Call it strategic retreat. We both know how this would end." He glanced at the blood dripping from Naoya's cuts, then at the fading remnants of his own curses. "No point wasting resources when we've already seen what we needed to." Naoya lowered his fist, clicking his tongue in irritation. "Weak." Geto chuckled, turning away. "Say what you want. But you and I both know you wanted to fight him more anyway." He jerked his chin toward Gojo, who was still lounging on the boulder, grinning like an entertained spectator. Naoya's smirk returned, sharper now. Geto waved lazily as he walked off. "Good luck." The moment he passed through the veil's boundary, Naoya turned his full attention to Gojo, his cursed energy flaring anew. "Your turn, Six Eyes." Gojo's grin widened as he finally stood up, cracking his neck. "Took you long enough." Chapter 21, Fighting Gojo. Facing Gojo Satoru, the man destined to become the strongest, Naoya let out a quiet sigh through his nose. He understood the truth, in the grand scheme of things, he might never reach the same unimaginable heights as Gojo. The Six Eyes user's potential was limitless, his growth curve absurd. But right now, things were different. Naoya's eyes burned with absolute conviction as he stared down his rival. In this moment, he could win. He would win. And when he did, he'd carve his name into the very fabric of Jujutsu history, as one of the few to defeat Gojo Satoru. Gojo's ever-present grin sharpened into something more feral. That look in your eyes. You really think you can do it, huh? Forget about it, Naoya. I'm the strongest, Gojo said, his voice calm, but laced with complete and unwavering confidence. Naoya smirked, his tone razor-sharp. Well, unfortunately for you. I'm stronger than you at this point. Gojo tilted his head, his grin never faltering. Having a domain doesn't mean you're stronger. Naoya smirked, the corner of his mouth twitching with restrained excitement. It actually does, he said coolly. Although I won't be using it in this fight. Gojo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh. Holding back already. Naoya's eyes narrowed. He couldn't risk it. If Gojo saw his domain now, it might accelerate his growth. He could figure it out faster, learn something that was never meant to be learned this early. It could fracture the fragile threads of fate, creating butterfly effects Naoya couldn't predict or control. That wasn't a risk he was willing to take. Not yet. So Naoya let his smirk widen, draping caution in familiar arrogance. Where's the fun if I end this too quickly? Gojo's grin turned razor-sharp. Someone's feeling nostalgic for hospital food. In one fluid motion, Naoya raised his hand, fingers curling like a spider's legs. Shall we begin? The air chilled as Gojo slowly removed his sunglasses, folding them into his pocket. I'm ready when you are. A heartbeat of silence. Then, the world exploded into motion. Boom. The moment their fists connected, the world shattered. A shockwave of gold and blue erupted outward, flattening trees like dominoes and sending a storm of splintered wood into the sky. Before the debris could even begin to fall, Naoya was already moving, twisting midair, his heel lashing toward Gojo's ribs with killing intent. Screech. The sound of cursed energy grinding against infinity's barrier split the air. TCH. Still a damn cheat. But Naoya didn't let the frustration slow him. The second his feet touched the ground, domain amplification surged over his skin like liquid shadow, he launched a sharp jab toward Gojo's chest. Infinity flickered, it was weakening, neutralizing. But not fast enough. Gojo's hand flicked. Blue. Space itself collapsed, and Naoya's body became a projectile pulled very fast toward the forest. Crash, crack, boom. Tree trunks exploded as he tore through them, his body carving a brutal trench through the forest. Dirt, bark, and shattered wood erupted in his wake, the force of his impact sending tremors through the earth. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of crushing momentum, he wrenched himself to a stop, knees digging furrows into the dirt, one arm braced against the remains of a shattered oak. Gojo appeared near him, hands casually in his pockets, the usual cocky smirk dancing on his lips. Was that a little rough for you? Hey, that tickled. Naoya raised his eyes slowly, wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth. 2 minutes, he said, voice calm, almost indifferent. Gojo arched a brow. What? Naoya stood up straight, cracking his neck as cursed energy began to ripple around him. That's how long this fight is going to last. Gojo's smirk faltered ever so slightly. You're setting a timer on me now. That's pretty bold. Gojo's six eyes suddenly caught a sudden shift in Naoya's body. Out of nowhere Naoya's cursed energy reserves were rising rapidly, doubling, tripling in an instant. This binding vow didn't just amplify his cursed energy. It boosted his physical stats, output, and even his instincts. And after his previous battle with that cursed spirit, Naoya had realized something even more interesting, the vow also enhanced the power of his domain expansion clashing power. That was what allowed him to stand his ground with the domain clash back then, although it was his first time opening it. So that's it, Gojo realized, his grin never fading. A binding vow that buffs him temporarily. Interesting. But before he could process it further, Naoya vanished. The air cracked where he once stood, the sound of displacement sharper than thunder. He reappeared behind Gojo in an instant, speed now utterly ridiculous, a blur even the six eyes could barely track. Naoya reappeared behind Gojo, cursed energy flaring violently around his limbs. With precision honed to a deadly edge, his fist shot forward, aimed straight for Gojo's blind spot. But Gojo tilted his head just slightly, a grin still dancing on his lips. Clash. Their limbs collided again, Naoya's punch met Gojo's forearm, and for the first time, Gojo slid back from the force. Fast, Gojo muttered, eyes narrowing. Way faster than before. Naoya didn't let up. He pressed forward with a barrage of high-speed attacks, punches, kicks, elbow strikes, each one sharper, faster, and more precise than the last. Domain amplification coated his blows, allowing some to graze the edge of Gojo's infinity, inching ever closer. Gojo blocked and evaded, his six eyes processing the overwhelming data in real time, but even he was starting to feel the pressure. If this keeps up, he'll land a hit. A flicker of excitement sparked in Gojo's gaze. I only have 2 minutes, Naoya thought, fists blurring. And I'll use every damn second of it to put you down. Chapter 22, A Draw. Gojo's foot slid back through the dirt, leaving a shallow trail as he barely deflected Naoya's latest strike. Naoya's speed was no longer just fast, it was overwhelming. This version of Gojo at this time can't use any form of teleportation at all, although he still can track Naoya with his 6 eyes, but can't react as fast or make a counterattack. Then it happened. A clean hit. Crack. Naoya's fist connected with Gojo's ribs, just barely past infinity, the domain amplification finally piercing through. Gojo's eyes widened a fraction. Naoya's smirk widened a lot more. Got you. Gojo's body was sent skidding sideways, crashing through a boulder. Dust exploded outward as Naoya dashed after him like a missile, pressing his advantage. Gojo coughed as he rose from the rubble, wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. For the first time in his life, Gojo Satoru had been struck, truly struck, by someone who wasn't supposed to be able to touch him. Not by surprise, not by a trap. Head on. A clean, brutal hit that left a throb in his ribs and a metallic taste in his mouth. His 6 eyes whirred, analyzing every thread of cursed energy Naoya was burning through. TCH. He's still accelerating. Gojo thought, clenching his jaw. Naoya didn't give him the luxury of standing still. He was already there. Boom. Another blow. Gojo raised his arm just in time to block, but the sheer force of Naoya's punch launched him off the ground again, tearing through air like a ragdoll flung by a storm. If this continues, Gojo realized midair, his thoughts sharpening under pressure, I might actually lose. Naoya was relentless. Before Gojo could land, he was already there, above him, silhouette framed against the fractured sky. Both palms slammed downward. Crack. Gojo hit the earth like a meteor. The ground cratered under him, earth and rock erupting outward in a brutal shockwave. Trees bent backward from the blast, birds scattered in frantic flocks, and for a moment, everything fell silent. He's so damn fast, Gojo growled, rising from the rubble. Dust clung to his uniform. Blood was at the corner of his mouth. He adjusted his stance, teeth clenched. His fingers twitched. Maximum output, blue. Gojo roared, snapping his hand forward. A deafening hum shook the entire forest as cursed energy twisted reality itself. Space collapsed inward in a violent implosion, the very air screaming as it was torn from its place in the world. The gravitational pull was so intense it began ripping the already shattered landscape apart, trees uprooted and shredded, massive chunks of earth crumbling and getting sucked toward the singularity. Gojo's hands moved with precision, controlling the core of the technique like a conductor guiding a violent symphony. He wasn't aiming blindly, he was sculpting the destruction, clearing out the terrain, uprooting any potential cover Naoya could use. And if he could land a hit, even better. Let's see you dodge this. Gojo muttered. Blue's pull intensified, and for a moment, everything was being consumed. Then, a flicker. Naoya blurred through the collapsing space, weaving between the last few trees, vaulting off broken branches and slabs of earth, charging straight toward the heart of the implosion. He's charging in again. Gojo's eyes narrowed, instincts flaring. No. He's aiming for the blind spot in the technique. Naoya launched himself into the air, twisting mid-flight. A thin veil of cursed energy shimmered around him like a cloak, domain amplification, humming with raw power. For a split second, it cancelled the crushing pull of blue, letting him slip through the chaotic gravity like a knife through silk. Wham! Naoya's hand clamped down on Gojo's wrist, locking it in place before the sorcerer could redirect the attack. Gotcha. Then the barrage began. Fists blurred, each blow reinforced with brutal precision. Naoya didn't just strike, he overwhelmed. Punches hammered into Gojo's ribs, shoulders, torso, every movement calculated to suppress infinity, break his balance, and erase his defense. Gojo gritted his teeth, caught in the storm of hits, but he wasn't idle. His free hand curled back, cursed energy swirling like a cyclone. You want to counter? Here. Crack. His fist rocketed forward, a blue-enhanced strike, and slammed into Naoya's gut. Naoya's eyes widened, spit flying from his mouth as the force exploded through his core. Boom. The hit launched him backward, crashing through what remained of a boulder, flipping and tumbling through the air like a broken doll. But he twisted mid-flight, muscles tightening, and slammed into the ground on his feet, barely upright. Blood ran down the side of his mouth, his breathing ragged, yet that grin, crooked and defiant, never left. That hurts like hell, Naoya thought, wiping his mouth. 30 seconds left, huh? Both stood in the clearing, bruised, bloodied, barely holding themselves together. And yet, both smiled. Cracks of tension split the air as cursed energy surged again. Fuck it, domain expansion. Naoya roared, the frozen air shattering like glass around him, his will boiling over. He didn't care anymore. He wanted the win. No, he needed it. Reverse technique, red. Gojo, without hesitation, tried to use a technique that he couldn't possibly use at his current skill, just so he wouldn't lose. And just as both of them unleashed. A third presence exploded into the clearing, slamming between them like a thunderclap. That's enough. Suguru Geto landed with force, his voice cutting through the madness like a blade. His hair whipped in the cursed wind, and his aura was furious. At this point you guys are trying to kill each other, he barked, looking between the two like they were rabid animals. Naoya's domain halted mid-formation, unstable cursed energy fizzling around him. Gojo's hand, still trembling with the half-formed red, dropped slowly to his side, his chest heaving. Silence fell, thick and heavy. No excuses. No jokes. Just the undeniable truth is clear. For the first time in his life, Gojo Satoru had lost. Chapter 23, Goodwill Event. Vow of Temporal Perfection. A binding vow that seemed reckless at first glance, but was far from it. As long as he didn't lose, he could activate it again and again. A temporary boost that pushed his body and cursed energy to extremes for exactly 2 minutes. The catch. Once the fight ended in his favor, the vow would forcibly drain half of his original cursed energy reserves as a price, ensuring it couldn't be spammed without consequence. Ha 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 ha. Naoya's laughter ripped through the clearing, raw and unhinged. Blood streaked his chin as he pointed a shaking finger at Gojo. You lost, Satoru. His voice cracked with adrenaline. Say it. Say you lost. Gojo didn't respond, his white hair fell over his eyes like a curtain. So this is what it feels like, to lose. He stood there, fists clenched at his sides, the dust still drifting around him in the aftermath. All his life, he'd stood alone at the top. Born special. Called a prodigy before he even understood the word. The world shifted the moment he entered it, he wasn't just strong, he was the balance. But now. For the first time, he had lost. And if this were a real fight, he'd be dead. And Naoya. Naoya's laughter grew louder, wild, unrestrained, borderline hysterical. Geto glanced between them, Gojo, silent and trembling in place, and Naoya, grinning like a man possessed, drunk off victory. TCH. Geto clicked his tongue, looking away in disgust. You happy now? Naoya wiped a smear of blood from his mouth, the rush of battle still surging in his veins. More than ever. Gojo finally lifted his head. His eyes, half-veiled beneath pale bangs, met Naoya's directly. No rage. No excuses. Only calm, bitter acceptance. You won. A beat of silence followed. But both Geto and Naoya noticed it. Something subtle. Something off about Gojo. His cursed energy was still present, but it felt heavier. Quieter. Colder. Naoya's smirk widened. But for once, he didn't say a word. He didn't need to. Gojo admitting defeat said everything. This fight's over, Geto muttered. His tone was sharp, almost like a scolding. Both of you, go to Shoko. Now. Your injuries aren't a joke. Gojo didn't speak. He simply turned away, slow and deliberate, his back to them as he started walking, each step heavier than the last. Geto watched him for a second longer than necessary. I've never seen him like that, Geto said under his breath. Whatever, Naoya finally muttered, the grin on his face slowly fading as he turned and began walking away. Later, at Shoko's clinic. The air was thick with the scent of antiseptic and blood, far more blood than she was used to seeing from these three. Shoko stood there, arms crossed, cigarette forgotten between her fingers, eyes narrowing at the sight before her. Geto leaned against the wall, arm wrapped in a bloodied sling. Naoya was seated with an ice pack on his shoulder, ribs clearly bruised, still breathing a little too hard. And Gojo. Gojo sat silently on the farthest bed, head lowered, blood crusting his uniform, his expression unreadable beneath the mess of white bangs. Shoko blinked twice. Then once more for good measure. What the hell happened to you guys? Silence. No one answered. She looked at Naoya first, then at Geto. Her gaze finally landed on Gojo, and she frowned. Gojo, you have the most injuries out of the three of you. You're supposed to be untouchable, metaphorically and literally. So explain to me how the hell this happened. Naoya answered before Gojo could even move. It's none of your business, woman. That's what I wanted to say, but since it's good news, I'll bless you with it, he smirked, leaning back casually, his eyes gleaming with mischief. But in short, we had a little spar. Just the three of us. He raised a hand, fingers slightly trembling as he pointed to himself with a bloody grin. And without a doubt, I won. Shoko raised an eyebrow. You won. Against Gojo. Yup. Naoya didn't even blink. No domain. No domain. Shoko's eyes widened slightly, her gaze flicking back to Gojo, who still hadn't said a single word. He just sat there, silent, shoulders heavy, eyes hidden behind the curtain of his white bangs. And yet, that silence said more than anything Naoya could ever brag about. Shoko couldn't hide her disbelief. Naoya won, without using his domain. Against Gojo Satoru. Even if Gojo was only 15 and hadn't unlocked his domain yet, he was still Gojo. The strongest prodigy. The one with the 6 eyes. If Naoya had used his domain, maybe it would make some kind of sense. But this was something else. From the moment he first heard about Naoya and his so-called accomplishments, Gojo hadn't taken him seriously. Not even once. Even after meeting him face to face, he'd brushed him off, placed him somewhere near the bottom of the mental list of people who might be worth his attention. But Gojo was raised like that. When you're born with the limitless and 6 eyes, when the world shifts the moment you take your first breath, everyone feels inferior. Not because you choose to see them that way, but because that's how they are. And now he had lost. Not just bruised. Not just surprised. He had been defeated. For the first time, Gojo Satoru had a reason, no, a need, to become stronger. A silence hung in the room like fog until Gojo suddenly stirred. He stood, slow and deliberate, his movements no longer heavy with defeat but laced with something else, resolve. He turned toward the door, hand on the frame, before glancing over his shoulder. "Naoya," he said, voice calm. Too calm. "I had fun today. Fighting you." Everyone turned toward him. Naoya blinked. Then Gojo added, eyes glinting faintly behind his bangs. "Don't expect the same thing next time." The cursed energy around him flared for just a second, brilliant, sharp, and quiet like the edge of a blade, before he vanished down the hall. And for the first time, Naoya didn't have anything to say. A month passed quickly. Everything had seemingly returned to normal. Gojo, back to his usual loud and cocky self, leaned back in his chair in the corner of their classroom, tossing chalk pieces at Geto while chatting aimlessly. But then he noticed something strange. Naoya was sitting at his desk, dead silent, eyes glued to a magazine, flipping each page with slow, deliberate focus. His brows were furrowed in deep thought, like he was studying for an exam that would determine the fate of the world. Gojo blinked. "Yo, Naoya. What are you reading that's got you locked in like that?" Naoya didn't even glance up. "None of your business." Gojo, of course, leaned in anyway, his curiosity stronger than his respect for boundaries. And then he saw it. "Is that a porn magazine?" Naoya didn't even flinch. He turned the page with the grace of a scholar flipping through sacred texts. "I said it's none of your business." Before Gojo could recover, Geto slid in from the side, hands in his pockets, peering over Naoya's shoulder with a raised brow. "That's a good move," Geto commented casually. Naoya remained stone-faced. "TCH, amateurs." Gojo blinked, still baffled. "You're seriously studying it like it's strategy?" Geto gave a low chuckle, resting a hand on Naoya's desk as he glanced at the magazine. "Well, they do say knowledge is power." Naoya didn't look up. He turned another page like it was the most normal thing in the world. "You two are exactly why I believe in superiority." Gojo's lips curled into a lopsided grin. "I owe you an apology, bro. I wasn't familiar with your game." Naoya side-eyed him. "You still aren't." Just then, the classroom door creaked open. Shoko stepped in, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow at the little group huddled together like middle schoolers caught doing something dumb. "What are you guys gathered around?" she asked, casually approaching. The second her eyes landed on the magazine in Naoya's hands, that magazine, she froze. A long, heavy pause. Then she blinked. Slowly. And looked at them like they were the filth under her shoe. "Seriously?" Shoko said flatly. Gojo scratched the back of his head, grinning like a fool. "It's not what it looks like, okay, no, it's exactly what it looks like." Geto gave a sheepish shrug. "Educational purposes." Naoya didn't even flinch. "You wouldn't understand." Shoko sighed, turning around and walking back toward the door without another word. "Trash. All of you." The door shut behind her. Gojo whistled. "Man, she looked at us like Naoya when he see a woman." "So true," Geto responded. Naoya closed the magazine with an exaggerated flick of his wrist and stood up, ignoring them. "Did you guys hear about the Kyoto sister event coming up?" Gojo immediately perked up, his usual cocky grin spreading across his face. "The Kyoto Goodwill event, huh?" "Yeah, I heard about it. I also heard that the Kyoto students are pretty weak too. Is it actually going to happen? Even though they know it's going to be completely one-sided and unfair." "I kind of feel bad for the Kyoto students," Geto said, his tone a mix of amusement and indifference. Naoya snorted. "It doesn't matter if there's no balance. It's a tradition that must happen every year for some reason. They'd never stop it, even if they wanted to. Gojo chuckled. Yeah, they could try, but the old heads would never let it slide. It's like a pointless ritual at this point. Naoya glanced at both of them with a small smirk. I wouldn't call it pointless. They need a reality check, and this event gives them that. Besides, it's not like they're completely useless, just vastly outmatched. Gojo leaned in with a teasing grin. Stop the cap, Naoya. You just want to bully someone. He kneeled on Naoya's shoulder casually. Naoya didn't flinch. He simply shrugged, looking unfazed. Isn't that what we're all here for? To remind them of their place. Geto snorted, amused by the back and forth. You two are something else, he muttered, shaking his head. You must have some humility. Chapter 24, Goodwill Event P2. A week passed quickly, and the day of the Goodwill event finally arrived. Inside the classroom, the four of them were gathered, Gojo lounging across two chairs, Geto reviewing the event schedule with mild interest, Shoko sipping canned coffee, and Naoya quietly flipping through his phone. Gojo's eyes darted over just in time to catch a glimpse. Naoya, did you change your phone wallpaper? Naoya didn't look up. Why do you care? Because I saw it, Gojo grinned, inching closer. Wait, is that you shirtless? Shoko nearly choked on her coffee. No way. Naoya calmly closed the flip phone with a snap. Cut the bullshit, Gojo. Are you blind? It's you and Geto kissing, Naoya continued, his voice dripping with mockery. Huh. Shoko said, her eyes wide in shock. Geto froze, his expression flat. Naoya, I swear to God. But before anyone could respond, Principal Yaga entered the room, attracting all the attention. Did I interrupt something? Yaga asked, his voice deadpan as he looked at the group. Shoko cleared her throat, quickly composing herself. No, nothing at all. Just some typical nonsense. She shot a quick glare at Naoya, who was still nonchalantly leaning against his desk. Then let me inform you. The event that will happen in 2 hours from now, when the Kyoto students will show up, Principal Yaga said, his voice gruff as usual. It will be a team battle today, and tomorrow will be individual fights, he continued, his gaze sweeping over the room. However, to his frustration, he noticed that except for Shoko, the rest of them weren't paying much attention at all. They were too busy chatting amongst themselves. Gojo and Naoya seemed to be engaged in some playful banter, while Geto sat back, indifferent as usual. Even Shoko, who had been trying to maintain some semblance of seriousness, sighed, rubbing her forehead. Naoya glanced up, not at all fazed by the interruption. Yeah, we heard you. Team battle, tomorrow's individual fights. Got it. He waved a hand dismissively. Gojo smirked, his usual grin plastered across his face. Relax, Yaga. We can just send Geto's new captured cat-like curse spirit, and it'll mop the floor with them. Yaga, already tired of their lackadaisical attitude, took a deep sigh, rubbing his forehead. He had no illusions about how the event would unfold. The Kyoto team didn't stand a chance. In fact, unless some kind of divine intervention occurred, it was pretty much a foregone conclusion. He could almost hear the inevitable whining from the Kyoto students already. Just don't come late, Yaga muttered as he turned toward the door, clearly over the whole situation. Gojo swung his arms behind his head as they walked, the picture of casual mischief. Hypothetical for you, Naoya, 24 hours where all crimes are legal. What are you doing? Geto chuckled, amused by the question. Finally, a question tailored for our resident delinquent, he teased, smirking at him. Shoko, walking beside them, didn't say anything, but the curiosity was written all over her face as she glanced at Naoya, waiting for his response. Naoya, for once, paused and thought for a second. His usual smirk didn't fade, but there was a brief flicker of consideration in his eyes before he finally spoke. None, he said simply, his tone deadpan. Because they're now legal. The others blinked at him, a mix of confusion and amusement crossing their faces. Gojo looked like he was about to burst out laughing, but Naoya's response, though simple, was unexpected. A person who thinks all the time has nothing to think about except thoughts, Geto mused, shaking his head with a half-grin. Gojo scoffed playfully. It's no fun when it's legal. Hits hard right now. But Shoko raised a finger and glanced at Gojo. He didn't say that because it isn't fun after it's legal. If he does a crime, it isn't a crime, because a crime is something illegal. And if everything is legal, then nothing is a crime. You should have asked, what immoral acts will you be committing? Geto said, turning to Gojo. Gojo opened his mouth, clearly ready to fire back with something ridiculous, but before he could respond, a familiar voice cut through the air. All of you are late, came the sharp, unmistakable bellow of Yaga from a distance. Meanwhile, across the training field where the Kyoto students had gathered, the atmosphere couldn't be more different. Where Tokyo's air buzzed with laughter, Kyoto's felt heavy, burdened with pressure and doubt. The 6 students stood in a loose circle, their principal, Gakuganji, looming nearby with his usual stern presence. Why are we the ones getting fed to the wolves? Ren muttered, voice thick with frustration. The 17-year-old paced in tight circles, one hand resting near the bow strapped to his back. This doesn't seem to me a friendly exchange. Haruki, tall with a perpetually tired expression, sighed. We're up against both future heads of the Zenin and Gojo clans. Plus, that other guy, the one with the monstrous curse technique. His voice dropped to a whisper at the end. What are we even supposed to do? Eri, quiet and soft-spoken girl but clearly nervous, looked toward their principal with a spark of desperation. Is it even worth trying, Principal Gakuganji? Can we just bow out? Forfeit with dignity. Before Gakuganji could open his mouth, Nerku stepped forward, his young voice cutting like a blade. Seriously? You're all pathetic. At just 15, he stood shorter than the others, but his presence was sharp and fiery. So what if they were born into prestigious families? That doesn't make them gods. You sound like you're already begging for mercy. His eyes burned with disdain as he scanned each of them in turn. They're not unbeatable. They're just lucky. And frankly, watching you all tremble like this makes me sick. A tense silence fell over the group like a sudden fog. Even Principal Gakuganji paused, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly as he regarded Nerku with an unreadable expression. Finally, the old man spoke, his gravelly voice cutting through the thick air like a blade. This event isn't about fear, it's about forging strength. If you step onto the battlefield already defeated in your mind, then you were never worthy of calling yourselves Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers. Eri looked down at her shoes, the weight of his words sinking in. Ren's jaw tightened, his fists clenched at his sides. Haruki remained quiet, his eyes distant, haunted by something unspoken. Hina, a stoic 15-year-old with soft pink hair tied back and icy blue eyes, stood motionless. Her katana rested at her hip, untouched. She hadn't said a word since the gathering began, because nothing anyone said mattered to her. Fear, encouragement, threats, they held no meaning. Kanzaki, tall and broad-shouldered, carried twin swords across his back. He let out a long, exaggerated yawn, stretching lazily like a cat. Whether he was bored or simply too confident to care, no one could tell. The silence stretched again, thick with tension and unspoken thoughts, until finally, footsteps echoed in the distance. The Tokyo students were getting closer. As they arrived at the meeting point with Principal Yaga, the 4 Tokyo students approached the Kyoto group with relaxed, almost lazy confidence. Their presence alone shifted the atmosphere. Naoya was the first to speak, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Well, he drawled, eyes sweeping over the Kyoto team. What do we have here? What do you think, Gojo? Gojo pushed his sunglasses up slightly, revealing one sharp blue eye as he surveyed the group. Looks like we walked into a kindergarten graduation. Should we have brought snacks and juice boxes? Geto chuckled under his breath, arms folded across his chest. They don't look that bad. Scared, maybe, but not hopeless. Shoko sipped casually from her coffee cup, barely acknowledging the Kyoto students with more than a glance. Honestly, I was expecting more dramatic tension. But this just feels sad. The Kyoto students stiffened. Neriku's eyes narrowed, lips curling slightly into a sneer. Hina's hand instinctively rested near her katana, and Kanzaki's yawn faded, replaced by quiet, watchful silence. Neriku's temples pulsed, the veins on his forehead visible with suppressed fury. He took a deliberate step forward, his eyes burning with defiance. You think this is a joke, he hissed, his voice low and jagged like broken glass. Keep laughing while you can. Let's see if that grin stays when you're coughing up blood. Naoya raised an eyebrow, clearly entertained. He stepped forward, matching Neriku's intensity with casual disdain. Oh, he drawled, a mocking lilt in his voice. I heard your strongest between you is only first grade. And with that level of skill, you dare speak to me like that. He tilted his head, his smirk widening cruelly. I've seen grade 2 cursed spirits with more presence than you losers. If I blinked, I might forget you ever existed. Chapter 25, Goodwill Event P3. Nerku was born to a nameless, powerless family with no clan, no reputation, and no future. In the world of Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers, bloodline was everything, and he was almost nothing. Just a decent curse technique, no prestigious legacy to carry him forward. As a child, he watched the elite from afar, kids with inherited techniques, with connections, with respect they never earned. He trained harder than any of them, clawed his way up from the dirt, learned to fight dirty, learned to survive in shadows where no one cared if he lived or died. But no matter how strong he became, no matter how much he bled to get there, the world never looked at him the way they looked at someone with a name like Zenin. Naoya Zenin was the embodiment of everything he despised, arrogant, pampered, born into power he didn't work for. Curse technique handed to him. Influence handed to him. Respect handed to him. And despite all that, he walked with pride, sneering down at others, trampling on those below him as if it was his right. The unfairness burned in Nereku's chest like a curse of its own. So he made a vow, he would burn down the old bloodlines. Tear apart the illusion of strength built on names and legacy. He would bring ruin to the clans that thought themselves untouchable. He wouldn't just defeat them, he'd disgrace them. And Naoya Zenin. He would be the first. Not just killed. Humiliated. Shattered. Dragged into the same mud where the nameless were forced to crawl. Only then would it feel right. Nerku inhaled slowly, burying the rage behind a mask of indifference. Now wasn't the time. He turned and began to walk back toward his group, each step measured, every muscle tight with restraint. That's when Naoya's voice rang out behind him, sharp and venomous. Yeah, that's right, commoner. Know your fucking place. Nerku didn't stop walking, but something shifted. The air around him grew heavier, colder, like a silent warning pulsing from his cursed energy. His fists clenched at his sides, but he kept his pace steady. From the front, anyone paying attention could see it. The look in his eyes wasn't just anger, it was raw, undiluted hatred. Gojo tilted his head slightly, amused, a smirk dancing on his lips. Did you see his eyes, Naoya? You might want to be careful. That kid's got the whole revenge arc loading. Naoya scoffed, his grin widening with mock confidence. Don't make me laugh. Trash like him can stare all he wants, he'll still die face down in the dirt. Geto chuckled quietly, arms crossed. Bold words for someone painting a target on their back. Naoya's smirk didn't waver. Let them aim. They'll miss. After a few tense minutes, the students from both schools made their way into the forest. Each team stood at opposite ends of the terrain, completely out of sight from one another, the battlefield stretching wide between them. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the loudspeaker positioned at the edge of the battlefield, strong and clear. Welcome, students of Tokyo and Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High, to the first day of the annual Sister School Goodwill event. Today's event will be a team battle, held in a designated, cursed spirit-infested area. Your objective is simple. Exorcise more curses than the opposing team within the allotted time. Victory goes to the school with the highest exorcism count. Engagement with opposing students is allowed, but remember, this is not a death match. Injuring is acceptable. Killing is not. All participants are expected to showcase teamwork, strategy, and their progress as Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers. Faculty and supervisors will be monitoring closely, so give it your all, and don't hold back. A brief pause. Let the battle begin. Good luck, and don't die. Meanwhile, within the observation room at Jiu-Jitsu High, a high-tech chamber lined with monitors and surrounded by reinforced glass, a number of Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers had gathered to watch the event unfold in real time. The atmosphere was focused but calm, filled with the quiet hum of equipment and the occasional murmur of conversation. Thank you for coming and assisting with forest surveillance, Mei-Mei-san, Yaga said, giving her a respectful nod. Mei-Mei, just 19 and already a renowned grade 1 sorcerer, stood poised among the faculty. She radiated quiet control, her icy white hair pulled up into a high ponytail, with two razor-straight strands framing her striking face. Her pale, piercing eyes glinted with quiet calculation, and the subtle curve of her lips hinted at a self-assured smile. Dressed in a sleek black high-collared blouse, cinched with a light gray tie and paired with tailored high-waisted trousers, Mei-Mei looked every bit the disciplined, sharp-edged professional she was known to be. Her style, like her cursed technique, was clean, effective, and unflinching. Of course, she replied smoothly, adjusting her gloves with a casual elegance. I'm expecting a very generous paycheck. She turned her gaze back to the monitors, where live feeds flickered with movement from within the cursed forest. After all, she added coolly, I don't do charity. Thanks to her blackbird manipulation technique, several of her crows soared silently over the battlefield, sharing their vision with her and feeding real-time footage to the room's displays. Every rustle, every cursed spirit encounter, she saw it all, sharp and clear. Yaga, arms crossed, glanced at her briefly. Did Yutaheim come with you? Mei-Mei shook her head slightly, never taking her eyes off the screen. She's on a mission right now, she said simply. Yutaheim, just 18 and already a second-grade sorcerer, had been shadowing Mei-Mei for the past few months, sharpening her skills, gaining field experience. It was part of the preparation period required for her semi-grade 1 recommendation. Her absence today wasn't surprising, fieldwork was crucial if she wanted to move up in the jiu-jitsu world. Mei-Mei didn't elaborate. She didn't need to. If Yutaheim was worth recommending, she'd prove it with action, not words. Deep inside the forest, Naoya strolled behind his group, absent-mindedly flipping through a hidden +18 magazine he had tucked into his sleeve. A smirk tugged at his lips, but it quickly vanished as his eyes caught sight of several crows perched unnaturally still on the branches above. He raised an eyebrow. That curse technique, those are no ordinary birds. That's Mei Mei's work, he thought. So she's here too, huh? Without looking up, he called out casually, "Hey, Gojo. Do you know anything about Mei Mei?" Gojo turned to him with a raised brow, slightly caught off guard by the sudden question. "Yeah, of course. She's a known sorcerer after all, I've met her a couple times." "Why?" Naoya asked with curiosity, "Is she from the Gojo clan?" His voice casual, but his mind was racing, recalling vague theories he'd read online in his previous life. Gojo's usual smirk faded for a second. He stared at Naoya, unsure if he should even answer. "Yes," he said finally. "But that was before." "Before?" Naoya pressed. Gojo sighed and glanced around. "Just don't go spreading this, all right?" His gaze swept across the group, Naoya, Geto, and Shoko, who had been quietly listening from the side. The Gojo clan kicked her out when she was younger. Said her cursed technique wasn't strong enough to be worth keeping. Shoko raised an eyebrow. "Seriously?" "Yup," Gojo said, clearly annoyed. They called her technique weak, all because it didn't fit their precious idea of inherited power. TCH. Naoya scoffed. "And you're always preaching about how my clan is full of scumbags. What a joke. That's some double standard shit right there." Gojo frowned but didn't argue. Her branch of the family, they had their own part to play in how things went down. But I'm not gonna talk too much about it. He shoved his hands into his pockets, his tone shifting. Let's just say the Gojo clan hasn't exactly earned their moral high ground either. Elsewhere in the forest, Ren crouched behind a thick tree trunk. He scanned the shadowed terrain, senses tuned to the cursed energy pulsing in the distance. "They're underestimating us too much," Ren muttered, glancing over his shoulder at his teammates. "If we start clearing curses before they even make a move, we've got a real shot at winning this." "Wait, where are Hina, Kanzaki, and Nerku?" Haruki asked, frowning as he scanned the foggy trees. "Huh? They were just here a second ago," Eri said, blinking in confusion. Why'd they have to wander off now?" Ren sighed, rubbing the back of his head in frustration. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the forest, after asking Gojo about the locations of nearby curses using his six eyes, the group had scattered in different directions, ready to hunt. Only Shoko remained by Gojo's side, uninterested in the rush. Naoya walked casually along a dirt path, flipping through his adult magazine with a bored look. Sunlight filtered through the tall trees, casting dappled shadows across the forest floor. It was quiet, until he noticed a figure standing ahead. A girl with pink hair. Hina. She stood still, not saying a word, her cold gaze fixed on him. Her hand slowly moved to the hilt of her katana. Without hesitation, she charged forward. Naoya didn't even bother looking up from his magazine. With a lazy step to the side, he dodged the slash with minimal movement, the blade cutting through the empty air where he'd just been. TCH. So aggressive, he muttered, flipping to the next page. Can't even enjoy some peace under the sun, without a woman come to ruin it for me. Hina landed, pivoted smoothly, and slashed again, faster this time, with sharper intent. Her expression hadn't changed. Naoya finally glanced up, one eyebrow raised. With a bored sigh, he tilted his head just enough for the blade to miss, letting it pass inches from his cheek. "You're really committed to this silent treatment, huh?" he said, closing the magazine with a soft snap. "Fine. Let's dance." He tucked the magazine into his back pocket and cracked his knuckles. His cursed energy sparked faintly, barely visible, as if even his power was yawning. "You got one more try before I get serious," he added with a crooked smirk. "So make it count, Pinky." Hina knew Naoya was strong, anyone could feel that just by standing near him, but she hadn't expected the gap to be this wide. His casual dodge, his complete lack of effort, it irritated her more than she let on. Still, her expression didn't change. "New shadow style, simple domain," she said calmly. With a breath, she shifted into a precise stance. A shimmering aura rippled around her as she activated the technique, a perfect 2.5-meter dome of control. Within this range, anything that entered would be met instantly by her blade, her reflexes heightened, attacks instinctive and automatic. Naoya stopped walking, watching the domain form around her. His expression twisted with faint amusement. "Oh. A simple domain, huh? Cute," he said, voice low and taunting. He casually stepped closer, his foot brushing the edge of the radius. "Let's see if your reflexes can keep up." Chapter 26, Goodwill Event P4. "Oh. A simple domain, huh? Cute," he said, voice low and taunting. He casually stepped closer, his foot brushing the edge of the radius. "Let's see if your reflexes can keep up." The moment Naoya's foot brushed the edge of the simple domain, Hina struck, a clean, flawless slash that should have taken his head off. Clink. 2 fingers. He caught her blade between two fingers. Naoya clicked his tongue, gripping the edge of the katana between his fingers like it was nothing more than a twig. "TCH, women and swords, you people just don't mix, do you?" "TCH, she muttered, returning her katana to its scabbard in one smooth, practiced motion. Then, with a sharp step back and a surge of cursed energy that cracked the earth beneath her, she shouted. "New shadow style, Bato." Her blade vanished in a blinding flash, faster than the eye could track. A radiant arc of cursed energy ripped through the air, her precision fueled by raw anger. Nearly 80% of her cursed energy was poured into the strike. This wasn't just a technique, it was personal. But Naoya didn't even blink. He caught the sword. With his bare hand. The cursed energy howled around them, the force enough to snap trees nearby, yet his grip held steady, fingers closed around the blade like it was a toy. "If I had your level of skill," he said flatly, not even looking at her, "I'd kill myself just to respawn with better stats." Then, without breaking eye contact, he forced the sword back into its scabbard. One sharp, humiliating click. Hina stood frozen, unable to react, unable to stop it. The most disrespectful thing she had ever experienced in her life. Naoya tilted his head, almost bored. "Now comes your punishment for thinking you could challenge me." In one fluid motion, he drove his foot into her stomach. The impact was brutal, a sickening thud as her body was launched backward, crashing into a nearby tree. Bark splintered. Air ripped from her lungs. She collapsed at the base of the tree, stunned and breathless, her vision spinning. Naoya dusted off his hands like he'd just taken out the trash. Calmly, he walked toward her and crouched, lifting her chin with one finger, deceptively gentle, in contrast to the brutal violence moments before. He studied her face with a detached, almost curious look, then let out a quiet scoff. "There are people watching," he muttered, his eyes flicking to the nearby tree. A single crow sat perched among the branches, silent and still. "Lucky for you," he added, straightening up. "Though honestly, that doesn't matter too much to me." With that, he turned his back on her and walked away, leaving the silence, and her pride, shattered in his wake. Hina stayed where she was, slumped against the tree, her fingers digging into the dirt beneath her. Her jaw clenched as the sharp pain in her ribs reminded her of the hit. But it wasn't the kick that hurt the most. It was him. That smug, dismissive look. The way he held her chin like she was nothing. It burned deeper than the bruises. Her breath trembled as she slowly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Tears welled in her eyes, not from the pain, but from something far worse. Rage. Shame. Humiliation. She had believed that if she performed well in this event, especially against someone like Naoya Zenin, maybe someone would finally take notice. Maybe the higher-ups would see her. Maybe she'd earn that promotion. That respect. That life she'd been clawing her way toward for years. But she hadn't realized. The gap was this big. She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand. Her legs trembled under her, but she didn't fall. She wouldn't let herself. Not again. Elsewhere in the forest. Geto exorcised 2 second-grade curses with ease, the ground steamed from residual cursed energy as he turned a corner, and came face-to-face with Kenzaki. What followed wasn't a fight. It was a lesson. A brutal, one-sided beatdown. Geto didn't say a word until Kenzaki was barely conscious, slumped against a tree with a shattered arm and a look of disbelief frozen on his face. Not far away, Gojo's signature smirk lit up the forest clearing as he effortlessly overwhelmed Ren, Haruki, and Eri all at once. "I'll give you credit," he said, adjusting his sunglasses mid-fight, "you guys didn't run away. That's gotta count for something, right?" Seconds later, the Kyoto team was down, groaning in the dirt, completely outmatched. Only one person was unaccounted for, Nerku. Gone. Nowhere to be seen. Watching the chaos unfold, Mei crossed her arms and tilted her head slightly, a ghost of a smile on her lips. "That's very unfortunate for the Kyoto students," she said coolly. Yaga sitting beside her, his expression unreadable. "Those 3. Gojo, Geto, and Naoya, they're already operating at the peak of grade 1. Naoya, in particular, is arguably past it." Mei raised an eyebrow. "You think Naoya's reached special grade already?" Yaga nodded slightly. "In terms of technique, combat efficiency, and the scale of destruction he can cause. Yes. He's pushing the limits of what a grade 1 sorcerer is supposed to be. If he keeps this up, a special grade promotion is inevitable." "And the other 2, she asked, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. "They're not there yet," Yaga said, his tone calm and certain. "But it's only a matter of time." There was a beat of silence before Mei turned slightly, her gaze shifting to the silent figure standing behind them. "How do you feel about this, Principal Gakuganji?" she asked, her voice dipped in teasing curiosity. The elderly Kyoto principal scowled, arms tucked behind his back. "Strength alone isn't what makes a sorcerer. Reckless power with no discipline is a recipe for disaster. Mei smiled faintly. Ah, but unfortunately, the world doesn't care about that when power decides the outcome. Gakuganji said nothing. Yaga, without turning, added quietly, you're not wrong, but neither is he. Deeper in the forest. A twisted curse let out a shriek before it was split clean through by a flash of motion. Purple flames licked across its body as it crumbled into ash and vanished, the only trace of it left in the air a faint, acrid scent. Naoya stood still, his hand casually lowering as the last ember faded. TCH. So boring. He pulled out his crumpled magazine again, flipping it open like he hadn't just erased a life form from existence. His eyes skimmed the page, disinterested. Now where was I? Suddenly, a gust of wind kicked up, followed by the violent crack of something massive crashing down. A gigantic hand, gnarled, veined, and brimming with cursed energy, slammed into the ground where Naoya stood. But he was already gone. A soft thud announced his landing a few meters away, one hand still holding his magazine, the other now tucked in his pocket. He clicked his tongue, his expression irritated. You really just tried to pancake me mid-article. How rude. The massive hand retracted, shrinking and reshaping until it reformed into the arm of a man, muscles smoothing out, fingers curling. From the shadows stepped Nerku, his form now fully visible. Silent. Steady. Staring. Naoya raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Let me guess, Naoya drawled, tilting his head slightly. You're the type that thinks if you don't speak, you'll seem more dangerous. He shut the magazine with a soft snap and let it fall to the grass beside him like it was more valuable than his opponent. Fucking commoners. Nerku didn't respond at first. He stood still, unnervingly calm. Then, almost like a whisper carried by wind, he spoke. You just talk a lot, Zenin, Nerku muttered. Naoya raised an eyebrow. Without another word, Nerku lunged forward. In that moment, the air shifted. His skin flushed unnaturally red, and his muscles swelled beneath his uniform. Blackened veins crawled across his forearms like ink under the skin. His curse technique, hormonal curse, fleshcraft, had activated. Fleshcraft wasn't flashy at first glance. It didn't summon elemental powers or bend space. It worked inside, hijacking the body's biology using cursed energy. By manipulating internal systems like hormones, nerves, and organs, Nerku could force his body, or even someone else's, into altered states. Right now, he was using a technique called adrenaline overdrive, forcing his adrenal glands to flood his bloodstream with energy-enhancing chemicals. His strength, reflexes, and stamina surged inhumanly, but only for a short window. The side effects were brutal if overused. His punch cracked the ground beside Naoya, sending dirt and stone flying. Naoya sidestepped effortlessly, his hand lazily brushing away a pebble that grazed his jacket. You are very predictable. Nerku didn't reply. His body began shifting again, this time more subtly. His posture tightened, shoulders broadening as puppet skin, a secondary application of his technique, restructured the muscle fibers in his arms. It allowed him to manipulate flesh and appearance on a fine scale, increase density, alter bone shape, even change his facial features if needed. He launched another attack, his arms twisting unnaturally mid-swing, reshaping themselves into a sharper, more brutal angle. Naoya blocked it easily, barely flinching, his face still bored. TCH. That's it. Even with the grotesque enhancements Nerku had forced upon himself, his limbs changing shape, his speed increasing, his cursed energy flaring, it was nothing in the face of Naoya's overwhelming power. Nereku's attacks were full of weight and strategy, each one an attempt to push Naoya, but it was clear, Naoya wasn't even trying. His stance didn't change, his expression didn't flicker. He simply flicked away Nereku's strikes like they were nothing. Why is he so strong? Nereku's mind screamed, the anger bubbling to the surface. He doesn't even try. How can someone like him be so far above me? His next strike came fast and low, aimed directly at Naoya's ribs. It was deceptive, he put everything into this one, pushing his limits to make it faster, heavier. Naoya blocked it with a single arm. The impact sent a jolt through the air, and for a brief moment, Nerku thought maybe he'd done it. Maybe he had finally landed a real hit. But Naoya didn't even budge. His feet slid back just slightly, carving a foot of dirt from the ground, and then Naoya's grin widened. Oh. You hit harder than you look. That's rare for someone so ugly. Why? Nerku thought, his breath ragged. Why? Why is he like this? Nereku's grip tightened, his fist trembling as his frustration erupted inside him. Why? His whispers grew louder and louder, the words spilling out of him like an uncontrollable flood. His voice shattered the air, filled with rage. Why are you so strong? Why do you have everything without even trying? Why do you get to look down on people like me? Naoya's grin widened further as if he were enjoying the show. Getting loud now, huh? Is this the part where you cry, he taunted, stepping toward Nerku with that trademark smugness of his. Nerku froze mid-breath. His fists clenched tighter, and for a moment, the air between them thickened with tension. He sighed heavily, letting his hair fall over his eyes, concealing the expression beneath. I heard that you hate women, Nerku said, his voice oddly calm, almost casual, like he was testing something. Naoya raised an eyebrow, caught off guard. Ah. That's not true at all. He scoffed, waving the idea off with a lazy flick of his hand. I love women. Just, my way of showing it is a little different from everyone else's. He smirked, completely unaware of the weight behind Nereku's words. Then Nerku tilted his head slightly. You're grossly underestimating me. Huh. Naoya frowned. That's when it hit him, not an attack, but the creeping realization. There was a faint sting in his arm. His eyes drifted downward. Something subtle. Almost nothing. But it had happened, during their clash. You injected me, back then. Naoya muttered, his tone shifting from smugness to suspicion. Nerku didn't answer. His hands were lowered. No stance. No smug grin. Just calm, unsettling certainty. You're too fast, Nerku said quietly. Too fast for me to land a real blow. So I didn't try. All I needed was a touch. Naoya's face twitched. You're bluffing. Am I? Then Naoya felt it. Not pain. Not impact. But change. A heat began to creep through his chest. His breath hitched. His limbs felt light. Too light. Like they no longer moved quite how they should. His pupils narrowed. He staggered back half a step. His voice cracked as he tried to curse, but the sound came out wrong, higher, unsteady. His torso constricted, waist cinching inward, like something inside was twisting, rearranging. Skin, muscle, bones, all subtly, grotesquely adjusting. His cursed energy sputtered. What the hell did you do to me? Naoya hissed, his voice no longer fully his own. Nerku didn't blink. Something that all people that know you close or just from rumor something that you hate. Naoya clutched his ribs, gritting his teeth as his frame continued to shift. The change was delicate, but undeniable. Feminine muscle tone tightening. His voice dipping into something soft and breathy, a haunting contrast to his usual drawl. You, bastard. Nerku tilted his head. No emotion. No malice. Oh, don't worry, he said softly. You'll still be strong. A pause. Just, different. Then, like a dagger laced with mockery, he added in a whisper. So, how does it feel, being a woman? Boom. A brutal punch crashed into Nereku's face, the force distorting the air around them as it connected. The impact sent him flying backward, crashing through a thick tree trunk with a violent crunch before skidding across the dirt. Naoya stood there, shoulders heaving, his new frame betrayed none of his fury, but the cursed energy rippling off him screamed rage. If you don't turn me back right now. He snarled, voice unmistakably feminine, but laced with murderous intent. I'll fucking kill you. Image. Chapter 27, Goodwill Event P5. I'll fucking kill you. Naoya's voice echoed, sharp, venomous, but still wrong. Feminine. And that only fueled his fury. He stalked forward, cursed energy flaring violently around him. Every step cracked the ground beneath him as he prepared to obliterate Nerku for what he'd done. But then he paused. Nerku wasn't moving. He lay there among the splintered remains of the tree, unconscious, completely out cold. Naoya narrowed his eyes. He's not faking it. He grit his teeth and glanced down at himself again, his waist narrower, frame shifted, and... TCH, the hell is this, he muttered, one hand twitching before he gripped the side of his uniform and lifted it slightly. His newly formed chest moved in response. You've gotta be kidding me. Naoya scowled, rage simmering beneath the surface, bubbling into sharp confusion. His technique shouldn't be this effective. It can't override my body easily like this. He muttered, brows knitting tightly. Unless he used some kind of binding vow. His eyes narrowed. This is way beyond some sick flesh manipulation. He glanced down again, jaw twitching. TCH. J-cup, at least, he scoffed. And the size of my thighs, what the hell was he imagining? The cursed energy crackling off his body began to distort the air. I'm going to break every bone in his body once he wakes up. From the observation room, an uneasy silence fell over the group as they watched the screen. Naoya stood in the clearing, silent and seething, looking down at his now Kavya body with thinly veiled murder in his eyes. Mei blinked once, then sipped her tea without emotion. Well, she said smoothly, that's certainly one way to trigger an identity crisis. Yaga ran a hand down his face, his brow furrowed in concern. I'm calling Gojo and Geto, he muttered, pulling out his radio. Before Naoya turns Nerku into a smear on the forest floor. Mei let out a small hum. Reverse curse technique or not, I doubt Nerku will walk away from this in one piece. I almost feel bad for him. Yaga sighed, finally getting a signal. Gojo. Geto. I need one of you to intercept Naoya before he erases Nerku from existence. Elsewhere in the forest. After getting the call, both Geto and Gojo, although confused, quickly went searching for Naoya. Gojo, with his 6 eyes, quickly located the area, while Geto, on the other side of the forest, summoned a flying curse and started scanning the area from above. Naoya, now slightly calmer, leaned against a tree stump, arms folded, deep in thought. He wasn't thinking about the fight. He was thinking about revenge, how to ruin Nereku's life permanently. Maybe I'll give him a little introduction to the soap in prison method, he muttered darkly, a wicked grin curling on his lips. That's when he felt a presence. White hair. Blue eyes. A familiar pressure in the air. He turned. Gojo, he muttered. Gojo stopped a few steps away, blinking as he took in the sight. His mouth opened slightly. Is this you, Naoya? He tilted his head, scanning with his 6 eyes to confirm the cursed energy signature. Holy shit, Gojo said flatly. Naoya stood there, noticeably shorter now, previously eye level with Gojo, but no longer. His outfit clung to his body awkwardly, stretched taut over a frame it wasn't designed for. His curves were undeniable. Even his hair had changed, now falling in a short, layered bob, with soft sideswept bangs framing his irritated face. But it wasn't just his body. His face had shifted too, softer now, with delicate features that had taken on a more feminine beauty. Naoya, as a man, had always been a looker, no one could deny that. And even now, as a woman, the effect was no different. His eyes narrowed, and his lips pressed into a thin line, masking the growing frustration that bubbled inside him. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the most unexpected glow-up of the century, Miss Naoya Zenin, formerly known as Public Enemy No. 1, Gojo announced instantly, throwing his arms out like a game show host. Naoya took a single step forward, cursed energy flaring violently. I swear to God. Wait, Gojo said, holding up a hand, eyes sparkling with mischief. Does this mean you finally get to understand what it's like to live in fear of you? You were already a walking headache. Now you're a walking thirst trap. Pick a struggle, Naoya. Pick one. Naoya's eye twitched. His aura cracked the ground beneath him, cursed energy flaring out like a storm surge. Keep talking, Gojo. I dare you. Gojo laughed, not even flinching. Oh no, I'm terrified. I might start crying from how pretty you look when you're angry. Gojo chuckled again, thoroughly enjoying himself. But before Naoya could lunge forward, a sharp presence cut through the tension. Geto landed gracefully atop a thick tree branch, arms crossed. A flying curse circled above before dissolving into darkness. Gojo looked up and grinned. You're late to the gender reveal party. Geto blinked, eyes narrowing as he scanned Naoya from head to toe with practiced calm. Then he blinked again. Slowly. What the hell am I looking at? His expression twisted into mock horror. Oh my god. Naoya. Is that you? You're hot. I think this is my villain origin story. Gojo snorted. An accurate and much-needed upgrade, if you ask me. Naoya took a sharp breath through his nose, his body visibly trembling with rage. Geto turned to Gojo, voice lowering. Did you check if that technique can be reversed? Gojo nodded. Yeah. It's not surface level. Hormonal, skeletal, even neural remapping. This isn't just cursed energy trickery, it's straight-up sorcery with a psychological middle finger for Naoya. Geto gave Naoya one last glance. You gonna be okay there, princess? Naoya's eye twitched. Nah. I can't stand it anymore. He formed a hand sign, cursed energy flaring up like a storm. Domain expansion, he shouted in fury. Relax. Relax, Naoya, we were just joking. Gojo shouted, arms flailing as he instinctively leapt back, hands glowing while Geto was already halfway gone, leaping to another branch. Chapter 28, Zenin-chan. After that day, Tokyo Jiu-Jitsu High was declared the victor of the event, as the Kyoto team unexpectedly forfeited the second day. Officially, they claimed internal injuries and team instability. Unofficially, no one wanted to be near the Tokyo students. As for Naoya himself, things didn't settle down. Even after Nerku woke up, bruised and bandaged, he flat out refused to undo the transformation. I'm not reversing it, he said, voice low but firm, eyes never leaving Naoya's furious glare. You think this is a game? Naoya roared, lunging at him. It took the combined force of Gojo, Geto, Yaga, and even Mei Mei, who clearly did not get paid enough for this, to restrain him. Barely. Nerku stood his ground. Come. Resigned. I won't, he said. Because even if I did, you'd kill me anyway. And he wasn't wrong. Gojo leaned in behind Nerku, whispering, smart. Nerku had enhanced his curse technique with a binding vow in the heat of battle. A vow that came with 2 severe conditions. He could only use the gender reversal technique once a year. And only on someone he truly, deeply hated. And now. Nerku couldn't undo it, even if he wanted to. Not until next year. Naoya sat on the examination table, arms crossed, legs bouncing impatiently. Across from him stood one of the most renowned doctors in the Jiu-Jitsu Society, a man known for his curse technique, Eye of Wisdom. So? Naoya asked, voice cold. The doctor adjusted his glasses, the glow from his cursed technique fading slowly. Your body is almost completely transformed into that of a female, he said. And it's still adapting. Naoya's eyes narrowed. What do you mean adapting? Psychologically, the doctor clarified. The technique is still rewriting you on a deeper level, hormonal shifts, neurochemical pathways, subconscious alignment. He hesitated for a second. It's trying to adjust your sexual orientation. Soon, you'll start feeling attraction to males. Silence fell. The Eye of Wisdom flickered once more before fading entirely. Naoya's expression didn't change. He stared forward, expression unreadable. He ignored the doctor's words about attraction, shoving it into a box in the back of his mind, and asked something else. If there's a technique that nullifies all curse techniques, could it undo this too? Now that thought stuck in his head like a splinter. Something that could rewrite him. Could something else erase it? The doctor let out a thoughtful sigh. I don't think there is something like that, he said. But, if it did exist, something that could nullify all cursed techniques, then yes. In theory, it could undo this as well because the effect of the technique is still going. He looked at Naoya again, his expression grim. But from my calculations, you'll be 100% biologically female in 2 months or less. Maybe even sooner. Naoya didn't flinch. He didn't respond. He just stared blankly at the floor. And then, without a word, he vanished. Now, standing atop a skyscraper in Tokyo, the wind brushing through his short, layered bob, Naoya pulled out a battered flip phone from his pocket. His new form made the device feel slightly larger in his hands, and the tightness of his clothes, especially around the chest and thighs, was maddening. But none of that mattered right now. He dialed. 1 ring. 2. Click. Naoya. The voice of Naoya Zenin, calm and weathered, crackled through the speaker. Naoya opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated for a moment. Then, he let the words fall out in his now undeniably feminine voice. It's me. Silence. Longer than expected. What the hell is wrong with your voice? Naoya finally asked, suspicion cutting through the static. You sick or something? Naoya's eye twitched. I don't want to talk about that. Another pause. Wait, don't tell me. I said I don't want to talk about it, Naoya repeated, venom creeping into his tone. Ha. Naoya chuckled, deep and slow, like a man hearing the best joke he never expected. You sound like your aunt, rest her soul. Damn. So someone finally humbled your arrogant ass. Cursed energy sparked faintly around Naoya, the glass beneath his hand cracking. I didn't call to be mocked, he said coldly. I called because I need your help. Naoya's tone shifted. Serious now. Go on. I need you to find someone for me, Naoya said, voice like steel. Toji Fushiguro. The other end of the line went silent. What the hell do you want with him? One of his special grade curse tools. That was all Naoya said. But it was enough. Naoya understood instantly. He didn't say a word. As soon as possible, Naoya continued. I'm running out of time. Anything else? Naoya asked, low. Naoya glanced at his reflection in the glass, a beautiful woman with cold eyes and a dangerous smirk. Yeah, he said. It's about a Kyoto student. His name is Nerku. A beat. I want you to take care of his grave. A week passed quickly, and for Naoya, it was hell. Every single day, both Gojo and Geto took great joy in tormenting him. Whether it was teasing, flirting, or just showing up at the worst times, they didn't miss a single opportunity. Today was no different. Naoya was walking down the hall in his new Jujutsu High uniform, tailored specifically for him now, since the old one was clearly not compatible anymore. It hugged his new frame a little too well, much to his irritation. That's when Gojo slid into his personal space, grinning like an idiot. Hey Naoya, do you know how to delete this app called Google? Gojo asked suddenly. Naoya sighed. Why the hell would you need to delete Google? Gojo leaned in with a sparkle in his eye. Because my search was over the moment I met you. He even tried to smolder. Like he thought he was on the cover of some romance manga. Naoya stared at him for a long second. Then blinked. I hope you choke on your own pickup line. Damn, Geto said, appearing from behind a pillar with a drink in hand. Rejected again. Tragic. Gojo pouted. One day she'll smile at me like I'm the only one in the world. She. Naoya snapped, his eyebrow twitching. I'm still me, damn it. Sure, Geto nodded, sipping. But you're you with better hips now. Naoya raised a hand glowing with cursed energy. I will end both of you. Gojo took cover behind Geto like a child hiding from consequences. Geto, shield me with your love. Later that evening, Naoya sat atop the school's rooftop, legs crossed, wind tugging at his hair. The setting sun painted the sky in golds and purples, but he didn't care. His fingers drummed impatiently on his thigh. 1 week wasted. And nothing from Nobito yet. With each passing day, he could feel the cursed technique's effect crawling deeper into him. His reflection now looked more like a stranger than ever. The door to the rooftop creaked open. He didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Geto. You always were dramatic, Geto said casually, walking over with 2 canned drinks. He held one out. Tea. Naoya didn't answer. He took the can but didn't drink. Still thinking about the body thing? Geto asked, sitting down beside him. Or are you thinking about how Gojo keeps finding new ways to hit on you? Naoya's fingers clenched around the can. Both. Geto chuckled. What's the experience then? I feel like I got nerfed 10 times in this body, Naoya responded. Geto let out a laugh, the kind that was equal parts amused and sympathetic. Damn. That bad, huh? He took a sip, then stared off into the skyline. And don't even get me started on Gojo. If I hear one more line, I will expand his domain. The rooftop went quiet again. Just the wind and the low hum of the city. Then, Geto's voice dropped a bit, calm and serious. Do you think you'll get used to it? If you can't find a way to change back. Naoya didn't answer at first. His eyes flicked toward the sky, unreadable. I don't know. I don't want to. But if I have to live like this, I'll find a way to make it work. Stronger, better, even in this form. Geto looked at him with something rare in his eyes, genuine respect. Now that sounds like the Naoya Zenin I know. Naoya finally smirked, cold and sharp. Don't get sentimental on me. Geto raised his hands. Wouldn't dream of it, bitch. Naoya snorted. You kiss your curses with that mouth. Geto smirked, tilting his head. Only the attractive ones. Before Naoya could fire back, the rooftop door burst open with a bang, and Gojo strolled out like he owned the skyline. I knew I'd find you two up here having a moment, he said, sunglasses already halfway down his nose. Geto, bro, you better not be stealing my screen time. Gojo. Relax, relax, Gojo waved dismissively. Then he looked Naoya up and down in that maddening way of his. God, even your sulking is hot now. How unfair is that? Why are you even here? Naoya snapped, his tone sharp and tired. Oh, right. Plot reasons. Gojo grinned and pulled out a folded map from his coat like some magician revealing the finale of a cheap trick. You wanted to return to normal, right? According to this map, there might be a special grade item that could help you. Naoya didn't light up. Didn't even raise an eyebrow. He just stared blankly, unimpressed. Where? Gojo raised the map just out of reach like a child teasing a sibling. First, say, pretty please. Naoya's eye twitched. Geto, who had been quietly sipping from his drink nearby, groaned. And this is why we don't let Gojo deliver critical intel. Naoya exhaled slowly, gripping the bridge of his nose as if warding off a headache. Then muttered with venom-dipped calm, arguing with a fool proves there are two. 1 month passed quickly. Turned out, in the end, that the map Gojo had brought was completely fake. The three of them, Naoya, Gojo, and Geto, had chased it halfway across Honshu, only to come back with nothing but wasted time and bruised egos. Today Naoya felt off. Restless. Wrong. That's why he called Gojo. Martial arts practice? Gojo asked, already cracking his knuckles. You sure? I've been working on some new moves. Shut up and fight me, Naoya replied. They cleared the rooftop training space. Gojo dropped his infinity, just like always, and the spar began. It didn't last as long as usual. Gojo was sharper, faster, maybe just a bit luckier. He found a gap in Naoya's stance, spun in, and twisted Naoya's arm into a lock before slamming him down to the mat. Naoya's breath caught. Gojo leaned in, grinning like an idiot, his face close, way too close. "Gotcha," he whispered. And for some stupid reason, maybe the heat, maybe the closeness, maybe just everything, Naoya's face flushed pink. His heart kicked in his chest. For a moment, his eyes locked with Gojo's, and it was like his whole body reacted before he could stop it. He pushed him off and walked away without a word. Shoko had been watching from a distance, leaned against the wall with her usual lazy stare. She didn't care that Naoya was a woman now. She made jokes about it, sure, called him Zenin-chan when she was feeling extra smug, but deep down, she was secretly annoyed that Naoya was prettier than her as woman. Naoya didn't think. He walked right up to her, grabbed her wrist, and pinned her against the wall. Shoko's eyes widened, caught off guard. Naoya's face was inches from hers. His breath hitched. Their lips were almost touching. And then his head turned away. A deep, bitter disgust washed over his face. TCH. Shoko blinked, frozen. What the hell was that? Naoya let go of her arm and stepped back, his expression unreadable. He didn't answer, not at first. He just stood there, breathing heavily, avoiding her gaze. Then it hit him. The realization. Before the weight of that thought could settle. Rying. His flip phone buzzed in his pocket. The sound snapped him out of his haze. He pulled it out, answered. Nobito's voice crackled on the other end, low and gravelly. "It's me. We made a deal with Toji. We are waiting for you." Chapter 29, Return. A sleek black limousine rolled to a quiet stop beside a nondescript building in Tokyo's older district. The engine hummed low before cutting off entirely. Moments later, the driver stepped out in a tailored suit and respectfully opened the back door. From the dark interior, a figure emerged, dressed head to toe in all black, a high-collared coat flowing with each step. Their face was obscured by a matte black mask that gave no hint of identity. But beneath the mask, it was Naoya. He moved with the same precision and arrogance he always had, but his silhouette had changed, slimmer now, curves sharpened beneath the fabric of his custom-tailored suit. The long silence in the air gave his presence weight, each footstep echoing slightly as he approached the building entrance. Nobito was sitting just inside, lounging with a sake cup in hand. He glanced at Naoya, took in the black mask, the outfit, the changed figure, but said nothing. Not a word. Just a single grunt. As Naoya stepped further into the building, the air shifted. The space felt quiet, almost forgotten, cheap wood floors, yellowing wallpaper, and the stale smell of beer in the air. On a couch slouched a man who didn't look like he belonged to the world of elite sorcerers at all. Hair disheveled, shirt half-buttoned, an open can of beer in one hand. He looked more like a homeless man than the walking disaster he actually was. Zenin Toji, or Fushiguro, now. He looked up lazily, his sharp eyes locking onto the figure in black. His brow furrowed. A woman. He thought, narrowing his gaze, scanning Naoya's posture, the shape of his body beneath the suit. There was something off. Familiar, even. But he didn't comment. Naoya didn't offer a greeting, didn't speak a single word. He simply extended one gloved hand toward Toji, palm open, a silent demand clear in the motion. "Give me the inverted spear of heaven." Hey, no need for hurrying me up," Toji said lazily, rolling his shoulder with a grin that never quite reached his eyes. Then, with a low grunt, he leaned back and opened his mouth and spitted a purple ball. The cursed spirit he'd been hiding twitched, a writhing, grotesque creature shaped like a bloated purple worm slithered halfway out. With a sickening gawk-gawk sound, the inverted spear of heaven dropped from its gaping maw, clattering to the floor at Naoya's feet. Toji didn't even flinch. Was he worried they might steal it? Run off and vanish with a weapon that could nullify any cursed technique? No. He wasn't worried. He didn't need to be worried. Anyone who crossed him knew exactly who he was, and what he could do. If someone dared run off with the weapon, they'd better hope reincarnation was real. Besides, the Zenin clan had paid him very well to let them borrow the weapon for a single day. Use it, return it. Simple. And if they didn't? Well, there wouldn't be a next day. Naoya knelt, picked the weapon up carefully, his fingers tightening around the handle. He didn't speak. Didn't thank him. He simply turned and left. Not in a rush. No wasted movement. But he was focused now. The hum of cursed energy in the air almost seemed to bend around him. Hours later, far away from the dilapidated place Toji called home, Naoya stood alone under the dull glow of a street lamp on a deserted stretch of land. He stared at the weapon. "This is the moment," he said, his voice low. His expression unreadable behind the mask. Without hesitating, he plunged the blade into his own leg. The cursed tool bit through flesh instantly, and Naoya gritted his teeth as cursed energy flared and shattered. The lingering effect of Nereku's curse technique, the hormonal nightmare warping his body, cracked at its core. A jolt ran through him. Muscle. Bone. Nerve. And then. Cursed energy had always thrived on negativity, and the amount coursing through Naoya after weeks in this altered form was ridiculous. Shame, rage, humiliation, defiance, every conflicting emotion became fuel. His cursed energy didn't just rise, it surged. It grew wild, raw, untamed. The internal war within him, the refusal to accept this body, the fight to reclaim his identity, supercharged his cursed energy, making it rough, aggressive, and terrifyingly potent. The surge hit its peak. Naoya stumbled back, eyes wide as his body convulsed, first in pain, then in something far more violent. The air around him cracked with cursed energy. And slowly, it began. Fingers lengthened. Voice deepened. The body Nerku had cursed him into began unraveling from the inside out. Not cleanly, not without cost, but undeniably. He dropped to one knee, the inverted spear of heaven still embedded in his thigh, blood pouring down his leg. But the pain didn't matter. The world spun, warped, and shifted. And in the reflection of a shattered mirror nearby, Naoya saw it. His old face. His true face. Sweat-drenched, bloodied, breathing hard, but there. A low, cold chuckle escaped his throat, deep again. Funny thing about being forced into someone else's skin, you see things. Feel things. You start to realize just how fragile identity really is. Feeling his cursed energy flow, Naoya was surprised. His golden cursed energy, once wild and rigid, was now far easier to control. It moved like liquid fire through his body, dense, steady, heavy in a way that grounded him rather than weighed him down. He flexed his fingers, watching golden threads of cursed energy dance along his skin. That was unexpected, Naoya muttered, eyes narrowing with a calculating glint. The level of refinement was something he hadn't reached before, not even close. With this level of cursed energy flow, he realized something almost absurd. I might be able to open my domain, twice a day. Maybe even 3. He laughed under his breath, a bitter, satisfied sound. Guess getting turned into a woman wasn't a total loss after all. It's not far-fetched for someone who's gone through a massive psychological shift, especially something body-related, to gain better control, as their perception and self-awareness evolve. This could plausibly lead to greater finesse or stability in cursed energy output, especially for someone like Naoya who already had high potential. Naoya didn't know whether to be disgusted or impressed by the growth. Probably both. The next day, Naoya entered the school, clearly annoyed. His steps were sharp, jaw tense, and his eyes full of cold fire. Nerku had escaped. The report said he vanished right before the Zenin clan began their search, and odds were high he'd used his cursed technique, twisting his face, his body, to become someone entirely unrecognizable. Slippery bastard. Naoya clicked his tongue, the echo of it sharp against the hallway walls. When he slid the classroom door open, all eyes snapped to him. Well. Look who decided to rejoin the sausage party, Geto said with a grin, leaning back in his chair like he'd been waiting for that line all week. Gojo looked up from his seat, pushed his sunglasses up just slightly to see Naoya better, and then smirked. Wow, you really looked better as a woman. Like, a lot better. Is it too late to turn back? Asking for my eyes. Shoko didn't even flinch. She just took a drag from her cigarette and deadpanned. So you backtracked evolution. Congrats. Naoya just stood there, hands in his pockets, deadpan. Funny. You'd think with all the jokes you're making, one of them would actually be funny. Geto smirked and stepped forward first, lifting a hand. Naoya met it with a clean dab up. Gojo was right behind, dramatic as ever. My man's back from his magical girl arc, he said, dabbing Naoya up with a loud slap of palms and a shoulder tap. Even Shoko, cigarette still hanging from her lips, gave a subtle nod and bumped fists with him. Welcome back, they all said, in their own way. Naoya snorted. Nice to see the fan club still remembers who the main character is. Chapter 30, New Year. Months passed and now it's a new year. Gojo, Geto, Naoya, and Shoko graduated and are now second-year students. In those months, Naoya didn't back down from training. With his new level of cursed energy control, he managed to make serious improvement to his technique. And that's by freezing air particles with Projection Sorcery. Naoya's technique enforces his 24 FPS rule on anything he touches. By channeling cursed energy into the air, he could treat the surrounding air molecules as temporary targets. The moment his hand connects, the cursed energy locks that portion of air in place for exactly 1 second, a frozen frame, unable to move or flow like normal. He couldn't control or arrange the air in a specific pattern. It wasn't about shaping it. It was about stopping it. Locking its natural motion. And then. If he hits that frozen airframe at the right moment, it shatters with explosive force, like breaking a pressurized glass bubble from the inside. Once the cursed energy hold wears off, the molecules violently snap back into motion. Decompression. Shockwave. Cursed energy explosion. The shockwave carries cursed energy too, so it damages both physically and spiritually. Raw force meets spiritual burn. Of course, Naoya wanted the visual effect to be clean, just like Whitebeard's quake punches from One Piece. Jagged cracks spiderwebbing through space, that iconic, shattering air look. Limitations. Yeah, big energy cost. Freezing air particles at that scale drains cursed energy fast. That's why he never attempted it before. But now, with his new cursed energy control, he could do it without putting himself at a huge disadvantage. Hey Naoya, do you want to meet the new first years? Gojo asked as he strolled into the classroom, sunglasses pushed up into his hair like he owned the place. Naoya didn't even look up from where he was seated, one leg crossed over the other, arms draped lazily along the back of the chair. Why would I waste my time, as the next Zenin clan head, on meeting a bunch of commoners, he said flatly. Are you good in the head, Gojo? That's an expected answer from him. Why bother asking, Gojo? Geto said as he walked in behind. Naoya turned his gaze to Geto with a crooked smirk. Breathing the same air as the likes of you commoners makes me sick to think about, he said mockingly, voice oozing with arrogance. Geto scoffed. Still the same insufferable bastard, I see. Naoya shrugged. What, you thought I'd change? New year, new me type shit. He chuckled, resting his chin on his hand. Please. I'd rather die. Days passed. After completing a few missions, the four of them were suddenly summoned by Yaga. His tone was serious. Mei and Yutahime had gone missing during a routine investigation and hadn't reported back for 2 days. Without wasting time, Gojo, Geto, Naoya, and Shoko were sent to check it out. As they climbed the hill, Gojo tilted his head toward the canopy above, eyes half-lidded behind his sunglasses looking at the forest around them. What if plants are actually farming us, he began, voice calm and speculative, like, giving us oxygen until we die and decompose into fertilizer. He turned to the others. Should we cut down all the plants before they get us first? Geto laughed. Bro is onto something. Naoya yawned, hands in his pockets. Bro is on something. Shoko remained silent, cigarette hanging from her lips. 2 days, huh? Yeah, sounds about right, Naoya muttered under his breath. Huh. Gojo turned his head. Nothing, Naoya replied, brushing past him with a faint smirk. Soon enough, they arrived at the site. Or what was left of it. Gojo, without hesitation, had activated blue, sucking the air inward and causing the entire mansion to implode midair like a crumpled paper ball. Chunks of debris scattered across the sky. We came to save you, Yutahi. Gojo shouted dramatically, floating down as he spotted her pinned beneath a rock. Are you crying? Yutahime's voice erupted in pure fury. I'm not crying, she barked. Be more polite, she added, cheeks flushed from both embarrassment and rage. Suddenly, Mei's voice cut through the air, calm, composed, and unreadable. If I were crying, would you console me? She tilted her head, brushing dust from her shoulder. I'd certainly appreciate that, she added. Gojo gave her a casual shrug, the grin never leaving his face. Nah, you wouldn't cry, Mei-san. You're strong. Is that so? Mei replied, eyes narrowing slightly with amusement. Before Yutahime could go on another rant, she suddenly pushed the stone off her and shouted. Gojo. You listen here. I don't need your he. Her sentence was cut short as the ground beneath her cracked wide open and a monstrous cursed spirit burst out, shrieking as it lunged forward. In a blink, Geto stepped in, hand already raised. A massive, worm-like curse erupted in front of him, snapping its jaws around the spirit and swallowing it whole. Don't swallow it, Geto said flatly to the curse. I'll absorb it later. He glanced sideways at Gojo, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Satoru, it's not good to pick on the weak. Gojo gave a careless shrug, turning away. What kind of idiot picks on the strong, he replied, grinning. As the others kept chatting, Naoya's attention lingered on the now-dissolving cursed spirit. His eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the faint residual energy in the air. That thing, it was messing with time. Mei and Yutahime had genuinely believed they'd only been trapped for 30 minutes, but in reality, they'd been gone for 2 whole days. Hands tucked in his pockets, Naoya tilted his head, lost in thought. Could I have the ability to mess with time in my domain? Even the name of my domain have time in it. His expression didn't change, still bored and unreadable, but his mind was racing now, ideas bubbling just under the surface. Then, Mei suddenly spoke, her voice casual, almost amused. So, what about the veil, she asked, one eyebrow raised and a slight smile tugging at her lips. The air went still. Geto blinked. Shoko blinked. Gojo froze mid-step, sunglasses slipping a little down his nose. Chapter 31, New Mission. After Gojo got disciplined for causing a massive amount of destruction, and forgetting to put up a veil, no less, the four of them found themselves killing time on the campus basketball court. The sun was starting to dip, casting long shadows across the concrete, the sound of bouncing rubber echoing lazily through the air. Looking after the week is very exhausting, honestly, Gojo said, casually tossing the ball to Geto. Survival of the weakest. That's how society should be, Geto replied, catching the ball. Listen, Satoru, Jujutsu exists to protect non-Jujutsu sorcerers. Gojo rolled his eyes behind his shades. Is that your moral argument, he drawled. I hate moral arguments. What? Geto turned his head toward him, eyebrows raised. That's when Naoya cut in, voice smooth and cold. Who decided that? He stepped forward and held out a hand for the ball. Geto tossed it toward him without looking. Naoya caught it with a sharp clap and stared at it like it was something beneath him. You already know how I look at commoners, he continued. So how do you think I view monkeys who can't even use jujitsu? His words hung in the air like a blade. Would you have a problem with that, Geto? Naoya asked, eyes locked on him now, voice almost playful, almost taunting. Gojo, lounging on the other side of the court, scrunched his nose and said. Quit making yourself feel better by spouting bullshit. Then let out a dramatic bleg, like he was about to vomit. Geto didn't crack a smile. He raised a finger, pointing at the outside as cursed energy flickered behind him, eyes beginning to emerge from the growing shadow. You too, want to take this outside, he said calmly, but with an edge. You feeling lonely? Go by yourself, Gojo replied, sliding his sunglasses down to revealing his eyes. Beating commoners always feels good, Naoya added with a smirk as his cursed energy surged in response. Time to run. Shoko, watching the tension spike to dangerous levels, didn't hesitate, she stood up and quietly left the court without a word. Just as cursed energy began to crackle between the trio, the court door slammed open. How long are you going to keep fooling around? Yaga's voice boomed across the gym. The cursed energy vanished like smoke. The three of them suddenly looked like they'd just been stretching and chatting the whole time, all playing it off in perfect sync. Where did Shoko go? Yaga asked, eyeing the now 4-turn-3 situation. Who knows? Geto said with a shrug. Bathroom, probably, Gojo added. This mission is assigned to you too, Yaga continued, pointing at Gojo and Geto. Then he turned to Naoya. But you can join too, if you want. Gojo and Geto groaned in unison, slumping back like students stuck with weekend homework. Only Naoya kept smiling, he knew what was coming. Honestly, this might be too much for you, Yaga said as they walked through the school. But Tengen-sama asked for you specifically. Huh. Your mission has 2 goals, Yaga continued. The star plasma vessel is the only one compatible with Tengen-sama. You're to escort that girl, and erase her. Escort a brat and erase her? Gojo asked, confused. That's right. Have you finally lost it, old man? Gojo smirked. It's spring, he's probably still dizzy from becoming principal last year, Geto joked. Jokes aside, Geto started, but Yaga cut him off. I'll decide if that's funny or not, Yaga said sternly. He went on explaining the mission, one Naoya already knew every detail of. He'd been waiting for this. In fact, he'd even had his clan search for another star plasma vessel as a backup. And they'd found one. Now, she was locked away in his clan's hands. The mission was set to begin tomorrow. The air was unusually still as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the school grounds. While the others rested or prepared, Naoya decided to take a walk. He had already gone through his cursed energy exercises earlier, and he still had time before his nightly physical training. As he strolled around the back of the training grounds, he spotted a familiar figure lying back on a bench beneath a tree. Shoko. Alone. Relaxed. Her usual deadpan stare pointed at the sky. A slow, devilish smirk crept onto Naoya's face. Well, look who decided to exist without supervision. He stepped forward, hands in his pockets. Hey, Shoko. She tilted her head lazily, barely giving him a glance. Naoya, huh? What do you want? Naoya casually glanced around, cursed energy senses on alert, nothing. Perfect. He stepped forward, just close enough to poke at her bubble of comfort, his voice low and smooth. What? Can't I just say hi to my favorite gloomy corpse fixer? Shoko didn't even turn her head, just exhaled smoke and replied with a tired sigh. Spare me. You only talk to people when you're bored, or when you're about to be an ass. Naoya chuckled. Ouch. How cruel. He circled the bench slowly like a predator sizing up prey, then stopped behind it, resting his hands on the backrest. You know, it's kinda sad, all that talent with cursed energy, and all you do is heal people. Don't you ever get bored being the team's band-aid? Shoko didn't respond at first. She just pulled a cigarette from her pocket and lit it with her lighter, inhaling calmly. Naoya continued, not missing a beat. Tell me, when you're patching up the same commoner or monkey for the 50th time, do you ever think, damn, I could be doing something better with my life? Still no reaction. Oh, come on. No witty comeback. No dry insult. He leaned forward just a little more. Don't tell me I've actually managed to hurt the great Shoko Yeri's feelings. Shoko exhaled a cloud of smoke. Then, finally, she turned her eyes toward him. You done stroking your ego, she said, her tone flat. Naoya's smirk twitched. Oh, I'm just getting started. Chapter 32, Malevolent Harassment. Before Shoko could react, Naoya moved with practiced ease, not with force, but with the confidence of someone who always got what he wanted. His hand caught her wrist, spinning her just enough to press her back against the rough bark of the tree. He leaned in close, their bodies almost touching but not quite, his breath warm against her cheek. Tell me, Shoko, he murmured, voice low and teasing, are you always this cold, or am I special? Shoko exhaled smoke directly into his face. Neither. I just save my energy for people who matter. Does it bruise your ego to think someone might be immune to your so-called charm? Naoya's lips curved, immunity implies resistance. You're not resisting, Shoko. You're just waiting. For what? She tapped Ash onto the ground between them. You're not nearly as unpredictable as you fancy yourself to be. His fingers tightened fractionally. Then predict this. In one fluid motion, he had her pinned against the gnarled oak, his body a hair's breadth from touching hers. Do you want me to do malevolent things to you, or are you going to keep pretending? Shoko didn't flinch. Didn't blink. She looked at him with the same dispassionate curiosity she might reserve for a particularly stubborn corpse. Since when do you care what a woman thinks? That's new for you, Naoya. Her gaze flicked between them. I wonder, she murmured, how small your world must be if you think this matters at all. Naoya laughed, low, dark, dangerous. That's not an answer. It's the only one you're getting. For a moment, the silence between them was a battlefield, his arrogance clashing with her cold indifference. Then, his free hand rose, tracing the line of her jaw with deceptive gentleness. You're right about one thing, he said, his breath ghosting over her lips. Somewhere along the way, I stopped seeing you as just another commoner woman. Maybe it's lust. Maybe it's something else. Either way, it's inconvenient as hell. Something sharp flashed in her eyes. Careful, Naoya. That almost sounded like respect. Call it professional curiosity. His thumb brushed the corner of her mouth. We both know that's not all it is. The cigarette between her fingers burned down to the filter, forgotten. And you're not as invincible as you act, she countered. But by all means, prove me wrong. Naoya's smile turned razor sharp. Gladly. When their lips met, it was less a kiss than a battle, teeth and tension and neither willing to yield. Shoko's hands came up, not to push him away, but to grip the front of his uniform with clinical precision, her nails digging in just enough to sting. As suddenly as it began, she broke away, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Exactly as underwhelming as expected. Naoya caught her wrist before she could leave. Stop the cap. Your pulse is racing. Adrenaline, she corrected coolly. The body's natural response to poor life choices. His grip tightened. I could make you say my name like a prayer. Shoko smiled then, a slow, chilling thing that didn't reach her eyes. And I could slip you something that shuts down your nervous system in under 30 seconds. She leaned in slightly, voice soft as silk and twice as lethal. You'd still be breathing, technically. You just wouldn't be doing much else. Naoya clicked his tongue, annoyed. TCH. Then he seized her again, this time with something more than aggression, something reckless and charged. His mouth crashed into hers, heated and demanding, his hand sliding over her body like he was trying to memorize it. She didn't stop him. Instead, her fingers found the edge of his collar, tugging him closer with sharp precision. The kiss wasn't soft. It wasn't sweet. It was a challenge met and returned, teeth, breath, and the silent war of two people who refused to surrender. When they finally pulled apart, barely breathing. Still not impressed, she whispered. Naoya's eyes burned into hers. Liar. He watched her carefully, something sharp behind the smirk. You don't seem too bothered by my lovely height-level harassment. She paused, exhaling slowly, her expression unreadable. I wanted the experience, nothing more, she said flatly, adjusting the hem of her uniform. It's just unfortunate that it had to be with a trash human being like you. Naoya let out a soft, humorless laugh. Bold words for someone speaking to the next heir of the legendary Zenin clan. She started to walk away, but paused, just long enough to glance back at him over her shoulder. Don't take it personally, Naoya. Even bacteria have a role in the ecosystem. And then she was gone, her steps silent, leaving behind only the chill in the air and the taste of something unfinished. Say what you want, Shoko. You'll remember me the next time you're alone. He turned the other way, but his smile didn't quite reach his eyes. The next day, Gojo, Geto, and Naoya were walking together, leaving Jiu-Jitsu High. The sun was high, the path ahead quiet, until Gojo, out of nowhere, blurted out a question. What if the star plasma vessel refuses to assimilate? Then the assimilation's off. Gojo declared dramatically, striking a pose. Geto let out a short laugh. Are you sure about that? Huh. Gojo blinked. It might mean fighting Tengen-sama, you know, Geto continued, his tone half serious. Gojo smirked. You scared? He shoved his hands into his pockets and shrugged. It's fine. It'll all work out somehow. We are the strongest, after all. Then Geto turned to Naoya. What do you think, Naoya? Naoya didn't answer immediately. He glanced at Gojo, something unreadable flickering in his gaze. Her death serves a purpose, he said finally, voice calm. A very big one. Geto's smile faded, replaced by a slight frown. She's just a child. Are you heartless, Naoya? Naoya's gaze didn't waver. Maybe, who knows? Or maybe I just understand that some sacrifices echo louder than others. Gojo narrowed his eyes slightly, watching him. You talk like you've already seen it happen. Naoya turned, starting to walk ahead. Let's just say, I believe in cause and effect. Strong catalysts create stronger outcomes. Geto glanced at Gojo, eyebrows raised. He's being cryptic again. Gojo chuckled, but there was a sliver of unease beneath it. TCH. He's always like this. Chapter 33, Riko Amanai. The Star Religious Group is an organization of non-sorcerers, Geto said, riding the elevator up while talking to Gojo on the phone. I don't think we need to pay them any mind. The ones to be wary of are Q. On the other end of the line, Gojo responded casually, well, I'm sure it'll be fine. We are the strongest, after all. That's why Tengen-sama asked for us specifically, right? Geto sighed heavily. What is it? Gojo asked, hearing the sigh. You know, Satoru. Geto's voice turned serious. I've been wanting to say this for a while, stop being so full of yourself. Huh. Gojo crushed the soda can in his hand. Especially when you're addressing your superior, Geto continued. We might end up meeting Tengen-sama, after all. You should be more polite and humble. Screw that. Say that to Naoya too. Gojo shot back. Geto snorted. Nah, no way. Naoya's a completely lost cause. He can't be fixed. Whatever, Geto muttered as he rang the hotel room bell, only for a bomb to explode. Through the smoke and debris, Gojo's voice crackled from the phone still clutched in Geto's hand. You alive? Geto brushed concrete dust from his shoulder, his cursed spirit having taken the brunt of the blast. I'm fine. You think we'll be blamed if the brat died from that? Gojo asked casually, watching the small figure plummet from the shattered hotel window. From his perch on a nearby bench, Naoya didn't even look up from his magazine. Geto will fix it, he said, turning a page with deliberate disinterest. As if on cue, Geto's arm shot out, cursed energy shattered the remaining windows in a crystalline explosion. A stingray-like curse burst forth, its winged form slicing through falling debris to catch the girl mid-plummet. Drifting effortlessly in the air, Geto smirked down at the wide-eyed curse user still clutching the detonator. Don't try to make us stand out, he chided, adjusting his sleeve with deliberate calm. We just got scolded, you know. I know that uniform, the men in the white Q organization outfit spat from the wreckage. Your kids from Jiu-Jitsu High. Across the street, a sudden barrage of knives tore through the air toward Gojo and Naoya. Gojo didn't even blink, the blades froze mid-air, suspended by infinity just inches from their targets. Naoya finally lowered his magazine with an exaggerated sigh. Before the Q member could utter another word, Naoya blurred into motion. In an instant, he was behind the men, one hand gripping his face as he slammed it violently into the metal fence with a sickening crunch. The assailant crumpled to the ground, unconscious. That's boring, Naoya, Gojo whined, kicking at the limp body with his shoe. I wanted to have fun with him first. Naoya wiped his hands on his uniform with distaste. That sounds so gay. Gojo gasped dramatically, placing a hand over his heart. You homophobic piece of... Save it, Naoya interrupted, already walking away. High above in a corporate skyscraper's glass-walled conference room, a suited man exhaled cigarette smoke as he watched the chaos unfold through floor-to-ceiling windows. No binoculars needed, the hotel was just across the street. It started, he murmured, ash tumbling into a crystal ashtray. Beside him, Toji Fushiguro leaned against the window frame, his reflection superimposed over the distant figures of Geto's flying curse and Gojo's distinctive white hair. The Star religious group doesn't have the power to fight against Jiu-Jitsu sorcerers, the man continued, straightening his tie in the window's reflection. But they can pay very well, I guarantee that. He turned slightly. How about it, Zenin? Below, Naoya's silhouette could be seen slamming a Q member into a broken lobby fountain. Want to get in on assassinating the Star plasma vessel? The man asked again, swirling his whiskey glass. Toji's teeth gleamed in the twilight as he smirked. I'm not Zenin anymore. He pressed a palm against the cool glass. I took my wife's name, it's Fushiguro now. Ice cubes clinked as the man took a sip. But sure. Count me in. The group reconvened in a lavish hotel suite. Gojo adjusted his grip on the unconscious Amani. Should we get her to a doctor? Geto wiped sweat from his brow. I wish I could use reverse cursed technique like Shoko, he sighed. I don't understand a single word from what she says, Gojo grumbled, staring at the mumbling girl in his arms. Just then, Amani's eyes snapped open. She took in her surroundings in a panic before zeroing in on Gojo's face hovering above her. Oh, you're awake, Gojo began. Orea. Without hesitation, she slapped him hard enough to make his head snap sideways, then wriggled free and dropped into a ridiculous fighting stance, 1 foot forward, arms windmilling wildly. You scum. If you want to kill me, you'll be the one to die first. Geto placed a gentle hand on Gojo's shoulder as the white-haired sorcerer rubbed his stinging cheek. Riko-chan, calm down. We're not with the group that attacked you. Liar. You have the face of a liar. She pointed accusingly at Geto. Your bangs are weird too. The glossy magazine page turned with deliberate slowness in the chandelier light as Naoya's bored voice cut through the suite. You're too loud. Can you shut the fuck up, woman? Riko's entire body tensed like a coiled spring. She stomped forward, her sneaker squeaking against marble until she could jab a finger into his chest. And you exactly look like a villain who likes to hurt women. Her nose wrinkled. And you smell like expensive jerk. The magazine crumpled slightly in his grip. A smirk crept across his face as he finally looked up through half-lidded eyes. Expensive jerk, huh? Then what does that make you? The dollar store special. He snapped the magazine shut. Since you're so obsessed with villains. His hand moved in a blur, snatching the white headband from her hair before she could blink. Hey. Don't touch that. From the couch, the white-haired idiot sat up with interest. Oh ho. What's this? A sacred artifact. The headband, slightly crooked now, was held up for inspection. Let me guess, you think this makes you look like some shoujo manga heroine. Her face burned as she lunged, only to trip over the coffee table when he leaned aside. The headband went sailing to the long-haired one, who caught it between 2 fingers like it was contaminated. It's sticky, he observed with distaste. It's from sweat, you jerks. Give it back. Gojo clutched his stomach laughing. Oh my god, she admits it. That's disgusting. A Motorola razor suddenly appeared from her pocket as she tried to hide it. Too late. Is that a razor? Naoya's eyes lit up with malicious delight. Is that a Hello Kitty charm? It's none of your business. He plucked it from her hands. Let's see, text messages. His smirk widened. 2, Kuwa, these weirdos kidnapped me but they're kinda hot. Really? That's not what it says. He flipped it open dramatically. And your wallpaper is, oh. My. God. He turned the screen to show the others. Is that a selfie with, are those bunny ears? Geto sighed deeply. I'm beginning to understand why Tengen-sama wanted her dead. A scream of pure rage filled the room as all 3 of them howled with laughter, one rolling on the floor, one massaging his temples, and the smirking bastard scrolling through her embarrassing teenage texts like they were the best entertainment he'd had in years. Chapter 34, Riko Amani P2. Riko's scream still echoed through the suite when the door burst open. Kurwa came riding in atop one of Geto's smaller curses, the creature's expression distinctly unamused at being used as transportation. The maid nearly tumbled off in her haste, her shoes skidding across marble as she bowed deeply. Riko-sama. These men are your allies, she gasped, gesturing wildly at the trio. Assigned by Master Tengen himself. Gojo flopped back on the couch, stretching his arms behind his head. This brat's more aggressive than I expected. I was trying to figure out how to be considerate, he lied effortlessly. Thought she'd be more sentimental about the whole assimilation thing. Riko paused mid-tantrum, suddenly petting Geto's cursed spirit with unexpected gentleness. A small laugh escaped her. A commoner way of thinking. Huh. Listen up. In one fluid motion, she vaulted onto the curse's back, striking a dramatic pose as the creature sighed in resignation. Tengen-sama is me, and I'm Tengen-sama. The chandelier light caught her white headband as she pointed imperiously. Some might mistake assimilation for death, as you do. But there's a big difference. Naoya finally looked up from his magazine, one eyebrow arched. Geto's cup paused halfway to his lips. I might become Tengen-sama through assimilation, Riko declared, fist pressed to her chest, but Tengen-sama will also become me. My will, my heart, and my soul will continue to live on. Silence. Then. The three sorcerers were huddled around Gojo's phone, completely ignoring her. Dude, your wallpaper is trash, Geto said, poking at the screen. That's your face, Gojo shot back. Listen to me. Riko shrieked, her voice cracking with fury. I bet you don't have many friends if you talk like that, Gojo mused, still scrolling through his gallery. We won't have to feel bad sending you off, Geto added cheerfully. She's ugly too, Naoya yawned, flipping a magazine page. I talk normally at school. Riko's fists trembled at her sides. Then realization struck. School. She whirled toward Kurwa. Kurwa, what time is it? It's close to noon, but going to school right now would be dash. Be quiet. I said I'm going, and I'm going. Riko stormed toward the door, her crooked headband bouncing with each furious step. This is an order from Tengen-sama. Fulfill all of Riko Amanai's demands. The phone clicked as Yaga ended the call. Tisk. Gojo rolled his eyes and tossed his phone onto the couch. Lax upbringing at its finest. Geto sighed, brushing his bangs aside. Don't be like that, Satoru. After the assimilation, she'll spend the rest of her life as Tengen-sama. His voice dropped slightly. Locked away on the deepest floor of Jiu-Jitsu High. As the foundation of all barriers. She won't see friends, family, anyone precious to her ever again, Geto added, voice quiet. A soft voice interrupted from the behind. Riko-sama has no family, Kurwa said stiffly, clutching a small handkerchief. They died in an accident when she was little. I've been raising her since then. She straightened her posture, gathering her resolve. That's why. I want her to have whatever time she can with her friends. Geto's expression softened. So you're her family, then? Kurwa flushed but didn't respond, turning her gaze away. Meanwhile, Gojo scratched his head lazily, shifting the mood back. Hey, Suguru. What about the cursed spirits following Amanai? They still hanging around? Geto, who had been feeling a subtle presence lingering earlier, now furrowed his brow in focus. No, he said. 2 of them have been exorcised. He turned his head toward the pool, where Naoya was sitting casually, dipping his fingers into the water like he didn't have a care in the world. Naoya, stand up, Geto called. They're gone. What? Your balls. In a small, run-down food shop, a man sat lazily at the counter, eating his meal while watching boat races on the flickering TV. It was Toji Fushiguro, looking as relaxed as if he didn't have a care in the world. Suddenly, his flip phone buzzed. He answered without even looking, chewing slowly. What, they didn't go back to Jujutsu High? Toji asked, a little surprised, his eyes still glued to the screen. Lucky me. Are you sure? The voice on the other end asked, sounding tense. About what? The bounty, the voice said. It's tied to the 30 million deposit the Star Religious Group paid you. If someone else kills the Star Plasma Vessel, the deposit's gone. Worst case, you might not even get the full reward. Toji scoffed, still focused on the race. They might start whining that they could have just posted a public bounty instead of hiring you, the voice added. Toji finally leaned back, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Gojo Satoru's guarding the girl. He's the first in centuries to inherit both the 6 eyes and the limitless technique. He paused, a glint of amusement in his eye. And Naoya Zenin's with them too. Considering how prideful the Zenin clan is, seeing him actually attend Jujutsu High is surprising. Honestly, it's shocking. He tossed some coins on the counter to pay for his meal, standing up slowly. No one's killing the Star Plasma Vessel with those 2 around, he said casually, almost bored. Not even you, the voice pressed. For a moment, Toji didn't answer. Then, with a smirk, he snapped the phone shut and muttered. Who knows? Geto, Gojo, Naoya, and Kurwa sprinted through the school halls, each splitting off to search in different directions. Naoya, already knowing where Amanai might be from his memories, quickly motioned for Gojo to follow. Over here, Naoya said, his voice sharp and confident. They rushed toward a classroom at the end of the corridor. Amanai. Gojo barked, sliding the door open without a care for courtesy. Inside, the classroom was packed, filled entirely with girls. This was a girls-only school, after all. Naoya walked in just a step behind Gojo, hands in his pockets, his usual half-bored expression on his face. For a moment, there was complete silence. Then, whispers exploded around the room like a tidal wave. Who are they? So handsome. Which one do you think is Amanai's boyfriend? They are tall. That white-haired one is hot, but the other one. I like the one with the sharper eyes. He looks dangerous. Naoya smirked, something wicked flashing in his eyes. He sauntered a few steps closer to Amanai and, loud enough for the whole room to hear, said, "Yo, Amanai. Why didn't you tell everyone your boyfriend was coming to pick you up?" The entire classroom exploded with gasps and squeals. Amanai's face turned bright red instantly. Her mouth opened and closed like she couldn't find any words. Before she could even react properly, Gojo, never one to miss a chance to stir the pot, casually threw an arm over Amanai's shoulder with a lazy grin. Boyfriend. Hey, I'm her boyfriend too, you know. The class went insane. EHHH. Riko-chan has 2 boyfriends. Is this a love triangle? No way, Lucky. They're both so hot, it's unfair. I want to be her. Naoya burst out laughing at the look of absolute horror on Amanai's face. Amanai, redder than a tomato, stomped her foot. You idiots. Stop saying weird things. Gojo ruffled her hair teasingly. Ah, don't be shy, Amanai, you're super popular right now. Naoya clicked his tongue and stepped forward, glaring mockingly at Gojo. TCH. Back off, Gojo. She's mine. Go cry somewhere else. Gojo shoved Naoya lightly with his shoulder, grinning wider. As if, loser. She told me she loves guys with white hair. The girls screamed like they were watching the final episode of a drama. They crowded around, egging them on. Fight for her. Pick her up in your arms. Naoya-kun, Gojo-kun, don't hold back. Amanai, absolutely mortified, covered her face and screamed. None of this is true. Stop making it worse. As Gojo opened his mouth, ready to escalate the chaos even further, he froze. His eyes sharpened behind his sunglasses, his 6 eyes had caught something. Something hostile. Without missing a beat, Gojo flicked his gaze to Naoya. Naoya. Let's move. Naoya immediately caught the shift in Gojo's tone. His playful smirk dropped, replaced by cold sharpness. Without hesitating, he strode forward, grabbing a still panicking Amanai by the wrist. Let's go, he muttered. Amanai barely had time to react before Naoya was dragging her after Gojo, weaving through the stunned classroom of girls, who blinked in confusion at the sudden change in atmosphere. Chapter 35, Riko Amanai P3. Both of you will pay, do you hear me? Amanai shrieked, her face flushed crimson as she kicked uselessly in Naoya's grip. Her sneakers scraped against empty air as he ignored her flailing. Naoya didn't even glance down. I'm going to touch you if you don't shut your mouth, he said, voice flat. Then, without so much as a breath, he bent his knees and launched upward, landing soundlessly on the rooftop with Amanai still dangling like an angry kitten. What the hell? Gojo appeared beside him in an instant, hands in his as he surveyed the scene. Below, the bag-masked curse users' clones cackled in unison, their laughter overlapping like broken speakers. This is the easiest 30 million ever, the masked curse user sneered, his distorted voice ringing out as 4 identical clones emerged beside him, each snickering. Just 2 bratty kids guarding the prize. What a joke. Naoya's eyes narrowed. 4 is your maximum, huh? His cursed energy spiked suddenly. Wait, what are you? Too late. Gojo was already gone from Naoya's side. In a blur of motion, he reappeared behind 2 of the clones and unleashed blue, yanking them toward his fists with brutal force. The impact crunched through their cursed flesh with a sickening crack, erasing them instantly. Naoya, not to be outdone, vanished and reappeared behind the 3rd clone with insane speed, his hand snapped out, twisting the clone's neck with a bone-splitting crack. It dropped instantly. That left one. The real one. Naoya stepped forward, hand raised casually. Air freeze. The space ahead of him shimmered, 12 razor-thin projection frames, perfectly aligned in a compact cube of suspended air. He'd frozen not only movement but the air particles themselves, locking the space in temporal stasis. Then, he punched. The compressed air detonated. A shock wave roared out, tearing the silence apart. Concentric rings of distorted space pulsed forward, vaporizing rooftop tiles and warping the air like a superheated mirage. The curse user's mask shattered, jaw dislocated, and ribcage folded in on itself like crushed origami as he was launched backwards, crashing through 3 concrete walls before disappearing into the rubble. Amanai screamed, shielding her face from the blast wind. Gojo just grinned. Gururara, Naoya attempted a booming laugh, the sound dying awkwardly in his throat like a sputtering engine. Gojo blinked. The hell was that? Sounded like a dying chainsaw. Naoya's face twitched. It's Whitebeard's laugh. He caught himself, adjusting his cufflinks. Never mind. You mean that pirate manga that came out years ago? Gojo snapped his fingers. Wait, you read that trash? What did you say? Amani stared at the destruction, then at Naoya, then at the distant rubble where their attacker now resided. How are you worried about manga right now? Naoya ignored her, his right hand already forming the domain expansion sign. Domain expansi. A vibration. The world froze. Amani's phone screen lit up with a notification, a single image of Kurwa bound and gagged in a dark room, her terrified eyes staring directly at the camera. The timestamp read 2 minutes ago. Naoya's hand dropped. Gojo's grin vanished. Amani's breath hitched. Kurwa. Beach aftermath. The ocean breeze carried the scent of salt and sunscreen as waves lapped at the shore. Amani splashed in the shallows with Gojo, his sunglasses glinting in the sun while he dramatically dodged her attempts to splash him. On the sand, Kurwa sat between Geto and Naoya, her expression caught between gratitude and exhaustion. You see, Geto explained, gesturing with a half-peeled orange, once we tracked the signal, it was simple. Satoru handled the front while I flanked from behind with a curtain. They never stood a chance. Kurwa nodded politely. That's impressive. Naoya flipped a page of his magazine without looking up. You're welcome. Kurwa's eye twitched. You didn't do anything. Exactly. He turned another page. My presence alone was enough to strike fear into their hearts. Geto sighed, popping an orange slice into his mouth. He slept in the car the whole time. Naoya stretched with a lazy grin. And yet, here we are. Alive. Unharmed. Thriving. Honestly, I should charge you all for the privilege of my presence. Naoya leaned closer to Kurwa, his voice a low purr. By the way, your apron strings are untied. Kinda risky, don't you think? His gaze flickered down, then back up with deliberate slowness. Unless you want something slipping off. Kurwa's hands flew behind her, only to grasp at bare skin, her swimsuit hugging her curves snugly. Naoya's smirk turned downright predatory. TCH, made you touch yourself. Didn't think you'd fall for it so easily, Kurwa. Or maybe you like being teased. Her face burned, but before she could retaliate. Thwack. A coconut smashed into Naoya's skull with brutal force, sending him stumbling forward. Amani stood waist-deep in the water, fists clenched. Stop harassing Kurwa, you disgusting perv. Gojo nearly choked on his laughter, wheezing as he staggered toward Amani for a high five. Ha! Direct hit. 10 points for style. Naoya slowly straightened, rubbing his head, then froze. His eyes narrowed. There's no way Rico could have hit me without me noticing. A sinister grin spread across his face as he turned to Gojo. Domain expansion, Naoya snarled, murder flashing in his gaze. Geto's sweat turned icy. What the hell, Naoya? You don't just pop a domain over a coconut. Gojo backpedaled, hands up in mock surrender, grin never fading. Whoa, whoa. Chill. It was just a joke. Die. Later, behind a rock, in the aftermath of near carnage. Gojo, Geto, and Naoya sat in a loose huddle, the ocean breeze doing little to cool the tension. You haven't slept for 3 days, right, Gojo? Geto asked, arms crossed, eyeing him with concern. Gojo shrugged, tossing a small pebble. Sleep is for the weak. His voice lacked its usual bite, just a touch too hoarse, a bit too tired. Naoya tilted his head, smile like a dagger. You're too damn invested in that girl. Staying awake the whole time just to watch over Rico. That's not mission protocol, that's straight-up simp behavior. Gojo's sunglasses slid down his nose just enough to reveal one gleaming, unimpressed eye. Oh, so now you care about protocol. Weren't you just trying to peek at Kurwa 2 minutes ago? Naoya smirked. That's called appreciating the view. You're on babysitting duty. Big difference. Geto massaged his temples. I swear, I'm the only sane one here. Gojo gasped, clutching his chest. Suguru. You're supposed to be on my side. I'm on the side of not dying from exhaustion because my partner refuses to sleep like a normal human. Naoya barked a laugh. Damn, Geto. Even you think he's down bad. Gojo rolled onto his stomach, propping his chin on his hands. Jealous I've got the stamina to pull it off. Naoya's eye twitched. I will actually expand my domain this time. He exhaled hard, then sighed and lightly tapped Gojo on the shoulder with the side of his fist. We're here too, you know. Don't act like we don't exist. Gojo blinked, then gave a half-smile, just a little less smug this time. Geto looked between them, raising an eyebrow. Wow. Did Naoya just display emotional maturity? Domain expansion. Chapter 36, Riko Amani P4. Later, in a restaurant. Gojo slumped dramatically over the table, chin resting on his palm as he sighed loud enough for the entire establishment to hear. Once rain is over, an umbrella becomes a burden. That's how loyalty ends when benefits stop. He paused, lowering his voice into a poor imitation of Naoya's mocking tone before snapping back to his usual theatrics. That's what Naoya said to me last year. And why? Because I ate his last pizza slice. Amani, mid-bite of her own food, blinked. That's it. That's it. Gojo threw his hands up. He didn't talk to me for a whole month. A month, Riko. Can you imagine? He loves food more than me, the great Gojo Satoru. Amani chewed thoughtfully, then shrugged. I mean, pizza is pretty serious. Gojo gasped, clutching his chest as if wounded. Not you too. Is no one on my side? Geto calmly sipped his barley tea, then delivered the killing blow without looking up. Betrayal never comes from enemies. The table erupted. Amani nearly choked laughing while Gojo dramatically slid off his chair onto the floor, wailing about cruel fates and ungrateful friends. Even Kuwa, who had been quietly enjoying her meal, hid a smile behind her hand. At that moment, Naoya arrived carrying a steaming pizza box. With a showman's flair, he flipped open the lid, releasing an aromatic cloud of truffle oil and molten cheese. Naoya flipped open the pizza box with a magician's flourish, the aroma of truffle oil and melted mozzarella wafting through the air. I always believed, he said, carefully selecting a slice, you don't throw away the umbrella when the rain stops, you throw it away when it's broken. He took an exaggerated bite, cheese stretching dramatically. But you, Gojo, you've redefined betrayal. Gojo's head snapped up from the floor. His nose twitched at the scent. Is that the new Quattro Formaggi from that Neapolitan place? Naoya smirked, holding the slice just out of reach. The very same. And before you ask, no, you can't have any. After everything we've shared. Gojo pressed both hands to his heart. The battles fought side by side. The curses weave. You should have considered that, Naoya interrupted, taking another deliberate bite, before you stole my pineapple truffle mushroom special. The table went silent. Even the background restaurant chatter seemed to hush. Pineapple. Gojo whispered in horror. Amani's eyes widened. Wait, you put pineapple on. Geto finally looked up from his salad, his expression the verbal equivalent of a record scratch. You did what to a truffle mushroom pizza? Naoya calmly took another bite. It wasn't experimental. Geto stood up so fast his chair fell backward. I'm revoking your pizza privileges. As the debate over pizza heresy erupted, with Kurwa surprisingly defending fruit on pizza and Amani looking genuinely contemplative, Gojo seized the opportunity to snake a slice from the box. Joke's on you, he mumbled around a mouthful of stolen pizza. Still worth it. Naoya's eye twitched. Domain expand. Not in the restaurant, everyone shouted in unison. The next day in Okinawa Churami Aquarium, massive Kuroshio tank exhibit. Gojo pressed his face against the glass like an excited child, fogging up the surface with each breath. Look. That one's smiling at me. He pointed at a manta ray that was very clearly not smiling. Naoya crossed his arms, still sulking about the pizza incident. That's not a smile. That's its underside. Geto observed the schooling fish with quiet appreciation. There's something peaceful about watching creatures who don't argue about pizza toppings. Then. The bioluminescent glow painted Riko's face in ethereal blues as she watched the pulsing jellyfish drift behind glass. Naoya materialized behind her like a shark circling prey, his shadow swallowing hers. TCH. These things just float around doing nothing, he mused, leaning in close enough for his breath to disturb her hair. Unlike you, Riko-chan. You've got spark. His fingers hovered near her waist. Bet you'd shine even brighter somewhere darker. Riko didn't flinch. Try it and I'll feed you to the whale sharks. Her hand twitched toward the emergency hammer beside the exhibit glass. Thwack. A 3-foot-long stuffed orca plush, specially selected by Gojo for maximum impact, smashed into Naoya's face with enough force to send him staggering. From the gift shop 20 meters away, Gojo waved cheerfully with his other souvenir, a dolphin wearing sunglasses. Gomen ne, he called, not sounding sorry at all. My infinity must have malfunctioned. The temperature dropped suddenly as Kurwa appeared between them, her normally placid eyes glinting dangerously. The jellyfish nearest her began moving sluggishly as frost crept up the tank glass. Naoya-san, she said with terrifying calm, would you like to learn how pufferfish defend themselves? Naoya wiped the blood from his split lip with his thumb, examining the crimson stain with amusement before sucking it clean. Kuwa-chan, he crooned, arms spread wide in mock surrender. The jellyfish tanks reflected fractured images of his smirk. As future head of the Zenin clan, you should be. Riko's sneaker flashed silver in the aquarium lights as it arced toward his shin. Only to meet empty air as Naoya vanished. He reappeared lounging on a bench across the exhibit, one leg crossed over the other. Temper, he tooted, examining his nails. Though I do love when they put up a pale hand shot toward his neck from behind. Naoya's head jerked sideways just in time to avoid Gojo's attempted headlock. The Six Eyes user stumbled slightly, his usual flawless movements betraying a half-second delay. TCH. Naoya's grin turned predatory as he took in Gojo's disheveled appearance, the slight tremor in his fingers, the dark circles barely hidden beneath his sunglasses. You're way off your game, Satoru. What's wrong? 4 days without sleep finally catching up. He leaned in, voice dropping to a taunting whisper. Or is babysitting your precious star plasma vessel wearing you down? Gojo's smile remained fixed, but the air around them grew heavy with condensed cursed energy. The aquarium lights flickered. Now, Naoya, he sing-songed, but his usual playful lilt carried an edge like broken glass. Wouldn't want to make a scene in front of. Enough. Geto's voice cut through the tension like a blade. He stepped between them, one hand resting firmly on both Naoya and Gojo's shoulders. We're leaving, he said flatly. There was no room for debate. Not with Geto using that voice. Naoya clicked his tongue, annoyed by the commoner touch. Riko and Kuwa walked ahead in silence, and the rest followed suit, the tension simmering behind them like a storm cloud refusing to break. Jiu-Jitsu High, front stairs. The sun had started to set by the time they climbed the last flight of stairs leading back to school grounds. Their steps slowed in exhausted relief as the imposing silhouette of the school came into view. Finally, Riko breathed. Naoya didn't even look up. Instead, he pulled out his phone, stepping slightly aside. Is everything ready? He said, voice low and sharp, as if honed on steel. I don't accept failure. The voice that answered was distorted, genderless, calm and confident. I memorized everything. Just don't back down on the payment. Naoya's eyes narrowed, satisfied. Good. He hung up. Then. A sharp hiss tore through the air. Gojo blinked. Blood exploded from his torso. A blade, massive, jagged, and vicious, pierced clean through him, punching out of his chest from behind just as he triggered his infinity. Too late. Wah was all he managed before collapsing. Time stilled. Kuwa screamed. Riko stumbled back. Even Geto stood frozen, his mouth half open in disbelief. And Naoya? He didn't blink. Didn't flinch. He smiled. Like a fan seeing their idol walk out on stage. Chapter 37, Riko M&I P5. Toji Fushiguro stood motionless, black fabric clinging to corded muscle. His eyes, empty as a doll's glass orbs, locked onto Gojo as blood dripped from the Six Eyes user's lips. Did we meet before? Gojo choked, as if being impaled was merely an inconvenience. Toji flicked his blade clean, smirk cruel. Don't bother remembering. I never recall men's names. Is that so? Gojo's hand snapped up. Blue erupted. The gravitational vortex tore through the air, yanking Toji skyward with a sound like bones grinding in a meat grinder. At the same moment, Geto moved. His worm curse burst from the earth beneath Toji, its segmented body splitting open into a gaping maw that swallowed him whole midair, slamming shut with a wet crunch that echoed across the courtyard. Geto. Naoya, Gojo said, blood dripping down his chin, voice steel. Take Riko and Kuwa inside. I'll handle him. Naoya didn't wait for Geto's confirmation. In a blur of motion, he scooped up Riko and vanished, not toward Tingen's barrier, but deep into the forest, through a series of warped coordinates only he had mapped out. The air was thick with mist and moss. Riko's voice was raw with panic as she thrashed against the rope biting into her wrists. Are you crazy? What are you? Slap. Naoya pressed duct tape over her mouth and forced her down against a mossy tree root. Shut up, he said coolly. I'm saving your life. Be grateful, commoner. Riko's eyes narrowed with fury. But then, they went wide. A shadow shifted behind Naoya. She stared in disbelief. There, standing in the clearing, was herself. A perfect replica. Right down to the slight cowlick, the subtle scuff on her left sneaker, the faint freckle under her eye. Naoya circled the fake Riko like a sculptor admiring his creation. He poked her cheek. Disturbingly accurate. The copy swatted his hand away with a scowl. You don't need to touch me like that. Ino. A third-grade curse user. Her cursed technique, Fata Morgana, allowed her to mimic anyone's appearance down to the smallest detail, for exactly 24 hours. But it had rules. No combat. Illusions shattered with physical trauma. Only works on those with cursed energy. Meaningless to someone like Toji. 6 eyes, Naoya wasn't sure if Gojo could see through it. So he prepared a contingency. From an insulated cooler, Naoya pulled out the backup. A corpse. Perfectly preserved. Perfectly lifeless. A dead Riko Ammonai, crafted over months using cursed tools, tissue grafts, and strands of her hair. He hadn't told Ino about the corpse. He hadn't told her anything beyond, "You're paid to be someone else for a few hours. Learn your lines and smile." She had no idea this performance might be her last. Naoya zipped the cooler shut and turned to Ino. "You ready?" She hesitated. "You're sure this'll work?" "No," Naoya said cheerfully, grabbing her wrist and shot toward Tengen's barrier. As Geto came into view, escorting Kurwa up the temple path, Naoya slowed his pace. The fake Riko kept close behind him, rehearsing her lines in a whisper. Naoya waved casually. "You're slow." "I forgot the way to Tengen's chamber," he said with an easy lie. "Thought I'd go check on Gojo after I handed Riko off." "You take her from here." Geto gave him a sharp glance, but said nothing. He turned toward the steps with Riko at his side. Naoya watched them vanish into the inner sanctum. Then, with a quiet exhale and a twisted smile, he turned on his heel. "Now," he muttered, cracking his neck, "let's see if Toji is cooking." Crunch. A pebble shifted behind him. Naoya froze. Step. 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 Toji Fushiguro emerged from the shadows, walking with the casual menace of a stalking panther. His empty eyes locked onto Naoya's. No cursed energy. No sound. Just death, walking. Naoya turned slowly, fingers casually loosening his cufflinks. Well, he drawled, voice smooth as poisoned honey. "What about Gojo? Is he dead?" A raised eyebrow, the only hint of surprise at Toji's speed. Toji's lip curled. "Yeah, he is." A splatter of crimson dripped from his blade onto the temple steps. "Expected more reaction from you. But Zenins are Zenins in the end." The last word dripped with decades-old hatred. Naoya stretched his neck left, then right, the pops echoing unnaturally loud in the tense air. "Unfortunately for you, this is going to be your last day breathing. For now." Toji snorted, hefting his cleaver. "Me and your old man have business. I won't kill you." A pause. "Just step off." His nostrils flared slightly, that familiar Zenin stench of arrogance clinging to Naoya, triggering half-formed memories. Naoya's grin turned feral. "Naoya." He tapped his temple mockingly. "Imagine me, next heir of the Zenin clan, stepping aside because some bum homeless man told me to." His shoes scraped against stone as he fell into stance. "How about you kneel instead? I'll make it quick." The air between them grew heavy. Somewhere, a cicada's drone cut off abruptly. Toji sighed. Kids these days. Then he moved. The blade flashed silver, a perfectly horizontal slash aimed to take Naoya's head clean off. Naoya barely had time to react, his projection sorcery activating just in time. The world seemed to slow down, breaking into distinct frames as he twisted his body sideways. The razor-sharp edge missed his neck by millimeters, slicing cleanly through the side of his uniform instead. He could feel the steel's cold kiss against his ribs. Naoya immediately tried to counter, his hand shooting out to grab Toji's wrist. But Toji was already moving again, effortlessly flipping their positions and using Naoya's own momentum against him. Before Naoya knew it, he was being slammed toward the ground. At the last possible moment, with the earth rushing up to meet him, Naoya's palm struck the dirt. "Frame fracture," he shouted. A burst of the ground exploded outward in precise geometric patterns, the shockwave blasting him back upright while sending Toji skidding backward through the dirt and pine needles. "Not bad," Toji said as the purple curse around him opened its mouth, revealing the soul-split katana. He swapped weapons smoothly. "This guy is way stronger than I thought," Naoya realized, choking back as he felt the raw testosterone radiating off Toji. Neither moved. A pine cone fell between them. They blurred forward simultaneously. Naoya's fist rocketed toward Toji's face, only for Toji to tilt his head slightly, letting it whistle past his ear. Before Naoya could react, Toji's knee slammed into his gut, lifting him off his feet. Naoya coughed blood but twisted midair, activating projection sorcery to freeze his momentum. He landed in a crouch, skidding back as Toji casually flicked blood off his blade. "Too slow," Toji taunted. Naoya's eye twitched. He dashed forward again, this time layering his movements, each step fracturing into multiple afterimages, his attacks coming from impossible angles. Toji didn't even blink. He weaved through the flurry like a ghost, his sword flashing once. Shing! Naoya's sleeve split open, blood welling from a shallow cut. TCH. Naoya reset his stance, breathing hard. Toji just stood there, waiting. Had enough? Toji asked, spinning the soul-split katana lazily. Naoya's eye twitched violently. This is ridiculous, he spat, wiping blood from his split lip. You're not supposed to be this strong. And in that moment, he felt it, true danger, mortal and immediate. His body responded instinctively. His binding vow activated. His cursed energy surged. Circuits of raw power etched across his skin in pale blue light. His strength, speed, reflexes, tripled instantly. His body blurred, too fast for the eye to follow. Toji's pupils finally widened, just a little, caught off guard. Too late. Naoya's palm slammed against Toji's chest. Toji's body locked into a single frozen frame, a perfect snapshot in time. Naoya stepped back, eyes wild with power. Then he cocked his fist back. Maximum output, air freeze. He punched. The blow didn't hit Toji. It struck the air, specifically, the 64 suspended layers of air molecules around Toji that Naoya had frozen with his cursed technique in 0.3 seconds. The moment his punch connected, those layers collapsed in on themselves, releasing an unimaginable pressure wave. Crackum. The air itself ruptured. A seismic blast exploded outward, trees uprooted, earth split, and a thunderclap rolled across the mountains like a bomb had gone off. Birds dropped dead from the sky. Naoya stood at the epicenter, hand smoking, blood trickling from his nose. Got your bum ass. Chapter 38, Riko M&I P6. Toji took the hit. Not unscathed, not this time. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was catapulted backward, his body carving a ragged trench through the forest floor before smashing into a jagged rock formation. The impact sent a cascade of stone and debris into the air with a thunderous roar. A breathless silence followed. Then, the rubble shifted. Toji rose. Slowly. His side was torn open, a deep gash leaking blood down his leg. His left arm hung limp, shoulder twisted from its socket. But his expression. Calm. Focused. Eyes locked on Naoya with something dangerously close to respect. Ha. He spat a thick glob of red onto the dirt. So you can hit hard. Naoya didn't answer. He just stood there, shoulders rising and falling with each breath, lips curled into a crooked grin. Then. Ah. A soft, shaky sound escaped him. His eyes widened, glassy with something raw and overwhelming, like ecstasy. It wasn't pleasure. It was realization. Vindication. He could still remember it vividly. A younger Naoya, in the corridors of the Zenin estate, watching Toji pass by like a phantom, untouchable, unbothered, utterly dominant. The other clan members whispered his name with fear or contempt, but Naoya had just stared in silent awe. Toji didn't feel human that day. He felt like a wall. Something absolute. Something no Zenin could ever overcome. And now. That wall was cracked. Bleeding. Breathing hard. And looking at him with caution. Naoya exhaled sharply through his nose, the twisted grin never leaving his face. Heh. I really did it. In this cursed world of monsters this moment was pure. A high no drug could ever match. Not victory. Not survival. But proof. Proof that he had clawed his way out and stood eye to eye with a man who once made him feel like a speck. Toji rotated his shoulder, bones grinding as he snapped the dislocated joint back into place with a grunt. His gaze never left Naoya. You look like you're enjoying this a little too much, he muttered. Naoya licked blood off his lip and chuckled. You have no idea. Then, without another word, they lunged again. Boom. Naoya blitzed forward, his fist rocketed toward Toji's jaw. Only for Toji to lean back, letting the strike whistle past his face by a hair's breadth. Toji's counter was merciless, a brutal uppercut that lifted Naoya off his feet. But Naoya twisted midair, kicking off Toji's forearm to flip backward and land in a crouch. Frame fracture. The ground beneath Toji erupted, cursed energy detonating in a precise blast. Toji crossed his arms, taking the hit head-on. And charged through the smoke, his katana flashing. Naoya barely dodged, the blade slicing through his sleeve and grazing flesh. He hissed but didn't retreat. Instead Naoya's fingers dug into Toji's wound, projection sorcery locking the sorcerer killer in place for one perfect second. A second was all he needed. His other fist pulled back, cursed energy condensing into a swirling vortex of destruction. The air itself warped, reality bending around his knuckles as his grin stretched too wide, too wild. This. The first spark flickered, black. Is truly my Jujutsu Kaisen. Then. Black flash. The impact detonated in a burst of void black lightning, spiderwebbing across Toji's frozen form. The shockwave ripped through the battlefield, kicking up dust and debris in a radial blast. Crack! Crack! Toji's animated frame fractured, fissures spreading like broken glass across his body. The moment stretched, infinite and euphoric. Naoya's veins burned with the high of cursed perfection, his laughter bubbling up uncontrollably. Then. Snap. The frame shattered. Toji's body erupted backward, hurtling through the air like a cannonball before slamming into the distant cliffside. Naoya stood amidst the devastation, his fist still smoking, his arm numb and ruined, his knuckles ground to pulp. And yet. He had never felt more alive. The zone. Time slowed. Sound muted. His vision sharpened to a razor's edge. Every cell in his body hummed with cursed energy, every nerve alight with perfect, euphoric clarity. He exhaled. And then. Ha, ha ha ha. His laughter ripped from his throat, raw and unhinged. Blood dripped from his lips, his teeth stained crimson. His body was breaking. He didn't care. Because in this moment. He was limitless. His laughter still hung in the air when the world snapped back into focus. Splash. A geyser of blood erupted as Naoya's leg separated at the knee, severed clean by a whip-fast chain that had lashed out from the settling dust. Before he could even register the pain, more chains exploded from the earth. Coiling around his arms, his torso, his throat. Yanking him down into the dirt like a puppet with its strings cut. Naoya choked, his zone-shattered focus crumbling as the chains tightened, biting deep into flesh. His remaining knee hit the ground hard. From the smoke, a shadow lurched forward. Toji Fushiguro. He seems heavily damaged, but it seems that his injury's slowly regenerating. And now. He smiled. Time's up, brat. The chain around Naoya's throat yanked upward, forcing him to meet Toji's gaze. The soul-split katana glinted in the sun. Naoya's binding vow flickered out. His cursed energy drained. His body betrayed him. And yet. Ha. Naoya laughed, calmism and sipping tea. This is really bad. No panic. No desperation. Just amusement, as if his sudden mutilation and impending death were nothing more than a mild inconvenience. Toji's grin widened, and without another word, he plunged the katana straight into Naoya's heart. Clean. Merciless. No last words. No dramatic farewell. Just silence. A beat passed, then Toji blinked, tilting his head. What if that old man refuses to buy my son after I killed his? He scratched his head, genuinely puzzled for a moment. Whatever. I'll find another buyer. With that, he turned away, blood still dripping from the edge of his blade, and walked toward his next destination. Deep beneath Jiu-Jitsu High, far below the surface. The fake Riko had just said her tearful goodbye to Kurwa, performing her role flawlessly. Now, she stood alongside Geto in front of a massive tree wrapped in thick, sacred ropes. The ancient air was heavy with cursed energy. Geto's voice echoed softly through the cavernous chamber. We're now in Tengen-sama's territory. This place is the foundation of Japan's key barriers, the main hall of the Tomb of the Star. Once you descend the stairs, pass through the gate, and reach the base of the great tree. He paused, his eyes fixed on the glowing structure ahead. You'll be inside a special barrier, one separate from the one surrounding Jiu-Jitsu High, he continued. Only those invited can enter. Tengen-sama will protect you until the assimilation. The fake Riko's heart skipped a beat. What the hell? How is the script Naoya gave me this accurate, she thought, stunned. He wrote these exact lines. It's like he saw the future. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Is this some prank between them? No, that doesn't make sense. Then. That, or we can turn back around and go home with Kurwa-san. Her eyes widened in disbelief. That, or we can turn back around and go home with Kurwa-san. She had thought it, and Geto said it aloud. Word for word. This is insane. She thought, doing her best to act shocked in response. Huh, she said, feigning surprise. Geto turned to her, his tone softening. When our teacher told us about this mission, he referred to the assimilation as erasing. He wanted us to understand the weight of the sin. He may be a muscle-brained idiot, but he does things in roundabout ways. He smiled gently, eyes warm despite the gravity of the moment. The three of us, Satoru, Naoya, and I, talked about this before we even met you. Naoya acted like he didn't care about your death, but I'm sure he said that just to stay in character. The fake Riko blinked, momentarily thrown off. That part wasn't in the script, caring about someone's death. From Naoya? I doubt it, she thought skeptically. But I need to stay in character. Geto stepped forward slightly, his voice calm but unwavering. We are the strongest. No matter what decision you make, we'll guarantee your future. Oh. How sweet of you guys. The fake Riko smiled inwardly, then began her final scene. I've always been special since the day I was born. She paused, building up the emotion with expert timing. Her voice began to tremble, and her eyes welled with tears. But honestly, I want to be with everyone longer. I want to go to all kinds of places. I want to do all kinds of things, and more. She began to sob dramatically, cheeks flushed with emotion. It was a masterclass in acting. Geto smiled gently and raised his hand, extending it toward her. Let's go home, Riko-chan. She wiped away her fake tears, beaming up at him with a pink blush of gratitude. Then. Bang. A gunshot cracked through the silence like a divine curse. The fake Riko's head snapped back violently. A perfect crimson rose bloomed between her eyes for one beautiful, grotesque moment before she collapsed, lifeless before her body hit the ground. Geto's hands froze midair, eyes wide in disbelief. Riko-chan. His voice came out hollow, fragile. He took a step forward, but it was too late. The light in her eyes was gone. From beyond the haze of gun smoke, a figure emerged casually, as if he were walking out of a convenience store. Toji Fushiguro. He lowered the smoking handgun without urgency, slinging it lazily by his side. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. Okay, he said flatly, glancing at the mess he'd made without remorse. Job's done. He looked at Geto like this was just another Tuesday. I can go home now. Chapter 39, Riko MNIP7. Blood dripped from Naoya's ruined fist. His body screamed in protest, his vision blurred at the edges. Chains coiled tightly around his broken frame, but he wasn't struggling. He was laughing. Not from madness. Not from despair. But because, for the first time in both of his lives, he felt alive. In his first life, he was nobody special. Born into wealth, groomed for power, but always smothered by expectation. His name carried weight, but he didn't. Elite schools, tailored suits, fake smiles, cold boardrooms, it was all a performance. A script written for him before he could even speak. He had watched Jujutsu Kaisen like any other fan. From the safety of a glowing screen. Toji Fushiguro was a force of nature. A man who carved his own path, no matter how many bodies it took. Naoya had admired that kind of freedom. Envied it. And now, here he was. Broken. Bleeding. Because of him. How absurd. How exhilarating. Waking up in this world wearing the face of Naoya Zenin had felt like a cosmic joke. The Zenin clan. The cursed techniques. The suffocating politics. At first, he played along. Mocked the traditions. Dismissed the weak. Played the part of the arrogant prodigy because it was easy. Because it was expected. But then. He met Toji. Not as a character on a screen. But as a wall. A ghost with a heartbeat. A man who walked through the Zenin estate like the rules didn't apply. The clan whispered his name in fear. Naoya. He stared with something like worship. Because Toji was everything he wasn't. Untouched by rules. Unafraid. Free. And he was still pretending. But when his black flash connected, when Toji staggered under the weight of his blow. Something shifted. Not his bones. Not his pride. But the boundary between who he had been. And who he was becoming. For the first time, he wasn't just acting like Naoya Zenin. He was Naoya Zenin. And this world. It wasn't fiction anymore. The pain wasn't scripted. The blood wasn't CGI. The rush. Was real. He could feel the chain at his throat. Grinding against his flesh. Toji smirked down at him. A predator savoring the kill. Naoya should have been afraid. He wasn't. He grinned. Blood staining his teeth. This is really bad. No fear. No regret. Only amusement. Because even now, as death loomed. He felt it. The high. The thrill. The truth. He had lived two lives. One as a spectator. One as a player. And in this moment. As Toji's sword descended. He wouldn't trade either. As the darkness closed in, a final thought echoed in his mind. I wonder, what happens next? Because in this world of curses and chaos. He was just getting started. The battlefield was silent. Blood pooled beneath Geto Sugiru's unconscious form, his once pristine uniform torn and stained. His fingers twitched, a feeble, involuntary response to the pain, but his mind was lost in the void of forced slumber. Toji Fushiguro stood over him, his shadow stretching long in the dim light. He didn't gloat. Didn't smirk. Didn't even care. To him, this was just another job. Toji's voice was flat, disinterested, as if commenting on the weather. He tilted his head slightly, examining Geto's wounds with the detached precision of a butcher assessing a cut of meat. Would have killed you if you were a Shikigami user. A pause. But with cursed spirit manipulation. He shrugged. I'd rather avoid extra trouble. Translation, killing you means your curses go wild. And I don't feel like dealing with that mess. Toji wasn't merciful. He was efficient. Toji didn't look back as he spoke, already stepping away. You've got the blessing of parentage. A bitter, mocking compliment. But even with all that blood and pride. His voice dropped, colder than steel. All of you still lost to a monkey with no curse techniques. The words hung in the air like a curse. A reminder. A truth that the Jujutsu world refused to accept. Then. Silence. Long, heavy. Finally, Toji turned his head just slightly, his voice a low, warning growl. If you want to live long, never forget that. And with that. Crack. A brutal, casual kick to Geto's face. Not out of rage. Not out of hatred. Out of principle. Because in Toji's world, weakness deserved punishment. And Geto. He was lucky Toji didn't feel like finishing the job. Toji didn't waste time examining the corpse. The fake Riko's body vanished into the swirling darkness of his inventory curse, stored away like just another piece of equipment. Toji cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders as he surveyed the destruction around him, cratered earth, splintered trees, the unconscious form of Geto Suguru left bleeding in the dirt. Waste of time. He wasn't talking about the fight. He was talking about the principle of it all. These sorcerers, with their bloodlines and their inherited techniques, their self-important moralizing, they were all the same. They thought their power made them untouchable. And yet here they were. Cooked. Toji spat to the side, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. He had no interest in sticking around. The Star religious group was waiting. They'd promised him a fortune for Riko Amanai's death, enough to gamble it for few months to live the rest of his days in luxury, far from the Jujutsu world's petty squabbles. Toji didn't care about their motives. Didn't care about Tengen's assimilation. Didn't care about the fake he'd just killed. So he turned, boots crunching over debris, and began walking. No hurry. No fear. Just the steady, relentless stride of a man who had already won. Chapter 40, Rematch P1. After Toji disappeared into the haze, leaving only silence behind. Until the sound of crackling returned. Faint at first, then louder. A hiss. A pop. Like something burning. Smoke curled upward from Naoya's body. But it wasn't from fire. It was from healing. His wounds, deep, ragged, and fatal, began to close. Slowly. Violently. Threads of cursed energy stitched through torn muscle, fused shattered bone, rebuilt what had been destroyed. The air shimmered around him like a mirage, heat rolling off his skin. Naoya Zenin was alive. Because he had done it. He had learned reverse curse technique. Just raw survival instinct. After entering the zone, after dancing on the edge of oblivion, Naoya had directed everything, his cursed energy, his consciousness, his will, into a single point. Live. Not because life itself mattered. But because reverse curse technique was the key. It had always been the goal. Coming here. Challenging Toji. Risking death. All of it, just to unlock this. Because in Naoya's mind, there was no in-between. If he failed. Then he'd die. And that was fine. Better to die chasing power than live watching someone else rise without him. Now, blood clung to his ruined uniform, sticky and half-dried. He looked down, sighed. Second time I'll be requesting a new uniform, Naoya muttered, brushing debris from his shoulders like it was dust on a blazer. Then he walked, slow, deliberate, steady, toward someone who had fallen before he did. Naoya now barefooted crunched through the battlefield's wreckage, past uprooted trees, across earth scorched black by cursed energy, stepping over the remains of shattered barriers without breaking stride. The destruction formed a perfect path leading to his destination. There, sprawled in a crater, lay Gojo Satoru. Arms outstretched as if making snow angels in the dirt, his glasses gone, those infamous 6 eyes are a little different now, staring unfocused at the sky. Naoya's shadow fell across the fallen sorcerer. Not dead yet. How disappointing. When no response came, he crouched down, tilting his head like a child examining a broken toy. Do you even know who just humiliated you? A chuckle. Of course you don't. He leaned closer, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Toji Zenin. A disgraced member of my clan. A pause. Funny, isn't it? The great Gojo Satoru, always bested by someone with Zenin in their name. The breeze carried the scent of burning wood and copper. Somewhere distant, a tree limb cracked and fell. Gojo spoke, his voice drifting, dreamlike. The world is too beautiful right now, Naoya. Naoya froze. For a heartbeat, he just stared. Then he smiled. Amani Riko died, he added, casual as discussing the weather. Nothing. No reaction. No flicker in those hollow eyes. No tension in those slack features. Just silence. Naoya exhaled, straightening. Well, he mused to himself, that should guarantee his awakening. Then he turned, barefoot, crunching over splintered earth and ash. One step at a time, he moved toward the next stage. Elsewhere, Toji Fushiguro stood before the high priest of the Star religious group. Before he could speak, the priest raised a hand and smiled with unsettling calm. We examined the corpse and confirmed the death of the Star plasma vessel. Don't worry, you'll receive your payment shortly. Then, without waiting for a response, the priest turned and vanished. Toji blinked. What? His brow twitched slightly as his fingers subconsciously grazed the cursed spirit pouch hanging around his body. He was sure the girl's body was still in there, unharmed, untouched, waiting. The hell, he muttered low. Excellent work, sorcerer killer, the suited man beside him, his usual contact, remarked with a polite nod, though his eyes lingered on Toji's confusion with keen interest. Toji didn't respond. He just stared after the priest, something cold gnawing at the edge of his instincts. Something wasn't right. But whatever, he muttered, turning away. If the check cleared, he didn't care. For now. After a brief exchange with his usual partner, cut short when they went their separate ways, he turned to leave. But the moment he took another step, something caught his eye. His gaze froze on a figure, blood dripping from their body, staggering toward him, the image almost surreal under the heavy sun. His eyes narrowed, and then, in an almost distant tone, he muttered, "Huh." The figure was all too familiar. "Yo," a voice called, and Toji's breath caught in his chest. He blinked, then scoffed. It's been a while. Gojo Satoru stood there, completely unfazed, grinning like a maniac. For real. Toji muttered, disbelief etched across his face. For real. I'm alive and kicking. Gojo lifted his hair, revealing a healed wound that had once pierced through his brain. Toji's annoyance surged. Reverse curse technique, he muttered, irritation coloring his tone as he quickly pieced it together. Bingo. Gojo replied, his smile stretching even further. When you stabbed me in the throat, I gave up on counterattacking and poured all my focus into the reverse curse technique. Toji's brow furrowed, absorbing the words with a skeptical glance. Cursed energy is negative energy, while it can enhance the body, it can't regenerate it, Gojo continued, excitement thick in his voice. So you multiply that negative energy against itself to create positive energy. That's the reverse curse technique. Toji grimaced as Gojo raised his hand, almost psychotic in his glee. Easier said than done. I couldn't even do it until now. Couldn't understand a damn thing the one person who could do it was saying. Gojo's voice rose, the crazed energy in his words unmistakable. This guy is high. Toji mused, watching Gojo's maniacal smile grow with every word. But I finally grasped it, on the verge of death. The true essence of cursed energy. Gojo shouted, his laugh echoing, as if the entire concept had finally clicked in his warped mind. Gojo continued, unfazed. The reason you're going to lose is because you didn't chop my head off, and because you didn't use that cursed tool when you stabbed me in the head. Toji met Gojo's gaze, a cold amusement settling in. I'm going to lose, he questioned, his grip tightening on the inverted spear of heaven from his inventory. Toji smirked, the words hanging in the air as he stared at Gojo. No, he had no real reason to fight Gojo right now. He wasn't here for some moral vendetta, nor did he have a real stake in this. Money was his motivator. Yet, despite that, something held him in place. Something deep inside refused to walk away from this encounter. The battle wasn't over. It was just beginning. Our fight is just getting started, Toji said, his lips curling into a smirk, a dark gleam in his eye. Gojo tilted his head back, staring into the sky, a far-off look in his eyes. Oh. Is it? Yeah. You're right. You're so right. Gojo's eyes flashed with excitement, the air around them crackling as the two prepared for a clash that neither could fully predict. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension like a knife. Sorry I'm late, had to grab the mood and kill it. Chapter 41, Rematch P2. Suddenly, a voice cut through the tension like a knife. Sorry I'm late, had to grab the mood and kill it, Naoya said, stepping out from behind a broken pillar with a lazy wave, looking far too smug for someone who was supposed to be very, very dead. Toji blinked once. Then again. The moment Toji saw Naoya alive, he froze. For a second, he genuinely questioned if he had drunk too much yesterday. But then he remembered, alcohol had almost no effect on him. He didn't hallucinate. And yet. There Naoya stood. He sighed, rubbing a hand down his face in disbelief. Let me guess, reverse curse technique, right? Toji muttered. Even as the words left his mouth, he could hardly believe he was saying them. It was one thing for Gojo to pull it off. But Naoya. It seems he had heavily underestimated him. Naoya flashed a grin. Bingo, dot. Naoya gave a mock bow. Why, thank you, Toji-san. You wouldn't believe how motivating dying was. Wait, you died too, Naoya. I thought you just ran away crying. Technically, Naoya replied, tapping his chest. Got a sword stabbing through my heart, nearly bled out. But I saw the light and said, nah, I'm too pretty for hell. Toji's fingers twitched around his spear. His expression didn't shift, neutral, unreadable. Then a soft grunt. Huh. A beat. Then his lips curled into something dangerous. Guess I'll have to kill you both properly this time. Before either of them could reply, Toji vanished. A shockwave cracked the ground as he launched himself forward, faster than a bullet, the inverted spear of heaven gleaming in his hand, aimed straight for Gojo's throat. Gojo easily weaved with his whole body, letting the spear graze harmlessly past his hair, his movements relaxed, almost playful. But Toji didn't stop there. He twisted on his heel, sharp as a whip, facing Gojo again in an instant, launching another ferocious strike without hesitation. But don't forget that I'm here too, Naoya's voice rang out, cool and confident. He was already behind Toji, moving at ridiculous speed, his body a blur as his binding vow surged to life once more, flooding him with cursed energy and speed. Toji's instincts kicked in. He reacted instantly, spinning and lifting his leg in a flash, driving his foot forward in a brutal strike toward Naoya's stomach. But something was off. Weirdly, impossibly, his leg passed right through Naoya's body like it was, intangible. Toji's eyes narrowed. The hell? The moment his foot touched the ground again, Naoya's palm pressed against his back. Cursed energy flared. Toji's body froze. Projection sorcery, Naoya murmured, eyes gleaming. Extended application. Toji was trapped, locked into a frozen animate frame. 10 full seconds. Gojo didn't waste the opportunity. He vanished in a flash, reappearing upside down behind the frame of Toji, his face twisted in a wild grin. AKA, he said, fingers snapping forward. A brilliant pulse of crimson erupted from his fingertip, a reversal technique so dense it warped the air around it, trailing spirals of pure cursed energy in its wake. The red orb roared forward, aimed straight at the unmoving frame of Toji Zenin. Boom. The moment Red made contact, the world shattered into noise. An explosion burst forth with godlike force. The surrounding rock cracked and disintegrated, shockwaves shredding the earth like paper. Naoya, standing close, too close, did not move. His smirk remained untouched by the chaos as the explosion tore through the space he occupied. Debris, flame, cursed energy, all of it passed through his body as if he were nothing but mist. Like air. His form shimmered, intangible. The dust began to settle, the blast crater wide and jagged, smoke curling up into the sky. And then, movement. Toji Zenin was still standing. Blood trickled from his mouth, his upper body scorched, muscles twitching from the residual force of Gojo's attack. Bunch of monsters, Toji muttered, spitting blood to the side. Naoya's eyes narrowed. Something was off. He'd seen this before, in the original timeline. That time, when Gojo hit Toji with red, the damage had been significant, but dulled. The inverted spear of heaven had disrupted Gojo's technique, severely weakening the blast. Even then, red had been enough to launch Toji and tear him up internally. But this? Toji had taken a direct hit. Without the spear. It's the same red from the show amplified by Gojo's current power level, with the added punch of Projection Sorcery's full body impact extension. He shouldn't be standing. He shouldn't even be alive. Naoya's smirk twitched, then faded completely. But he shoved the thoughts down. Locked them away in the back of his mind. Instead, his eyes drifted, slowly, to the sky. Gojo Satoru floated lazily above them, reclined like he was laying on an invisible bed. One leg crossed over the other, fingers loosely spinning in circles. His snowy white hair drifted with the breeze. He looked utterly detached, as if the battlefield beneath him was a passing daydream. Unbothered. Naoya glanced up at him, reading the silence. And he smirked. He had a good guess about Gojo's thoughts right now. Naoya's smirk widened. He locked eyes on Toji. Something in Toji's instinct screamed at him, wrong. Something was wrong. Toji's muscles tensed. The air itself seemed to hold its breath. Then. Movement. Faster than sight, the Sorcerer Killer lunged, not at Gojo, but at Naoya. A feint within a feint, his true target revealed at the last instant. Naoya's lips curled into a vicious grin. Took you long enough to figure it out. Toji's blade was already halfway to Naoya's neck the moment he finished speaking. Naoya ducked low, then twisted his body unnaturally, his head snapping back just enough to barely avoid the cut, though a clean line of blood opened across his cheek. Close, Naoya taunted, righting himself with unnatural fluidity. His counter came instantly, a glowing fist rocketing toward Toji's ribs. Toji took the hit deliberately. The impact cracked bone, but he used the momentum to pivot into a devastating roundhouse kick. Naoya's form shimmered. The kick passed through empty air. But Toji was already adjusting, the inverted spear whipping back in a reverse grip to exploit the momentary rematerialization. Naoya barely twisted aside, the spear's tip grazing his uniform. TCH. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face. You learn fast. The battlefield stilled. Gojo Satoru floated between heaven and earth, his presence warping the very air around his six eyes gleaming with otherworldly light. Between heaven and earth. His voice carried the weight of divine judgment. I alone am the honored one. Toji's instinct screamed. But before he could move. Crack. Naoya's palm slapped against his back. Toji's body locked, frozen in a single instant of time. Gojo didn't hesitate. His fingers moved with ritual precision. Curse technique amplification, blue. Space itself distorted, an invisible vortex of crushing gravity forming. Curse technique reversal, red. The opposite force detonated, a shockwave of repelling energy that should have vaporized flesh. And then. Hollow purple. Chapter 42, Projection Rewind. Hollow purple. The techniques merged. A sphere of void blue and crimson swirled into one between Gojo's fingertips. Vibrating with a hum that cracked the air itself. Reality bent. The sky recoiled. For one suspended moment, the world held its breath. Then. Form. The hollow purple exploded forth. A roaring wave of annihilation tore across the earth, space imploding and detonating in a singularity of light and darkness. Trees, stone, air, existence itself, were getting deleted by the spiraling vortex. And Toji stood at the center of it. Frozen. Helpless. Boom. Impact. Hollow purple crashed into him with the force of a collapsing world. A grotesque, massive wound tore through his torso. A yawning hole, brutal and precise, ripping through his chest and spine like paper. Flesh ruptured. Ribs burst. His heart, lungs, half his ribcage, gone. Where Toji Fushiguro had stood, there was now just a hole. Blood trickled from the edge of the wound. Steam curled from the cauterized edges. Yet somehow, he didn't fall. His legs locked in place. Arms limp at his sides. His weapon barely dangled from one hand. But he stood. Motionless. Upright. Naoya stepped closer, slowly, expression unreadable. Any last words, he asked, low. There was no answer at first. Just the soft patter of blood dripping onto stone. Then. Toji smiled. His lips, cracked and blood-slicked, pulled into a final grin. One corner twitching upward. A single, choked syllable. Nah. A whisper. Barely sound. Then nothing. His head slumped forward, chin resting against his collarbone. His body didn't move. Didn't fall. Dead. Undeniably, irrevocably dead. Gojo and Naoya stood in the wreckage, the weight of the moment settling over them. No cheers. No words. After a beat, Gojo turned away first, floating gently toward the distant silhouette of the Star Religious Group's compound. Naoya followed, sparing one last glance at Toji's standing corpse. A smirk tugged at his lips. Of course he'd die like this. There are always Sigma Zenins, and bum Zenins in this world. Then he too walked away, leaving the sorcerer killer's body to stand vigil over the battlefield. A monument to his own stubborn defiance. Ever since his reincarnation, Naoya had been obsessed with a single question: what would his reversed curse technique look like? Countless ideas spun through his head. Maybe his CTR would help mimic something like Ultra Instinct, pushing his reaction speed to divine levels through cursed energy manipulation and with the help binding vows. Or maybe it would let him erase the boundaries of physics entirely, allow him to corrupt someone's movement data, twist their existence in one touch, and kill them instantly. But all of those were dreams, too unstable, too unrealistic, especially when he didn't even know what his technique's reversal would do. Everything changed the moment he unlocked reverse cursed technique. With that breakthrough, Naoya began to structure his ability much like Gojo's Limitless, dividing it into precise layers of function and application. The neutral application of his technique remained true to its base, the 24 FPS rule. In this state, movement in the world was forced to obey a rigid frame-by-frame sequence, 24 frames per second. Any violation of that rule would freeze the target, locking them in time like a broken projection. This was the foundation. But his reversal came from flipping the principle of time into space. Instead of projecting motion forward, he began to fragment his path, cut it into discrete motion snapshots, and, through reverse curse technique, reassemble himself at a previously traveled location. This evolved into the second layer of his technique, projection rewind. To stabilize this effect, Naoya imposed a binding vow. He could only warp to places he had moved through within the past 24 seconds, creating a strict anchor on spacetime navigation. But when Naoya combined both the neutral application and the rewind, something new emerged. The 24 FPS rule locked reality into a temporal grid. The rewind allowed him to cut himself out of it. The result was a gap, a deliberate void between frames. In that sliver of non-existence, Naoya became intangible, completely absent from the current frame. Attacks passed through him. He couldn't be touched, sensed, or harmed. To enhance and stabilize the ability, Naoya crafted additional binding vows. He had to form a specific hand sign to activate the effect. Can't attack while intangible, obviously. Overusing it causes temporary frame stutters, a visual side effect he called the glitch effect, momentary distortions in his body's projection that left him vulnerable. The longer he used it, the greater the risk. Even worse, the cursed energy cost escalated exponentially the longer he remained in that in-between state. He capped its use at 5 minutes max, any more, and it could kill him. And of course, even this level of technique wasn't invincible. Domain expansion, domain amplification, or specialized tools like the inverted spear of heaven could cancel his phasing altogether. Naoya now casually phased through a wall, body flickering like a corrupted video frame, and stepped into the dark hallway beyond. He was having fun, still testing the limits of his new intangibility like a child discovering a new toy. Eventually, they reached the chamber. A still, silent room. At the center of it, a black coffin, ornate, sealed, cold. Inside, the perfect replica of Riko Amanai's body, crafted over months of meticulous planning, lay covered beneath a ceremonial shroud. A flawless illusion, designed to trick even Gojo Satoru's eyes. And then, Gojo appeared. He stepped in behind Naoya, slow and composed, his eyes hidden beneath his hair. There was an air of indifference about him, as always, like he was above the moment, yet fully aware of everything happening around him. Without a word, he approached the coffin. His steps were light, almost too graceful for someone with his immense power. He reached out and lifted the false Riko's body into his arms, his face unreadable, a mask of calm detachment. His fingers brushed against the delicate fabric that covered the body, as though there were no weight in the world too heavy for him to carry. Naoya's voice broke the stillness, cutting through the tension like a sharp knife. "All that power," he said, his tone dripping with mockery, "and you still couldn't save a single girl. What a legacy." Gojo didn't say anything. He simply walked past Naoya, leaving the room while cradling Riko's false body in his arms. Naoya sighed, rolling his eyes, and followed Gojo. As they exited, they entered a large room filled with normal humans wearing religious clothes. The moment they laid eyes on Riko's body, every single one of them started clapping in unison, their hands striking together like thunder, as if they were celebrating an enormous victory. It was a grotesque display of reverence, a celebration of death. Gojo stood motionless, his expression unreadable, his 6 eyes betraying nothing as they celebrated the death of someone he had once considered close, Riko Amanai. Naoya tilted his head slightly, his hair covering his eyes as he leaned forward, a mocking laugh escaping his lips. "They're truly monkeys," he muttered, his voice full of disdain. Suddenly, a door on the other side of the room burst open. Geto emerged at a hurried pace, clearly in a rush after Shoko had healed him. Gojo walked toward him slowly, his gaze meeting Geto's with the same detached calmness he always carried. "You're late, Suguru." "No, wait, guess you got here fast," Gojo said, his voice almost casual. "There are several star religious group members in the city, after all," he added, shrugging slightly. "Satoru? Is that you?" Geto asked, his voice filled with concern as he looked at Gojo, sensing something different in him. "What happened?" Geto asked, his eyes now drifting to Naoya, noticing that the look in his eyes had changed too. "I see you already saw Shoko," Gojo said with a knowing tone. "Yeah, she healed me," Geto answered, his voice sounding distant, as though his thoughts were elsewhere. "I'm fine now, but me being safe here doesn't change anything." He glanced at Riko's hand, which dangled lifelessly from Gojo's arms. "I screwed up." "You're not at fault," Gojo added quietly. "Let's head back now," Geto said, his voice low, almost resigned. Gojo paused for a moment, his dead gaze fixed on nothing in particular. "Suguru, should we kill these guys?" His words were flat, without emotion. With the way I feel right now, I doubt I'd care about it, Gojo added, his voice void of any real feeling, as the clapping in the background grew louder. No, there's no point, Geto replied, looking down. It seems like there are only common believers here. The mastermind who knows about our world has probably fled by now. No point, huh? Gojo repeated, his tone distant as he began to leave the room. Does there really need to be any point to it? Gojo stopped abruptly and asked, his back turned, not bothering to look at Geto. Without waiting for an answer, Gojo continued walking, his footsteps echoing as he left the room. Geto stood there for a moment, looking at the people clapping, his expression unreadable. The noise of their celebration seemed to blend into the background. With a deep breath, he turned and walked out of the room, his footsteps fading into the distance. Naoya, however, remained by the wall, his gaze fixed on the common believers, watching them as they reveled in their twisted victory. His thoughts were unreadable, his expression just as blank as ever. Yet, there was something unsettling about the calmness in his eyes, an eerie stillness that radiated a quiet, dangerous energy. And then, Naoya's hands moved with deliberate precision, fingers forming a hand sign. He spoke the words slowly, almost reverently. Domain expansion. As he spoke, his domain began to expand outward, the air shifting around him as if reality itself were warping to his will. Behind him, a massive mechanical projector eye emerged, its pupil glowing like a camera lens. It scanned the room, locking its vision onto the humans present, its gaze both cold and calculating. The golden light from the domain illuminated everything, casting a strange glow over the scene. A golden corridor stretched endlessly in every direction, its walls adorned with intricate paintings, each one capturing warriors frozen in eternal combat. The floor beneath gleamed like polished marble, reflecting the light and adding to the surreal beauty of the space. At the center of it all stood the giant mechanical projector eye, its unblinking gaze fixed on everything within the domain, trapping the world in its unyielding focus. The sure-hit effect of the domain activated instantly, injecting films of animation frames into the necks of the humans within its reach. At first, the commoners didn't understand what was happening. They believed it to be a divine revelation from their god, Tingen, rewarding them with a beautiful spectacle. Without realizing the danger, they continued to celebrate. The moment they clapped again, however, they violated the 24 FPS rule. Those who moved within the domain now suffered the consequences. Their bodies couldn't obey the strict frame-by-frame sequence of Naoya's projection sorcery, and as soon as they tried to move, blood splattered. Ah! One man screamed as his arm stiffened and trembled, blood leaking from every tiny cut. My leg! My leg! Another cried out, his body trembling uncontrollably, his knee buckling as his leg was cleaved. The more they moved, the more severe the punishment. Every cell in their body was cut and shattered. The pain was overwhelming, and they couldn't stop their movements fast enough to avoid the growing injuries. My eyes, my eyes. A woman shrieked as the cells of her eyes ruptured, her vision becoming blurred by the searing pain as blood poured from the corners of her sockets. The domain didn't stop at small cuts, it was far worse. Those who attempted to force a movement, thinking they could escape, found their limbs severed entirely. A scream echoed as a man's arm was completely severed as he tried to stagger forward, his appendage falling to the floor in a grotesque heap. There was no escape. Each step, each breath, each twitch only deepened their suffering. The precision of the curse technique left no part of their body untouched, rendering them immobile with each violation of the frame sequence. Naoya stood in the center of it all. Cold. Indifferent. His eyes swept across the chaos like a lens, unblinking, detached. The giant mechanical projector eye behind him mirrored his gaze, recording the massacre frame by frame, perfect and merciless. Faith, Naoya said, his voice echoing in the blood-stained chamber, is just motion without thought. And motion gets punished. He took a step forward, watching a man convulse and collapse under the weight of 1,000 invisible blades. You should have stayed still, Naoya murmured. Sometimes that's all it takes to survive. He glanced up, lips curling into a faint smile as screams cracked the air like static. Turns out God did answer, he said, tilting his head. Just not the way you hoped. Chapter 43, Slice of Pizza. I just uploaded an info chapter about Naoya. Feel free to check it out and let me know if I missed anything, or if there's something you'd like me to expand on. I'm open to adding more details if needed. Next up is Naoya's revenge arc against Nerku. I'm not sure if you like what I have in mind, but I'm going to go through with it anyway. If it's not your thing, no worries, feel free to drop it. The arc starts in the next chapter. I'm also thinking about expanding the world a bit by having the MC travel to China to get a special grade curse tool. He'll meet sorcerers there, and I plan to develop a small arc around that. Do you think that's a good idea, or should I stick to Japan and continue the current storyline? I'd really appreciate your thoughts. And if there's anything you don't like, let me know. It's hard to change my mind, but I'm always open to hearing your complaints. Thanks for reading this far. The next day, no one suspected a thing. No one knew what Naoya Zenin had done the night before, how many had screamed, how many had bled. That was the beauty of it. He moved like nothing had happened. Calm. Composed. Clean. A white box hung lazily from one hand, the kind soaked with oil and cheap paper napkins, pizza, fresh from a delivery place in town Naoya barely remembered the name of. He'd grabbed it just to break the monotony of clan business. Today, he wasn't here to slaughter fools. He had other matters to handle. He walked through the compound until he found who he was looking for, a cluster of clan elders sitting around a shaded porch. I want a building constructed, Naoya said flatly, not bothering with greetings. Next to mine. 2 bedrooms, full training space, nothing cheap. Make it fast. One elder blinked. A new residence. For what purpose? Naoya smiled without warmth. Your opinion means less than dirt to me. Don't speak unless spoken to. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked off, the pizza box still swinging in his grip. He was ready to adopt Toji kids. Then, he would put the inverted spear of heaven, stolen from Toji, in his house in a safe place. Naoya was passing through the winding stone corridors of the Zenin compound after completing his task, the box of pizza tucked under his arm more out of boredom than hunger. He hadn't expected to run into anyone, much less 2 scrappy kids sitting on a broken bench in the courtyard. 6-year-old Maki scowled at the dirt, fists clenched tightly, while Mai nervously picked at the frayed edges of her sleeves. A fresh bruise bloomed dark on Maki's and Mai's cheekbone. Look what the trash dragged in, a sneering voice cut through the air. A tall Zenin cousin, barely older than Naoya, stood over them, cracking his knuckles like it meant something. His eyes gleamed with that usual clan-born cruelty, aimless, dull, and desperate to impress someone who wasn't watching. You two really think you belong here, he jeered. No one wants rejects like you. Why don't you crawl back to whatever hole you came from? Maki stood, slow and steady, fists clenched. She didn't cry. She never did. Mai flinched but held her ground. The man raised his hand to strike. Suddenly, a hand landed softly on his neck and shoulder, casual, like the touch of an old friend. Hey there, Naoya said pleasantly, voice laced with venom, how you doing? The blood drained from the boy's face. Goosebumps prickled across his skin. Sweat began to pour instantly as terror rooted him in place. Master Naoya, he stammered. I was just helping them with their training, I swear, just following orders. Naoya didn't answer immediately. He glanced at the twins. Maki stared back at him defiantly. Mai looked wary, confused, clinging to her sister's arm. Thoughts began to stir. From the day they were born, Naoya had a plan. He was going to pull a Hiruzen Sarutobi. He'd make them pariahs, have the clan curse their name, isolate them, hate them. And then he, only he, would offer a hand. The light in the dark. Their one salvation. Just like that old man did with Naruto. But that plan got thrown out the window the moment he realized how fun it was to mock them. Their scowls. Their fury. Their helplessness. It was too good. Still, he had rules. He'd ordered the clan to treat them like dirt, verbally. No touching. No bruises. No broken bones. Because they were his. He deemed them property. For some reason. So when he saw the mark on their cheek, his smile vanished. Training, huh? He repeated. Then, without another word, Naoya grabbed the back of the man's head and slammed it into the stone path with a sickening crunch. The sound echoed across the courtyard. The tall Zenin's body jerked once, then went limp, blood trickling from his nose, his cheeks scraping against the gravel. Maki flinched, but didn't look away. Mai gasped, eyes wide with shock. Naoya didn't even look at him again. Instead, he turned to the twins. Maki was still glaring, defiant even on the ground. Mai looked close to tears but stood in front of her sister anyway. You two are pathetic, Naoya said flatly. Getting bullied in your own courtyard. Maki hissed through clenched teeth. You think we need your help? Naoya tilted his head slightly, as if considering the question. If I wanted to help, you'd already be standing. I didn't. And you're not. But he didn't walk off. Instead, he looked down at the stone bench the twins were sitting on, let out a long, dramatic sigh, and lowered himself onto it with theatrical boredom, like a noble forced to sit among peasants. He placed the white pizza box on his lap, flipped it open, and pulled out a slice, lounging comfortably between the 2 6-year-olds like they were all old friends. Maki shifted away, glaring, clearly uncomfortable. Mai sat frozen, unsure whether to breathe or speak. But both their eyes locked onto the pizza. It was the first time they'd seen anything like it, circular, golden brown crust, gooey white and yellow cheese, glistening with oil. The smell alone was strange and overwhelming in its richness. They stared at it like it wasn't real. Naoya took a bite. Loudly. Deliberately. Mem, he said, chewing with exaggerated satisfaction. Still hot. Can't beat that. Cheese, crust, perfectly greasy. They don't make this kind of thing in our backward little clan kitchen. He took another bite, tilting his head back and letting out a quiet, satisfied hum. Amazing what a little quality tastes like, huh? The girls said nothing. Their silence only encouraged him. He glanced at Mai, who was now visibly staring at the open box like a stray cat eyeing a scrap of meat. He smirked. Hungry. Mai hesitated, then nodded once, very slowly. Naoya picked up a slice with 2 fingers, held it out, and then, just before she could reach for it, yanked it back and took a bite from the corner. Oops, he said, not even bothering to hide the grin. Mai's shoulders drooped, and Maki's fists clenched tighter. Naoya looked over at her, chewing thoughtfully. You too, huh? Don't be shy. Or is your pride too big to accept food from someone you hate? I'd rather starve, Maki spat. Naoya raised an eyebrow, then looked at her seriously for a moment, like he was reconsidering something important. Then he turned back to the pizza and took another loud, greasy bite. Cool. More for me. He chewed obnoxiously, mouth half open, and let out an exaggerated moan of pleasure. God, the sauce ratio on this one. Immaculate. Almost makes up for how ugly this place is. Mai's stomach growled, audibly. Naoya paused mid-bite and slowly turned to her. You want a slice? Say, Naoya-sama is the hottest Zenin, first. Mai's face went red. She looked like she'd rather bite her tongue off, but her eyes kept flicking to the pizza. The smell was too much. She'd never eaten anything like it. Just one bite. She mumbled, barely audible. Naoya leaned in, holding the slice just out of reach. Come on. Loud enough for the gods to hear. Naoya-sama is the hottest Zenin. Or no pizza. Maki growled, starting to rise. Back off. He reached out suddenly and ruffled Maki's hair, roughly, like she was a pet that annoyed him. She slapped his hand away, glaring, and he just laughed. You call that resistance, he taunted. Then he turned to Mai, who flinched before he even touched her. He didn't hit her, just flicked the tip of her nose with 2 fingers, smirking. Flinching already? You're soft. No wonder everyone pushes you around. Mai's cheeks flushed, but she didn't speak. Naoya stood up, stretching with a lazy groan. You two are hopeless. And I mean that sincerely. He grabbed the pizza box like he was going to leave with it, but then stopped and looked back at them, smug as ever. Oh, right. You're probably too proud to beg, too stupid to steal, and too weak to hunt. He took a few steps away, then sighed with great theatrical effort. You know what, he muttered, circling back. Let it never be said I'm not generous. He kicked the bench gently, sliding the box between them with a dull thud. 2 slices. Untouched. I'm not a monster. Then he turned and walked off, hands in his pockets, voice drifting lazily behind him. Next time I'll bring dessert, maybe something soft, since you're clearly fragile. Silence followed. For a few seconds, neither twin moved. Maki sat tense, staring at the box like it was a trap. Mai was the first to shift, sneaking a glance at her sister, waiting for permission, or maybe just hoping she wouldn't stop her. Maki gave no order. No nod. Nothing. But she didn't stop her either. Mai slowly reached out, lifting the lid. Steam still rose from the 2 slices inside, golden crust soft and greasy, cheese melted and glistening. She picked one up with both hands, holding it awkwardly, like she wasn't sure which end to bite. Then she did. And for a moment, everything else stopped. The crust was crisp at the edge but soft underneath. The cheese clung to her tongue, salty and hot, stretching slightly as she pulled back. The sauce was tangy, a sharp bite of tomato and oil that soaked into the dough. Her eyes widened. She took another bite. Faster. Maki watched, expression unreadable, then, reluctantly, grabbed the second slice. She bit in without ceremony. And though her face stayed hard, her chewing slowed. Her eyes lowered just slightly. She liked it. A lot. More than she wanted to admit. Neither of them spoke, but Mai was already licking her fingertips by the time she finished, and Maki held the crust longer than necessary before tossing it aside, like she couldn't decide whether to savor the last bite or pretend she didn't care. They sat in silence, chewing the last scraps of comfort from the greasy cardboard box. It wasn't just good. It was the best thing they'd ever tasted. And the worst part? It was from Naoya. Chapter 44, Toji Kids. I changed my mind about the Nerku revenge arc. I was originally planning to go all out, something extreme that would push my limits, but after thinking it through, I realized it could end up ruining the story. So, I've decided to take a more grounded approach instead. I'm also considering this idea: the closer a country is to Japan, the stronger the curses and sorcerers are. If I do decide to expand the world, this could be a core rule. That said, I don't have too many ideas for later arcs, just a potential time skip to 2017 or 2018. What do you think? Vote here. Expand the world. Stick to Japan. Add a group chat system. I just wanted to make a third option. A month had passed quickly. The construction Naoya had commissioned was already finished. Yet even with everything in place, his mind stayed stuck on a single question. Should he tell Gojo and Geto that Riko was alive? The problem wasn't telling them. The problem was the story behind it. How had she survived? How had he known exactly when to step in? Explaining that would mean admitting the truth that he had known about Toji. And once they realized that, trust would crumble. They'd question everything. So, for now, he decided to do what he did best. Smile, lie, and postpone. Maybe a year from now. I'll just say I found her in my basement. Hell, maybe I'll act like I'm just as surprised as they are. With that ridiculous lie tucked away in the back of his mind, Naoya turned his focus elsewhere. A quiet corner of Tokyo, far from the Zenin estate. A worn-down building with rusting rails and moss creeping up the concrete steps. An old neighborhood, the kind people forgot existed. He stopped in front of a door, checked the number, and gave it 3 soft knocks. A few seconds later, it creaked open. Megumi, you came back fast, Toda. The girl's voice cut off the moment she realized it wasn't Megumi. Naoya looked down at her, smiling faintly. Tsumaki Fushiguro. At 6 years old, she looked small, but not fragile. Chestnut eyes, bright, cautious. Her clothes were clean but worn, clearly passed down. There was something steady in her gaze. The kind of maturity that came from growing up too fast. Naoya tilted his head. Hey there, he said, his voice light, friendly, but his eyes gleamed with something else. Tsumaki blinked. Who are you? Oh, he said, amused. That's a good question. I could be a friend of your brother's. He leaned in slightly, resting one hand on the doorframe. Or maybe I'm just some weird guy who followed you home from school. Tsumaki's fingers twitched toward the edge of the door, but Naoya kept smiling. You shouldn't open the door so easily, he added, voice dipping smooth and quiet. What if I was a kidnapper? What if I wanted to stuff you in a sack and disappear? Naoya's grin widened, just a touch too much. Just enough to be off. I mean, I probably won't. But then again, maybe I will. Depends how bored I get. He leaned closer, voice barely a whisper. Do you think anyone would come looking for you? Tsumaki froze. Naoya studied her carefully. Her breath hitched, her hand still on the door, knuckles white. I mean, he went on lightly, this place isn't half bad. A little rundown, sure, but cozy. Would make a decent hideout. No one would think to check here. She tried to close the door. Naoya's foot slid forward, wedging into the frame. You know, you should really stop opening the door without asking who's there first. Dangerous habit. Tsumaki glared at him, but she was trembling. Her small hands gripped the edge of the door tightly. I'm calling the police, she said. Naoya chuckled. Ah, come on. Don't be like that. I haven't even done anything yet. He pushed the door open gently, not forcing it, just enough to make her step back. Then, he stepped inside. Tsumaki stumbled into the narrow hallway, eyes darting toward the kitchen. Maybe thinking about a phone. Maybe a knife. Relax, Naoya said, slipping off his shoes at the door like a polite guest. I'm not going to hurt you. Probably. But you know, it would be really easy. He strolled into the apartment like he owned it, eyes drifting over the cramped space. Simple furniture. Half-finished schoolwork on the table. He glanced around, unimpressed, but noted the care in the way it was kept. Poor, yes. But someone had worked hard to make it livable. Honestly, he mused, if I was going to kidnap someone, you wouldn't be my first choice. You're way too polite. Way too boring. But I do wonder. He turned back to her, eyes sharp now. What would Megumi do if I turned his sister into a nice little box of body parts? Tsumaki gasped, stumbling back, horror in her eyes. Naoya grinned as he stepped forward, voice dropping low. Imagine it. He walks in, opens the door, and there I am. Just sitting here. Maybe I've got your hand in a frying pan, you think he'd cry? She flinched. Actually, he added, tapping his chin, maybe I'll keep you instead. Sell your brother. He's not worth much yet, but hey, organs grow with age. You're lying, Tsumaki whispered, but her voice trembled, eyes glassy. Naoya turned to her slowly. am I? He started forward, step by step. Tsumaki backed away until her back hit the wall. You think Megumi could stop me? Naoya asked, tilting his head. He's just a brat. I could break both his legs before he even sees me move. He crouched so their eyes met, just a foot away now. You think I haven't done worse to people smaller than you? Tsumaki's lower lip trembled. But her chestnut eyes still burned, glaring at him through the fear. Naoya smirked. Cute. That little defiance. Like a puppy trying to bite a tiger. He reached out, slowly, brushing a loose strand of her hair behind her ear. She flinched like he'd struck her. Naoya stood in the hallway, quietly laughing to himself. Cruel, amused. It wasn't about hurting her, not really. He just wanted to see what she'd do. To watch her flinch, run, tremble, because fear was funny. Then the front door creaked. Naoya blinked, turning around casually. It opened. And Megumi Fushiguro stepped inside, small, quiet, dark-haired. His eyes locked onto Naoya with chilling focus. For a 5-year-old, he had no business looking that cold. Who the hell are you? Megumi asked flatly. Naoya blinked. Then he grinned. Ah, finally. You're home. Megumi didn't blink. What did you do to my sister? Oh, relax. She's fine. I didn't touch her. Naoya wiggled his fingers. Yet. He smiled. But if I had 10 more minutes, who knows? Naoya's grin didn't fade. Instead, he took a step toward Tsumaki. Then another. She backed away instinctively, but there was nowhere left to go. Her heel bumped against the old wooden frame of the window behind her. Naoya's hand reached out, fingers grazing her shoulder lightly. Megumi's eyes sharpened. Don't touch her. Naoya raised a brow, glancing at him. Huh. You do talk big. Then, without warning, he grabbed Tsumaki by the arm. She yelped, struggling, but Naoya was already pulling her toward the window. Megumi lunged. Stop. But Naoya was faster. Effortlessly so. 1 foot on the ledge. 1 arm looped around the girl's waist. She kicked and thrashed, screaming, tears in her voice now. Megumi crashed into his side, fists swinging, legs kicking, doing everything he could to pull Tsumaki back. Naoya didn't budge. He barely flinched as the 5-year-old beat against him with everything he had. Let go of her. Let go. Let go. Megumi's voice cracked, raw with terror. Tears streaked down his cheeks as he clawed at Naoya's sleeves, nails breaking, breath catching. Tsumaki screamed, hands flailing, trying to grip the window frame. Naoya just smiled, holding her halfway out the window, 2 stories up, letting her foot dangle into the air. You're weak, you know that. Naoya said casually, glancing down at Megumi. You can't stop me. You can't even slow me down. Megumi sobbed, still hitting him, tiny fists trembling. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you. Naoya tilted his head. A little late for that, don't you think? Tsumaki's screams turned into gasping sobs, her hands now desperately clawing at the edge of the window. Megumi wrapped his arms around Naoya's leg, biting his lip so hard it bled, trying to drag him back with all the strength in his tiny body. Nothing worked. Nothing mattered. And then, just as Megumi's voice gave out, just as he broke into pure, silent, shaking despair, Naoya pulled her back inside. Gently. He set her on the floor, let go, and patted her head like it was nothing. Tsumaki collapsed, breathing hard, curling into herself. Megumi stared, frozen. Confused. Shaking. Naoya turned toward him, and crouched down so they were eye to eye. His smile had vanished. What was left wasn't cruel or mocking, it was calm. Quiet. Chillingly serious. Feel that, he asked. That helplessness. That sickness in your gut. Megumi couldn't even speak. His throat burned. He just looked up at him, broken and shaking. That's the world, Naoya said flatly. Any moment, everything you love can be taken. Crushed. Burned. He tapped his temple once. If you don't get strong enough to stop it, that's what happens. Over and over. Megumi just stared up at him. His fists were still clenched. His arms still trembling. His knees had buckled beneath him, but he hadn't even noticed. He was crying quietly now. Not from fear anymore. From rage. From shame. Naoya stood, brushing imaginary dust from his jacket. I wasn't really going to kill her, Naoya added with a casual shrug. We're related. That'd be a little rude, don't you think? Silence. Tsumaki's teary eyes lifted slowly, confused but listening. Megumi blinked, lips trembling. What? Naoya turned slightly, glancing over his shoulder with that same unsettling calm. Your father, Toji Fushiguro, he was a Zenin. One of the 3 great sorcerer clans in Japan, he said. And you? You can see them, can't you, Megumi? He tilted his head, watching him. You must have started to notice your technique by now. Tsumaki stood frozen, clearly lost, eyes darting between them, not understanding the words, but understanding the weight behind them. Megumi stared at the floor, fists tight, heart pounding in his ears. Naoya smiled deeper. The kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes. Surprise. You too. You're Zenin blood. He turned back toward the door, moving with deliberate calm, and slipped his shoes back on, like nothing that happened was worth lingering on. Then he paused. Get everything you need, he said, voice quiet but firm. I'm waiting for both of you in the car. He glanced over his shoulder, gaze narrowing just slightly. Don't make me wait. And with that, he stepped out, shutting the door behind him with a soft click. Now seated together in the backseat of the sleek black car, the engine humming quietly beneath them, the silence was anything but peaceful. Naoya draped his arms over the shoulders of Tsumaki and Megumi like they were old friends, unwelcome, smug, and far too comfortable. He flashed a grin. So, what do you think of the ride? I bet this is the first time you've been in something this clean, huh? I mean, growing up broke must have sucked. Megumi turned his head just enough to glare at him, eyes sharp and cold like broken glass. You think this impresses me? It's just metal and leather. Still smells like trash with you in it. Tsumaki, ever the peacekeeper, gave a nervous laugh. It's nice. Really nice. Thank you for the ride. Her voice trembled just slightly, she didn't look at Naoya. She didn't want to. Not after what he'd done. Naoya was about to speak again, likely another insult, another smug remark, when suddenly his eyes widened. Stop the car. He froze. The air in the car changed. The words were cold. Absolute. The driver hesitated, but before he could respond, a wave of cursed energy surged from Naoya, violent, suffocating. It hit the occupants like a sudden drop in temperature. Goosebumps rose on every arm. Even the air itself felt heavier. Megumi stiffened. Tsumaki's breath hitched. Naoya stared out the window, eyes searching, body tense like a wire pulled too tight. He knew that presence. He would never forget it. Not in 100 lives. Megumi wiped sweat from his brow, his stomach tight with unease. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Megumi thought, clenching his fists. Chapter 45, Nerku's Secret P1. Naoya stepped out of the car. No words. No warning. He moved like a shadow, slipping into intangibility, gliding through walls like smoke. Each step was deliberate. Each breath, measured. The cursed energy was faint, but unmistakable. It was him. Nerku. Naoya rounded the corner. There he stood, in the gloom of a narrow alleyway, speaking with someone unfamiliar. A man, middle-aged, dressed plainly. Desperate. The stranger's face was twisted with worry. The other figure, calm, composed, stood with his back turned. Naoya's eyes locked on the second man. His blood surged. That cursed energy, that stillness, it couldn't be anyone else. It was Nerku. Different face. Different posture. But unmistakable. Naoya clenched his jaw, forcing himself to steady his breath. The stranger's voice trembled. Don't worry, everything you asked for will be here soon. Just, please, heal my son's disease. Suddenly, a hand phased through the wall behind the stranger, gently patting Nerku's shoulder as Naoya fully materialized beside him. He glanced once at the stranger, then back at Nerku. A healer now. Naoya's voice dripped mockery. How, noble. Nerku's blood turned to ice. That voice. His eyes snapped to Naoya, shock flashing across his face. And the most surprising part, Naoya was back to being a man. The stranger turned, confused. Do you two know each? Naoya flicked his wrist. His fist struck the man's face with brutal precision, sending him flying, unconscious. Nerku didn't waste a second. He vanished, slipping away with his cursed technique. But Naoya didn't chase. A slow smile crept across his face as he brought his hands together, forming a seal. His voice dropped low. Why the hurry? His hair fell over his eyes as he whispered. Roiki Tenkai. The alley around them warped in an instant. The air thickened, shimmering like a heat wave, ready to tear apart. A golden corridor stretched out in every direction. The walls were covered in ancient murals, frozen warriors locked in endless battles. The marble floor shone like glass, reflecting the glow of a massive mechanical eye hovering silently above. But the eye this time was closed. Nereku's voice cracked with fear. What is this? Naoya stepped forward, calm and cold. His smile deepened. Why are you so scared? Relax. He tilted his head, eyes gleaming. Let's go for a walk. Nereku's breath caught. He quickly realized the truth. This was Naoya's domain. There was no door. No exit. No hope. Naoya strolled forward, slow and steady, like he had all the time in the world. I thought you escaped the country, he said casually. Vanished. Never to be seen again. Honestly. He smiled wider, almost too warmly. I was really worried. Nereku flinched, taking a step back. Just hurry, Anne. Naoya cut him off. Worried, he said again, placing a hand over his chest, voice full of fake gratitude. Worried about how to thank you. He said it like Nerku was his savior. Nerku blinked. What? Confusion swept across his face. None of it made sense. Naoya chuckled, low and quiet, but it echoed like a warning. I told you, let's go for a walk. He stepped up beside Nerku and gently patted him on the back, like they were old friends. Then he turned and began walking, his footsteps soft against the polished marble. Nerku hesitated. But he had no choice. Here, inside Naoya's domain, he was at his mercy. So he followed, silent and tense, as the golden corridor stretched endlessly ahead. For a full minute, there was only the sound of their footsteps and the hum of cursed energy. The walls around them shimmered with ancient paintings, silent warriors trapped in motion, frozen mid-strike. The domain was beautiful in its own haunting way. Then, without warning, Naoya spoke. I'm truly thankful for what you did to me. Nereku's eyes narrowed. Cut the bullshit, Naoya. Your face that day wasn't even close to thankful. You think I'm stupid? Naoya gave a soft laugh, not mocking, but tired. You're right. I hated it. That day felt like the worst thing that ever happened to me. He paused, then looked ahead, voice quieter. But when I reverted back, when I became myself again, I saw it differently. That experience, what you did, it forced me to grow. To change. It made me stronger. Nereku scoffed. You expect me to believe that? Naoya stopped walking and turned to face him. His eyes weren't cruel. Not mocking. Just, honest. I know it's hard to believe. But I mean it. You were one of the best things to ever happen to me. He smiled, gently, almost peacefully. I'm truly thankful. For a brief second, Nereku hesitated. Something in Naoya's tone, in the way he said it, it felt real. Genuine. And that scared him more than anything else. Thank you. You made me stronger. Naoya's voice was calm. Still. Deadly sincere. Nereku's lips parted, but no words came out. His heart pounded in his chest, not from fear of death, but from something far worse. Emptiness. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. He had imagined this moment for so long. Seeing Naoya again. Watching him break. Begging. Bleeding. Suffering. But now, standing here in a world Naoya controlled, hearing those words. You made me stronger. It felt like everything Nereku did was meaningless. His fists clenched. His breathing hitched. Was this a trick? A mind game? Or worse, was it real? A storm of rage, confusion, and shame twisted inside him. But he crushed it down. Now wasn't the time. So he forced himself to breathe. Steady. Controlled. And then, with a carefully practiced smile, he looked Naoya in the eye. Is that so? The words were smooth. Calm. But inside, Nereku was burning. If I stay alive, I still have a chance. He swallowed his pride, buried his fury, and played along. Naoya turned to him, smiling almost warmly. The greatest gift in this life, he said gently, is the friends we make along the way. He raised his hand, offering a handshake. Casual. Friendly. Like the past didn't matter. Nereku hesitated, just for a moment, then forced himself to move, reaching out to accept it. Stay alive. Stay smart. But just before their hands met. Boom. Naoya drove his knee into Nereku's gut. The impact was sharp and brutal. Nereku doubled over, gasping as the air was ripped from his lungs. His legs trembled. Pain bloomed deep in his core. Naoya leaned in, voice cold and close to his ear. Of course not, idiot. He smiled, no kindness in it, only amusement. Did you really think this was forgiveness? Nereku staggered back, coughing, clutching his side. His eyes were wide, more from disbelief than pain. Naoya stood over him, perfectly calm. Like this was all part of the show. What do you think of my acting? Naoya asked, grinning. Pretty convincing, right? I actually went to acting school before. He looked upward, pretending to think. Must have been 22 years ago now. Maybe 23. Nerku stared at him, his body still aching, mind reeling. What the hell is this guy saying, he thought, gritting his teeth. Out loud, he rasped, you're only 16. Did you hit your head? Have you lost your mind? Naoya turned to him slowly. The smile never left. Oh, right. He gave a small nod. I'm 16 in this life. Suddenly, a mechanical click echoed above them. The projector eye snapped open, glowing with cold, surgical light. Nerku barely had time to react. Before a thin, sharp whip of cursed energy lashed out from the eye, striking the side of his neck. He gasped. Something foreign had entered his body. It wasn't pain, yet. But it felt wrong. Intrusive. Nerku twitched instinctively. And agony bloomed. Dozens of microscopic gashes tore across his arms, his ribs, his throat. Tiny red lines appeared out of nowhere, cut not by blades, but by the violation of rhythm. Naoya smiled. Let's see how long you can stay still, Nerku. Nerku stood frozen. Sweat rolled down the side of his face. His jaw trembled, his muscles clenched, and even that tiny reflex triggered a flash of pain. Thin red lines split across his shoulder, blood blooming like cracks in glass. Then, without warning, Naoya raised his leg. And brought it down. A brutal stomp to the side of Nereku's head. Nereku's body jolted. He couldn't dodge. Couldn't flinch. The domain wouldn't let him. The moment his neck turned to absorb the blow, dozens of microslashes tore across his spine and jaw. Blood sprayed the floor. His knees buckled as he crumpled to one side, twitching, gasping. Look at you, a masterpiece of ruin. Every fracture, every twitch, my signature. Revenge isn't loud, Nerku. It's slow. Precise. Beautiful. After that, Naoya kept humiliating and torturing Nerku for a couple of minutes, but made sure he stayed alive. Finally, Naoya closed his domain and tied up the bloody mess Nerku had become. Without hesitation, he carried him to the waiting car and loaded him into the trunk as if it were just another errand on a normal Tuesday. Seeing Naoya handle a bloodied, broken body with such cold ease sent a shiver down the spines of both Tsumaki and Megumi. Their eyes met briefly, silent questions and doubts blooming in that frozen moment. Was it truly wise to follow Naoya? The car cut through the night, and upon reaching the Zenin clan estate, Naoya wasted no time. He dismissed Tsumaki and Megumi, sending them off to settle into their new home with a curt nod and a few cold words. Then, with his authority, he ordered the clan's attendants to bring Nerku directly to his private chambers. The weight of the night pressed heavy as Nerku was dragged, a silent prisoner chained not only by rope but by the ruthless vengeance that breathed through every scar. The attendants dropped Nerku onto the cold marble floor of Naoya's private chamber with a dull thud. Blood smeared against the polished tiles, stark against the sterile elegance of the room. Nerku winced, his wrists still bound behind him, shoulders shaking from the strain. Wow. He rasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You really went full I hate you on me. Did you forget to invite me to your pity party? Naoya approached slowly, he flashed a cold smile, void of humor. Consider this your eviction notice. No refunds. Nerku managed a crooked smirk, even as his body protested every breath. Eviction, huh? Guess I'm just too comfortable crashing at your place. Naoya crouched in front of him, gaze level. Comfy enough to bleed on my floor? Nerku chuckled, the sound wet and weak. Well, if I had a nickel for every time I got beaten by a kid, I'd probably have enough to buy a brain. Naoya's eyes narrowed, his tone dropping to a cold whisper. Keep talking. Maybe your mouth will bleed too. Then his expression shifted, like he suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, let's see if this works. Naoya placed his hand on Nereku's chest. His cursed energy changed. It wasn't aggressive, it turned inward. Focused. His hand started to glow white. Faint at first, then stronger. It didn't feel like regular cursed energy. This was reverse curse technique. Even Gojo Satoru couldn't use RCT to heal others, Naoya thought. But my technique is different. I always need physical contact to use projection sorcery on others. So maybe. He pushed positive energy through his hand. Not to hurt, but to repair. He reversed the flow, channeling RCT. And it worked. Naoya successfully projected reverse curse technique onto someone else. Nereku's wounds started to close. The bleeding slowed. Deep gashes began to knit together. His breathing steadied. Naoya didn't smile. He just stared at his hand as the glow faded. I did it, he said quietly. Reverse curse technique. Nerku gasped, eyes wide as he looked up at him. This guy, how much did he improve? Even the old Naoya felt like a wall he couldn't get past. But now he felt like something worse. Naoya stood, eyes cold. Now, he said, stepping aside. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a weapon. The inverted spear of heaven. A cursed tool that nullifies any cursed technique on contact. Nereku's breath caught. Naoya gripped it with one hand and pointed it forward. Let's see your real face, he said. The inverted spear of heaven pierced Nereku's side, sending a sharp pulse of cursed energy through his body. You, he hissed. The twisted layers of her fleshcraft technique began to shudder violently, like a cracked mask breaking apart. His skin rippled unnaturally, folding and stretching as if it were liquid, peeling away in slow, painful waves. Beneath, her bones creaked and shifted, changing shape, cracking softly as they realigned. His jawbone slid backward, the sharp edges smoothing into a softer, more feminine curve. Her broad shoulders narrowed, the bulky frame slimming down with a sickening pop of joints adjusting. The long, tangled hair of a man fell away, replaced by glossy dark navy locks tied into high twin ponytails that bounced lightly as her head moved. His whole body reshaped itself, curves emerging where there had been angles, strength balanced with grace. Her face emerged last, sharp features settling into place. Her piercing ice-blue eyes, framed by straight bangs, locked onto Naoya's with unwavering intensity. They seemed to cut through every lie, every hesitation. The transformation finished. Standing there was no longer the ugly man Naoya had fought, but a short woman with a presence that filled the room. Image. Huh, he said, completely stunned. You're a woman. Chapter 46, Nereku's Secret P2. She was born into the Kuroda clan, a minor Jujutsu family barely holding on to relevance. Third daughter. Unwanted. Unnamed for 3 days because her father refused to acknowledge another useless girl. Her earliest memory. Watching her older sisters get sold off one by one, traded like livestock to stronger clans. Her mother whispered to her at night. Don't let them see your cursed energy. Don't let them know what you can do. So she hid it. But children are terrible at secrets. At 7, she slipped into the training hall, mimicking the boys' stances with a stolen wooden sword. Her father caught her. This is why women don't belong in Jiu-Jitsu, he said. Then he took the sword from her hands. And broke her fingers with it. One by one. Remember this pain, he hissed. It's the only lesson you'll ever need. She didn't cry. That came later, alone in the dark. That night, her mother pressed a knife into her hands. Run, she whispered. Before he sells you too. She ran. No plan. No money. Just the clothes on her back and the cursed energy simmering under her skin. Kyoto's underbelly took her in. She slept in shrine alleys. Stole food from markets. Fought stray curses with her bare hands, and won. One night, a rogue sorcerer found her. You've got potential, he said. I can make you strong. His name was Orochimaru. He lied. For 2 years, Orochimaru trained her. If you could call it that. He tested her limits. Pushed her body until bones broke. Fed her cursed objects to see how she'd react. Fascinating, he'd murmur as she convulsed. Your adaptability is exceptional. She thought he cared. Then she overheard the truth. Once she masters her technique, we'll harvest her organs for the clan. That night, she slit Orochimaru's throat in his sleep. His blood was warmer than she expected. She stole his research notes and burned his house down. With Orochimaru's notes, she discovered the truth. Her technique, hormonal curse, fleshcraft, could reshape flesh. Bone. Muscle. Even gender. So she rebuilt herself. Wider shoulders. Sharper jaw. Deeper voice. A man's body. A man's name. Nerku. And for the first time in her life, the world respected her. As a man, Nerku found respect. He joined Kyoto Jiu-Jitsu High under a fake name. He excelled, his talent undeniable. He hated every second of it. Because no matter how strong he became, he knew the truth. The world only valued him because he was a man. And that disgusted him. When Nerku first saw Naoya Zenin, he saw everything he despised. Born into power. Respected without effort. A man who never had to fight for his place. And when Naoya looked down on him, that smirk, that arrogance, Nerku snapped. He used his technique on Naoya. Forced him into a female body. Her eyes burned as she looked at Naoya, her body stripped of its disguise. I did everything to be worthy of this world, she said. And you, her voice cracked. You were born with everything I fought to take. Naoya stared at her, truly seeing her for the first time, and for a brief moment, his usual smirk faltered. The air between them was thick with something unspoken. Then, slowly, his lips curled into a smirk again, but this time, it lacked its usual cruelty. It was almost tired. Worthy. He scoffed, but there was no bite in it. You think any of this, power, respect, worth, comes from just being born into it? His fingers tightened around the inverted spear of heaven, but he didn't raise it. Instead, he tilted his head, studying her with an unsettling clarity. I was born a Zenin. That didn't make me strong, it just made me a target. His voice dropped, low and sharp. Every second of my life, someone was waiting to tear me down. My brothers. My clan. Even the damn higher-ups. Respect. That wasn't given to me. I took it. He took a step closer, his shadow looming over her. You think I don't know what it's like to claw your way up from nothing? To remake yourself? His smirk turned bitter. The difference between us isn't that I was given power. It's that I never pretended to be something I wasn't to get it. Her breath hitched. Naoya leaned in, his voice a whisper. You hate me because I was born a man. Fine. But don't lie to yourself, you didn't become Nerku because the world only respects men. You did it because you believed it too. He straightened, his expression unreadable. And that's the real tragedy, isn't it? Silence. For the first time, she had no retort. Naoya turned away, tossing the inverted spear onto a nearby table with a clatter. Then, without looking back, he muttered. Wake up to reality. Hey everyone. I'd really appreciate it if you could take a moment to review my fanfic and let me know what you think. If you could also rate each chapter from now on, 1 to 10, that would mean the world to me. You'd seriously be the GOAT. Arigato. Chapter 47, Made P1. Nothing goes as planned in this cursed world, Naoya added, his voice low and flat, eyes fixed on the inverted spear where it lay on the table, still faintly gleaming with cursed energy. Behind him, Nerku wiped blood from her mouth with the back of her hand, her lips twitching into something half-smirk, half-sneer. You sound upset, Zenin-sama, she said, dragging the title like a blade across glass. Did your little revenge not give you that warm, fuzzy closure you were hoping for? Naoya's eye twitched. In a flash, his hand shot out. He grabbed her by the hair, yanking her head back with cruel force, making her neck strain under the pressure. His face hovered inches from hers. Want me to kill you here, then, he asked, voice low and dangerous. Mocking me, even now, when you're the one on your knees. Nerku didn't flinch. Instead, she grinned wider, blood staining her teeth. You won't, she breathed, the words a challenge, a dare. Naoya's grip tightened, not in rage, but something else. Something darker. He hated her. But her defiance, her refusal, it stirred something ugly and magnetic inside him. For a heartbeat, neither moved. Then, with a scoff, he released her, letting her fall back to the floor. She caught herself on trembling arms, coughing as she glared up at him. Naoya turned away, his back to her as he straightened his sleeves. I've decided, he said, his voice flat, final. You're going to stay here. And you're going to be my personal maid. Nerku blinked. Then let out a disbelieving laugh, the sound sharp as broken glass. Excuse me. Naoya didn't turn around. You hurt me. You'll work for me. Clean. Serve. Obey. His voice dropped, laced with quiet malice. I'll show you exactly where a woman like you belongs in this world. Nereku's fingers twitched toward the last of the ropes binding her, loosening them with a sharp tug. Ha. And you think I'll just let you keep me here? Naoya finally glanced over his shoulder, his smirk cold. You're slow. Did you forget veils exist? I can make one, strengthened by me, that lets anyone in or out, except you. His grin widened, predatory. It's as simple as that. He took a step closer, his shadow swallowing hers. Since you are a woman now, all my plans changed, he murmured, his voice a velvet-covered blade. I decided that I'm going to break you. Nerku didn't respond immediately. Her eyes dropped to the floor, then slowly rose to meet his again, steady. I'll kill you, she said softly. Not a threat. A promise. Naoya chuckled as he walked toward the door, his footsteps echoing in the sudden silence. Try, he said, glancing back one last time, his smile a thing of sharp edges and darker intentions. I'll enjoy watching you fail. Oh, and one last thing, Naoya added as he stepped out. Don't forget to wear the maid outfit. The next day, Naoya ordered his clan to craft a veil object, something sturdy enough to manifest a stronger, steadier barrier for longer durations. Once he was finished with the veil, he summoned Tsumaki and Megumi to the room. Now then, Megumi, you'll begin your training today. As for you, Tsumaki, do whatever you want, I don't really care, Naoya said, his tone sharp but indifferent. Suddenly, Tsumaki raised her hand. Go ahead, Naoya said without looking. Naoya-san. I wanted to say this yesterday, but Megumi and I aren't actually blood-related, Tsumaki said slowly, eyes flicking toward Megumi. Naoya blinked, confused for a moment, then realization dawned, and annoyance flickered across his face. Why didn't you say this earlier, he said, stepping closer to her. What are you doing? Megumi asked, stepping forward and blocking Naoya's path. Naoya narrowed his eyes, still processing the information. Kicking this monkey out of my estate, he muttered, more to himself than anyone else. He shook his head, thinking, how did I forget they're just step-siblings? If Tsumaki goes, then I go too, Megumi said firmly. Do you think you have a choice? Naoya snapped, glaring at him. But Megumi didn't flinch. His gaze locked onto Naoya's without a hint of fear. Naoya sighed, a smirk tugging at his lips. Having your own ideas, that's good, I guess. Better than being a sheep following anyone. Naoya's eyes flicked to Tsumaki, who stood quietly beside Megumi, her expression unreadable. He weighed his options, and then made his decision. Okay. You're not leaving, Naoya said coldly, voice firm. Then you'll stay, and serve as a servant in the clan. Tsumaki's eyes widened for a brief moment, but she said nothing. Megumi's jaw clenched. You can't be serious. Naoya shrugged, smirking darkly. I am. You both want to act defiant. Fine. But Tsumaki stays here. Her place is beneath us, as a servant of the Zenin clan. He stepped closer to Tsumaki, voice low but commanding. This is your reality now. You serve the clan, or you leave. Tsumaki met his gaze steadily, lips curling into a small, bitter smile. Understood, Naoya-sama. Megumi's fists tightened, but he said nothing. Naoya's smirk deepened. What's with that look? You really want to kill me, huh? Don't worry. As my first student, you get privileges. Just for you, I'll guarantee that Monkey, your sister, no one will bother her. Megumi's eyes darkened, his whole body tense like a coiled spring. He glanced at Tsumaki, her calm, almost resigned expression only fueled his frustration. Naoya waved a hand dismissively, his tone casual and mocking. You both can still go to school if you want. Not that it matters, it's a waste of time, if you ask me. Tsumaki lowered her gaze, processing the words. We'll go, she said quietly. I'll have someone escort you, Naoya added. Can't have you running off and doing something stupid. Then he turned his back to them, walking toward the exit with deliberate ease. Come, Megumi, he said over his shoulder. Let's begin your first session. He paused. Oh, and Tsumaki. She looked up. We're the clan outfit from now on. You're part of the household now, after all. Tsumaki gave a faint, bitter smile. Of course. Zenin-sama. The door slid shut behind him, and silence returned. Megumi finally exhaled, fists still clenched. I'll get us out of this, he muttered. Tsumaki rested a hand on his arm, her voice soft but certain. I know. After teaching Megumi the basics of Jujutsu, given he knew nothing to begin was annoying with that, Naoya dismissed him and returned to the main estate. He slid open the door to his private study, and then he saw her. Nerku was perched on the edge of his desk, legs crossed at the knee, shamelessly flipping through one of his scrolls. Afternoon light streamed through the shoji screen, casting gold over the curve of her cheek, the crisp white shirt that clung to her torso, sleeves rolled neatly to the elbow. The top buttons were undone, revealing just enough of her collarbone to feel intentional. The shirt was tucked into high-waisted black shorts that clung to her waist, the hem riding high on her thighs as she swung one leg lazily. Not the maid uniform. Of course not. Naoya stepped inside, closing the door behind him with a slow, deliberate click. Comfortable, he asked. Nerku didn't look up. Quite. She turned another page, fingers trailing across the inked lines of Naoya domain expansion scrolls as if she could actually read them. You scribble a lot for someone who thinks he knows everything. His eye twitched. She couldn't read the formulae or the cursed theory scrawled across those pages, she didn't understand domain expansion, not really, but she acted like she did. In 3 strides, he was across the room, snatching the scroll from her hands with a sharp flick of the wrist. Did I give you permission to touch these? She finally looked up. That smirk, mocking, deliberate, curled at the edge of her lips. Did I need it? Naoya's hand curled into a fist. What about the uniform, he asked, cold. Nerku tilted her head. I don't do uniforms. Interesting choice, he murmured. Then he moved. In an instant, he was behind her. One hand fisted in her ponytail, yanking her head back just enough to break her smirk for a single heartbeat. He leaned in close, his lips brushing her ear. You do now. Nerku reacted instantly, an elbow driving back toward his ribs, her leg sweeping low to knock him off balance. But Naoya anticipated it. He twisted her arm behind her back and forced her forward, pressing her against the desk. Her chest met the cold wood with a thud, hair spilling over her shoulder. "You had one rule," he growled, his grip tightening. His free hand slid down her spine, slow and deliberate. One simple rule. Fingers curled into her collar, soft cotton bunched in his fist, and ripped. The sound cut through the air, sharp and brutal. Buttons bounced across the polished floor. The shirt fell open, hanging in jagged halves. Her bare back was exposed to the chilled air, the lines of her muscles tensing under his touch. "No bra, huh?" Naoya muttered, a cruel note of amusement in his voice. He leaned down, his breath hot against her skin. "Since you refuse to dress properly," he murmured, "you won't dress at all." His hand moved possessively over the exposed skin, tracing the line of her spine. "For the rest of the day, you'll serve like this. And every time you disobey." His teeth grazed her shoulder, just enough to raise goosebumps. "I'll take another piece." Nereku's fingers curled into the desk edge. Her voice was low, but steady. "You're enjoying this." Naoya chuckled darkly, straightening just enough to admire the way the torn fabric slipped off her shoulders. "Oh, Nerku," he said, "you have no idea." Then, with maddening ease, he let her go and stepped back. "Now," he said, casually, "my soda." Nerku turned slowly, the remains of her shirt clinging loosely to her arms, slipping further with each movement. But her eyes, burning with defiance, met his without flinching. This wasn't over. Not even close. Chapter 48, Made P2. It was summer break. That was the only reason Naoya remained at the Zenin estate instead of Jujutsu High. But break or not, his days were anything but restful. Every morning, after dragging Megumi through the most basic curse technique drills, watching the brat fumble like a newborn, Naoya would return expecting silence. Instead, he always found her. Nerku. His hatred for her was molten in his chest, never cooling. Not until he carved it out. Not until she yielded. He would go to any extreme. Humiliation. Control. Domination. He didn't care how far it went, just as long as he saw that fire in her eyes die out by his hand. What's Nereku's motive to kill Naoya now, you ask? Simple. The veil barrier is a cage. Naoya's control over her movements, his rules, his punishments, his commands, they all mirror the life she spent trying to escape. Her father's fists. Orochimaru's needles. Everyone who's ever tried to define her by force. Nerku has only ever survived by breaking her chains. She won't allow another set to close around her throat, not again. Every smirk Naoya gives her feels like a claim. Every order, a brand. Every moment of silence she allows, a betrayal of everything she's fought to become. She's not Naoya's maid. She's not his servant. She's not his. She'd rather die than wear another man's collar. So, they danced. Every day. Every room. Every breath. Attempt number 1. She wore the uniform today. Naoya glanced up from his notes as she entered the room, a tray balanced in her hands. Tea and rice, arranged to perfection. The morning light softened her sharp gaze, the porcelain trembled slightly as she set it down, her lips parted in feigned innocence. Naoya caught her wrist before she could pull away. His thumb brushed over her pulse. "You're nervous," he murmured, tugging her into his lap. Her knees landed across his thighs, her back stiff with tension. "Is it guilt, or excitement?" He picked up the cup and raised it to her lips, his breath warm against her ear. "Share it with me." She hesitated. He didn't. She'd laced his tea with a cursed neurotoxin, crafted from her blood and rare poisons she'd found in his own storage. It attacked the brain directly, something even RCT couldn't immediately purge, she thought. But Naoya only smiled and took a sip. "Poisons only work," he whispered, "if I stay poisoned." Then he kissed her, deep, invasive. Forcing the toxin into her mouth instead. Her body stiffened as the curse took hold, convulsions overtaking her limbs as she collapsed in his lap. He watched her writhe, fascinated. Only at the last second did he activate RCT, burning the poison from her veins. "I'm not sure if RCT can heal poison in canon, but for the sake of this FIC, it does." She coughed violently, then spit in his face. "I'll peel that smirk off your corpse." Naoya licked her lips, slow and deliberate. He said, pupils dilated. "Even your venom's intoxicating." He set her limp body down like a toy and stood. "Good luck next time." Attempt number 2. Moonlight spilled over Naoya's bare chest as he slept, his breathing deep and even. Nereku's shadow fell over him, blade in hand, her borrowed yukata slipping off one shoulder as she knelt beside the bed. Her hand trembled, just slightly, as she raised the knife. His hand snapped up, catching her wrist mid-strike. In one motion, he rolled her beneath him. The blade clattered to the floor. "You could have just asked for my attention," he whispered, knee pressing between her thighs. She arched against him with a growl. "TCH." He leaned close, lips brushing her ear. "You don't sleep anymore, do you?" he murmured. "Neither do I." He kept her pinned there until dawn, her back to his chest, his breath warm and slow against her neck as he whispered every way he could have killed her. Every weakness. Every opening. And every time her breath hitched, his smile deepened. Attempt number 3. Steam curled through the onsen as Nerku stepped in, her eyes fixed on his silhouette. Naoya lounged against the stones, arms sprawled across the rim, his head tilted back, eyes closed. Vulnerable. She slipped in silently, steam fogging the cedar panels behind her. A tanto was hidden in her towel, the fabric draped across her hips. She moved closer. Just as she raised the blade, his hand lashed out, catching her ankle. He yanked her into the water, clothes and all. The knife clattered to the tiles. "Predictable," he sighed, dragging her onto his lap, pinning her back against his chest. Her soaked shirt clung to her skin, sheer and tight. "Enjoy the view," she hissed, struggling as her wet shirt clung to her skin. Naoya peeled the fabric from her shoulders, bearing her chest above the waterline. "Stay," he ordered, like he was giving a dog a command. "You'll dry faster here." He closed his eyes again, letting her tremble in silence, humiliated, soaked, and defeated. And just like that, it continued, day after day, a new attempt to kill him. A never-ending cycle. Megumi POV. The door shut behind Naoya with a soft click, but it echoed like a gunshot in Megumi's ears. He stood in the center of the room, fists clenched at his sides. Tsumiki's fingers rested lightly on his forearm, a silent reminder to stay calm. To wait. But how could he? She didn't belong here. Not in this house. Not in this clan. Not as a servant. He swallowed hard. The taste of bile. The weight of shame. He should have protected her. He should have stopped Naoya. But he hadn't. He is very weak. The estate was silent as he followed the servant through polished halls, each step echoing too loud. The Zenin household was pristine, precise, cold. Like a place built to choke people who didn't belong. He didn't belong. The courtyard was wide, open, reinforced with invisible cursed barriers he could just barely sense. The air shimmered faintly around the training floor. And Naoya was already there. Sleeveless GI. Arms crossed. Expression unreadable but soaked in smugness. "You're late," Naoya said, voice flat. Megumi said nothing. "Still no manners," Naoya added, almost lazily. "I guess Fushiguro blood runs thicker than Zenin dignity." "Bastard." "I didn't ask to be part of this clan," Megumi said, jaw tight. Naoya smiled like someone about to crush something small underfoot. "No, but you'll act like it. If you want power, you need to stop sulking like a brat and start listening." Naoya paced around him slowly, like a lion circling a cub. "You don't understand cursed energy yet," he said. "So let me educate you." Megumi didn't answer. He just watched. Waited. "You know that cursed energy comes from negative emotions, yeah?" Naoya continued. "Anger. Fear. Guilt. That's all people are, walking batteries of misery. Most of them just leak it without control." He raised a hand. Cursed energy flickered like smoke around his fingers, smooth, refined. "But sorcerers? We shape it. Reinforce our bodies with it. Turn it into weapons. Techniques." Megumi's fingers tightened around the training sword. Naoya kept talking. "Cursed techniques are unique. Personal. Some people can teleport. Others can cut you from miles away. Me." He smiled wider. "Well, mine's a bit too complicated for your tiny brain to understand. Yours is called the 10 Shadows, right? Then there's reverse cursed technique," Naoya said, with mock boredom. "Turning cursed energy into a positive energy. Rare. Difficult. But useful, unless you like bleeding out. And finally, domain expansion," Naoya said, almost reverent. "You make your own space. Rules. Laws. In there, your technique always hits. No dodging. No mercy." Naoya turned back to him, expression reset to something colder. "But don't worry. You're not ready for that." A week passed. Naoya said he was teaching me, but it didn't feel like normal training. Most of the time, he just sat around watching movies, some with swords, others with monsters. He called it culture. Sitting next to him was a weird-looking cursed doll with button eyes and long, spindly fingers. It moved even without cursed energy being channeled into it, tilting its head, twitching like a bug, or punching me in the face. Naoya said the doll would monitor my cursed energy and hit me whenever I lost control. It did. A lot. I got good at dodging. He said I was learning fast, for a brat who leaks cursed energy like a busted faucet. But I didn't care what he said. I just wanted to learn. I wanted to get strong. Today, I did something new. I focused the way he told me. I kept my breathing steady, my cursed energy low but moving. It felt like trying to carry water in my hands without spilling, forming a hand sign. And then, they appeared. 2 little puppies. Shadowy. Wobbly. One of them had ears too big for its head. But they were real. My Shikigami. Naoya didn't clap. Didn't praise me. I couldn't help it. I smiled a little. He just looked them over and said, your Shikigami scale with your own power. Control, strength, body. The more you grow, the bigger they bite. Then he glanced at me sideways, a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. That is, if you live long enough to grow. Without offing yourself every 5 minutes. I ignored him. Mostly. Because for the first time since arriving at the Zenin estate, I felt something stir inside me that wasn't bitterness. It was pride. Small. Quiet. But real. Later, Naoya called me over in the courtyard. 2 girls stood beside him. Twins. They were older, a whole year, maybe more. I could tell. They looked nothing alike beyond their faces. One had fire in her eyes. The other looked like she wanted to be anywhere else. Naoya looked amused. This is Maki and Mai, he said loudly. The biggest failures in the Zenin clan. My stomach turned. They didn't flinch. Didn't cry. Just stared at him, like they were used to it. I looked at them and felt something strange. Maki looked at me next, eyes sharp. Like she was trying to figure out if I was worth her time. Mai didn't even bother. Naoya clapped a hand on my shoulder hard enough to jolt me. Maybe you'll all grow up to disappoint us together, he laughed. I stayed quiet. Like always. But in my chest, something buzzed. Something tight and quiet and angry. They don't know me. Not really. Not Mai. Not Maki. Not Naoya. But one day, they would. But then. Naoya said something that shocked the 3 of us. This is Megumi Fushiguro, he said, voice casual, like he was announcing the weather. And he has the best curse technique in the Zenin clan. He glanced down at me, grinning like it was some inside joke. Potentially the strongest in the world. Silence. Even the wind seemed to pause. Maki's eyes narrowed. Mai finally turned to look at me, her face unreadable. I didn't know what to say. Strongest. Me. The words didn't feel real. They just sat in the air, heavy and wrong, like a coat that didn't fit. But I could feel it, the way everyone was staring now. With this treasure I summon. Another training session ended with my body aching all over. My hands were red from gripping the wooden sword too tight, and my shoulders burned from blocking Naoya's blows. I didn't say anything. Just breathed through the pain and waited for his next command. But instead of shouting at me again, Naoya looked past me. Soft footsteps echoed behind me, slow and deliberate. Nerku. His personal maid. She always moved like she owned every room she entered, even the ones that hated her. Hair perfect. Clothes spotless. Face like ice. Eyes like she was constantly unimpressed with everything around her. I glanced at her as she approached, and sure enough, there it was again, that look like I was nothing more than trash someone dumped in their way. She didn't even try to hide it. A maid called Kurwa is asking to meet you, she said to Naoya, her voice cold and sharp. Naoya didn't answer right away. He just tilted his head, smirking slightly. Oh. Is it Amani? I didn't like Nerku. Not really, but I couldn't deny I admired her. Not for her disdainful gaze or the way she treated people like they were beneath her. No, I admired her because she talked back to Naoya. No one else did that. She'd argue with him in front of everyone. Sarcastic. Snide. Sometimes even bold. She always lost, of course. Naoya would shut her down with words that got crueler every time. But she still kept doing it. The past couple days, I saw them together more often. She'd be standing behind him during meals, next to him when he sparred, cleaning weapons that didn't look like they needed cleaning at all. Always close. But never warm. Nerku didn't seem to like anyone, honestly. Not even the higher elders. One day, I remember, she rolled her eyes at something an old man said during a family meeting. Just a look. Just a tiny scoff. But it was enough. The elder raised his voice. stepped forward. I thought he was going to curse her, or kill her. He tried. Nerku barely managed to dodge the strike. Her sleeve tore. Her hand bled. But she didn't fall. She stood tall. Chin up. Glaring back at him like she wasn't afraid. And then Naoya moved. He was as calm as ever. He didn't just defend her. He beat the crap out of the elder into the floor. Not just once. Again and again until the courtyard went quiet and no one dared speak. After that, no one touched Nerku. Not even with their eyes. But I still didn't like her. Even if she was strong, even if she was smart, she looked down on people too much. And I hated that. Because I already had one Naoya in my life. I didn't need another one in a maid uniform. Chapter 49, Cute. So who is this Amani, for you to meet her? Nerku asked, trailing a few paces behind him, her tone deceptively casual. Naoya didn't even glance back. I'm her sugar daddy, he said flatly, like he was commenting on the weather. Nerku stopped in her tracks, visibly repulsed. You men are truly disgusting. Naoya laughed, a low, amused sound that echoed off the hallway walls. What do you think I'll say to that? He asked, glancing over his shoulder with a grin too wide. Try me. I can be more misogynistic than anyone. Say whatever you want, Nerku replied, arms crossed. You don't mean 90% of what comes out of your mouth anyway. He turned fully, walking backwards now, hands tucked into his sleeves like he had all the time in the world. Oh, he said. You can tell. His voice dropped an octave. Then tell me, was I lying when I said you were the prettiest slave in this house? Nereku's expression didn't shift. Every time you open your mouth, I remember why I sharpen my knives at night. Naoya chuckled again. Any woman who can't walk 3 steps behind a man, he said lightly, deserves to be stabbed. There was a long silence. Then. Good, Nerku said, stepping past him. I was planning to get stabbed anyway. Naoya sighed dramatically, falling into step beside her. Unfortunately for you, he muttered, I forgot my dagger. She tilted her head just enough to glance at him from the corner of her eye. Then use your words. They hurt more anyway. Naoya's smile didn't reach his eyes. Careful, Nerku. You say things like that, and I might start thinking you enjoy our little chats. I don't. You do. I fantasize about gouging your throat open with a cursed toothpick. See? That's practically flirting. She scoffed, refusing to let him get the last word. One day I'll kill you, Naoya. He leaned in as they walked, voice dropping to a near murmur. You keep saying that like it isn't foreplay. The moment Naoya entered the room, a hand launched at him. Ow you rarao. Amani shrieked, face twisted in fury, her palm aimed straight for his cheek. Naoya caught her wrist without flinching, eyes narrowing like she was a retard. Did you think I'm Gojo, he said, voice dry. You thought I'd just let you slap me? I believe in equality. So what if I slap the shit out of you now? You bastard, do you know how much suffering I had? Riko shouted. What makes you think I care? Naoya said with a shrug. And shouldn't you be thankful? I saved your life, after all. Liar. Kurwa screamed, stepping forward with fire in her eyes. You put me in your basement for 3 days. After that, you sent me flying out of the country. Then you tried to ship me off to North Korea for some reason. Meanwhile, you were probably lounging around reading some disgusting hentai. Saving me? Are you high? It's called character development. Die. Amani screeched, lunging again with another slap. Naoya caught her wrist, again, but this time with more force, his patience thinning. If Gojo didn't have a thing for you, I'd have you scrubbing toilets in a maid uniform until your hands bled. Huu. Amani's eyes went wide, ready to shout. But Naoya cut her off, voice sharp. What's the reason you came here? He asked, eyes like a blade, no longer amused. A beat of silence. I want to see Gojo and Geto again, Amani said, forcing the words out like they burned on her tongue. A few moments later, with Amani gone and silence settling again, Nerku spoke from her usual place behind him. Sharp, casual, venom-laced in honey. Again, who is that Amani, exactly, for her to ask to see Gojo and for you to just accept it? Naoya smirked slightly. An annoying brat who used to be the star plasma vessel. Star plasma vessel? Nerku asked confused. I'm too lazy to explain. Naoya said, then glanced over his shoulder at Nerku with a meaningful look. His voice dropped into something slower, silkier. But if you want to come sit on my lap and ask nicely, maybe I'll give you the rundown. Nereku's expression didn't change. Cold. Still. But the flick of her eyes, like a scalpel tracing flesh, said enough. Pass, she said. I'd rather pour acid in my ears than hear you talk with that tone again. Naoya chuckled, turning fully to face her now. So dramatic. I thought maids were supposed to be obedient. I thought men were supposed to die quietly, Nerku shot back, walking past him. Maybe if you smiled more, I'd feel generous. Maybe if you bled more, I'd feel something. You're cute when you're angry. You're pathetic when you're breathing. You know, most people would be honored to sit on my lap. Most people don't have standards. Or self-respect. Or knives hidden in their sleeves. You're. And you are. The next day came. As usual, Naoya was training Megumi, more like tossing him around like a chew toy in the name of lessons. But the spark in Naoya's eyes was gone. Boredom crept into his movements like a yawn waiting to happen. Then the door slid open. Tsumiki stepped in, wearing a maid outfit that didn't suit her, because it wasn't meant to. She held a drink in one hand and a plastic-wrapped adult magazine in the other. With practiced silence, she offered the drink and magazine to Naoya. Ah, perfect timing, Naoya said, smirking as he took both like they were sacred offerings. Then Tsumiki turned and handed Megumi a simple bottle of water. Megumi stared at her, frozen. The bottle trembled in her hand. His fists clenched. The moment she stepped back, he turned sharply toward Naoya, voice tight and filled with venom. Where is your personal maid? Why would you drag Tsumiki into this, just to hand you your garbage? Naoya took a slow sip, not even glancing at Megumi at first. I told Nerku to go look for something I need, he said casually. Had a better idea on how to speed up your little jujutsu learning curve. He finally looked at Megumi, eyes glinting. And as for your sister? I just thought a little motivation might help you focus. He reached out and flicked a lock of Tsumiki's hair, letting it slip between his fingers. Cute, isn't she? The silence that followed was sharp, humming with tension. Megumi's cursed energy surged for a moment, the air distorting faintly around his frame. Naoya only grinned wider. You want to hit me? He asked, almost playful. Then learn faster. That's the deal. Chapter 50, Amanai Riko is alive. Later that day. Nerku returned, arms full and her expression already halfway to murder. She dropped a stack of books onto Naoya's desk with a thud, the covers glared up at him like an academic curse. Python for beginners. C++ fundamentals. Scripting game AI in open worlds. Unity engine basics. And behind her stood a pale, nervous man in glasses, holding a book like a shield. Here, she said flatly. You're, nerd. Naoya raised an eyebrow, then grinned with childlike delight. Nice. Yes, you guessed it right, Naoya Zenin had decided to learn programming. Coding. Scripting. Game development. Why, you might ask. Because after reaching his level of strength and power, there were few alive who could actually challenge him. And with that untouchable confidence, Naoya decided it was time to spread chaos in the world. His plan? To create an open-world Jujutsu Kaisen video game, but not just any game, this would be his magnum opus. A full story mode. Branching dialogue trees. Cursed techniques animated with absurd fidelity. Breakable environments. Hidden side quests. Optional boss fights. Ridiculous difficulty settings. And of course, Naoya Zenin as the final boss. And more than that, he wasn't going to release it quietly. He was going to start a company, launch the game worldwide, and completely warp the entertainment industry using his family's money and influence. Especially now, in the year 2006, when gaming was still crawling and graphics were far behind what he knew was possible. He would dominate this timeline's gaming industry. At first, he just wanted a simulation to train Megumi. Some janky battlefield to hammer jujutsu concepts into the boy's thick skull. But then. Why stop there? Why not unleash it on the entire world? Why not mass distribute jujutsu knowledge through gameplay and stealth learning mechanics? Why not make a game so immersive, so addicting, so powerfully prophetic, that even Kenjaku would choke on his own amusement? Why not become the most overpowered game dev in human history? Naoya leaned back in his chair, eyes gleaming like a lunatic with a god complex, and now, game design documents. All right, nerd, he said to the shaking men in glasses. Time to build the greatest cursed world the market's ever seen. And just like that, days passed. Naoya spent them half immersed in code, squinting at Unity tutorials with a scowl and swatting compiler errors like mosquitoes. He was a fast learner, arrogance and genius often walked hand in hand. Between scripting crude combat mechanics, yelling at his freelance coder, training Megumi to not be completely pathetic, and dodging Nereku's latest assassination attempt with an eye roll and a backhand, he actually started to make progress. Eventually, summer break ended. And with it, Naoya returned to Jiu-Jitsu High. Of course, he didn't come alone. Trailing behind him in a pristine black and white maid uniform was Nerku, expression cold as ever, step silent, spine straight as a blade. Her deadpan face didn't shift once, not even as they passed through the old temple gates. Naoya looked like he owned the place. He brought her with him for one reason: Nerku was far too dangerous to leave unsupervised. Gods knew what she'd do on her own. Poison the clan's water supply. Replace the Zenin heirloom sake with bleach. Start a coup. Probably all three. They reached the classroom. Naoya slid the door open with his foot, lazy and unapologetic. Inside, the usual chaos screeched to a halt. Gojo, Geto, and Shoko were already there, lounging across chairs and desks, laughing about who knows what. The moment Naoya stepped in, all three turned. Gojo's eyes widened at the sight of him. And then, very predictably, he pointed. "What the hell is that?" Gojo asked, baffled, jabbing a finger like he was spotting a UFO in cosplay. "Did you finally get possessed by a kink?" Naoya didn't even blink. "It's my new personal maid." A long pause. Shoko blinked. Geto blinked. Nerku didn't even flinch. Naoya's gaze swept across them, and then paused. Something felt off. Shoko was the same, clearly unimpressed. But Geto looked worn down. There were dark circles under his eyes, like sleep had become a rare luxury. His usual composed aura felt heavier now, quietly strained. And Gojo's eyes were different. Not weaker, just calmer. More distant. Like he'd seen something, and hadn't fully come back from it. Naoya arched a brow. "Her name is Rem," he said smoothly, glancing back at Nerku with a faint smirk. Nerku eyes wide open shocked. Naoya looked at her and was confused of her shock but did not care much. "Why do I feel like I've met her before?" Gojo murmured, squinting as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Well, it's very you to have a maid," Geto said, trying to sound casual, but the edge of jealousy was there, unmistakable. Shoko, however, was silent. She studied Nerku, Rem, for several long seconds before looking back at Naoya. Her expression was unreadable. Naoya met her stare briefly, then looked away. "I didn't come here to trade insults as usual," he said, brushing past the banter. "I came to tell you something." That got their attention. Gojo leaned in slightly. Naoya turned to Geto and Gojo directly. "Amanai Riko is alive. How do you think the game will affect the world, and Jujutsu society?" The game exposes Jujutsu society in full detail: cursed spirits, clans, techniques, domains, everything. At first, civilians think it's just fiction. But over time, people start noticing parallels. Some even develop basic cursed energy control or even unlock their hidden curse technique out of sheer obsession and experimentation. Fans worship the Naoya final boss, LOL, character. Memes, fan art, cosplay, and weird parasocial devotion erupt. Naoya begins gaining real-world influence, not just as a sorcerer, but as a media icon. Chapter 51, Gojo vs Naoya P1. Silence. It dropped over the classroom like a curse. Geto's entire body froze. His chair creaked under him as his fingers tightened on the edge. Gojo's grin vanished, wiped clean in an instant. Naoya watched all of it with an almost bored look. "Don't joke about that," Geto said, voice low and dangerous. "I'm not," Naoya replied coolly. "She's alive. Breathing. Eating. Screaming at me, occasionally. You can thank me for that, by the way." Gojo stood slowly, eyes locked on Naoya now, not playful, not mocking, but searching. "How?" he asked. "I saw her dead body." "And yet, she's not dead," Naoya said, tone infuriatingly flat. "Weird how that works. Maybe reality's just more flexible around me." Geto stepped forward. "If you're lying." Naoya raised a hand lazily. "Relax, you'll see her yourself soon enough. I just wanted to give you a spoiler first." "Why now?" Gojo asked quietly. "Why tell us this now?" Geto's jaw tightened. His cursed energy flickered, restless, barely contained. "You're playing games with something you don't understand." "Maybe," Naoya conceded with a shrug. "Or maybe I understand better than you think." Gojo hadn't moved, his piercing blue eyes still fixed on Naoya. "If she's alive," he said slowly, "then what happened that day wasn't real. Which means someone went through a lot of trouble to make us believe it was." Naoya's smirk widened. "Now you're thinking." Geto's voice was ice. "Who?" Naoya exhaled through his nose, feigning exasperation. "So impatient." "Fine. I'll give you one more clue: it's a sorcerer from 1,000 years ago. That's all I know." Naoya lied without flinching, he couldn't think of any other way to fool them. Gojo's breath hitched, just for a fraction of a second. Then, the classroom door slid open. A familiar voice, sharp and irritated, cut through the tension like a knife. "Naoya, you idiot, I told you not to." Riko and I stood in the doorway, alive, furious, and very much not dead. Silence. Again. Then. "Riko." Geto's voice cracked. Gojo's sunglasses slid down his nose as he stared, wide-eyed. Naoya sighed, rubbing his temple. And that was supposed to be the dramatic reveal. "Thanks for ruining it." Gojo burst out laughing, wild, disbelieving, almost hysterical. Geto just stared, his hands trembling at his sides. Riko blinked. She looked between Gojo and Geto, both frozen in place. "Yo," she offered weakly, lifting a hand in an awkward half-wave. Surprise. It was not the moment to joke, and yet it was the most Riko thing she could have said. Geto's legs gave out. He sat down hard on the nearest desk, staring at her like if he blinked, she'd vanish again. "Why you really?" He couldn't even finish the sentence. Gojo, on the other hand, didn't move. He just kept staring at her, those pale eyes wide and searching, like he was trying to look into her soul and confirm it was real. He didn't laugh again. He didn't speak. He just whispered. "Riko." She gave him a small smile, and for the first time, her voice softened. "Yeah. I'm here." Shoko watched from the side, arms folded, her expression unreadable. She'd never met Riko before, only heard stories, but even she could feel the weight of the moment. A pause. Then Geto stood again, shakily, but with purpose. His cursed energy flared uncontrolled, his emotions raw, nostalgia, guilt, anger, disbelief all twisted together. He looked straight at Naoya. "What the hell did you do?" Naoya, unbothered as ever, raised an eyebrow. "I saved her." "You're welcome." "That's not an answer," Gojo said, his voice quiet but laced with a venomous edge. Naoya let out a short breath. "I can't answer that. I've got a binding vow stopping me." A complete lie, but delivered with flawless confidence, he did not care if they believed him or not. Neither Gojo nor Geto moved, but something sharp and dangerous passed between them. Riko stepped in, gently placing a hand on Naoya's shoulder, as if to stop the conversation from boiling over. "It's complicated. I'm still figuring it out too." She looked at Geto now, her expression unreadable. "But I wanted to see you both. Before I decide what I will do next." Before Geto could respond, Gojo stepped forward. Right in front of Naoya. His expression was cold. Flat. And deadly serious. "You want to have a fight," Gojo said, his voice low, with the intent to kill Naoya. The air cracked with cursed energy, invisible pressure rolling off his body like a rising storm. Geto didn't stop him. Riko's hand slipped from Naoya's shoulder, her eyes wide. Even Nerku, quiet until now, took a step back, from the aura they are unleashing. Naoya just stared at Gojo for a moment, then gave a half-smile. "Okay, bet." Suddenly, the classroom door slammed open. Masamichi Yaga stormed in, his cursed energy flaring like a warning flare. "What the hell is going on in here?" he barked, voice like thunder. His sharp eyes scanned the room, Gojo and Naoya inches from exploding, Geto rigid with emotion, Riko standing awkwardly by the door, Nerku unmoving like a shadow. Behind Yaga, Mei peeked into the room, raising a curious brow. "I was just passing by," she said smoothly, folding her arms, "but this looks entertaining." Yaga's gaze locked on Gojo and Naoya. "It's the first day back after break," he growled. "And you're already causing this kind of shit." But Naoya didn't back down. He kept his eyes on Gojo and asked, with infuriating calm. "Is there any good place for me and Gojo to have a fight, principal?" Before Yaga could bark back, the door slid open again. Two figures stepped in. Nanami Kento and Yuhaibara, the bright-eyed first-year students, froze on the threshold, eyes widening as they took in the atmosphere. Naoya's presence. Gojo's cursed energy. Riko standing beside Nerku. Mei, amused. Geto, seething. It looked less like a school and more like the build-up to a massacre. Did we miss something?" Haibara whispered. Both of them had arrived, just like the others, after sensing the sudden rise in cursed energy output. Yaga glanced at the two new arrivals. Then something shifted in his expression. He changed his mind. Instead of denying the challenge, Yaga folded his arms and said flatly. "There is indeed a place. The outdoor training field." Naoya raised an eyebrow. Gojo tilted his head. "But," Yaga continued, "everyone will be watching. Especially the first years. Might as well let them learn something before they die young." "Die young?" Haibara yelped. Nanami sighed. Yaga ignored them. His gaze never left Gojo and Naoya. Naoya stretched his shoulders with casual ease and turned toward the door. I don't mind showing you how cool I am, he said smoothly. I don't mind either, Gojo added. Why are they fighting all of a sudden? Hibara whispered, eyes wide and clueless. No one answered him. Another chapter will be realized later. Chapter 52, Gojo vs Naoya P2. Training field, moments later. A hush fell over the clearing. Naoya and Gojo now stood facing each other beneath the open sky, wind stirred the grass. Cursed energy simmered just beneath the surface, like a volcano waiting to erupt. One was grinning. The other, still not sure why he was so angry. Gojo's hands were in his pockets. His sunglasses reflected the light. But something in his expression was off. Naoya just stood there, perfectly calm. Like this was a game. Then, with deliberate care, Naoya crouched and picked up a small rock. With the other hand, he pulled out a wrapped chocolate sweet from his pocket. He tossed both, one after the other, straight at Gojo. The rock stopped midair, bouncing harmlessly in front of Gojo's face, caught by the infinity. But the chocolate. Smack. It tapped lightly against Gojo's forehead before he caught it. Gojo blinked, looking at the candy in his palm. It's your favorite, Naoya said casually, watching him. Studying him. There was a pause. Then Naoya's thoughts clicked into place. So it's already automatic, huh? Naoya's smirk sharpened. He's reached it early. This version of Gojo, he's already made his infinity automatic. It's running 24/7. No activation, no lag. It filters danger on its own. That was supposed to take another year of development. The rock had been tagged as a threat. The candy had not. And all of that was because of Naoya. Flashback, Jiu-Jitsu High classroom, last year. I wonder how I'm supposed to make my abilities better, Gojo groaned, sprawled across his chair like a bored cat. I can't think of anything. Naoya didn't even look up. He had his legs kicked up on a desk, arms crossed behind his head. Well, you'll need reverse cursed technique if you want to take your strength to the next level. I know that, Gojo snapped, frustrated. But I don't understand a single word of what Shoko says about it. Same, Naoya and Geto muttered in unison. Shoko, puffing a cigarette by the window, didn't even flinch. Not my problem if you're all dumb. Gojo rubbed his temples. Okay, let's say I figure out RCT. Then what? How do I make Limitless stronger? Naoya shifted slightly, eyes half-lidded with boredom. First of all, you should make your infinity automatic. Gojo blinked. Automatic. What does that mean? Naoya sighed, dramatic. You should really be more grateful for my presence. Just say it, Gojo deadpanned. Fine. Right now, you're turning your infinity on and off manually, right? Naoya said, finally sitting up. But with RCT constantly repairing your brain from the strain of your curse technique, you could maintain infinity all the time. Passive. Always on. Geto tilted his head, processing. Naoya smirked. And if you structure it with a binding vow, infinity could filter what's dangerous and what's not. That way, it only stops what actually threatens you. Gojo sat upright, stunned. Even Shoko glanced over her shoulder now, the cigarette frozen halfway to her lips. A beat of silence. Then. That could work, she muttered. Geto stared at Naoya, eyebrows raised. That's actually brilliant. Gojo, for once, was speechless. Naoya leaned back lazily, the picture of smug satisfaction. Honestly, I should be the one with the 6 eyes, he said without a shred of shame. Gojo rolled his eyes. Don't push it. A short silence. Then. I've got another question, Naoya. Gojo's voice was tighter now. It clearly cost him something to ask. Naoya raised an eyebrow. What? When I will acquire my domain expansion, Gojo said, I've got no idea what the sure hit effect should be. I don't even know how it's supposed to work. The words came out fast, clipped. Asking Naoya, his rival, his irritant, his equal in all the wrong ways, was deeply out of character. But no one in the room laughed. Because they all knew the truth. Naoya Zenin's understanding of Jujutsu is better than anyone else they know. Naoya clicked his tongue, pretending to think. Well, he said finally, when most sorcerers open a domain for the first time, it's incomplete. No sure hit. Just an empty space filled with cursed energy. But. He grinned. If you're like me. Of course. And you have a deep understanding of your curse technique, you can cast a complete domain from the very first time. One with a guaranteed hit. Naoya, Geto muttered, just answer the question. Naoya grinned. Now, about your domain, the thing about domains is, inside them, your curse technique reaches another level. Think of it as your technique in overdrive, abilities that are impossible outside become possible within. He pointed lazily at Gojo. You, with Limitless and Six Eyes, already have terrifying control. So your domain shouldn't be flashy. Gojo frowned slightly, interested despite himself. Naoya's tone sharpened. Here's what I'd do if I were you: take the neutral form of Limitless, Infinity, and weaponize it with the help of the domain to create a Shuriat effect that floods your target's brain with infinite sequences of raw information. Numbers. Shapes. Data. Concepts. So much, so fast, their brain can't keep up. He tapped his temple. An overload. Like freezing a computer with too many tabs open, but those tabs are physics equations, temperature shifts, spatial mapping, cursed energy flow, distance calculations, atomic data. Forever, Geto murmured. Shoko exhaled a puff of smoke. That might actually be the most horrifying domain I've ever heard of. Gojo stared at Naoya. Still processing. Then he gave a short, dry laugh. TCH. Thanks, I guess. I would have thought of that on my own anyway, Gojo added arrogantly. End of flashback. Gojo's expression darkened. His sunglasses dangled loosely from his fingers now, his bare eyes locked on Naoya. I really felt something was off that day, he said, voice quiet. The way you grabbed Riko so suddenly when Toji showed up, the way you acted like you forgot the route to Tengen's chamber, even after Geto explained it twice. He took a slow step forward. And you didn't even try to use your domain against Toji. Naoya didn't flinch. In fact, he leaned into the accusation like it amused him. My domain is useless against someone with no cursed energy, he replied, dramatically offended, throwing his hands up. What was I supposed to do? Pose for him. Then he tilted his head, eyes gleaming with that smug, theatrical cruelty only Naoya could deliver. I once heard something, he said, voice dropping into a theatrical murmur. Fake friends are like shadows, they follow you in the sun, but leave you in the dark. Gojo's jaw tightened. It wasn't just rage. It was something deeper. Raw betrayal. Grief. You think this is funny? Chapter 53, Gojo vs Naoya P3. Naoya didn't answer. Instead, he glanced up, toward the quiet, fluttering crows perched atop the walls and trees around the training field. Dozens of them, watching. Recording. Live streaming. From a distant room inside the school, Mei sat coolly on a couch, legs crossed, sipping tea. Multiple monitors were set up in front of her. One showed the crow's perspectives. Another? Naoya's POV, broadcasted directly from his eyes like a living projector. His projection sorcery now allowed him to replay anything he saw, frame by frame. His eyes had become living memory reels. And thanks to a binding vow he made with Mei just moments earlier, he could now share it all. Without a word, Gojo raised his hand, and snapped it into a tight fist. Boom. A singularity tore open between them. The air twisted inward, screaming. The earth cracked. Trees, loose rubble, blades of grass, cursed energy in the air, all pulled violently toward a single point, Naoya. But Naoya was already moving. He launched forward, domain amplification flaring around his body. The vacuum of blue tugged at him, but he carved through it, not resisting the pull, using it to accelerate. Their hands clashed. A shockwave detonated outward. The ground beneath them cratered instantly. Naoya's teeth flashed in a grin, his domain amplification sizzling against infinity's barrier. You always lead with blue. Predictable. His knee shot upward in a devastating arc. Only to meet empty air as Gojo vanished. The air split with a thunderclap as Gojo's knee smashed into Naoya's ribs from behind. And you always talk too much, Gojo's voice taunted in his ear. Naoya spun through the air like a thrown dagger, twisting his body to land in a crouch that gouged trenches in the earth beneath him. His head snapped up. Just in time to see Gojo shrugging off his uniform jacket with one hand while swirling red's crimson energy coalesced in his other palm. The jacket hadn't even touched the ground when. Boom. Red detonated. The world inverted. Gravity fractured. Trees tore skyward. The land convulsed and screamed. But Naoya wasn't there. He used his reversal technique, rewind, and he reappeared beside Gojo, just behind the blast radius. Gojo's head turned cough off guard, too late. Naoya grabbed his wrist, domain amplification crackling across his palm. He twisted violently, aiming to tear the arm clean off. But Gojo, of course, regained control instantly. With a flash of movement, he teleported behind Naoya, mirroring the move, his own hand latching onto Naoya's wrist, mimicking the same motion. Naoya's smirk didn't fade. His body flickered, intangible for a split second, and Gojo's grip passed through him. They both took a step back, loose stances ready to strike, staring each other down. Then, simultaneously. What's wrong with you? Trying to rip my arm off. What's wrong with you? Trying to rip my arm off. A beat. You'll regenerate anyway. You'll regenerate anyway. They froze, processing the echo. Then both cracked a grin. An eerie, mutual understanding. Naoya clicked his tongue. You copying me now, Gojo? Gojo tilted his head with a teasing grin. I thought you were copying me. Back in the observation room, chaos reigned. It's not even been a minute, and they've already wrecked the entire valley, Hybra muttered, sweat running down his temple. He looked pale. How the hell is this just a spar? The screens flickered with distorted cursed energy readings. Craters scarred the landscape. Trees were gone, just gone. A section of forest had been erased. Shoko stared, dumbfounded. Wait. Did Naoya just teleport? Geto, arms crossed, watched calmly, unblinking. He did. And go intangible. Shoko's voice pitched higher. Geto nodded once. Projection sorceries evolved. What we're seeing, those aren't just enhancements. He's turned it into something else. Could it be? Shoko's words trailed, mind racing. His reversal technique. Most likely, Geto said. Before she could finish her thought. The screen flashed white. They were moving again. Naoya's heel scraped against the cracked earth as he skidded into position. His hand slammed to the ground. Frame fracture. Cursed energy bloomed outward like an invisible spiderweb, latching onto terrain, air currents, even loose rubble. The battlefield transformed into a minefield of motion-sensitive traps. And then. Maximum output, air freeze. The ground beneath Gojo distorted as Naoya overclocked his cursed technique. The air itself locked, a frozen vacuum frame encasing the space in front of him like a glass pane ready to shatter. Gojo's eyes flicked to the change, reading the cursed energy twist midair. Naoya struck the suspended air pocket. Wham! The air freeze detonated. A concussive shock wave ripped outward. Not just pressure, but space collapsed, folding in on itself. The ground inverted, rocks vaporized, trees ripped from the roots and hurled skyward like they were on strings. The force cracked bedrock, its roar echoing for miles. Gojo floated midair, untouched by the blast. Infinity shimmered faintly around him, repelling the debris, his uniform billowing in the chaos. But the shockwave still raged, and it threatened to tear the earth apart. Naoya was already moving. He launched forward at blinding speed, projection sorcery flaring in full acceleration. A golden streak cutting through the air, aiming straight for Gojo. Gojo, unfazed, braced for the impact, hand glowing faintly with blue. Nice try, he muttered. And Naoya phased straight through him. Gojo's eyes widened. Naoya emerged behind him, no wasted motion, and snapped a kick toward Gojo's head. Gojo twisted, cursed energy blooming in his palm, ready to intercept. But Naoya rewound. Projection rewind, he jumped back a fraction of a second to the point just before intangibility triggered. In that instant, his form solidified. He swapped into domain amplification. Boom. The kick connected. Hard. Gojo was launched like a missile, crashing into the earth. A crater erupted beneath him. Blood sprayed midair. Ribs cracked. His back twisted. The impact echoed like a thunderclap. Shoko stood from her seat in the control room. Did he just break Gojo's bones? Even Geto's eyes narrowed. He landed a full hit, Geto said slowly. That was perfectly timed technique swapping. The room remained silent, frozen in stunned awe. Even Mei, cool and composed at the worst of times, had her brow furrowed. The destruction on screen was catastrophic. Shoko whispered, if that shockwave had gone off in a city. Thousands dead, Mei said bluntly. And that's millions of yen in damage, easily. The dust on the battlefield hadn't even settled when Naoya landed at the crater's rim, his silhouette sharp against the smoky glow of debris. He stood tall, cocky grin curling his lips. Let me remind you, he said coldly, you're not untouchable. Internal calculation surged through Naoya's veins. Rewind teleportation costs 5% cursed energy per use. Domain amplification drains another 20% per minute. Gojo's 6 eyes means he fights at 0.0001% energy expenditure. Conclusion, mathematical certainty of loss within 5 minutes 33 seconds. I will run out of cursed energy soon. Gojo rose slowly from the crater, brushing dust off his shoulders. His body, already fully healed by reverse cursed technique, was unmarred. He cracked his neck. Your abilities, he said, his voice light, are annoying as hell. And hard to predict. Aren't they a bit too overpowered? Naoya scoffed. Says the men with limitless and 6 eyes. You've been broken since birth. Gojo grinned. Can't argue with that. Naoya's fingers moved, subtle, practiced. A specific hand sign formed. Time slowed in the air around him. It's a dead end if I keep playing like this. He exhaled. Ryoiki Tenkai, Jikaku Getten. A ripple pulsed out from him, then bloomed into a roaring sphere of cursed energy. The world twisted. The air turned gold. A corridor unfurled around them, endless, mechanical, glowing. Walls of animated murals, warriors mid-motion, froze in eternal combat. A giant projector eye hovered above, its lens whirring like a god's judgment. Naoya's domain expansion had taken form. Time Cell Moon Palace. Geto murmured, eyes narrowed. So that's what it looks like. A cold thrill ran through the room. In the heart of the domain, Gojo stood motionless, 6 eyes analyzing the new space. The air here felt heavier, measured. Every breath, every blink, every twitch felt watched. So this is domain expansion, Gojo murmured. A temporal prison. The peak of Jujutsu. He casually raised his hand to scratch his temple. SHHK. Blood burst from his wrist. The skin on his forearm peeled in a perfect spiral. A breath too fast. A movement off rhythm. Gojo froze, blinking at his arm as crimson splattered the polished floor. Gojo's eyes narrowed. TCH. Naoya's voice came from the walls themselves, dance for me, Gojo. The projection eye shutter clicked. You'll lose before you understand why. His form blurred forward. Only for his claws to screech against sudden blue light. Gojo's simple domain flared. If delusion was a cursed technique, Gojo panted, blood dripping from his reforming arm as it gets healed, you'd be special grade. Naoya's knee smashed into Gojo's gut mid-taunt, sending him skidding back through frozen droplets of his own blood. Every time you open your mouth, he sneered, your IQ commits suicide. Gojo's simple domain radius shrinking 3 cm/second. Let's see how much time you can hold, Naoya taunted. His hands moved, fingers tracing the edges of frozen air molecules. Air freeze. Wham. The vacuum shockwave detonated like a localized apocalypse. The walls of the Time Cell Moon Palace flexed inward from the blast, murals flickering violently, as if even the frozen warriors felt the distortion. The floor beneath Gojo cracked into a spiral fracture pattern, cursed energy hemorrhaging from every line. Gojo's simple domain shattered under the pressure, unable to contain the devastating impact. Crack. Splice. Splat. Dozens of microscopic lacerations erupted across his chest, shoulders, eyelids, and wrists, each one a silent scream of a frame violation tearing his cells apart. Blood trickled from his nose, ear, and the corner of his eye. Yet Gojo did not fall. His reverse curse technique flared, working with full throttle, pumping cursed energy into ruptured muscle and shredded skin, healing wounds faster than they could form. But the strain was undeniable, his breathing was ragged, his lips pale. Naoya gave him no quarter. A deep gash opened along his ribs, blood spraying against the golden wall. The projector eye in the ceiling followed Gojo like a predator. He'll kill Gojo-senpai if this keeps up. Hibara shouted from the monitor room, panic rising. His body can't keep up with that domain. Yaga, Nanami, Shoko, and Hibara stood frozen, shocked by the sheer brutality, cold sweat dripping down their faces. Even Geto looked tense now, his fingers tightening around his sleeve. But the only one who truly understood the horror of Naoya's domain was Nerku. She had experienced it firsthand. Cold sweat covered her skin as she stood there, unable to believe just how powerful Naoya and Gojo were compared to everyone else. For a moment, she even doubted whether she could ever kill him, or be free. Gojo gritted his teeth, crouched low, and tried to breathe, slowly. Deliberately. But even that hurt. Naoya's foot connected squarely with Gojo's gut, sending him flying. He slammed into the domain wall with a sickening crack, the force fracturing the golden mural behind him. Gojo hit the ground like a rag doll, limbs twitching as micro-lacerations bloomed across his body, again. His breaths were shallow. Weak. Slowing. Naoya stood over him briefly, gaze unreadable. Then, he turned his back. Hands in his pockets. The corridor's golden glow reflected on his cheek as he walked away, satisfied. You were better than I expected. Still not enough. Naoya muttered. The mechanical eye overhead began to dim. But Naoya forgot one thing. A drop of blood hit the floor. Then another. Then, his voice. Low. Cold. Unshaken. Domain expansion. Naoya stopped walking. His eyes widened. This wasn't just anyone. This was Gojo freaking Satoru. Infinite Void. Chapter 54, Gojo vs Naoya P4. Naoya froze mid-step, the smirk fading from his lips. Behind Gojo, reality peeled away into an endless abyss, a yawning cosmos of floating geometric shapes and crushing silence. Maji. Really? Naoya breathed. A divine eye. A black hole. Gojo's infinite void collided with Time Cell, Moon Palace, a clash of domains. The moment the two barriers overlapped, both sure-hit effects cancelled out. Gojo's domain trembled. The barrier shook violently, cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. Infinite void was undeniably powerful. But Naoya's domain was far more refined. This was Gojo's first time opening a domain. It lacked polish. The edges flickered. The pressure wavered. He knew it. And Naoya knew it too. It was only a matter of time. Might be a matter of seconds. Gojo acted fast, activating Blue, the curse technique yanked Naoya toward him with crushing force. Naoya twisted midair, using Projection Sorcery to sidestep the pull just enough. But Blue wasn't something that could be dodged entirely. The force dragged at his limbs, warping his trajectory toward Gojo's outstretched hand. Got you, Gojo muttered, his six eyes blazing with cursed data. Naoya's hand blurred, two fingers forming a sign mid-frame. Intangibility. He slipped through Gojo's grasp like mist. And immediately counterattacked, launching into a furious exchange. Their bodies collided midair, and in that split second, the battlefield was consumed by a storm of movement. Naoya threw a hook. Gojo ducked, parried with an elbow. Naoya bent backward using rewind, to dodge the counter. Gojo surged forward, his six eyes reading every microshift in Naoya's cursed energy. He struck low, Naoya blocked. A roundhouse kick, Naoya deflected with the back of his wrist, rotating midair and twisting to launch a knee into Gojo's side. It landed, barely. Gojo staggered, only to retaliate with a palm strike laced with blue, the vacuum imploding space between them. Naoya flew back, skidding across the ground, only to bounce back, appearing above Gojo with a downward hammer fist. Gojo raised his forearm just in time. The impact sent a shockwave outward, cracking the earth below them. They broke apart and clashed again instantly. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Gojo managed to open his domain. Ridiculous as always, Yaga muttered, watching the screens intently. Senpai, go. Defeat him. Defeat him. Hibara cheered like a fan, fists clenched in excitement. Shoko lit a cigarette with steady hands, but her voice was dry. Infinite void, huh? Nanami narrowed his eyes, arms crossed. So that's the power of someone born completely untouchable. Back in the field, after nearly a full minute of relentless fighting, Naoya drove his fist forward, domain amplification coating his arm. He struck Gojo square in the chest with everything he had. But something was wrong. Gojo didn't defend. No cursed energy reinforcement. No reflexive dodge. Naoya's fist pierced straight through his chest, blood spraying from the exit wound. Huh. Gojo smiled. Maniacally. His hand snapped shut around Naoya's wrist, locking it in place. Got you, he said. A pulse of cursed energy surged. Red exploded point blank in Naoya's face. In the monitor room, Hibara jumped up with a fist in the air. Yosshaa, he shouted, eyes wide with awe. Naoya was sent flying, smoke trailing behind him like a broken comet. Luckily, his face had been coated in domain amplification, the only thing that spared him from instant death. Even so, his entire face was gone, reduced to charred black flesh and scorched bone. His body twitched midair as he struggled to regenerate with reverse curse technique. But the price had already been paid. The moment Gojo took the hit on purpose and returned fire with red, the domain balance shattered. Naoya's domain had already been more refined, but Gojo's suicidal maneuver, paired with the damage he dealt, tipped the scale. Gojo's domain collapsed instantly, unable to withstand the strain. It was already on the verge of disintegrating after the initial clash. But Gojo wasn't done. As Naoya reeled mid-regeneration, Gojo blitzed forward, ignoring the return of Naoya's sure-hit technique. He drove his fist straight into Naoya's gut with full force. A brutal blow laced with intent to kill. But the domain struck back. Gojo's arm snapped at the elbow, jagged slashes tearing across his body as if the air itself turned hostile, blood sprayed, his body barely holding together as he fought back with reverse curse technique. Still, the hit landed. Naoya's body folded around the punch, breath exploding from his lungs. His cursed energy flickered, destabilized. The feedback tore through his internal structure, and his concentration shattered. His domain shattered, unable to maintain it anymore. Like brittle glass under a sledgehammer. He crashed to the ground, coughing blood, face half regrown, twisted with fury and exhaustion. Gojo hovered nearby, one arm bloodied and hanging, but still standing tall. He tilted his head. Tired? He asked, almost casual. Naoya spat blood to the side. Only of your face. Gojo chuckled. Still standing, huh? Yeah. Unfortunately, so are you. You got lucky. You got cocky. Don't confuse survival with superiority. Gojo's grin widened, just slightly. We're gonna do this again, aren't we? Naoya's eyes narrowed, cold and sharp. Count on it. Next time, I'm not holding back. Gojo raised an eyebrow. You were holding back. Naoya smirked, darkly. You weren't. Both of their cursed techniques were in burnout, drained and exhausted after the clash of domains. Using cursed techniques now was near impossible. Without hesitation, they lunged at each other again. Naoya's fist snapped forward like a whip, aimed straight for Gojo's throat. Gojo ducked under, retaliating with a low, spinning kick that swept Naoya's legs out from under him. But Naoya twisted mid-fall, planting a hand on the ground and flipping back to his feet, only to be met with a savage elbow to the ribs. Crack. He staggered, but didn't retreat. He lunged forward, slamming his head into Gojo's nose. Blood sprayed as cartilage crunched. Gojo reeled, and Naoya followed up with a brutal knee to the stomach that lifted Gojo off the ground for a split second. Gojo grunted, then grinned. He grabbed Naoya's leg mid-kick, twisted violently, and slammed him into the concrete with enough force to crater the floor. Dust exploded outward. Naoya coughed, blood flecking his lips. But he rolled, grabbed a chunk of shattered tile, and flung it. Gojo swatted it aside, but that moment was all Naoya needed. He was already there. He grabbed Gojo by the collar and drove a series of punches into his face. 1, 2, 3. Each one more vicious than the last. Gojo's vision blurred. His cheek split open. But he caught Naoya's arm mid-swing and countered with a vicious headbutt. Both of them stumbled back, breathing hard, faces bloodied and bruised. Gojo charged again, this time faking a punch and burying a hook into Naoya's liver. Naoya dropped to a knee from the pain, eyes wide, mouth open in a silent gasp. But Gojo had no time to follow up. Naoya shot upward, slamming his shoulder into Gojo's chin with a rising uppercut motion that knocked him off his feet. They hit the ground together, wrestling like animals, each trying to choke the life out of the other with bare hands. Grunts, blood, and the dull thud of fists on flesh echoed through the room. Finally, they broke apart, battered, heaving, bleeding from every corner. And they healed. Reverse curse technique blazed through their bodies, repairing torn muscles, sealing ruptured organs, snapping shattered bones back into place. But it was getting slower. Naoya's jaw, shattered by a brutal uppercut, didn't snap back instantly. Gojo's ribs, caved in by a vicious knee, took a 5 seconds longer to mend. The cursed energy was still working, just not fast enough. Their output was dropping. Worse for Gojo, he had been running RCT at full throttle from the very beginning, sustaining himself through the overwhelming pressure of Naoya's domain. The strain was catching up. And yet, they didn't stop. Their eyes met. In that moment, both of their techniques had returned to duty, still exhausted, but usable now. Cursed energy crackled. The air bent, pressure thick as lead. Through the wreckage and silence, 2 voices rose, ragged. Domain expansion. Time Cell Moon Palace. Infinite Void. Their domains clashed again. This time, Gojo's domain was way more refined than before, but still less refined than Naoya's. But Naoya had already activated his binding vow now, and with it, he instantly won the clash. Every one of his stats surged, even his domain's clashing power. Time Cell Moon Palace stabilized. Infinite Void cracked and collapsed. Now, Naoya stood in front of Gojo, hand raised, but paused. Gojo, breathing heavy, eyes flickering with residual cursed energy, tilted his head. Why aren't you moving? Naoya exhaled through his nose, stepping around Gojo's side but keeping a respectful distance. I already won. His voice was calm. Tired. I see. There's no point in showing off now. I don't need the sure hit to prove it. Gojo scoffed. TCH, holding back now. Wanna lecture me or something? Naoya narrowed his eyes. What if I do? You think you're better than me? Gojo smirked without hesitation. Well, yeah. Taller, hotter, stronger. The Holy Trinity. Naoya's eyebrow twitched. You think this is funny? I almost killed you. Gojo shrugged. And you think dyeing your hair with crushed phoenix feathers gives you personality? We all make choices. Naoya blinked, stunned. How many times did I hit you in the head? Not enough to forget how dumb you sound. Gojo stared blankly for a moment before blinking slowly. Bro, I haven't had a single normal conversation since I was 12. Naoya stared at him. A beat. Then. Same. I once threatened to curse a vending machine. Gojo chuckled. I once asked a talking cursed spirit for therapy for fun. Naoya squinted. What did it say? Gojo's eyes drifted shut. It told me I have unresolved issues. Then it blew up. Naoya stared at him again, exhausted. We are so mentally unwell. Chapter 55, Dropping School, Very Mild 18+. Naoya closing his domain as he began walking side by side with Gojo. Why did you even want to fight me in the first place? Naoya asked, his voice dry. You were seriously pissed off too. Gojo scratched his head. I don't know. I forgot. Naoya gave him a look, then smirked. I think it had something to do with Am and I. You were real touchy about that. Gojo didn't respond immediately. The forest around them was still, too still. After a long moment, Gojo exhaled. I don't know what's really going on anymore, he said softly. But right now, things feel okay. I guess I know you had your reasons. And I trust you. Naoya made a disgusted face. TCH. This is boring. What happened to all that righteous Gojo rage? But Gojo just smiled, faint and tired. After all. He said, glancing over. You're my friend. Naoya stopped walking. Stared at him like he grew a second head. Say that again and I'll puke. Naoya pushed the door open. The classroom buzz died instantly. He walked in like nothing had happened, like he hadn't just nearly killed Gojo Satoru. He ignored everyone. Didn't spare Geto a glance. Didn't acknowledge Hibara's gaping mouth. Didn't even flinch at the tension in the room. He winked at Mei Mei. Played with Riko hair. Then grabbed Nerku by the wrist and turned to leave. He stopped halfway through the door. His eyes lingered on Shoko. Something flickered in them. But he didn't say a word. Instead, he turned to Yaga. Today's my last day. I'm dropping out. Yaga opened his mouth, but Naoya was already gone. The door swung shut behind him with a click. The silence lingered. What the hell was that? Hibara finally muttered. Geto didn't answer. Shoko lit a cigarette, staring at the door. Naoya lay on his back, sweat still clinging to his skin, the towel barely hanging onto his waist. His muscles twitched with exhaustion, chest rising and falling as he stared blankly at the ceiling, a lazy grin on his face lost in thoughts. The door creaked open. Nerku stepped in, silent, her presence like a knife in the air. Without hesitation, she activated her cursed technique, pushing every parameter to the maximum. Of course she would. He was drained. He had burned through 2 domain expansions, nearly emptied his cursed energy reserves. And he was physically exhausted. This was the best chance she'd ever get. She sprang from the shadows, blade slashing in a clean arc toward his throat. He ducked, barely. A strand of silver hair floated down. How rude, he muttered, dodging the second strike. I didn't even write my will yet. Nerku didn't answer. Her eyes were focused, cold. She came at him with everything, stabs, elbows, a sweeping leg. She was faster than usual. Stronger. For a moment, she felt like a real threat. But Naoya moved like he'd seen it all before. Weaving, pivoting, twisting just out of reach. He caught her arm mid-swing and hurled her into the dresser. Wood cracked. She stumbled to her feet and threw a glass bottle at him. He batted it aside. It shattered against the wall. You're bleeding, she said flatly, noticing a thin cut on his cheek. Are you proud of that? He replied with a smirk. She lunged. Her knee slammed into his ribs. He grunted, and she used that opening to vault onto his back, arms locking around his neck in a chokehold. For a second, it seemed like she had him. Then he stood upright. Grabbed her legs. And dropped backward, slamming her into the bed. The choke broke. Air rushed from her lungs. She tried to scramble away. He caught her by the ankle, dragged her back, flipped her over. Now he was on top, pinning her wrists with one hand, his knees anchoring her hips to the bed. TCH. Nerku clicked her tongue. What the hell are you looking at? She snapped. Naoya didn't flinch. His voice came out quiet, drained. Hey, Nerku, can you comfort me? I'm really depressed right now. Her brow twitched. A mocking scoff escaped her. Comfort you? You're pathetic. And you're weak, he replied flatly, eyes still locked on her. That's why you'll always be beneath me. Silence followed, heavy, suffocating. Then, Naoya sighed. Something flickered in his eyes, something distant, almost reflective. I think that will be my last one against him. So what? She repeated. You still won. This time, he murmured. But he's the kind who breaks past every limit the moment you think he's reached it. A bitter chuckle escaped his throat. No arrogance, just truth. I burned through everything just to meet him there. Used every trick, every ounce. Nerku didn't respond. For once, her tongue failed her. Naoya's fingers twitched against the sheet. So yeah, maybe I am pathetic. The silence that settled now wasn't their usual tension. It was heavier, quiet, raw, unspoken. Nerku let out a sharp exhale. You're still an asshole. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. And you're still weak. The dim light of the room cast long shadows across the floor, the air thick with tension and the scent of sweat. Naoya loomed over Nerku, his body pressing her into the mattress, his grip unyielding. Nerku thrashed beneath him. You got your comfort, now get off me, you bastard. His fingers tightened around her wrists, pinning her down again. I need this now. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, he leaned down, his lips brushing her ear. I'm taking this. And you're going to let me. Her knee jerked up instinctively, but he caught it with his thigh, pinning her with the ease. Nereku's breath hitched, not fear, never fear with him, but something hotter, angrier. Fuck you. Nereku's body went rigid, but she didn't fight as hard as before. That's the idea. His free hand tangled in her hair, forcing her to meet his gaze. The usual mockery in his eyes is still there. You knew this would happen eventually. Her lip curled in disgust. You think this means you've broken me? I think you keep coming back, he said, lowering his face toward hers, slow enough to make her breath catch. And I think we both know why. He paused, his mouth hovering just above hers. Remember, he murmured, brushing her lips with his, this doesn't change anything. Then he kissed her and crossed into a place no one else had touched, warm and trembling, where youth ended and womanhood began. Morning light spilled through the half-closed blinds, streaking the tatami floor in fractured gold. The air was still, heavy with leftover silence. Somewhere in the house, a cicada buzzed, obnoxiously loud. Nerku stood at the edge of the balcony, arms folded across her chest, wearing nothing but one of Naoya's oversized shirts. She hadn't meant to put it on. It was just there. And she was too tired to care. Behind her, footsteps approached, lazy, confident, smug. The floor creaked under Naoya's weight. Yesterday was refreshing, he mused, voice dripping with satisfaction. I hope you're ready to do that every day. She didn't turn. I hope you're ready to get stabbed every day. Naoya chuckled, sliding his arms around her waist and pulling her flush against him. I thought you'd have more of a reaction. Nerku didn't flinch. If I screamed every time a parasite touched me, I'd have no voice left. Every day. Her voice was flat, bored. Bold of you to assume I'd even remember it happened. Don't worry. I can make you scream for the right reasons. Pause, and the wrong ones. Chapter 56, Project Toji Fushiguro, very mild 18+. Naoya's days passed in a strange rhythm, mornings learning to code, afternoons sparring with Megumi, evenings spent meditating on cursed energy flow and control, pushing the limits of barrier techniques, refining every edge of his domain expansion. And every single night, without fail, dealing with his maid, who tried, of course, to kill him. Every day. Without exception. Attempt number 12. Nerku had etched the seals under the floorboards days ago, waiting for that precise step. It came mid-monologue, as Naoya paced the hallway, mocking her with that usual drawl of superiority. She whispered the trigger. Boom. Fire, smoke, silence. She leaned forward, breath held, had she finally? The smoke parted. Naoya emerged, completely unharmed, and that damn smirk still clinging to his lips like it never left. You really do love drama, he said. She barely had time to curse before he was on her, pinning her against the charred wall. This is getting expensive, he muttered, glancing at the blackened hallway with a sigh that sounded almost amused. So stop coming back, she snapped, thrashing beneath him, her fingernails digging into his forearm. Stop making it interesting, he replied, pressing her harder into the wall, his breath hot against her cheek. His voice dropped, low, unapologetic, close enough to burn. You start fires and act surprised when I walk through them. Her glare didn't waver, but her pulse betrayed her. He could feel it. And he took her again, without shame, without hesitation, like claiming what was already his. Attempt number 15. She rigged the beams above his bed to collapse at midnight, a perfect crush trap. Then she waited, crouched outside his room, fingers curled in anticipation. But instead of wood snapping, she felt his breath ghost against her nape. Looking for this? He dangled the severed rope beside her ear, his voice soft, cruel. I rewired it to your room. Her eyes widened. A second later, crack, a thunderous crash from down the hall. He spun her into the garden wall, the scent of crushed timber thick in the night air. You destroy my property, he murmured, pinning her wrists. I take yours. Fingers tangled in her hair, he took her right there, against the stone, every thrust scraping her spine raw. Dawn found her staggering, legs bruised, mouth silent. He tossed her the frayed rope as she limped past him. Better craftsmanship next time. Attempt number 20. She dabbed perfume behind her ears, jasmine laced with a neurotoxin. Fatal in high concentration. As she poured his soda, she leaned close, letting the scent rise into his lungs. Naoya's nostrils flared. He sniffed. New perfume, he asked, then dragged her into his lap. His face buried into her neck, lips brushing her pulse. Bold choice. He inhaled. Deep. Again. And again. Nothing happened. You think I don't filter the air I breathe, he whispered, voice a low chuckle. Then he flipped her onto the dining table. Glass shattered. Silverware clattered. He yanked her maid dress up without ceremony. But since you went to the trouble. He muffled her curses with her own sleeve, fucking her hard and slow while the scent clung to her like guilt. By the end, she was dazed, not from the poison, but from the way he grinned, still breathing her in. Try again, he murmured, brushing her hair from her eyes. I want to see how creative you can get. 2 months had passed. And Naoya noticed something. Nerku been off lately. Slower. Moody. Snapping at him more than usual, even during the rare hours of false peace. Her cursed energy flared at odd times, uncontrolled. Once, she stumbled during training. Another time, she nearly passed out pouring tea. Naoya noticed, but said nothing. Until today. She was late. Again. For breakfast. For her chores. For the 7th time this month. He kicked open her door, half annoyed, half curious. She sat on the edge of her futon, pale, one hand clutching her stomach. Not like pain, like she was listening to it. Naoya raised an eyebrow. What now? You dying or just pretending again? She didn't look up. Something's wrong, she murmured. He was about to mock her when he froze. Something clicked in his brain. He stepped closer, staring down at her. She met his gaze, and in that moment, both of them understood. No words. Just silence. Heavy. Suffocating. Finally, she whispered it aloud, as if saying it would make it less real. I'm pregnant. Naoya blinked. Once. Then laughed. Once. Twice. Stopped. You're not joking. His voice was flat now. Not amused, unnerved. She shook her head, stunned herself. They stared at each other for a long, unbearable moment from enemies to parents. Naoya exhaled slowly, running a hand down his face. Well, he said dryly, that explains why your assassination attempts have been so half-assed lately. She grabbed a pillow and hurled it at his head. She stood up, too fast. The nausea hit like a punch in the gut, but she shoved past it, staggering toward him with clenched fists and wild eyes. No, she spat. No. This isn't happening. I'm not, I would never. She jabbed a finger into his chest. This is your fault, you smug piece of. My fault. Naoya interrupted, voice smooth, unbothered. I wasn't the one moaning like you forgot your name. She slapped him. It cracked across the air like a curse. His head turned slightly, but he didn't flinch. Her chest heaved. Her hands trembled. Not out of weakness, out of the sheer rage she couldn't find a place to put. I'm not keeping it, she hissed. Naoya's smirk faltered. Oh, he said carefully. I'd rather rip it out myself than let something like you grow inside me. For the first time, he looked at her, not with mockery, but with something colder. Something close to disgust. You'd kill your own child just to spite me, he asked. She laughed, sharp and bitter. No. I'd kill your child so I don't become you. Naoya's jaw tightened. Just a twitch, but it was enough. A crack in the perfect composure. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a low whisper. Go ahead, then, he said. Do it. Prove to me that you're still nothing but a tool. A thing built for revenge and violence. No legacy. No future. No one who will remember your name. She shoved him away. You think this changes anything between us, she snarled. I'll still kill you. I'll still wipe that smug look off your face. With a knife. With poison. With a damn kitchen fork if I have to. Naoya leaned in, eyes burning now. Then make sure you finish the job, he murmured, before you get too slow to swing it. They stared each other down, breathing hard. No affection. No truce. Only shared blood and mutual hate thick in the air. Then Nerku turned her back on him. Not in surrender. In defiance. And Naoya let her go, saying nothing, not because he forgave her, or cared, but because now, neither of them knew what the next step was. He stood there a moment longer, staring at the space she left behind. Then, slowly, a grin pulled at his lips. Well, he thought, maybe this isn't so bad. A perfect opportunity to start Project Toji Fushiguro. A weapon. A prodigy, someone who could carry the Zenin bloodline without the baggage, without weakness, without obedience. And for some reason, in his mind, Naoya was certain. It would be a boy. His voice echoed lazily down the hallway, just loud enough for her to hear as she walked away. Make sure to stay healthy, all right? Nerku froze for half a second. Then kept walking, fists clenched, teeth grinding, mind already racing with a dozen new ways to kill him before the child was born. I've decided to write some filler chapters, and I got this wild idea. What if Makima from Chainsaw Man gets reincarnated after her death, as Naoya's daughter, and I write from her point of view? I don't know if I'm cooking or about to ruin everything, but either way, I'm doing it. Chapter 57, Geto Suguru. 3 months passed. Naoya's daily routine didn't change much. Same meals. Same training. The only difference. Nereku's belly. Growing. Obvious now beneath her loose-made dress. And her attempts to kill him. Fewer. Then none. But today brought something else. Someone else. The Zenin estate gates creaked open to reveal a visitor Naoya hadn't seen in some time. Geto Suguru. And he looked like hell. Dark circles under his eyes. Hair loose and unkempt. Shoulders heavy like he'd been carrying something invisible and unbearable. Yo, Geto greeted flatly. Naoya raised an eyebrow. You look like shit, he said, stepping aside to let him in. Gojo finally drive you insane? Geto gave a tired smile. Just a little sick. That's all. Naoya narrowed his eyes. He saw the lie immediately. Still, he let it slide. For a sick man, you sure wandered far. What brings you here, commoner, he added with a grin. It seems that you haven't changed much, Geto muttered. Nope, Naoya agreed. Geto exhaled slowly, rubbing the back of his neck. It's been a while. I figured I'd stop by. Say hi. Naoya tilted his head. Yap, yap. Did you learn domain expansion yet or are you still stuck? Geto sighed. Not yet. But I'm close. I've been asking Gojo about it, but he's horrible at explaining things. Bastard just flexes instead of teaching. Naoya laughed. A short, sharp sound. He probably thinks explaining would slow him down. Typical, he said. Well, you're in luck. You can stay here for a bit. I'll help you. Geto blinked. You will. Naoya smirked wider. Of course. I'll help you out. And as a filthy commoner, you should be honored I'm even speaking to you this casually. Geto chuckled. Still the most humble man alive. Obviously. Geto managed a smile, small but real. Okay. Why not, I guess. The next day. Morning mist still clung to the stone paths of the Zenin estate. Geto stood opposite Naoya in the courtyard, arms crossed, trying to shake off the heaviness clinging to his thoughts. Naoya, as usual, looked bored. Before we get into domain expansion, Naoya began lazily, let me ask you something. He rolled his shoulder, warming up like it was just another sparring match. Do you really understand your cursed technique? Geto blinked. You know my technique. It's simple. It doesn't need anything complicated. Naoya tilted his head. That's your excuse? Geto frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Naoya clicked his tongue. I'm asking if you've ever tried to improve it. Expand on it. There's nothing to improve, Geto replied, firm. Naoya, come on. Wrong. Naoya's voice sliced through the morning calm. I've read the old records, he said smoothly, eyes half-lidded. Scrolls passed down through the Zenin clan. One of them mentioned a previous user of cursed spirit manipulation. Said he was a monster of a sorcerer in his era. Geto stiffened, frowning. Really? Naoya nodded. Yeah. He mastered a maximum technique. Called it Uzumaki. Uzumaki. Geto echoed, brow furrowed. According to the text, Naoya went on, he merged multiple cursed spirits into one condensed, devastating strike. He took a slow step forward, voice dropping just enough to draw Geto in. But it gets better. He wrote that Uzumaki wasn't just for brute force. It had special applications. Special how? Geto asked, cautious but curious. If one of the absorbed spirits was special grade, Naoya said, a glint in his eye, and it had an innate curse technique, the user could do something insane. he paused, letting the weight of the next line settle. They could sacrifice that spirit in the fusion and temporarily extract and use its cursed technique. Geto's eyes widened slightly. Wait, what? Naoya only shrugged. I just wanted to inform you. Don't get excited. That little secret won't help you open your domain. He turned, dusting his sleeves like the subject bored him. Now, he said. Let's go back to the real lesson. Naoya clapped his hands together, once, and the air snapped. Click. The world around them twisted. The time cell moon palace had arrived. Naoya stood at the center of it, arms folded, the very air pulsing with his cursed energy. I'll help you understand barrier techniques, he said, here, inside my domain. Then he smiled. In exchange, I want something from you. Geto raised a brow. Ah. I thought this was charity. Turns out the great Naoya Zenin's just another greedy bastard. Naoya chuckled. It's nothing much, he said. Just give me that cursed spirit you picked up when we helped Mei Mei and Yutaheim. If you still have it. Geto blinked, surprised. That old thing. Sure. I barely remember it. Naoya's eyes narrowed slightly. You should. Geto tilted his head. Anything else? Naoya didn't hesitate. If you ever come across a cursed spirit with a time-altering ability, anything that bends, loops, freezes, or distorts time, I want it. No questions asked. Geto was silent for a moment then nodded. That's all I ask, commoner. You're not exactly overflowing with valuable things anyway. Geto snorted. You really don't know how to ask nicely, huh? I don't need to. Naoya smirked. When I own the room, I don't ask. Then, shall we start? 1 week passed quickly, helping Geto, and going through his usual daily life, but during this week, Naoya was experimenting with the cursed spirit. It was a semi-grade curse with a technique that trapped targets in a loop of repeating actions, essentially freezing them in a continuous cycle. It seemed to affect perception and physical time only for the victim, isolating their actions from the normal flow of time. The curse didn't manipulate time universally, only on an individual basis. Originally, for every 10 minutes in the loop, a day passed outside. But after Geto handed the curse over to Naoya and told it to obey him completely, Naoya gave it a new order, to reverse the effect. Now, 1 day inside the loop equaled only 10 minutes outside. This was huge for Naoya. He could now train and improve himself with far more time than the outside world would allow. The only problem, according to his calculations, was aging. If someone spent 10 years inside the loop, only about 25 days and 8 hours would pass outside. But they'd still age 10 years. And Naoya had no interest in burning his lifespan. He wasn't immortal. So, he began experimenting, on the curse and on himself, trying to find a way to stop or reduce aging inside the loop and finding new solution for it. I think I can do it now, Naoya, Geto said, forming a hand seal instinctively as they stood within the golden corridor of Time Cell Moon Palace. Domain expansion, womb perfusion. The air shifted. Behind Geto, something began to manifest. A towering, grotesque totem rose like a monument to suffering. At its base, 4 bald, malformed spirits crouched, marked by eerie eye-like sigils on their shoulders, the only ones with full bodies. Above them, a writhing stack of severed, screaming cursed spirit heads, fused together in agony. Flesh-like masses stitched together by thick black thread bulged from the structure, crisscrossed with arms and limbs also marked by those same surgical seams. Gnarled, root-like branches twisted outward, growing from the tower-like veins piercing through reality. And then, with a sudden ripple of cursed energy, it collapsed. Geto's domain crumbled as Time Cell Moon Palace forcefully overrode it. Very well, Naoya said, closing his domain with a smug grin. Commoner, you've been promoted. You're now Commoner++. Congratulations. Thank you, Naoya, Geto replied, chuckling despite himself. His body ached, his technique burned for the first time. But he was smiling. Don't get sentimental. This was a beneficial exchange. You were easy to teach. You were probably going to figure it out without me anyway, Naoya said, waving it off. Come on, let's have a drink. He snapped his fingers. Tsumaki, he called out. A 6-year-old maid came waddling over with a tray of juice and snacks, clearly trying her best. In the background, Megumi was glaring with unfiltered rage, clenching his little fists. With this treasure, I summon. Megumi muttered under his breath like he was casting a forbidden ritual. Geto glanced at the boy, eyebrows raised. That kid looks weirdly familiar. Without missing a beat, Naoya casually kicked Megumi like a football across the courtyard. The boy soared through the air with an angry squeak and landed headfirst into the garden's fountain. Oh, yeah, Naoya said casually, he's Toji's son. Huh. Geto blinked, completely thrown. After sharing a meal with Naoya, still processing the shock of meeting the son of the men who almost killed him, he now sat beside him under the open sky, the two of them staring up at the moon. "You want to say something, right?" Naoya asked, not bothering to look at Geto as he took a slow sip from his drink. "Spit it out." Geto exhaled, his voice low. "I feel like my sense of morality is changing. The beliefs I held just a year ago, they're disappearing. One by one." Naoya didn't respond, letting him continue. "I'm confused," Geto said. "Why do Jujutsu sorcerers risk our lives to protect non-sorcerers? They're the ones who give birth to curses, then we go and kill the monsters they created. All while they live in ignorance, praying to imaginary gods and never acknowledging us." Naoya glanced at him briefly. "Did someone die?" "Yeah. Hibara. 2 weeks ago." A long silence. Then Naoya spoke, his tone even. "Listen, Geto. No one in this world knows what's truly right or wrong. Not without some divine creature with absolute power declaring it. That's the only way any of those words would mean anything. But there's no such creature, not in this galaxy, at least." He leaned back, his gaze unfocused. "Let me tell the difference between ancient morals and modern ones," he said. "Nietzsche, a German philosopher, understood it, from a naturalistic point of view, actions, words, meaning, they're all meaningless. The universe doesn't care." He gestured lazily to the moon. "If an apple falls from a tree and splits in half, or if I smash my own head in with a hammer, it's all just atoms rearranging. Physics. That's it. No judgment. No cosmic punishment." Geto said nothing, his brows drawn. "That's why you were hypocritical," Naoya continued. "People back then. At least they were honest. They knew life had no meaning. No innate rights. No real morals. All of that is just social makeup." He gave a dry chuckle. "But your generation?" Naoya scoffed. "You pretend you've inherited something noble. Like you're wearing the same old beliefs, just cleaned up, more modern. But it's the same old underwear, Geto. Washed and recycled. You think it's fresh, but it still stinks." He leaned forward, fingers loosely wrapped around his glass. "Look at me," he said, voice flat. "I live carefree in this world. No noble goals. No grand mission. I just chase whatever entertains me." Geto started to speak, but why protect weaklings who don't even understand us? Naoya cut him off. "You saw how they celebrated her's death. Cheered, even. These people aren't worth saving." He stared up at the stars for a moment, then continued. "Morality changes all the time. Just 100 years ago, marrying a 7-year-old was considered normal. No one batted an eye. Now it's considered monstrous. And if, someday, people decide that incest is acceptable, so long as no one's hurt, no children, condoms used, then guess what? They'll call it moral too." He glanced sideways at Geto. "Morality isn't truth. It's consensus. That's all. A shifting tide." Then, more coldly. "We're at the top of the food chain. Why pretend we're not?" Chapter 58, Makima. The next day, Geto left the Zenin estate, lost in his thoughts. Naoya had believed that Riko's survival would shift Geto's perspective on the world, but it seemed not much had changed after all. For more months passed in the blink of an eye. And today was a special day. Nerku was ready to give birth. Without wasting a second, Naoya grabbed Nerku and accelerated toward an elite hospital, excitement practically radiating off him. After all, today was the beginning of Project Toji Fushiguro. Neither of them had bothered to do a gender test beforehand. Nerku hadn't cared either way. Naoya, on the other hand, was certain it would be a boy. "Congratulations, sir." "It's a girl," the doctor said, stepping out of the delivery room. "A what?" "A healthy baby girl," the doctor repeated with a polite smile. "A girl," he repeated, almost as if the word itself offended him. "Yes, sir. She's healthy and..." "Don't care," Naoya cut him off. For the first time in months, Naoya didn't speak. His mind stalled, eyes narrowing slightly, not in rage, not in disgust, but in the sharp tension of disbelief. The Project Toji Fushiguro that had been turning in his mind like a cursed mechanism, derailed. Nerku was unconscious on the bed, pale from the effort. She looked too peaceful, too defenseless. For a moment, Naoya wanted to say something cruel just to ruin it. Instead, he turned to the nurse holding the newborn. "Give her to me." There was hesitation, of course there was, but the nurse obeyed. Naoya took the child in his arms like someone picking up a filthy rag. His hands were strong, sure, but careless. Like he was holding something replaceable. "Tch, all that effort, and she couldn't even give me a son." He looked down at the baby girl. Tiny. Warm. Calm. Too calm. Her eyes were open, already. Wide, steady, quiet. Not crying. Just staring. What's wrong with her eyes? Naoya muttered, noticing. Golden, no, not just golden. They shimmered like burnished metal, sunlight caught in the gaze of a predator. But it was the rings that caught him most, perfect red circles layered deep inside her irises, like ripples in still water, hypnotic and unnatural. Golden, no, not just golden. They shimmered like polished metal, like sunlight caught in a predator's gaze. But it was the rings that did it. Perfect red circles, layered deep within her irises like ripples on still water, hypnotic and unnatural. We think it's a genetic mutation, the nurse offered carefully, her voice thin under the weight of Naoya's stare. Naoya didn't respond. His expression didn't shift. He just kept looking. Those eyes. Not crying. Not fussing. Just watching him, like she was waiting for him to blink first. You're a creepy little thing, he muttered. I thought babies were supposed to cry after they're born. We thought there might be something wrong with her, the nurse replied softly. But after some tests, she's completely fine. Perfectly healthy. Still, Naoya didn't hand her back. He turned and strode toward the far end of the room, holding the child awkwardly. Her eyes stayed locked on him. Unmoving. Unblinking. They reminded Naoya of something. A fragment of memory from his past life, a character, maybe. A name that echoed faintly through the fog of old internet noise and mindless forums. A woman people were always obsessing over. I think it was Makima, he thought, expression unreadable. He didn't know anything about her. Just that the name carried weight. The kind of name you didn't forget. He glanced back down at the baby girl in his arms. Still calm. Still watching. Your name is going to be Makima then, he said flatly. Makima POV. Darkness. Then. Awareness. I'm alive. I can't move. My limbs don't respond. My vision is blurred. I can't lift my head. But I can hear. Japanese. They're speaking Japanese. My native tongue. The air is sterile. Machines are humming. The scent of antiseptic, latex, blood. A hospital. I've been reborn. The realization is instant and horrifyingly clear. My body is that of a newborn. Small. Weak. Powerless. But my mind, intact. My memories, unaltered. I remember everything. The boy. The hound. The betrayal. The death. I was killed, truly killed. But this. Full memory. Consciousness. That's not how rebirth is supposed to work. A reincarnation. Or something else. I focus on the voices around me. Why is she not crying? This is a bad sign. Quick, run some tests. So noisy. Hasty. Nervous. Pathetic. They poke and prod. Shine lights in my eyes. Cold instruments against my skin. I do nothing. I observe. Their fear is amusing. They think I'm helpless. They're correct, for now. A woman lies pale on the bed beside me. Still. Breathing. My mother. She looks young. Too young. I study her face for a moment. No warmth stirs in me. Then, a shift. A man enters. His voice cuts through the noise. Sharp. Impatient. Arrogant. Give her to me. The nurse hesitates. He glares. She obeys. I'm lifted, not gently. Held like luggage, by the scruff of my clothes. How careless. What if he wanted to hurt me? Kidnap me? Kill me? The nurse simply let him. This world is still run by fear. I'm lifted. Not cradled, gripped. Like an object, not a child. By the back of my newborn shirt. He holds me poorly. Carelessly. I almost slip from his grasp. This man is reckless. His eyes roam over me, studying my face. His expression is strange. Not tenderness. Not disgust. Something in between. Still, I feel no fear. I don't sense anything abnormal. No power. No divine pressure. He's just a man. Arrogant. Confident. Possibly dangerous. But human. He smells of pride and ego more than sweat or blood. His shoes are expensive. He didn't hesitate to order people around. So, he's wealthy. Respected. Likely powerful in society. but not supernatural. A loud snort escapes him. TCH, all that effort, and she couldn't even give me a son. So that's it. He expected something. A legacy. An heir. I've disappointed him by existing. That's fine. Let him believe that. He looks at me again, muttering. You creepy little thing. Aren't babies supposed to cry? I do nothing. I simply observe. What's wrong with her eyes? Then, a pause. A name. Makima. A coincidence? An echo of my former self? Or does this world play tricks on fate? Either way. I'm here. And now I know both my parents, if that's what they are, look like teenagers. Strange. Are these truly my parents? Chapter 59, Suguru Geto as a curse user. A month had passed, and no one in the Zenin clan knew that Naoya had a daughter. He hadn't told anyone. Only the high elders were aware of her existence, and Naoya had threatened to kill them if they dared to say a word. During this month, a special event took place within the Zenin family. A grand party was held to celebrate a major milestone. Naoya had officially been recognized as a special grade sorcerer. Not just him, Gojo and Geto were also promoted to special grade. The clan was filled with pride and celebration. Special grade. Makima thought to herself, confused. She still had no idea about cursed energy or its existence. Naoya Zenin had become the pride of the Zenin clan. At just 17 years old, he achieved something no one else in the clan's long history had managed, attaining special grade status at that age. Now, Naoya sat with Nerku in his arms, sipping alcohol and bragging loudly about how great he was. But that wasn't all. After nearly a year of studying coding, Naoya had decided it was finally time to start making his game. Hey, old man, I need your help with something, Naoya called out to Naobito, who was sitting nearby, drinking his sake. You're truly shameless, you annoying brat, Naobito replied, taking another sip. You come asking for my assistance after what you did. When Naoya had first returned to the clan, Naobito had stood in his way. He had heard about Naoya's rapid progress and achievements and challenged him to a duel to see it for himself. But Naoya had completely outclassed him, so much so that he went too far, openly disrespecting Nobito and talking trash without a second thought. Naoya smirked, waving his hand dismissively. Forget all that. That was then. We're in the present now, so calm down. He leaned in slightly, voice steady and confident. I'm starting a company to launch a game. I'll be coding it myself, but I need your help assembling the best animators and all the staff needed for the visuals and animation. I'm busy right now, this is where you come in. Nobito blinked, clearly baffled. Wait a minute. You're a special grade sorcerer, one of the strongest in the clan, and now you're telling me you want to waste your time making a game. What the hell are you doing messing around with a bunch of non-sorcerers? Naoya shrugged casually, not bothering to explain. Doesn't matter. I want your help, that's all. Nobito frowned, suspicion flashing in his eyes. You're not going to tell me why, are you? Naoya smirked, shaking his head. Nope. Nobito crossed his arms, still confused but intrigued. You really don't make sense sometimes, Naoya. But, fine. I'll help. Just don't expect me to understand your weird hobbies. Naoya gave him a quick nod. That's all I need. The next day. Morning sun filtered through the training grounds as Naoya stretched lazily, waiting for Megumi. The boy was now 6, sharp for his age, and improving fast under Naoya's strict, and often brutal, guidance. There was potential in him. Real potential. Just as Naoya was about to begin the warm-up, he sensed two presences approaching. Turning his head slightly, he spotted Maki and Mai standing a short distance away. Both 7 now. They stood stiffly, arms crossed, clearly struggling with something. Pride wouldn't let them speak first. Naoya arched an eyebrow, unimpressed but amused. What? You two lost or just here to stare? Maki scowled. We're not lost. Mai glanced away, avoiding eye contact. TCH. We were just passing by. Oh. Naoya smirked, folding his arms. Well, keep walking then. You're blocking the wind. Maki's jaw tightened. She took a step forward, fists clenched at her sides. We want training. Naoya blinked once, then chuckled. Huh. You want my help? Must be freezing in hell right now. Mai cut in quickly, face flushed. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not because we like you or anything. You're just decent at it. Decent. Naoya echoed mockingly, hand on his hip. Girl, I'm a special grade sorcerer. The only reason I'm not laughing harder is because it'd be a waste of breath. Maki frowned but didn't back down. So. Are you going to help us or not? Naoya stared at them for a moment, expression unreadable, then turned away with a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "You can join Megumi's session," he said casually, waving a hand behind him. "Don't expect me to take care of you, though. I'm not here to babysit." He glanced back over his shoulder, eyes glinting. "I'm just feeling generous today." Mai scoffed, but Maki's lips twitched ever so slightly. They didn't say thank you, they wouldn't. And Naoya didn't expect it. He wasn't doing this out of kindness. This was going to be entertaining. Letting them join was less about helping them and more about watching them crash headfirst into the brutal reality of his training. And if they kept up, well, that would be a surprise worth seeing. 2 years flew by like the wind. The world of Jujutsu never slowed down, and in those 2 years, a lot had changed. Suguru Geto, once Gojo's closest friend, had massacred an entire village and vanished without a trace, only to re-emerge as a curse user. The news sent shockwaves through the Jujutsu world. Gojo was devastated. For the first time in his life, the strongest sorcerer looked genuinely lost. He came to Naoya, hoping, desperately, that his friend might help him talk some sense into Geto. "You knew him too," Gojo said, voice low, eyes hollow. "You know he's not like this. Help me. Please." Naoya, sitting back lazily on the engawa with a cold drink in hand, didn't even look up. "It's his life," he replied flatly. "If he made a choice, you should support it. That's what friends do." Gojo stared at him, completely flabbergasted. "Support him? He's killing people." Naoya finally glanced his way, expression unreadable. "And you kill people too." "So do I, don't act like you're better." There was nothing more to say. Gojo left that day in silence. But he came back. Again and again. Sometimes with questions. Sometimes with nothing but a tired face and an offer to hang out. Gojo, for all his power, was crumbling under the weight of betrayal, and Naoya, strangely enough, became the person he kept drifting back to. Naoya didn't always say yes, but every now and then, when he was bored or just felt like watching the strongest sorcerer pretend to be normal, he'd go. Meanwhile, the higher-ups were losing their minds. After Naoya was promoted to special grade at 17, something unheard of even among the Zenin, they expected him to act like a proper sorcerer. Take missions. Serve the Jujutsu world. Naoya did exactly the opposite. He refused every mission they gave him. Without excuse. Without even pretending to care. And the worst part? They couldn't do a damn thing about it. Anyone who tried to pressure him got metaphorically, and sometimes literally, cooked. His reputation, strength, and the Zenin clan's protection made him untouchable. So he spent his time however he wanted. Training Megumi, Maki, and Mai, brutally, of course. Playing around with his side projects. Drinking with Gojo now and then. And, most annoyingly, being followed by Makima. It's not like he wanted to spend time with her. From the moment she figured out how to walk, Makima started tailing him everywhere like a tiny, golden-eyed cat. Whether he was heading to the training grounds, the tech room, or even the damn bathroom, there she was, wobbling a few steps behind, expression calm, eyes locked onto him like he was the center of the universe. At first, Naoya tried to ignore it. Then he started kicking her away, gently enough not to break her, but firmly enough to send a message. He'd throw her over to her mother like an unwanted parcel, annoyed and grumbling every time. But no matter what he did, she always came back. She escaped every door. Slipped away from every babysitter. Wandered the Zenin compound like she owned it. By now, some of the servants had started whispering. "There's a toddler haunting the courtyard. I saw her staring down the guards, she didn't even blink. Zenin Naoya's secret cursed doll, maybe." Rumors spread like wildfire. No one knew who she really was, and no one dared to ask Naoya. Every time she was spotted following behind him, expression blank, arms clasped behind her back like a little emperor, the clan members just silently bowed and got out of the way. They feared her without even knowing why. Makima's POV. I started walking earlier than expected. One day, I simply stood up and moved. They called it impressive. I didn't care. The Zenin compound was strange. Too quiet in the wrong places. Too loud in others. The people here moved like shadows, quick. Some could crush stone with their bare hands. Others could vanish and reappear without making a sound. I watched a boy, Megumi, call dogs from his own shadow, casually, like it was nothing. There were no contracts. No devils. And yet, they could do things no normal person should. This wasn't a normal place. These weren't normal people. Something was wrong here. I watched everything. How they breathed when they fought. How the air shifted around them. How their eyes moved, like predators, not humans. They used some kind of supernatural system, very different from the one in my original world. Now I'm sure of it. This is not my world. One day, I was walking. Wandering, really. I didn't have a destination, I just moved. Then I heard voices. 2 of them. Girls. Maki and Mai. I'd seen them before. My father called them failures, mocked them constantly. I never understood why. They seemed capable enough to me. Your cursed energy is so low it's basically non-existent, Maki. And you, Mai, yours is so weak, having it or not doesn't make a damn difference. Cursed energy, huh? Interesting name. Let me show you the difference between me and you. He laughed, loud and sharp. Showing off on kids. My father is really something. Then. I turned the corner. And I felt it. Before I even saw him, it hit me. The air changed. It wasn't wind. It wasn't pressure. It was like a storm of something unnatural. Something worse. My chest tightened. My skin prickled. My ears rang. I froze. I couldn't move. Something was pouring out of him. Thick. Rotten. Heavy. It wasn't visible. But it was there. Like heat off asphalt. But colder. Like drowning in darkness. It didn't feel human. I stared through the corner of the wall, heart still. And I realized. Whatever my father is, he's not like the others. He's not just strong. He's something else. Naoya was stretched out in the Zenin courtyard, arms behind his head, basking in the sun like he owned it. A half-empty sake bottle sat beside him. He looked like a man without a care in the world. Then. Soft footsteps. He cracked an eye open. Makima. 2 years old. Hair a mess. Expression blank. Hands tucked behind her back like some kind of tiny cult leader walking in slow motion. Naoya groaned. The hell do you want now? She stared at him without blinking. Then opened her mouth. Are you the strongest in the clan? Naoya sat up, smirking. What do you think? Everyone listens to you, she said, calm and matter of fact. Even when you're wrong. His smirk twitched. TCH. What are you implying? He stared at her for a long moment. Then kicked her over like a football. Makima hit the grass with a soft thud, rolled, stopped, looked up. Still expressionless. I have it too, don't I? Naoya blinked. Have what? She tilted her head slightly. Cursed energy. Silence. Naoya stared at her. The wind stirred the leaves. The courtyard felt colder somehow. He hadn't taught her that term. No one had. Hell, she was too. Most kids that age couldn't even form full sentences properly. But here she was, asking questions she had no business asking, with eyes far too calm for her age. He squinted, watching her. For the first time, really watching her. She never cried. She never laughed. No tantrums. No bursts of joy. No screaming, no fear. He'd brushed it off before, just assumed she was weird. Not his problem. But now. Now he saw it. She wasn't normal. Not even close. Naoya leaned forward slightly, elbows on his knees, staring at the little girl like she was a puzzle with pieces missing. Who taught you that term? Makima blinked. No one. How do you know you have cursed energy? I can feel it. She paused. Same feeling that comes off you. Off Megumi. Off Maki and Mai. It's in the air. Heavy. Naoya sighed dramatically and closed his eyes. A pain in the ass. Go ask your mom. Chapter 60, Trailer. Naoya sighed dramatically and closed his eyes. A pain in the ass. Go ask your mom. She said to ask you. That traitor. So, she insisted. Naoya waved a lazy hand. It's like anger juice. But inside your soul. Makima blinked. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Then stop asking dumb questions. Are you seriously not going to tell me? Nope. Is it because I'm a girl? Exactly. Sits down cross-legged. Why do you hate women? Sips sake with a grin. Because most of them are weak, loud, and annoying. Like insects that cry too much. You're halfway to being one already. I want to train, Papa. Please. I'm your daughter. Make an exception, Makima said, trying to act cute, but failing miserably. Naoya stared at her, disturbed. He groaned and turned his face away. Don't act out of character. That's disgusting. Plus you can't even tie your own shoes. I don't wear shoes, she said flatly. Exactly. Makima took a step closer. I've been watching the others. I know how they move. I know the patterns. Congrats, Naoya said. You've got eyes. Go away. I want to be strong, she said. Like you. That almost got him. Almost. He peeked at her sideways. Don't try to flatter me. It won't work. I hate women. I'm too. Even worse. Makima just stood there, staring him down. Pure silence. Naoya clicked his tongue. What, you think standing there like a haunted doll is going to guilt-trip me into helping? More silence. He sat up with a dramatic groan. Fine. You want to train that bad? You can start. Makima tilted her head. Now. No, he snapped. When you turn 4. Maybe then I'll consider it. Why 4? You'll understand when you're 4. She blinked once. Okay. And walked off. No complaint. No argument. Like it was already settled. Naoya narrowed his eyes, suddenly suspicious. Why do I feel like I just got tricked? In the 2 years since development began, Naoya had made incredible progress coding the game himself. The underlying systems, the cursed energy mechanics, the combat physics, all cutting edge, all uniquely his. It was his vision. His control. But the animation team. That was a different story. Even after hiring the best in the industry, award-winning studios, renowned freelancers with cult followings, and even founding his own team, Heavenly Bloodline Studio, none of their work satisfied him. Every submission met the same fate, a frown, a scoff, and, ultimately, deletion. The game, originally slated for release next year, now faced a 2-year delay, solely because Naoya refused to release it unless the visuals were perfect. And despite the setbacks, he had already dropped a teaser trailer the week before, a global release. The trailer went viral overnight. It showcased faithful recreations of Jujutsu Kaisen's first season, reimagined entirely within the game engine, not just as cutscenes, but as playable sequences. Reactions to the trailer flooded in. This looks like something from a next-gen console. How is this even possible on current hardware? The animation is top-notch. Hope they don't mess up the gameplay if this turns into a full release. Is this some kind of dark fantasy? The fight scenes look insane. Hope the combat's as fast-paced as it looks in the trailer. I just pray this doesn't turn into some too edgy for me emo fest, but those fight scenes though, total win. Is this cinematic, or actual gameplay? The line is blurred. Looks like Bleach and Naruto had a baby raised by Doom. Gaming forums and early social media exploded with buzz about the trailer's unprecedented graphics and fluid combat mechanics. Many speculated about the engine or tools used to build it, calling it a potential game-changer in the industry. The visuals are stunning, but what's the story here? Who are these characters? Why's the white-haired guy blindfolded? Is he blind? The main character has pink hair lol. This trailer gave me more hype than my internet staying up for 5 straight minutes. That guy's tattoos look sick. Someone explain what's going on. I'm half here for the supernatural drama, half here for the animation. Eyes. So, basically it's like Harry Potter, but with more punching and fewer spells. Is this getting a game adaptation? I'd buy it day 1. Came for the ghost fights, stayed for the animation quality. Why wasn't my school like this? Just math and disappointment. Is this based on a manga or anime? It feels like there's deep lore behind it. The trailer managed to pierce the echo chamber of the gaming community. Viewers outside the usual circles became fascinated by the cinematic quality and mysterious narrative. Rumors about adaptations, anime, manga, maybe even a film, spread fast, despite Jujutsu Kaisen not being publicly known yet. An unknown developer releasing a trailer of this caliber. There's more to this story. The attention to detail in the urban environment suggests either insider access or ridiculous research. Journalists and tech analysts began digging for more. Who was behind this? Where was the funding coming from? Who were the devs? The game's sudden emergence, a trailer of this quality from a no-name source, raised eyebrows across the industry. Internal Security Meeting, 2008. Head of National Security. We have a situation. This trailer circulating online depicts real individuals who have been under covert protection, Gojo, Satoru, Sukuna, and others. More critically, it confirms the existence of cursed spirits, which we've long kept classified from the public. Intelligence Officer. This is a massive breach. The public isn't ready to know about curses or sorcerers. Panic and chaos could follow if this spreads unchecked. Government Legal Advisor. We need to assess the trailer for any sensitive information leakage. Is it purely visual, or are there coded details that compromise our operations or identities? Communications Director. Preliminary analysis shows the trailer uses actual footage and depictions matching our classified dossiers. Even if it's animated, the resemblance is undeniable. Head of National Security. Immediate actions. Contact the creators and distributors for takedown demands under national security laws. Launch an investigation into how this material was leaked or created. Prepare a controlled public statement emphasizing the content is fictional while quietly monitoring for leaks. Enhance surveillance on individuals connected to sorcerer activities. Senior official. We must consider the possibility of foreign adversaries exploiting this leak. Could this be a deliberate act of espionage or sabotage? Intelligence officer. Agreed. We should step up counterintelligence efforts immediately. Also, review all media for further leaks or accidental disclosures. Behind the scenes, government response. Media censorship, immediate attempts to remove or suppress the trailer on Japanese and international platforms. Monitoring public reaction, surveillance on social media and forums for signs of public suspicion or panic. Damage control PR, carefully worded statements insisting the show is fictional entertainment, downplaying any real connections while trying not to outright deny curses to avoid contradictions. Internal security protocols, tightening security around all known sorcerers and facilities, restricting information flow. Legal action, potential raids or investigations on anyone suspected of involvement in leaking or producing the trailer. But then they found the creator. Naoya Zenin. And everything stopped. Panic turned into dread. Because you don't send takedown requests to a man who could solo the entire nation. Naoya wasn't just a developer. He was a special grade sorcerer with the Zenin clan backing him, money, protection, curse tools, influence in politics, and Gojo Satoru is his close friend. He wasn't under the radar, he was the radar. Someone suggested taking him in for questioning. The room went silent. One officer muttered, "That's suicide." Because trying to touch Naoya? That's not a diplomatic move. That's a declaration of war on the Zenin clan. And if you think the higher-ups would back that, you'd better bring a domain expansion to the press conference. If the old men in suits made a move, they'd get cooked. Flat out. Court orders. Burned. Military backup. Slaughtered. Political pressure. Irrelevant. Naoya didn't play games. He made one. Literally. And if anyone thought they could stop him, they'd end up as patch notes in the next trailer. He knew exactly what they'd try, and made sure they understood what was at stake. Chapter 61, What the hell is that? Somewhere back at the Zenin estate. Naoya was stepping over the threshold, finally heading out to meet Gojo in Tokyo. Clean suit, sharp shoes, sunglasses, he looked like an asshole. He walked slowly, hands in his pockets, already annoyed in advance. Then his leg hit something. He looked down. Of course. Makima. Standing in the path like a landmine with bangs. She didn't say anything. Just stared up at him. Unblinking. Without a second thought, Naoya kicked her. Hard. She flew like a soccer ball, disappeared behind the corner, and thudded somewhere in the gravel. He didn't wait. Didn't look back. Just muttered. Obstacle cleared. And kept walking. Tokyo. Outside a cafe. Naoya stood, arms crossed, regretting everything. Gojo was waving from a corner seat with 2 iced coffees and zero shame. Naoya. Over here. Try the croissants, they're better than your wildest dreams. Naoya sat down. Slowly. Like a man preparing for verbal war. Gojo grinned. So. Great trailer. Amazing stuff. Naoya didn't trust that tone. What? I just want to know, Gojo said, sipping through his straw, why am I blindfolded in every frame like I'm the final boss of a dating sim? Naoya squinted. And why do I look so skinny? Huh? Are you still mad about that slice of pizza? Naoya sipped his own coffee. Yes. Gojo gasped dramatically. Petty. Naoya shrugged. Don't care. Also, I made your collar higher on purpose. Why? So fans can't see your neck. I'm eliminating simp loopholes. Gojo leaned forward, squinting at him. You're evil. Naoya smirked. You're late. Gojo slumped in his chair. I feel harassed. Violated. Objectified. Good. Gojo sighed, shifting into a more serious tone. But seriously, what's all this about, Naoya? You do realize what you're doing is very dangerous. Naoya leaned back, a lazy smirk playing on his lips. Dangerous? That's the whole point. If it wasn't, it'd be boring. Gojo raised an eyebrow. Boring for who? You. Because it looks like you're poking a hornet's nest with a stick and hoping it stings someone else. Naoya chuckled darkly. Hornet's nest, huh? I'm the one holding the stick, and I'm the one who's got the armor. They're the ones who'll be bleeding. Naoya, are you a villain? Ah, why am I even asking? Gojo said, scratching his head. Naoya smirked, eyes narrowing. Heroes and villains always have the same backstory, pain. Gojo groaned, already regretting this. Here we go. Naoya continued, unfazed. The difference is what they choose to do about it. Villains say, the world hurt me, so I'll hurt it back. Heroes say, the world hurt me, but I'm not going to let it hurt anyone else. Heroes use pain. Villains are used by it. Gojo rolled his eyes. And which one are you, Naoya? Naoya grinned. I'm neither. I'm the one who's going to hurt the world. Gojo sighed deeply, muttering. Of course you are. After some half-tolerable chat with Gojo, mostly nonsense and emotional cliches that made Naoya want to shove a pencil through his own ear, he left. He walked Tokyo's crowded streets for an hour with no destination, just drifting. Sampling cheap street food, picking up random crap. He bought a bag of exotic groceries he didn't recognize, and for reasons even he couldn't explain, a book titled, 100 Ways to Deal with Your Evil Daughter. The cashier gave him a weird look. Naoya stared him down until he apologized for breathing. Then, as he turned a corner, distracted by a skewered squid, a woman slammed straight into his chest. Naoya could have dodged. Easily. But why would he? The woman bounced off him and hit the pavement like she'd just sprinted into a vending machine. She groaned in pain, clutching her shoulder. Open your fucking eyes when you walk, Wom. Naoya's eyes narrowed. Shoko. The woman looked up, equally annoyed and surprised. Well, shit. I should have known that brick wall was you. Naoya opened his mouth for some petty insult, then paused. His gaze dropped. He froze. A very un-Naoya expression crossed his face. Confusion. What the hell is that? He muttered, pointing at her chest. Shoko blinked, following his gaze. Then looked back at him, deadpan. My eyes are up here, jackass. Image. Yeah, I know, Naoya muttered, still staring with visible distrust. But they weren't this huge last time. Shoko sighed as her cigarette slipped from her fingers and hit the ground. Without missing a beat, she lit another and took a deep drag. You haven't seen me in 2 years and that's your opening line. I'm just saying, Naoya said, tone turning dangerously analytical, I remember you being built like a damn ironing board. Did your puberty come late or something? Shoko exhaled smoke straight into his face. And I remember you being slightly less of a dick. Guess we both changed. Naoya stepped back, waving the smoke away. No, I stayed consistent. You, on the other hand, what is this? You upgrade to a new class of sorcery. That a new binding vow. Boob expansion technique. Shoko narrowed her eyes. Can we change the topic? But Naoya wasn't done. Was she this thick in the original timeline? He thought. Or was it just the baggy clothes hiding it? His thoughts spiraled. Naoya had been sleeping with Nerku, and oh, what a divine indulgence it was. Her cursed technique wasn't just powerful, it was perfect. A gift from the gods of depravity. A playground of flesh and fantasy, tailored to his every twisted whim. She could be anything, anyone, her body reshaping with a thought, bending to his desires like molten wax. And Naoya, he wasn't just a man. He was an artist of hunger. A sculptor of sin. He didn't ask for limits, he tested them, softness became angles. Angles became curves. One night she'd be built like a vintage pinup, all exaggerated hourglass and bouncing fullness. The next, she'd twist herself into something obscene, hips that demanded hands, a waist you could circle with thumbs and fingers, every inch designed to make saints forsake their vows. But even with that divine buffet, he had a type, short hair. Big ass. Big tits. Petite build. The full combo. Something primal about it, efficient design, maximum return. No wasted space. No dead angles. And Shoko. Annoyingly enough, she was dangerously close to checking most of those boxes. If only she wasn't 5'6" inch, 168 centimeters. Too tall to qualify, but barely. Naoya clicked his tongue. This timeline was getting weirder by the day. Another chapter will be released when the Power Stones reset. Chapter 62, I'll Make You Better. Naoya suddenly broke the silence. Are you Harvard? Shoko blinked, confused. Huh. Because I'm trying to get into you. He pressed on, unfazed. You must be Mount Everest. Wah. 'Cause I just can't get over you. Is there a police officer nearby? 'Cause I'm about to steal your heart. Naoya finally noticed Shoko's unimpressed glare. Can you stop? This is disturbing. Ignoring her, he grinned. Are you pepper? 'Cause you're spicy. Are you a poster? Still no response. 'Cause I've been looking for you. Do you have a name? Or can I just call you mine? Shoko sighed, folding her arms. Did you finish? Naoya smirked with mock innocence. I've got more, if you want. Shoko rolled her eyes and turned to leave, only for him to blur into her space, fingers curling around her wrist. The warmth of his grip contrasted with the cold amusement in his voice. You're not so easy to shake off, huh? She met his gaze, unblinking. Try me. A challenge. A dare. His hand tightened, not rough but deliberate, and in one smooth motion, he pulled her into the shadowed mouth of an alleyway. Her back hit the wall, then his mouth found hers. No hesitation. No permission. Just heat, arrogance, and the kind of hunger that didn't ask, only took. 3 minutes. 60 seconds too long for apathy. 30 too short for surrender. Shoko didn't push him away. But she didn't kiss him back, either. When he finally broke the kiss, breath uneven, her lips were parted, not in invitation, but in evaluation. Well, he murmured, thumb brushing her bottom lip. A beat. Then. Disappointing, she lied, stepping past him without meeting his eyes. The alley swallowed her footsteps, but the silence hummed with something unfinished. Later, the city pulsed in electric pink and blue, casting blurred reflections on the wet pavement. Shoko leaned against a brick wall, exhaling a lazy curl of smoke into the neon haze. She didn't have to look to know he was behind her again, persistent as a curse, twice as irritating. She took another drag. You're blocking my light. Naoya stepped closer, just enough for his presence to intrude. Funny. I was about to say the same thing. His eyes flicked to the cigarette between her fingers. Those will kill you, you know. Not fast enough. She exhaled sideways. As she moved to leave, his hand shot out, catching her wrist again, not harsh, but unyielding. Last time I let you walk away, because I was feeling generous. His thumb traced the pulse beneath her skin, smug and possessive. Tonight. I'm feeling selfish. She didn't pull away. Not yet. And what exactly do you want? He leaned in, voice dropping to a taunting whisper. You said you wanted experience. And if I let you leave now, you might stay a virgin forever. A pause. His smirk sharpened. And I'm not the type to wait around. I've got a clan to lead, after all. She stared at him, unimpressed. That's your pitch. Fuck me or die inexperienced. Inspirational. It's working, isn't it? She gave him a look colder than dry ice. Still, he wasn't done. Tell you what. One question. Answer it right, I'll walk away. She cocked an eyebrow. Shoot. What has 187 teeth and holds a monster? A pause. Her eyes narrowed, gears clearly turning. After a long, silent struggle, she finally sighed in defeat. TCH, what? Naoya grinned, teeth flashing. My zipper. You need therapy. His thumb brushed her lip again, annoyingly gentle. Still pretending you're not curious? Shoko blew smoke into his face. I'm a doctor. I know how it works. He grinned. Theory's not the same as practice. Lucky for you, I'm very hands-on. After a few seconds, she sighed and said, fine. But we do this my way. Naoya's brows lifted, amused. Oh. She pushed him back just far enough to light another cigarette. Rules. 1. No strings. You don't own me. I don't owe you. 2. No expectations. If I'm busy, you disappear. And 3. She blew smoke directly into his grin. If you ever open that smug mouth to brag, I'll make sure you never walk again. Naoya laughed, sharp, delighted, thoroughly entertained. Deal. But I've got one condition too. What? He leaned in, teeth grazing the shell of her ear. Next time, you kiss me back. Naoya wakes up first. He watches Shoko sleep for a beat, the way her eyelashes flutter, the dried cum flaking on her inner thigh. He pokes her bare shoulder. You snore. Shoko's eyes slit open. She licks her dry lips, winces slightly when she shifts her hips. Fuck off. Her voice is gravel from last night. Naoya grins, stretching like a satisfied cat. Already did. Thoroughly. Shoko reaches blindly for her cigarettes on the nightstand, finds the pack crushed. She glares at him. You're buying me a new pack. Yeah. Naoya rolls onto his side, propping his head up. What do I get in return? Not getting stabbed. She sits up gingerly, sheets pooling at her waist. The bite mark on her collarbone pulses purple. Naoya's fingers trail up her spine. Hurts. Shoko exhales through her nose. Like I got hit by a truck. Pause. Driven by an asshole. He barks a laugh, unoffended. You'll walk it off. I'd walk better if you disappeared. Liar. His hand slides around to her stomach, possessive even now. You'd miss me if I did. Shoko doesn't answer. Just lights her broken cigarette with focused irritation. The silence stretches, comfortable in a way that pisses her off more. Naoya finally breaks the silence, voice uncharacteristically quiet. So. How'd it feel? Shoko's fingers still on the lighter. Drop it. Come on. First time supposed to mean something, right? She finally turns to look at him, eyes sharp. You want a review? Her voice is venomous. Fine. It hurt. And you didn't care. Naoya's grin returns, all teeth. Would it have mattered if I did? Shoko scoffs, ash fluttering to the sheets. Idiot. But when he pulls her back down, his mouth hot on her neck, his hands already roaming, she doesn't stop him. Not really. The cigarette burns forgotten in the ashtray as the sheets tangle again. After returning to the Zenin estate, Naoya did the usual. Scowled at a few elders, insulted a cousin for breathing too loud, and threw a clan heirloom at someone for calling him Nisan. Basic chores. He'd just started unwrapping the bandages on his knuckles when he felt it, breath on the back of his neck. Small and warm. Makima. She didn't say a word at first. Just stood there, 2 feet tall, all eyes and silence, sniffing him like a dog that knew your secrets. Then she dropped the nuke. Did you cheat on my mom? Naoya did a backflip. Not a metaphorical one. A full-blown, what the actual fuck, panic-powered backflip. He landed clumsily, knocked over a stack of scrolls, and stared at her with wide, betrayed eyes. The fuck? Makima, 2 feet of unblinking judgment, tilted her head. Cursing in front of a child. That's bad, right? Naoya blinked. Once. Twice. You're 2. She didn't blink. That's not an answer. He stood up like he was defusing a bomb with his spine. First of all, he said, jabbing a finger down at her, your mom is not my, nope. Not doing this. Not explaining myself to someone who thinks ketchup is spicy and still drinks from a sippy cup. Makima just stared at him. So you did. Naoya sighed so hard he looked like he aged 5 years. Do you have any proof, little demon? Evidence. Makima trailed behind him. I forgive you, she said suddenly, as if she were bestowing mercy from a throne. What? For cheating on Mama. I didn't. Makima smiled sweetly. It's okay. I'll make you better. Naoya froze. Turned. Looked down at her like she'd just announced her plans to conquer the Jujutsu world. Better, he echoed. What the hell does that mean? One day, she said, eyes bright and empty, you'll only want me. Naoya stared at her like he was looking at an idiot. He dragged a hand down his face, muttering to himself. Should I just drop her off at an adoption center? As the words left his mouth, he kicked her, hard, sending the 2-year-old flying. Give me your power stones. Chapter 63, Maximum Technique. Another 2 years had passed, and in that time, Naoya discovered something bizarre, almost silly, about his cursed technique. While experimenting inside his domain expansion, he had been obsessively trying to manipulate time. Using one of Geto's time-altering cursed spirits as a reference, he continuously altered the conditions of his domain to mimic it. Every attempt ended in failure. Still, it wasn't a complete waste, his understanding of domains and their barriers had increased drastically. One day, during another test inside his domain, he suddenly got the idea to use the neutral application of his technique, Projection Sorcery, to try and target the time of that space directly. The result was catastrophic. The moment he attempted it, his entire cursed energy reserve was instantly drained. His domain collapsed, and he suffered a massive backlash that nearly killed him on the spot. Barely clinging to life, he quickly healed himself with reverse curse technique, and then started laughing. Because in that moment of failure, he became certain of one thing. His curse technique could target anything. No matter what. Over the following weeks, Naoya ran more tests. He eventually concluded something groundbreaking. The cursed energy cost of his ability depends entirely on the dimensional nature of the thing he's trying to freeze. In basic cases, like humans, objects, or air, which exist in 3D, the cost was manageable. But when he tried to interact with higher dimensional concepts, like time or space, which are 4D, the cost became incomprehensible. According to his calculations, even if he had the combined cursed energy of 100 Sukunas, it still wouldn't be enough to freeze time, even for 1 second. Further experiments revealed more insights. The higher the dimension, the more cursed energy it consumes. The bigger the target, on a dimensional level, the cheaper the cost. Freezing 2D entities required barely any energy. 1D entities. Practically free. This discovery reshaped Naoya's entire understanding of his ability. It wasn't just about speed anymore, it was about dimensional manipulation. Then, the breakthrough happened. One night, while driving his sports car and braking hard in one spot, he suddenly remembered something from a physics book. The Earth rotates at about 1,670 kilometers per hour at the equator. You're never really standing still. That offhand remark lodged itself deep in Naoya's mind. He began researching rotational momentum, angular velocity, and inertial force, fundamental principles governing motion on Earth. Then the realization hit. Earth's rotational momentum, a 3D force governed by 4D physics, was a loophole. Why bother stopping time directly, a 4D concept, when he could simply target the 3D kinetic energy caused by Earth's rotation? By isolating a fixed area in space and using his curse technique to momentarily cancel the rotational momentum within it, everything inside would be obliterated by the world still spinning at 1,670 kilometers per hour. Buildings would collapse. Humans would be torn apart. It would be a localized apocalypse. Just imagine driving a car at 1,670 kilometers per hour, and it suddenly stops instantly. That became his maximum technique. A terrifying application of his projection sorcery, not a special technique, just its natural extension. But why he considered a maximum technique? Because although it's just projection sorcery using the 24 frames per second rule, Naoya can't normally perceive Earth's rotational momentum. Humans can't feel gravity or light directly, much less something like global spin. So, he created a binding vow. He would permanently sacrifice 20% of his cursed energy reserves, and in exchange, gain the ability to target Earth's rotational momentum. This is so funny. He could end civilization using this. Because Earth's momentum is a massive 3D target, the cost to freeze it is laughably low. Even lower than freezing a human. Just think about it. You don't use your own strength. You use the planet's own force against itself. It's physics as a murder weapon. And he figured out how to pull the trigger. But there was a problem. Targeting smaller areas. Precision. The smaller the area he tried to isolate and stop, the more cursed energy it consumed, exponentially. It wasn't a question of willpower or talent. It was math. Dimensional cost. A law of cursed physics. So, Naoya carved a solution into his own flesh. He forged a new binding vow, to make this world-ending technique even remotely usable without killing everyone. In exchange for power, he chained himself to ritual. To activate the technique, Naoya must stand still for 10 full seconds without interruption. Chant each word slowly and clearly, one per breath. Spin. Axis. False stillness. Frame break. Kinetic theft. Celestial dissonance. Maximum technique, axis of death. And within those 10 seconds, he must also perform 150 precise hand signs. Even then, the cost is devastating. 80% of his cursed energy, burned in an instant. And the smallest possible effect. A 300-meter radius. That's the minimum. A technique so brutal, it could annihilate the entire world. And its weakest output still erases a city block. A technique so delicate, a single missed hand sign, a single flinched syllable. And the entire process collapses. But when it lands, it's not just destruction. It's not a battle won. It's the end of civilization. Makima, now 4 years old and 3 feet of tiny tyranny, marched up to Naoya like she owned the entire Zenin estate. "I'm 4 now," she said, arms crossed. "Do what you promised." Naoya, halfway through shoving rice into his mouth while insulting a clan elder, choked. "What the hell are you talking about?" Makima didn't blink. "You said you'd train me when I was 4. I also said Santa was real when you were 2. Doesn't mean I meant it." She stared him down, unbothered. "You're stalling." Naoya stood slowly, tossing his chopsticks onto the tray like a man preparing for war. "I don't train kids." Makima tilted her head. "You said I'd be your legacy." "I memorized that word." Naoya narrowed his eyes. "TCH. I was drunk. And I only said that if you were a boy." Makima just stared at him. Naoya groaned, like his soul was trying to escape his body. "TCH, fine. Did you awaken your curse technique yet?" Makima tilted her head. "Curse technique?" Naoya blinked. "Wait. You don't even know what that is." She shook her head. You never explained anything to me. Ack, what a pain in the ass. Fine, let me show you. He pointed lazily across the room. You see those 2 bottles of sake over there? Makima nodded, curious. Naoya rolled his shoulders, then began channeling cursed energy, the same way the finger bearer in the original show. He raised his arm, opened his palm, and aimed at the bottle. Boom. A burst of pure golden cursed energy exploded from his hand, striking the sake bottle dead on and obliterating it in a single flash of raw force. The air trembled. The floor creaked. Makima's eyes widened, but she said nothing. Then Naoya lifted a single finger. This time a tiny white rectangle appeared, an animated frame suspended in the air, delicate and glowing. Inside it, a single air particle froze in place. Crack. He flicked his finger. The frame shattered like glass. Boom. A precise shockwave exploded forward, slamming into the second sake bottle. It didn't just shatter, it vanished, disintegrated by the sheer pressure. The wall behind it blew open in a perfect circle, the wind howling through. Curtains flared. Makima's black hair whipped around her face like she'd stepped into a storm. The first one was cursed energy. The second, a cursed technique. He looked down at her. Now do you understand? Makima blinked. Not at all. Give me your power stones. Chapter 64, Act Like Him. Naoya groaned. Right, fine, think of cursed energy like electricity, and cursed techniques like appliances. Makima's eyes narrowed slightly. Appliances. Yeah. Electricity on its own. Kinda useless. Hard to control. But you run it through a machine, bam. Results. Lights, toasters, murder beams. Whatever. He jabbed a finger toward the first spot. That one. Raw and pure cursed energy. Then he pointed at the second. Here I channeled cursed energy into a cursed technique and activated it. In other words. Makima tilted her head. I'm about to learn a really good cursed technique. Naoya stared at her like she just asked if she could become a rocket. No. Makima narrowed her eyes. It's not because I'm a girl, right? Naoya clicked his tongue. No. Though that would have been a good reason. She glared. Relax, he said, waving a hand. Setting aside basic stuff like shikigami or barrier techniques, most cursed techniques are etched into your body at birth. You either have one, or you don't. She considered that. So it's genetic. Exactly. I see. Her expression turned oddly blank. So I just need to be born again. With better blood. Naoya smirked. Welcome to the Jujutsu world, brah, what did you say? Makima POV. I'm 4 now. That means a lot of things. It means I can open doors whenever I want, no more waiting for someone to do it for me. It means I can turn the faucet on and off by myself, even if I still need a little help washing my hands properly. And most importantly, it means Naoya Zenin has run out of excuses. I marched up to Naoya like I owned the entire estate. Because I would. Eventually. I found him mid-insult, rice halfway to his mouth, mocking some elder whose name I never bothered to remember. I waited exactly 3 seconds after my birthday to confront him. He looked like he was about to laugh at his own joke when I spoke. He choked on rice. Idiot. He pretended not to remember. Of course he did. He thought I'd forget. That's his pattern. When he asked if I'd awakened my cursed technique, I tilted my head. I knew what a technique was, in theory, but he never explained anything properly. He assumed I'd learn it naturally, through blood. Or maybe he thought someone else would teach me. Either way, he looked annoyed. But instead of mocking me, he said he'd show me. I thought he was bluffing. Then he did that thing with his hand. That golden light, like lightning, but thicker. Angrier. It cracked the bottle into nothing. Not shattered, erased. The floor creaked from the pressure, like even the wood was scared. So that's cursed energy. He used it like it cost nothing. I just stood there, thinking, so you can use cursed energy like that, huh? Then came the second one. That tiny frame he made, it was beautiful. Like something from a movie. I didn't know energy could freeze like that. It didn't look violent at first. It looked delicate. Controlled. Then he shattered it. The explosion was worse this time, louder, sharper, deliberate. The other bottle didn't even explode. It simply ceased to exist. And the wall behind it. Torn open like paper. Cold air rushed in. My hair lifted with the wind. My skin tingled. He wanted to show off. Probably just to feel superior. But if he can do that. And I came from him. I should be able to do it too. He asked if I understood. Not at all. I understood more than I'd ever admit. But if I played dumb, he'd keep explaining. People love their own voices. He groaned, his aura even vibrated with it. Think of cursed energy like electricity, he said. And cursed techniques like appliances. Simple. Purposefully simple. He's not dumbing it down for me, he genuinely thinks in metaphors like that. Appliances. I echoed. Yeah. Electricity on its own. Useless. But run it through a machine, bam. Results. Lights, toasters, murder beams. Whatever. He pointed to the first trick. That one. Raw cursed energy. Then the second. This. I channeled cursed energy into a cursed technique and activated it. So cursed techniques are just advanced filters. Refinements. I asked if I was about to learn mine. It was a childish question, I knew that. I asked anyway. He said no. Just, no. The word stung more than I expected. Is this why the clan hates women? Is it because we're born without power? I felt my smile crack slightly at the corners. So I asked the next obvious question. It's not because I'm a girl, right? He said it wasn't. But I heard the smirk in his voice when he added that it would have been a good reason. Jerk. Still, not the worst answer. That's a relief, I think. He said cursed techniques are etched into you at birth. So it's fate. Blood. Genetics. I nodded. So I just need to be born again. With better blood. He smirked, cocky and cruel. Welcome to the Jiu-Jitsu world, brah. Wait, what did you just say? By now, I understand my father well enough to see how he works. Submission won't make him like me. Obedience won't earn his respect. I've seen how he treats Maki and Mai, two girls he pretends to despise, but never truly ignores. He likes them. He'll never admit it, but it's obvious. Not because they're nice. Not because they please him. I concluded the way to make Naoya like you requires 3 conditions. First, be female. Second, annoy and provoke him. Third, be related to him by blood. Fortunately, I'm all 3. Manipulating him is difficult, he's not emotionally complex, but he's dangerously instinctual. Being his daughter gives me an advantage. But it's not enough. The only way to make him see me differently is to act like him. Unhinged. Blunt. Unafraid. Give me your Power Stones pistol. Chapter 65, Pizza Shop. You saw the curses, right? They're almost everywhere. We've got a basement full of M in our clan, Naoya said, waving his hand like it was an obvious fact. Yes, I nodded. But what are curses exactly? He sighed, loud and theatrical. You really are starting from zero, huh? He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, like explaining this was physically painful. All right, listen up, brat. Curses are basically the vomit of humanity's emotions. Vomit. Yes. Spiritual puke. People are constantly scared, angry, anxious, jealous, whatever pathetic emotion they're choking on. That shit leaks out of them, mixes with cursed energy in the environment, and eventually it forms something ugly. I listened, carefully. Give it enough time, and that negativity grows legs. Becomes a curse. Like a living disease made of bad feelings. Some look like bugs. Some look like nightmares. They're classified by grade, grade 4 is the weakest, special grade is the highest. Though honestly, that system's outdated garbage. There should be another rank above special grade called Naoya grade, since I could end the world anytime I felt like it. Makima blinked, completely unfazed. Right. So, about sorcerers, are they classified the same way as curses? She didn't even acknowledge the world-ending nonsense. Her tone was flat, curious. Naoya clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed she didn't take the bait. Yeah, same thing. Sorcerers are rank 2. A grade 2 sorcerer is generally stronger than a grade 2 curse, and so on. What about the curses in the basement, she asked. Mostly grade 4 to grade 2. Sometimes we get a semi-grade 1, but they're rare. The ones down there are for training, so they're weaker than usual. I want to see a grade 2 curse. See how strong it really is. Naoya shrugged. Go see for yourself. Makima frowned. But I could die. He gave a lazy smirk. Ah, best case scenario. Makima walked up and suddenly hugged his leg. Please, father, don't you love me? Naoya froze. For a moment, it was like time stopped. Not because of any technique, just sheer discomfort. His eye twitched. Don't pull that crap with me. Makima didn't let go. She tightened her grip around his leg like a barnacle made of guilt and weaponized cuteness. You're my dad. You're supposed to care if I die. TCH. He looked down at her, then away. Stop trying to manipulate me. It won't work. It was already working. She could tell. Naoya groaned and rubbed his temples. Fine. I'll let you see a grade 2 curse. But if you cry, scream, or pee yourself, I'm dropping you in with the grade 1. Makima looked up at him, deadpan. Understood. Makima blinked, then felt wind slap across her face. They were already outside. Huh. When did we leave? That was her first coherent thought. Her second came with a full-body chill. How the hell is he this fast? Goosebumps ran up her arms. The sheer speed at which they were moving, vaulting effortlessly across rooftops, air slicing past her face like knives, was inhuman. No, worse. It was disrespectful to physics. She clung to Naoya's back like dead weight, her tiny fingers gripping his shirt while her brain struggled to catch up. The city blurred below them. Light streaked by. Her ears rang with the rushing wind. Naoya abruptly stopped mid-jump, landing softly on the edge of a high-rise. His expression unreadable, scanning the skyline. Makima took her chance to breathe, then to speak. I thought we were going to the basement. Why did we leave the clan? She looked around for the first time, properly taking in the city below. Tall buildings. Digital billboards. Electric trains in the distance. Everything gleamed with modernity. This wasn't the grim, stuffy compound she was used to. It's different. Faster. Shinier. Definitely not 1980. She didn't say any of that out loud. But Naoya noticed her silence. What, never been outside the walls before, he muttered. Makima shook her head slightly. Not here. He scoffed. The clan's a roach nest. I hate it too. She turned to look at him, her voice quieter. Then why are we here? Where are you taking me? Naoya cracked his neck, eyes still scanning the horizon. You said you wanted to see a real grade 2 curse, right? Yes. Then we're going hunting. Not the basement crap. I'll show you what an actual curse looks like. The kind that eats people. Makima didn't respond immediately. She was processing everything. Lead the way, she said softly, brushing the wind from her face. I didn't need to pretend awe, Naoya's speed had genuinely shaken me. It felt like teleportation. The wind had cut into my eyes, into my lungs. It was real. Just impossibly fast. No devil in my old world could move like that. Not without a price. This world is unfair in a different way. Eventually, he stopped at an abandoned building. Half its windows were shattered. The rusted sign read something about pachinko. Whatever that was. He gestured casually toward the darkness inside. Grade 2 curses can cause school building level of destruction, he said. Not the brightest things, but some get clever. Even a grade 3 can pull off hostage-taking if it gets lucky. Not smart. But still dangerous. I stood at the threshold of the building, eyes adjusting. Then I saw it. The curse lumbered forward, ugly in a way that offended nature itself. Red, bloated, skin like stretched gum over swollen muscle. It had the general shape of a hippo, if a hippo had 6 glowing eyes and a mouth that reached from chin to chest. It drooled something black. The smell was wrong. Like rotten rust mixed with burned hair. Are you still curious? Did you see it? Can we go now? Naoya asked, bored. He wasn't even looking at it. The thing was stomping forward like it wanted to level a house, and he looked more interested in his nails. But I couldn't stop staring. This is born from fear. I felt a twinge in my stomach. Not fear. Not disgust. Recognition. Devils, in my world, were born from human fear. Curses, here, seemed born from human negativity. Different ingredient. Same factory. But curses. They lacked elegance. Devils could embody abstract terror, a gun, a control, a future. They wore symbolism like armor. This thing. It looked like someone's childhood trauma fused with roadkill. A 6-eyed hippo dipped in arterial red, drooling psychic filth. Primitive. Direct. Almost disappointing. Yeah, I got what I wanted. We can go. As we prepared to leave, I asked, won't you kill it? I don't want my hands to get messy, he said with the classic Naoya shrug, half laziness, half aristocratic contempt. We jumped from rooftop to rooftop, Tokyo passing beneath us like a moving circuit board. The wind was sharp again, but I didn't mind it this time. I was thinking too much. Until. He stopped. Abruptly. Like he sensed something important. I landed beside him and followed his gaze. A pizza shop. He stared at it like he'd just discovered a sacred shrine. We're getting pizza, he announced. Okay. I tilted my head. What's pizza? I had to pretend I didn't know. It was the first time I'd heard of it in this body, after all. He looked at me like I was stupid. So we dropped down to the street. Just like that, we walked into the neon haze of a greasy Tokyo pizza joint. Naoya, of course, had to order every kind of pizza they had. I usually go for more traditional meals, sukiyaki, soba, things that don't come in greasy boxes, but I didn't mind. I ordered a classic pepperoni. Naoya ate 12 pizzas. 12. He even stole a slice from mine, muttering something about how it wasn't good for my health and how I'd get fat. Then he stood up, brushed imaginary crumbs off his shirt, and said he was going to the toilet. The bell above the door jingled. I looked up mid-bite, expecting another couple or some noisy teens. What I got instead wasn't that. First came a woman. She looked normal, too normal. Short hair, average build, plain clothes. The kind of woman you'd pass on the street and forget 5 steps later. If it weren't for the stitches across her forehead, I might have done just that. Then something shorter stepped in, shaped like a man, but not really. A volcano for a head, with glowing lava cracks and a single molten eye. He scanned the room like he wanted it to burn. The air around him dried out instantly. My slice of pizza wilted in my hand from the heat. After him slithered a thing that didn't walk so much as drag itself. Small, hunched, twitching, soaked and misshapen, trailing seawater and slime across the floor. Its glassy eyes blinked unevenly, like it didn't understand electricity. The last one towered. Tall, with brown bark-like skin veined in black. Where its eyes should have been, branches curled upward like antlers. I stared, frozen mid-chew, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Then the woman, the one with the stitches, gave a polite smile to the cashier and said, "Table for 1, please." And that's when it hit me. The other 3 weren't human. They were curses. TCH. I hate places like this, Jogo muttered, looking around with clear disgust. His molten eye scanned the humans like they were filth beneath his boots. Brr, purr, purr, gurgled the cursed womb. Dagon tried to speak, but only wet, warbled noises came out, splattering seawater on the tiles. Yet Eva inam snaup era, Hanami said cryptically, eyes drifting toward a plastic ficus in the corner. Hanami, stop talking, no one understands what you're saying. Jogo snapped. That's when they noticed her. A little girl. Sitting alone. 4 years old, with straight, jet black hair that framed her face in a sharp, chin-length bob, one long bang falling over her eye, and golden eyes that gleamed too intelligently for her age. She was just staring at them. In fact, she looked amused. Makima's gaze passed over each of them slowly. Her small hands folded neatly in her lap. Then, she spoke. Calm. Clear. Cold. You're all quite noisy. People nearby glanced at her, puzzled. It looked like she was talking to the air. The woman with stitches raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And you are, she asked, voice smooth. Makima tilted her head slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. None of your business, she said, as casually as if she were telling someone the time. Jogo squinted at the girl like she'd just crawled out of a sewer and insulted his mother. What did you say, brat? Makima didn't blink. She blinked less than Hanami, and Hanami didn't even have pupils. You're loud. And ugly, she said simply, tilting her head. Like a microwave with legs. Jogo stepped forward, steam curling off his arms. I should reduce you to ash. Makima looked him up and down. You look like a rejected takoyaki. Sit down before someone mistakes you for a kitchen fire. What? You heard me. Volcano-kun. Genjaku, Kaori, pressed a hand to her mouth, stifling a laugh. Jogo looked offended. Hanami was, contemplative. Dagon was, still wet. Genjaku crouched down slightly. You're interesting. What's your name? Makima leaned on the table, cupping her cheek like a little princess with a loaded gun. Mama says don't talk to strangers. Fair. But I don't really listen to her. It's Makima. I'm 4. What's your excuse for being that ugly? Jogo snapped. All right, that's it. He raised his hand, the air instantly warping with heat. Flames flickered around his fingers, and the lights above cracked as molten cursed energy surged. For the first time, Makima blinked. No, she froze. The pressure hit her like a truck. Her tiny body stiffened. She couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Her instinct screamed. This wasn't like that annoying grade 2 she saw once. This wasn't ugly lava head. This was real. Her skin prickled. Her vision warped. The sheer heat on her face felt like it would melt her eyes in her sockets. In that exact moment, she understood. She was going to die. And then. A voice cut through the rising flames, calm and completely unimpressed. "I leave you for 1 second, Naoya muttered, stepping out of the restroom, towel still in his hand. "And you're already fighting someone who could solo 99% of the world. Give me your Power Stone's pistol." Chapter 66, Hell on Earth. Before the fire could even reach Mikima's face, Naoya vanished. In that instant, she felt it, a hand on her back, and then. Air. Mikima was flying. Upward. Like a rag doll. "Oh," Kenjaku murmured, blinking in genuine interest as his eyes tracked the blur. That speed. Before gravity could pull her down, Naoya was already gone again, and now behind Jogo. His hand wrapped around the curse's head like a vice. He slammed Jogo's face into the tile with enough force to shatter the floor. Jogo's cursed fire erupted involuntarily, blasting outward. The explosion turned 15 unlucky diners into instant corpses, tables melted, walls scorched black, and someone's foot landed in the salad bar. Kenjaku calmly stepped back and adjusted the pizza menu stand so it didn't catch fire. We really shouldn't go anywhere in public. Naoya now stood on a table, Mikima fell in his hands. "Papa, who are these people?" Mikima asked, like she hadn't almost died 3 seconds ago. "Apparently unregistered special grades. I didn't know curses could talk." "Yeah. The easier it is for a curse to communicate, the stronger it usually is." Kaori, watching Naoya and Mikima casually talking while standing in the middle of a massacre, burst out laughing. "This is why I love humans." Naoya stood on the table like he owned the world, Mikima casually dangling from his arm like a shopping bag. "So you guys, are you here to steal my pizza?" he asked flatly. "Joke's on you. I already ate it all." But behind that smug grin, his mind was racing. This is earlier than it should be. The disaster curses and Kenjaku, gathering now. Must be the butterfly effect. Mahito hasn't even been born yet. Shame. I wanted to test a theory, if Maki and Mai really share the same soul, and Mahito could split it, giving each her own. Wouldn't that give me 2 separate beings? Each one optimized, powerful, and perfectly suited to serve. A custom-made Toji and Yorozu, loyal, obedient, dressed like maids. Now that would be interesting. "Pizza, you say?" Jogo's voice trembled with fury, embers falling from his jaw like ash. "I'll kill both of you." "Jogo, it's not the time for this," Kenjaku started, but Jogo cut him off, ignoring the warning. With a sharp snap of 2 fingers, the air tore open. PSSHHHHHHHHHHHHH. 4 volcanic pillars erupted violently, spewing molten fire that swallowed the entire block in a blistering inferno. The heat was suffocating, the ground trembling beneath the sudden explosion. Naoya was already on another block, Mikima on his back, watching the ridiculous amount of destruction unfolding before her eyes. Suddenly, Jogo appeared near Naoya in a flash step, his molten palm nearly touching him. But Naoya was faster. He instantly froze Jogo into an animated frame and shattered the frozen frame with a vicious roundhouse kick, cracking the cursed space like brittle glass. Jogo was sent flying, limbs flailing, steam trailing from his wounds. Naoya didn't stop. He vanished again, reappearing mid-air above Jogo, cursed energy coiled around his leg like a spring-loaded blade. The next hit would end it. But Jogo twisted in the air and spat out a cluster of ember wasps, each one radiating insane heat. They swarmed like hornets. Naoya clicked his tongue. A blur. He dipped, swerved, and twisted through the swarm like light through shattered glass. The insects tried to adjust mid-air. Too late. "Air freeze," Naoya muttered. A massive shockwave erupted. The ember wasps were annihilated instantly. Several buildings collapsed from the force, and hundreds of people died in seconds. Jogo landed hard, cracks splintering beneath him from the pressure of his cursed energy. His eye blazed, fury overriding pain. "You think it's over? I'm just getting started." The street beneath him boiled. Then erupted. Massive pillars of lava burst outward in a cross pattern, carving molten trenches through the city. Asphalt hissed. Steel groaned and liquefied. Buildings collapsed into glowing slag. The sky turned crimson, stained by the heat waves and volcanic ash billowing upward. Tokyo was gone. At least this part of it. Everywhere Naoya looked was a sea of lava. People ran and screamed, some didn't even get the chance. Bodies turned to cinders in seconds. Cars exploded like popcorn. Entire apartments collapsed into bubbling pits of magma. It was hell on earth, and Jogo was the devil dragging it to the surface. Naoya and Mikima were already 2 blocks away, but even here, the air felt like it was trying to cook them alive. Heat shimmered off the pavement. Ash drifted like black snow. The sky pulsed red and orange, as if Tokyo itself were burning in a volcano's stomach. Makima clung to his back like a sloth on a bullet train, her small hands gripping his jacket tightly. Her eyes didn't blink, didn't wander, just stared at the inferno behind them. "So that's a special grade, huh?" she whispered, almost reverently. "Yes. As you can see," Naoya muttered. She watched the sea of lava swallow buildings, cars, and people alike. Her expression didn't change, but something glinted in her eyes. "Give him a little more time, and he'll drown all of Japan," Naoya said, tone flat, but with a sliver of interest beneath it. "This version of Jogo is significantly stronger than the one from the show." Makima tilted her head slightly. "Is that what it means to be a special grade? You're a special grade too, right, Papa? So, can you destroy Japan too?" Naoya didn't hesitate. "I told you. I can erase the world whenever I feel like it, not just Japan." Makima nodded, clearly still not convinced. "But," Naoya added, "not all special grades are like him. Some are way weaker. That's why I said the grading system is garbage." He clicked his tongue, eyes following Jogo's rampage like he was watching a mildly annoying movie. "There should be grades within special grade. Layers. Tiers. Because lumping someone like me in the same category as every other special grade, that's just disrespectful." Suddenly, the horizon flashed. A beam of concentrated volcanic flame, as wide as a train and moving faster than a bullet, ripped through the city. Naoya's body moved before his mind even finished the thought. He kicked off the edge of the rooftop, shooting across the sky with Makima latched to his back. The beam tore through 4 city blocks, punching a hole through buildings like paper. The force was deafening. Jogo was following. Fast. Too fast. Flames wrapped around his fists as he lunged, molten eyes locked onto Naoya. A volcanic claw formed midair, extending like a dragon's mouth, ready to engulf them both. "Persistent bastard," Naoya muttered. He glanced over his shoulder. "Try not to die," he said, mocking, to Jogo. Then, coldly. "Maximum output, air freeze." His fist moved. His punch looked like it shattered the frozen space itself. A titanic shockwave erupted. Raw force compressed into a single direction. And it screamed toward Jogo like the wrath of a god. The shockwave slammed into Jogo before he could fully react. For a heartbeat, there was only silence. Then. Boom. A dome of pure force erupted in midair, vaporizing clouds and flipping over cars 3 blocks away. Jogo's body was hurled backward like a comet, crashing through 3 high-rises in a line, each one exploding outward in a shower of fire, steel, and shattered glass. The volcanic claw Jogo had formed disintegrated. Flames scattered into dying embers. For a moment, there was only wind. Naoya landed hard on another rooftop, sliding to a stop, his boots grinding against scorched concrete. Makima still clung to his back, unmoving. But inside, she was shocked. Completely shocked. The destruction. The raw power. The scale. Again. Again and again, the scale of destruction left her in awe. Not that she showed it. Naoya moved without warning. A blur, he vanished and reappeared 2 kilometers away, standing over the crater where Jogo lay embedded. Jogo was slowly rising, his charred body healing. Cracks ran down his arms. He had used domain amplification just in time to survive the blow. "Are you still keeping the child with you?" Jogo asked, his voice hoarse as he pushed himself up. "You gonna use her as a shield?" he said mockingly. Naoya tilted his head, then smirked. "Well, I was going to drop her off somewhere safe, but since we're in a tutoring session, I figured she might as well stay and get a better understanding of the world." Jogo barked out a laugh. "She's just gonna hold you back." "Yeah, that's true," Naoya replied, surprisingly agreeable. "She is holding me back. I can't use half my abilities like this." He laughed casually, as if talking about a minor inconvenience. Jogo's expression twisted with a mix of amusement and confusion. "But it'll all be fine," Naoya added, his tone dropping, cold and sharp. He looked Jogo dead in the eye, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. "After all." He took a step forward. "You're weak." Chapter 67, 3 Things. Jogo's expression twisted. Molten veins bulged along his neck and temple, steam hissing from his pores as the very ground beneath him began to boil. "Weak," he thundered. His voice shook the skeletons of buildings still clinging to existence. Lava erupted from his ears. His volcanic head flared with raw magma, blazing so violently it seemed like it would explode without end. Jogo clapped his hands together into a seal, molten palms searing the air. "Don't underestimate me, you brat. I'm going to enjoy swallowing that smug face of yours whole." Up on Naoya's back, Makima blinked slowly. Weak, she thought, calmly watching Jogo ignite like a living supernova. This creature, this curse. Father considers him weak. A small pause. The corners of her lips didn't move. But her thoughts burned. Interesting. Below, the sky cracked with heat. And then. Domain expansion. A tidal wave of volcanic energy exploded outward, swallowing light itself. The world twisted. Reality blurred. In an instant, the landscape transformed, replaced by an endless field of scorched obsidian and molten craters. Rivers of lava carved through the ground in spirals. Ash filled the air like snow. Coffin of the Iron Mountain. The heat was suffocating. Even Makima, for the first time, squinted slightly. Naoya clicked his tongue and instantly activated domain amplification, a thin veil of cursed energy wrapping around them both. The air around Makima stopped sizzling, just barely. Without that protection, she would have turned to ash before finishing her next breath. What is this? Makima asked, eyes scanning the hellish landscape. Her voice was calm, but her fingers curled tighter around Naoya's collar. Domain expansion, Naoya replied, slowly unzipping his jacket. He slid Makima inside like luggage, only her head poking out now. The pinnacle of Jujutsu. You use cursed energy to construct an innate domain imbued with your technique, he explained. It surrounds the battlefield and shifts everything in your favor. Spreading out a domain consumes a ton of energy, he continued, but the benefits are worth the cost. One of them is a boost to your stats thanks to the environmental control. Oh, like that main character in one of your hentai magazines, Makima said, playing dumb. The one who said he buffed himself to last longer, or something. Naoya stared dead ahead. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Ignoring her, Naoya continued. Another is that the techniques imbued in the domain are guaranteed to hit. Guaranteed. Makima's eyes widened slightly. But there are counters. As he spoke, a volcanic chunk the size of a car came crashing toward them. Naoya stepped forward, bracing. He raised his forearm and shattered it on impact, magma and debris scattering in a blaze of light. His skin blistered instantly, hissing and charring. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. You can tank the hits. If you've got enough cursed energy reinforcement, domain amplification, or just raw durability. Papa, your hand. Makima said softly, her voice tinged with rare alarm. Her eyes widened further as she watched the mangled flesh already regenerating, muscle knitting back over bone. To see a human recover like that, it unsettled even her. Escaping the domain is another option, Naoya added, shaking out his healing arm, but honestly. That's usually impossible. Makima blinked, processing it. So, it's a guaranteed win technique, she asked, trying to wrap her mind around the logic. Naoya nodded. In theory, yes. But the best counter to a domain. He raised a single hand, fingers curling into a deliberate sign. His stance shifted. Is to cast your own domain. When two domains are activated at the same time, the more refined one dominates the space, he explained. Though things like cursed technique compatibility and raw cursed energy still matter. He took a breath. Then, almost lazily, lifted one hand, forming a deliberate hand sign. He had modified the sign. What used to require both hands now only needed one. It was something he'd been testing. He doubted it would make much of a difference, but the experiment had succeeded. Domain expansion. The atmosphere warped. A golden ripple pulsed outward from Naoya like a heartbeat. Time Cell Moon Palace surged into existence. The molten sky fractured, cracks webbing through the flaming heavens like broken glass. Jogo's domain didn't collapse, it shattered, piece by piece. In its place stood a vast golden corridor, infinite and surreal. Above, a colossal projector eye opened, blinking once. Image. Jogo staggered back, eyes wide in disbelief. Impossible. He snarled. Steam hissed from his shoulders as his cursed energy flared, unstable. My domain, my domain. You overrode it. His veins bulged as he tried to move. Blood burst from the corners of his mouth. Then, all at once. Thin, invisible slashes opened across his chest and arms. Dozens of cuts bloomed like blooming flowers. Jogo dropped to one knee, purple blood dripping from his fingers, sizzling against the golden floor. Damn you. He growled, cursed energy focusing as his wounds began to regenerate. Naoya said nothing. He simply vanished. Then reappeared behind Jogo in the next frame, his leg drawn back to end the fight. But then, he paused. His eyes shifted upward. Something was off. He felt it. A pressure. Outside the golden corridor of Time Cell Moon Palace, a figure stood atop the domain's surface. Kaori. She lifted a hand. Anti-gravity system. The air twisted. And then, gravity inverted. A colossal force slammed downward, crushing the domain from above like a divine weight. Then. Crack. Naoya's domain shattered. Jogo collapsed, gasping for air as natural light and atmosphere returned. Kaori descended gently, like a feather caught in wind, landing silently in front of Naoya. A moment later, Hanami burst upward from beneath the ground, dirt crumbling from their shoulders. Dagon slumped across Hanami's back, looking cute. Naoya clicked his tongue, eyebrows slightly raised. Kaori brushed her hair aside, calm despite the battlefield still smoldering. "Can we stop here, Naoya-san?" she asked. "I have a proposal for you." Naoya tilted his head, slowly, eyes half-lidded with disdain. Then he spoke, voice dripping with sarcasm. "TCH. Is my aura that overwhelming? You really felt the pressure and went, damn, I should probably offer this god of a man a deal so I don't die horribly today." He sighed, shaking his head. Sometimes I don't even understand myself." Naoya lazily waved a hand toward the sky. "This much strength, it's exhausting being this superior." Makima peeked her head from his jacket, blinking slowly. "Papa, you're being dramatic." "Shut up," Naoya muttered without heat. He didn't deny it either. He turned his eyes back to Kaori, Kenjaku, mild curiosity flickering behind them. "All right. You've got 60 seconds. Impress me." Kaori gave a soft chuckle. "I saw your game trailer. The one you released 2 years ago." Naoya's face didn't move. He just tilted his head slightly. "So. From that trailer alone, I understood something." Kaori stepped closer. "You know more than you should. Far more than anyone in this world could possibly know. I don't know how, or why, or even when, but I won't ask. What matters is the design. The intent." She smiled thinly. "You released it not as a warning but as a signal. You want chaos. You want evolution. I like that." "And?" Naoya asked, already bored. "Let me introduce myself, then. I know who you are." "Skip the foreplay," he interrupted, well aware of how much Kenjaku loves to yap. Kaori laughed again. It was light, melodic. "Very well. Then I'll make this simple. I like your vision. It aligns with mine. This world. It needs to crack. It needs instability. Destruction. Rebirth." She raised her hand, motioning around them. "But, our plans might collide. So instead of fighting, I propose an alliance. Let's merge our foresight, Naoya Zenin." Naoya studied her. His expression was unreadable. "If you know what I know," Kaori added softly, "you'll understand why this is the smartest path forward." Naoya blinked slowly. Then smiled. "Actually, I was wondering when you'd crawl out. Took you long enough to show up." He walked past her, dragging a chair out from the rubble and dusting it off. He sat down with royal casualness, crossing one leg over the other. "I'll help you. I'll even play along, for now. But I want 3 things." Kaori's interest sharpened. "I'm listening." "1," Naoya said, raising a finger. "I want to learn how to create open barrier domains." Hanami, Jogo, and Dagon all stirred. Even Makima blinked again, confused. "Open barrier?" Jogo muttered. "What the hell is that?" "2," Naoya said, raising a second finger, ignoring them. "Teach me how to turn myself, and anything else I choose, into a cursed object." Kaori's smile widened, impressed now. "And the third?" Naoya tapped his cheek. "That one's personal. When the time comes, I'll tell you. Don't worry, it's not anything crazy." He leaned back. "Accept those terms, and I'll burn the whole world with you." Kaori's eyes flickered with interest, then delight. "Interesting," she said. "Very well. I accept."